The story begins with Tartarus, the Lord of Demons, destroying everything, and a huge light bursts out from a mountain, shattering it. His sword is covered in blood as he tells Zephyr to behold the last human, declaring victory as his, and casts a magical spell towards him. Zephyr vomits blood and thinks the world has ended. It has been a year since they lost the war with the demons. Most of humanity has been slaughtered, and those who survived have become mindless hosts, used only to give birth to monsters. As the last survivor of the resistance army, he has fought alone until this very moment. He sees Tartarus, the god of destruction and the lord of demons, and thinks of him. Tartarus remarks that Zephyr appears to be suffering and offers to help by casting magic to seize him. He says he has given Zephyr a little longer to live so they can have a conversation, and asks if he is indeed Zephyr. He begins moving toward him, noting that he is the first human to have been such a nuisance to him for so long. His persistence has been extraordinary, and he will give it to him. They say that only a fool would continue fighting a losing battle, but those who give up immediately out of fear of their enemies are not wise, they are merely weak. He says he cannot tolerate weak, feeble opponents, and he is sure the other understands, having risen to the peak of his species. He makes him an offer, inviting him to come and serve him, promising that together, they will go beyond this little world and conquer all, even the home of the gods. He extends his hand forward. Zephyr asks if he truly means it, if he will really let him join him. Tartarus confirms, saying of course. He states it is indeed not a bad offer, and thinks to himself that his body was completely ruined in their recent fight and knows full well he will never recover. Yet he wants him to join him, offering him a second chance. He emphasizes that this is not merely an offer. He thinks he just wants to see him pathetically beg for his life. He wants to see him beg an enemy who took away his friends and everyone he ever loved. He moves his hand to hold his hand and says she told him he was too aggressive. She told him not to swear so much, but he would not listen, so she cast this silly spell on him. He holds his hand and says if he does a certain something with his hand, a massive burst of power from another dimension will blow him up. And this is his answer to his offer. He shows him the middle finger and tells him to screw himself. A huge burst of magic erupts, and an explosion happens, which causes Tartarus's hand to be cut. He is shocked to see his hand and asks what happened to it. He screams in pain, curses Zephyr, and asks how he dares to humiliate him like this, calling him a pathetic little human. He punches his burned body, crumbling him. Zephyr thinks that with this, his long fight has come to an end. He has failed to avenge his loved ones or to save humanity as they had hoped he would. The whole thing has ended in bitter defeat. Suddenly, he is transferred to a strange place and wonders what is going on. He has just died. He gets up, sees his body, and thinks it is strange that his wounds have all healed and his armor is brand new. He looks around, trying to understand where he is. He sees a large statue in front of him and wonders if it is a temple dedicated to a god. He thinks he has never seen a temple like this before and concludes that this must be the afterlife, so it must be the underworld. Mercedes' voice interrupts his thoughts, saying this is not the underworld but the lowest level of the pantheon where the gods reside. He turns toward the voice and sees a shimmer emerging from a door. She comes closer while Zephyr freezes upon seeing her, realizing his sword cannot be summoned. She tells him not to be alarmed. She is a messenger of the gods named Mercedes, and she is an elite angel. She explains that he is already dead. Normally, he would be sent immediately to the underworld, but at the insistence of several gods, the three supreme gods have decided to send him back in time. He asks what she means. She explains that he will be sent to the past with all of his memories intact as a chance for him to change how things ended. She adds that, of course, he will only retain his memory. His physical training, mana, and other acquired skills will not be restored. However, as he was the most powerful human in the world, she was sure he would be able to recover them quickly. He wonders if he is dreaming, questioning whether Tartarus can induce such visions or if he is hallucinating due to his impending death. He asks why she is granting him a second chance. She acknowledges it must be hard to believe and offers to provide some proof. He declines, opting to believe her, and instead asks what she expects him to do. He points out that nothing in the world is free and assumes she is offering him a second chance because she wants something in return if that assumption is correct. He reflects on the time when the god of destruction invaded and the slaughter began. People prayed desperately for help. Yet the gods completely turned their backs on them. They ignored the prayers and didn't even accept any more offerings. He mentions how they took power away from the priests who had been relying on divine power to fight. Without the ability to heal or defend themselves, the human army collapsed almost instantly. The gods had decided they had nothing more to gain from their world, so they abandoned it. He remarks that those calculating idiots would never give anything for free. She responds, agreeing to answer his question by letting the gods speak for themselves. She adds that they want to see something a little more entertaining. He asks what. She explains that the gods who had been observing him were disappointed to witness his death. It is exceedingly rare for a human faced with certain death to display such strong will and resistance until the very end. The gods were greatly impressed by his ability to hold out against the vast army of demons for 5 long years. His struggle was captivating to watch. She continues, stating that many gods felt sadness seeing him depart from the world so soon. She asks him to recall how he seemed to grow luckier as the end approached. She explains that this was because the gods had offered him their support despite the karmic price they had to pay. In anger, he casts a magic spell on her and demands to know if that is all they care about. She sidesteps the spell. He accuses the gods of seeing his desperate struggle for survival merely as entertainment worth watching. He questions if they believe that's the reason they fought, merely to entertain him, as if that's the only purpose they believe they serve. She utilizes her magic to attack him, forcing him to kneel, and admonishes him to show respect, as the gods are observing. Leaning in close, she asserts that he seems to be misunderstanding, and she intends to correct him. He is the sole individual whom the gods find entertaining. They have never been interested in a dull, ordinary species like humans. She grasps his face and emphasizes that he must prove he is worth their time if he desires anything from them, whether for himself or for the entire species, as nothing in the world is free. She adds that there is another who strongly advocated for his resurrection for a different reason. Meanwhile, Tartarus attacks the angels and insists he is tired of waiting. He demands to see the manager immediately. An angel responds, pleading that he cannot do this as his request is currently being processed. Tartarus interrupts, commanding them to silence, asserting that he has conquered 10 worlds. It's impossible for a mere human to have harmed him. He demands that the record be erased and that it be made disappear right away, and he declares he doesn't care about the karma he has to pay. Meanwhile, Mercedes shows him everything through a magical mirror, while he wonders what exactly Tartarus is doing. She explains that Tartarus is the god of destruction who has annihilated 10 worlds, including his own. His goal is to destroy as many worlds as possible. He has never lost a fight and has never been injured by anyone until now. He had a perfect track record until it was broken. She asks him if he has any idea what a massive blow to his pride that was. He contemplates, wondering if that's why he wants to bring him back. She confirms that he desires to fight him once more to restore his perfect score, and she asks what he thinks about it. He responds by asking if she's kidding. If Tartarus is so eager to die, he'll gladly kill him. She informs him that she will initiate the process of sending him back. He will be sent to a random moment in the past, but he will be able to gather all the strength he needs. Additionally, the gods who support him will grant him some perks as a gift, which he can unlock as soon as he returns to the past. He thinks to himself that he doesn't like that the gifts are from those nauseating gods, but an opportunity is an opportunity. This is his chance to get revenge, not only against Tartarus, but against all the gods who have treated humans like worthless vermin. She mentions that the coordination has been set, and she is awaiting final approval from the gods to interfere with space-time. She concludes with a wish of good luck, hoping he will put on a good show for them, and then she sends him back. After a while, Zephyr opens his eyes and sees people gathered around him. One person remarks that he's not breathing, while another frets that they are now in big trouble. Someone urges him to shut up and calls out to Zephyr to wake up. They sprinkle water on his head, and Zephyr opens his eyes. Another person confirms that he has opened his eyes and reassures others that he had told them he was not dead. Zephyr wonders who these people are. They look familiar. He notices a tattoo and suddenly remembers, bursting into laughter. Someone remarks that he's laughing. Zephyr realizes they have sent him back 10 years to when he was 20, back when he was a slave in a temple. A bearded man nearby asks what's going on over there. A man with yellow hair replies that it's nothing. The bearded man declares that break time is over and orders everyone to get back to work. He warns Zephyr that if he pulls any stunts like that again, he's dead. He responds with a dismissive whatever. The yellow-haired man asks what he just said. The brown-haired man intervenes and suggests they move along. Zephyr thinks he doesn't have time to bother with those guys. A little boy expresses gratitude to Zephyr for protecting him. Zephyr wonders who this kid is. It's been 10 years, so he has already forgotten some details. He realizes it's going to be a nuisance to get used to this and move forward to leave. He pauses and considers his options, recalling that he needs to unlock perks to use them whenever he likes. He thinks that's what she said, and he turns back to see the little boy heading in the opposite direction. He instructs himself to unlock perks. A magical power surrounds him as he wonders what they have here. He is surprised to see his perks and thinks there's no way he can believe they gave him this. After a while, a yellow-haired man remarks that the new guy is really something. The man in the gray cap agrees, noting that he is a good worker, and wonders if he has experience as a miner before. They are shocked to see Zephyr digging so quickly. Another person comments on how fast he digs. The yellow-haired man expresses a wish to have him on their team, mentioning that because of him, they can't slack off either. Zephyr thinks to himself if this is really happening, as he still can't believe it. The scene shifts to a moment earlier, where Zephyr thinks about unlocking perks and finds it overwhelming with so much information at once. He asks aloud what all this is, observing super high-level skills and items displayed on many status windows in front of him. He realizes he has never had some of these skills before and can't believe they have given him all this. The head of the mining team arrives, calls out to Zephyr, and reminds him to get back to his spot. He asks if Zephyr thinks he's going to go easy on him just because it's his first day. Zephyr sees him and recognizes him as the head of the mining team. He mutters that he's a lazy idiot who never listens, even when asked nicely, and moves the whip to hit him, stating that this will teach him. Zephyr catches the whip, surprising himself. He wonders how he managed to catch the whip with his bare hands. Bowing down, Zephyr apologizes, saying he will get back to work. He is stunned as he watches the head of the mining team walk away. Examining his hand, Zephyr thinks that he has enough combat experience to catch the slow whip easily, but he can't believe it didn't even leave a scratch on him. The system window shows Perk 1, Skill Wall of Iron, which significantly increases durability. The user can completely cancel out any damage lower than their durability and doesn't get tired easily. Zephyr realizes he doesn't feel tired at all and can continue working all day. He continues digging, noting that while it's a bit tricky to activate if he uses it well, this skill could come in really handy. He concludes that it's not bad for his first perk. The scene shifts to the present. He considers that he has received a total of 9 perks. If he combines these with what he knows about the future, he will be back to his old self in no time. A person calculates his mining haul and is shocked at the results, saying good job. After a while, all the slaves stand in line. A person announces that they have finished counting today's haul and reveals the rankings. Team F is in first place. The little boy exclaims, "Sweet." Zephyr realizes he didn't know the kid was on the same team as him. The announcer continues, saying Team B is second. A yellow-haired boy asks in surprise how those guys came in first. The announcer proceeds to mention that Team H is third, skipping the rest, and Team E is in last place. The head of the mining team declares that according to the team's policy, the last place team's food and supplies will be distributed among the top 3 teams. He instructs everyone to begin praying to the great goddess of light, Area. The slaves start chanting, "Almighty Area, redeem them with his eternal light." Zephyr thinks, "redeem them," reflecting on the temple to Area, the goddess of light and one of the 3 supreme gods. It is both the largest religion in the land and the largest moneylender. A slave nearby says he is exhausted and just wants to go get some sleep. Zephyr thinks that most of the people here either lost their homes to monsters or used to be adventurers like him. After being taken in by the temple, they ended up becoming slaves because they couldn't pay back the enormous medical bills. He continues to think that as long as he has this slave mark on him, he will be stuck here. If he tries to leave without permission, his heart will stop and he will die instantly. Zephyr resolves to repay his debts and buy his freedom back as quickly as possible. That way, he can move on to the next part of his plan, facing Tartarus. He is determined that Tartarus won't defeat him so easily this time, and he will get back at him for everything he did. He recalls memories of his past life and thinks about Altair, vowing to protect her this time. After a while, Priestess Anna Primrose announces, "Anyone who needs something from the store or would like a consultation, please come this way." One person requests a beer, while another orders 2 baked potatoes. The shopkeeper states that a glass of beer costs 80 silver. Zephyr thinks to himself that even after all these years, he still can't get over how expensive everything is here. The little boy approaches and asks if Zephyr can buy him a drink. Zephyr inquires if he has any money. The boy responds that he just got some and can't buy anything expensive, but he appreciates Zephyr saving him from those guys earlier. He adds that thanks to Zephyr, their team came in first. He explains that everyone on their team is weak, so they usually come in last place. This is almost the first time they have earned any money. Zephyr understands now why they were picking on the boy. If even one person on a team is sick and can't work, it affects the team's output, boosting another team's ranking automatically. He asks if the boy is kidding and insists he can't let a kid pay for him. The little boy apologizes, saying he didn't mean to offend Zephyr. Zephyr thinks to himself that the boy must have intervened earlier because those guys were a nuisance. He tells the boy not to get close to him, as he will only hold him back, and moves forward. The shopkeeper welcomes Zephyr and asks what he can get for him. Zephyr asks if he has any recovery water. The shopkeeper comments that he hasn't seen Zephyr around before and asks if he's new and if he has any money. He explains that the water costs 1 gold per glass and 4 gold for a bottle, suggesting Zephyr wait it out if he's not badly hurt. Zephyr places a coin on the table and states he has won 5 gold and will take out a loan for the rest. He asks for the paperwork, noting they offer loans there. The shopkeeper stamps the papers. The little boy asks if Zephyr is out of his mind and if he realizes how scary it is to take on more debt. He explains they already lose 1 gold from their daily wage of 2 gold to pay their debts, so if they have no income, they go into the red. Zephyr asks if he could just be quiet and drink the recovery water. He explains that the interest on extra loans is super high. Zephyr responds with a dismissive whatever, stating he will just pay it back. He asks what he means. Zephyr thinks about the recovery water, a popular item at the temple because it slightly regenerates endurance. What most people don't know is that it significantly boosts mana if consumed in large quantities. He considers that he would have to drink over 10 bottles at once just to get a little boost, so it's not super effective. However, with this perk, it's as good as any potion. The system window notifies him that perk 2 is Skill Hermes' secret skill, which maximizes the effectiveness of all potions with a boost of 500%. He reflects that he can't make much money in the mines, as they don't pay him a bonus for working extra hard. After finishing the water, he begins exercising and wonders what he will do next. After a while, the head of the mining team asks what's going on, mentioning if Zephyr heard a monster in the depths of the mine. Zephyr stands in front of him and confirms that he did hear something. He suggests informing the hunting team and offers to show them where the sound came from. Zephyr thinks that dungeons are where the real money is made. He reflects that monsters are created by a distortion of mana. Most monsters are hostile towards humans, causing people a lot of trouble for a long time. However, they also present humanity with certain opportunities, such as the mana stones created in the monsters' bodies or their bones and hides that can be used as raw materials for items. Eventually, people began to see monsters as a valuable resource. Now, monster lairs or dungeons are like dangerous treasure chests. After a while, the hunting team steps forward. He considers them a specialized hunting division made up of hand-picked slaves with combat skills. Due to the dangers they face in fighting monsters, their basic salary is quite high, and they receive bonuses based on their performance. He wonders why he, as an adventurer by trade, was assigned to work in the mines and suspects there must be some reason for it. After a while, the shopkeeper asks if Zephyr is listening and tells him he said he can't borrow any more money. Zephyr asks if he has exceeded the daily limit. The shopkeeper clarified that he had already borrowed the maximum amount, which was a period. Zephyr thinks to himself that it's not good. If he wants more, he'll have to steal the rest. Priestess Anna Primrose approaches him and suggests he could borrow a bit more money if he sold some of his organs. She explains that at the temple, they buy fresh organs for research. Zephyr asks to see the paperwork. She hands it to him and mentions he should schedule the operation for next week. If he pays back the loan, he can cancel the operation. She assures him they are not predatory lenders. The shopkeeper asks if Zephyr has lost his mind and questions why he would consider selling his organs. Zephyr insists he would like many more bottles of recovery water. The shopkeeper gives him the bottles and remarks that if that's what Zephyr wants, it's his life, not his. She remarks that he's a total weirdo, or rather, one tough guy. The shopkeeper thinks to himself that there goes another guy who will get dragged off to the lab. Zephyr drinks all the recovery water bottles and thinks to himself that he has met the requirements. A member of the hunting team named Goat approaches him and asks if he is Zephyr, the guy who's going to show them where the monster is. Zephyr thinks it's perfect timing and confirms that, yes, that's him. Goat introduces himself as the head of the recon unit, with Dale and Marco beside him. Zephyr mentions that he doesn't have night vision but can use mana detection and adds that it's nice to meet them. He reflects that while night vision lets him see in the dark, mana detection spreads a wide web of mana to heighten his senses. He believes these skills are absolutely essential if he wants to sneak into a dark dungeon without alerting any monsters in it. Goat thinks to himself that it'll save him from having to buy a night vision potion and suggests that if Zephyr is ready, they will leave right away. Marco instructs Zephyr to carry the stuff and follow them, handing him some items. Dale comments that a mana-using miner is cool and asks if he's going to lead them through the dungeon. Goat tells Dale to shut up. Zephyr thinks to himself that he'll observe them. Two of them are unfamiliar, but he recognizes one who was transferred to the hunting team about a month after clearing this dungeon. He believes that means two of these guys will die in the dungeon and considers how he can use this situation to his advantage. After a while, they arrive at the dungeon gate and see a young boy waving towards them. The boy holds out his hands and ties a thread around Zephyr's arm, explaining that these are magic bracelets. He mentions that if anything happens to one of them, the matching bracelet on Zephyr's wrist will break, prompting them to call for backup from the main base. However, since it's just a recon mission, they should be fine as long as they are cautious. He wishes them good luck, and they all enter the dungeon together. After a while, two monsters walk into the dungeon holding wooden torches. They see a stone fall, which grabs their attention. Just then, two members of the hunting team, Goat and Dale, come from behind and kill them. Zephyr thinks to himself that the recon unit's job is to check for monsters and gather information about the dungeon. Based on the information received, a strike unit is formed, and they use their firepower to clear the dungeon. That's usually how it works. Goat remarks that these two monsters look like just a couple of stragglers. Their habitat was on the opposite end of the mine entrance, and hunting teams at NB raided it last week. Dale adds that the ones that survived the attack must be hiding out in here. Zephyr thinks to himself that the recon unit also consists of hunters with combat skills. Goat calls Dale and Marco and suggests they take care of this themselves. He reflects that if they decide they can handle the situation on their own, they sometimes clear the dungeons themselves. Dale states their job is to scout the dungeon and suggests they avoid unnecessary risks. He asks what they should do if there are many monsters inside, or if there are stronger ones. Goat replies that there are not just 3 of them but 4, which should be enough to handle kobolds. Dale responds, questioning if Goat is kidding and pointing out that Zephyr doesn't count as he's just carrying their stuff. He asks how they could possibly clear a dungeon by themselves. Marco intervenes, calming the situation and asking if Zephyr has a plan. He mentions he'd like to hear it before they decide what to do. Goat instructs Zephyr to show them. Zephyr takes out a bag and confirms they are moonbush leaves and berries. He explains that when ground up and mixed with kobold excrement, it creates a strong smell resembling a female kobold in heat. This scent is potent enough for them to detect from over 300 feet away. A monster smells the berry mixture and covers its nose, remarking that they plan to use it. Another monster runs towards the smell and falls into the trap, dying. Goat sees this and comments that he had told them it would work. Dale calls him a genius sometimes. Goat corrects him, saying he means all the time. Dale asks how he came up with the idea to bring that plant, mentioning he had never heard of it before. Goat attributes it to experience and maturity. Zephyr thinks to himself that he is actually the one who told Goat about it. He recalls that in his previous life, before being resurrected and transferred to the hunting team, he had worked with Goat in the same unit. He He remembers how Goat had always wanted recognition, but never had the chance to achieve it. The scene shifts to before the team meeting. Goat inquires if everything is clear. Zephyr responds that actually, he had gone inside and checked it out by himself yesterday. There are just a few kobold stragglers around. Goat asks how many lives he has left. Zephyr explains that he was in charge of recon in his old party before coming here. He has a knack for finding things. Goat asks if he believes the four of them could beat the dungeon on their own with a plan like that. Zephyr asserts it's his call, but he believes they should consider it. Sharing an easy dungeon like this with others would be a waste, he thinks. Goat considers that this guy could be very useful. He considers that moon bushes are not easy to find either. He likes that he's well prepared and seems to know a lot about hunting monsters. He also likes that he gives him the credit and does not try to take it for himself. As the head of the unit, one word from him to the Human Resources Department could get him transferred to the hunting team right away. Goat gives him a knife and says, "Here, use this." He thanks him. Goat thinks he's sure that's probably why he's trying to impress him. But too bad, he can tell he's a hard worker, but not that desperate. Beating one little kobold dungeon is not enough to impress him, but in light of his efforts, he will happily take credit for clearing this dungeon. The scene shifts to the present, where Goat kills a monster and remarks that he believes he has taken care of them. Marco also dispatches a monster with a hammer and comments that he didn't expect it to be so easy. Goat picks up a stone and mentions that its unfortunate mana stones from kobolds aren't very good. Zephyr confirms that the path ahead is clear now as well. Goat responds, "Good, then let's go get the rest." Dale interrupts, noting there's something over there. He examines some bones, picks up a few, and wonders if they are leftovers from a meal or animal bones. Upon closer inspection, he concludes that they resemble kobold's bones. Suddenly, the bones ensnare him and throw him aside. Marco prepares to attack and instructs everyone to stay behind him. He curses inwardly, thinking it was over, but now something else is hiding here. Whatever it is, they need to protect themselves and leave. He states this mana shield can even block an orc chieftain. There's no way it can be broken through. The bone monster attacks him and shatters his shield. He coughs up blood and collapses. Goat is shocked to see the monster's tail. Meanwhile, the boy with glasses notices the bracelets on his hand breaking and remembers he was told they are magic bracelets. If something happens to one of them, the corresponding bracelet on his wrist will break. He thinks 3 of them have just snapped at once. What is going on in there? Meanwhile, Goat has also been badly injured. Zephyr is prepared to fight the monster. The system window notifies that perk 1 skill, Wall of Iron, which significantly increases durability, completely cancels out any damage lower than the user's durability, and prevents easy fatigue. Zephyr thinks that not even the Wall of Iron can completely block it. The monster is probably less than a year old, but already so powerful. Dale is captured by the monster's tail. He thinks it's a predator that uses pheromones to deceive other monsters into raising it as one of their own kind. Once fully grown, it devours the monsters that raised it and leaves its nest. He takes Goat's spear and asks if he minds if he borrows it. Goat asks him to wait and inquires about his intentions. He swings the spear, thinking it's finally a chance to warm up properly. Using his magic, he declares, "Now, let him ask him what he thinks. Which would he prefer him to kill him with?" The system window notifies that perk 3 is the silver key, which is the key to a door in a forgotten castle. The key holder can store items in a silver room anytime and anywhere. Currently, they are stored in the left hand. He believes that it essentially creates an inventory, and he conjures a cloth and dragon weed from his hand with powers. Goat is shocked to see this. The system window notifies that dragon weed is a natural tonic that calms the mind. Zephyr tells him to stand back and ties the cloth around his hand, holding the spear. He says this is going to be intense. Goat asks what he is doing, stating he is not even a soldier. He thinks, damn it, he knows he is going to die eventually, but he refuses to die, hiding behind some miner like a coward. The monster moves toward him to attack, while Zephyr also moves to attack with the spear. The system window notifies that the skill Fear paralyzes an enemy with fear. Goat thinks, yes, that's right. He just remembered something that one of the older soldiers told him back when he was just starting out. He recalls some memories and thinks of a few years ago when an adult predator was attacking a nearby town. The townspeople just stood there and watched without even blinking. Their whole bodies were paralyzed with fear, and they could not even move their eyelids. There was nothing they could do except stand there and wait for their turn. Goat is shocked to see the attack and wonders, what the heck? What's that sound? What's going on here? Zephyr quickly attacks the monster with a spear and thinks, just as he expected, it's really good at neutralizing fear. He spits out the dragon weed. The system window notifies that dragon weed is a natural tonic that calms the mind. Perk 2 is Skill Hermes' secret skill that maximizes the effectiveness of all potions, boosting the effect by 500%. He believes only one of the 9 perks is a weapon. However, he cannot use it right now because it requires a ridiculous amount of mana. Nevertheless, he can easily manage such a small puppy with this. He takes a bottle of poison from inventory, applies it to the spear, and considers his old friend, number 68 of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons, Belil. The scene shifts to a flashback. Zephyr sits with Fade, holding some papers, and asks if he is sure about this. Fade replies that he has spent his life creating these formulas and asks if Zephyr is sure he wants to just give them away. Fade questions the utility of keeping them to himself when the world is coming to an end, asserting that he would rather they be used than go to waste. The scene shifts back to the present. He attacks the monster and considers that he truly wants it to use his poisons. If his poison can kill even one more of those monsters and save just one more life, he could not be any happier. He stabs the monster, cutting deep, while the monster screams in pain. He reflects that Belil is a deadly poison made from a common plant. Once it enters the bloodstream, it circulates through the body and erodes the organs. It also causes intense pain because Fade, the king of poisons, is extremely sadistic. He calculates that it takes 3 minutes for the poison to spread throughout the body. He has to hold out until then. He stabs the monster again and again, but the monster throws him away by hitting him with its tail and roaring. He throws the poison bottle into its mouth and tells it to take this. The monster vomits blood. He realizes there are just 2 minutes left. No, only 1 minute. He acknowledges that his skills aren't currently good enough for him to completely evade it. So he'll either have to wait a few more minutes until it collapses, or he'll have to kill it. He stabs the monster with his spear while the monster tries to hit him again with its tail. He grabs its tail and thinks it's almost over. The monster moves its tail, and he jumps onto the monster, leaving the tail on its head. He stabs the spear into its eye, breaks it into 2 parts, and stabs the other half into its head, saying, "Here's another one for him." He draws his knife and stabs the monster in its other eye. The monster moves, screaming in pain. Zephyr grabs the knife to steady himself and realizes he's not finished yet. There's still one more strike left. He stands atop the monster again and considers that this moment 10 years ago, in his current state, he isn't strong enough to overpower or wear it down, which is why he prepared in advance. He recalls the recovery water, noting that what most people don't know is it significantly boosts his mana when he drinks a lot of it. He thinks he would have to drink over 10 bottles at once just to get a slight boost, so it's not very effective on its own, but with this perk, it's as effective as any potion. The system window notifies him that Hermes' secret skill maximizes the effectiveness of all potions with a 500% boost. He realizes he now has enough mana to pierce even the skull of a predator. He attacks the monster and thinks of the basic mana technique, releasing it. Meanwhile, Goat sees this and recalls a memory. He thinks that as the head of the unit, one word from him to the Human Resources Department could get Zephyr transferred to the hunting team immediately. He is certain that's probably why Zephyr is trying to impress him. However, he can tell Zephyr is a hard worker but not desperate enough, and defeating one little kobold dungeon is not enough to impress him. Reflecting further, Goat realizes he was completely wrong. Zephyr does not need to try to impress him. With his talents, he will be recognized in no time and rise to the top. But at the moment, he is still just a minor. Goat thinks Zephyr can't even enter a dungeon without permission, which is why he needs Goat's help to get into the dungeon. Zephyr then tells Goat that they need to talk. After a while, a yellow-haired man is badly injured and insists he is not one of them, swearing it is true. A black-haired man holding a star flail moves to attack him, spinning it menacingly. The yellow-haired man pleads, reminding him that they joined the temple together and urging him to believe that he does not worship the god of demons. Sahak commands him to crush him. The black-haired man hits and kills him. A centipede emerges from his dead body. Sahak attacks the centipede with a magical knife and declares that it is a marked centipede. He licks the knife and states that he knew the fool was a Tartarus worshipper. After a while, Sahak kneels in front of Inquisitor Matthias, who remarks that Sahak killed 7 team members just to catch one rat, questioning if a 7-to-1 ratio doesn't seem rather inefficient, especially if the situation is that urgent. Sahak explains that he knows how these people operate, and they can assume the other unit members have already been converted. With only 1 month until the raid, if they do not root out the heretics hiding in the temple as soon as possible, they will regret it later. Inquisitor Matthias concedes and agrees to smooth things over with the hunting team, but he insists that in return, he expects real results. He emphasizes that Sahak represents him and must not embarrass him. He responds affirmatively. Meanwhile, at the Department of Human Resources, a short-haired girl says, "Right then, Captain Goat of Recon Unit D, please fill out the application form first." She asks if this is who he is recommending for a transfer and what the person's name and position are. Goat replies that this is Zephyr from the mining team, who just joined this week. She acknowledges this and requests a moment. She explains that if he nominates a member of another department to be transferred to his unit, that person becomes affiliated with his unit. If his unit's performance drops due to a mistake made by that person, it can negatively affect his chances of receiving a bonus or promotion. She asks if he agrees to these terms. Goat responds affirmatively and thinks that, of course, he would. On the other hand, if Zephyr performs well, all the credit goes to him. He reflects that life is all about luck and that he can't believe his fortune. The scene shifts to the previous day in the dungeon. Goat asks what Zephyr is talking about, questioning if he wants him to pretend the whole fight with the Predator never happened. Zephyr confirms this, and Goat asks if it is because he wants to take the monster's corpses. Zephyr replies that he only wants the Predator and will leave the kobolds, suggesting Goat can tell his superiors it was just a kobold den. Goat reflects that dungeons provide various resources like monster corpses, mana stones, and items, but temple slaves can't keep any of them. Anything slaves find belongs to the temple. He considers that all a warrior slave on the hunting team can hope for is a reward for clearing the dungeon, and a bonus that varies depending on the value of the loot. He mentions he could earn way more money if he sold it to a broker. Goat responds that it's impossible because there's a standby unit waiting outside to prevent such actions. He adds that even if they made a deal, the follow-up unit would come and check the area for items anyway. Zephyr agrees and then proposes an alternative. Placing his hand on the monster, he states there was something there, but now there isn't. He applies magic and transfers the monster into his inventory. Goat is shocked by what he sees and thinks he can't believe it. Most inventories can barely hold a few items, but he just made that massive monster disappear. Even the blood on the ground is gone. He asks if Zephyr doesn't want a promotion. The scene shifts to the present. He contemplates that he will clear 3 more dungeons for him. He can divide up the loot among themselves, and in exchange, he gets to keep the monster corpses. Goat reflects that the number of dungeons he clears each quarter, and especially the number of battles fought, has a major impact on promotion evaluations, even including lower-level dungeons like kobold dens. He acknowledges that as the recon unit, they don't engage in many battles, which is why he has been stuck as a unit leader for the last 3 years. However, with someone as powerful as him on their team, everything changes. He realizes that the recon unit being the first to enter the dungeons means they can have the dungeons all to themselves without interference from anyone else. If they clear a few dungeons with just a small group of people, it will make him look good as the unit leader. He wants to be promoted. Zephyr wants money. It's a good deal. All they have to do is be careful not to get caught. If he gets a decent price for the Predator, he could easily repay his debt. He would like to leave the temple immediately, but there's still something he has to do there. He knows the Temple Knights are embarking on a big raid in about a month's time. During this raid, they will uncover an item that will cause a sensation throughout the land. He believes he must participate in that raid no matter what, and he is determined to obtain that item to change the future. After a while, Goat announces that the registration is complete and Zephyr is now a member of the hunting team. He hands Zephyr his ID tag and instructs him to take it over to the armory to receive his basic gear. Zephyr reflects on his past life, recalling that he joined the hunting team after the list of participants had already been announced, causing him to miss out on the raid. Knowing they only select up to 20 people from the hunting team, he realizes he must either be exceptionally talented or have influential connections to be chosen. He considers his plan, pondering when he will be able to execute it. Goat mentions that Zephyr will find a line of people on the first floor of the armory building, where he is headed next. Goat adds that he plans to visit the hospital briefly to ensure Dale and Marco are receiving proper treatment for their wounds. He asks him if he needs to retrieve any belongings. Just then, Sahak arrives with his men. Goat sees them, places his hand on Zephyr's head, and instructs him to lower his head. They move forward. Goat explains that those are the Inquisitor's official agents, slaves who work directly for the Inquisitor. He advises Zephyr to treat them like superiors, not fellow slaves, as they have the authority to target anyone they deem a heretic and punish them without trial. Some people have been taken away simply for bumping into them or failing to address them properly. Goat singles out Sahak, describing him as the mad hound who joined the Inquisitor's team of agents for the sole purpose of killing people. Once he sets his sights on someone, he never lets them escape, so everyone should be cautious of him. Sahak interrupts, pointing at Zephyr and saying, "Him, over there." Goat is shocked and wonders if he heard correctly. He apologizes for a moment, stating something is bothering him, then introduces Zephyr as a minor and himself as Sahak, an agent of the Inquisitor. Goat requests Zephyr to state his name and position. Goat further clarifies that Zephyr has just been transferred to his team and assures Sahak that as the team leader, he will handle any issues that arise. Sahak commands him to shut up, stating he didn't ask him anything. He considers the murderous aura emanating from Zephyr and confirms his suspicions. He can sense it just from Zephyr standing there. Sahak believes most people wouldn't notice, but he has the keen sense of a bloodhound. This guy is genuinely powerful. He notes Zephyr is dressed like a miner but has recently been transferred to the hunting team, indicating he was previously on the mining team. Sahak recalls how new slaves are assigned to workstations after completing aptitude tests, including physical and mana tests. Those with combat skills are given opportunities to demonstrate their abilities because the hunting team always needs capable individuals. Yet, someone as strong as Zephyr was initially assigned to the mining team and then nominated for transfer to the hunting team, which strikes Sahak as unusual. Inquisitor's official agents surround Zephyr. Sahak believes they can handle him despite his strength and instructs them to allow him to ask a few questions. He warns Zephyr to answer truthfully and not dare to lie. Zephyr privately thinks about Sahak, questioning who this guy thinks he is and considering how easy he is making things for him. Sahak insists on being allowed to ask a few questions, warning that Zephyr had better answer him and not dare to lie. He inquires whether Zephyr has ever heard of the Tartarus worshippers. Zephyr acknowledges his knowledge of them. He knows better than anyone about the Tartarus worshippers, a group devoted to Tartarus, the god of demons. They are the ones responsible for betraying humanity in the upcoming Great War, ultimately causing their downfall. At present, low-ranking individuals mostly perceive them as a cult opposing the Orthodox religion. Sahak explains that there are several distinguishing features that set them apart from others, and he possesses a talent for identifying them, which led to his employment with Inquisitor Matthias. He asserts that his intuition indicates Zephyr is a threat and points a knife toward him. He announces that he will now begin questioning Zephyr as an official agent of the Inquisitor, reminding him that every word he says and every action he takes can be used against him. Zephyr asks if he can pose a question first. An Inquisitor's agent calls him arrogant, but Sahak tells Zephyr to go ahead. Zephyr requests to move somewhere else, explaining that there are too many people watching, and he does not want to humiliate Sahak in public, which would put Sahak in an awkward situation. Sahak, incredulous, asks what Zephyr just said, remarking that he is certainly full of himself. He questions if Zephyr thinks he can defeat 5 of them alone. Dismissing the concern, Sahak asserts that it makes it more worthwhile to teach arrogant guys like Zephyr a lesson and moves to attack him. They create a magic circle around him. The system window notifies that the skill red field boosts the stats of all allies within the field. While the skill is active, the effect boost is amplified depending on the number of casters. Currently, the skill is only active as gear due to the caster's limited understanding of it. Zephyr thinks this should be interesting. In that case, he will go with this and is ready to fight. Sahak wonders why he is standing like that. It looks like some kind of strange martial arts stance. Maybe he should just wait and see what he does, or at least that's what most people would think. He jumps to attack him and thinks, but he does not care. He is invincible in the red field. Zephyr blocks his attack and tries to counterattack. He bends down and attacks his leg, thinking he has got him, but his kick does not affect his opponent's leg. He wonders what the hell. It feels like his leg is made of steel. Zephyr punches him hard repeatedly and knocks him out. Goat tells Zephyr to look to his right. The black-haired boy throws the star flail at him while he tries to block it with his arm. He swings the chain again and says it is his turn now. Zephyr remarks that he did not know he could talk and suggests he should speak up more often, thinking he was just his little pet. He attacks again, throwing the star flail toward him, causing the ground to break. The people standing around the street say there are rocks flying everywhere. A person warns to watch out. Goat thinks this guy is scary. He knew he was strong when he saw him fighting in the dungeon, but he just took out Sahak in a matter of seconds with some kind of new martial art. And that big, tall guy's morning star flail is tearing up the ground as if it has a will of its own. But if he looks closely, he is evading it completely. He wonders what if he actually manages to beat them. Sahak would be so humiliated he would not even be able to request an official arrest warrant. He thinks if he can beat them, they won't even get to interrogate him. He believes he can do it. If he loses, he will be guilty by association as his unit leader. So please, don't let them win. A yellow-haired man says it's over now. It's too bad for him. Goat asks what he means. He replies that Zephyr is putting up a good fight and dodging the attacks pretty well. But the problem is it has already been a few minutes, and he is just about out of time now. Zephyr catches the star flail chain, sees a magic light around him, and thinks as long as the red field is active. The black-haired man uses his power and tries to snatch the chain. Sahak also attacks his back with a sword. Zephyr thinks these idiots become stronger as time passes. Sahak says enough messing around, get ready. He is going to make him regret not simply begging to be sent to jail from the start. He runs to attack while his hand is captured by a chain. He attacks him repeatedly and says he can't even see him if he can. He states all his stats are 80% higher than normal right now, and he does not stand a chance against this kind of speed and commands him to die, calling him a miserable idiot while laughing. Zephyr hits both hands with the chain on his head, smashes his face on the floor, and then grabs his hair. He asks if these guys do not know how to work as a team and hits his head with his knee. Sahak thinks no way. Both his speed and defense, boosted by the red field, are useless against him. He says he was so eager to beat him himself that he completely ignored the big guy over there, and if he wanted to show off his speed, he should have at least used a solid tanker. The black-haired man gets angry and calls him a little punk, telling him to get over here. He snatches the chain toward him. Zephyr remarks, yes, look at him. He is built like a freaking tank and asks why he keeps throwing him silly little chains from over there if he is afraid to fight hand to hand. He thinks if his subordinates in his last life had been running a party this badly, he would have whooped their asses and snatched chains toward himself while using basic magic skill power boost. He snatches the star flail and makes him fall down on the floor. Everyone is shocked to see this. Sahak tries to get up, abuses him, and asks who the hell he is. Zephyr says he thought he was an interrogator and asks if that is all he has to ask him. He says, unfortunately for him, he does not have the right to know that and moves to leave from there. Ned Stryer sees everything from the window and thinks it is incredible if he could have been sent by their master. A person asks what just happened. The other says he can't believe it. Sahak lost. Sahak tries to get up and says he will kill him. Zephyr thinks what a sore loser and considers, well, that takes care of the first part of his plan. The only question is when he will hear about it, but it's only a matter of time. Suddenly, he sits on the ground and realizes he can't move a single muscle. He suddenly feels completely drained, and his whole body aches. It must be mana freeze. The system window notifies that mana freeze is a temporary pain and feeling of exhaustion that occurs when a mana user runs out of mana. He thinks that the skill used up his mana more quickly than he thought, even after all those boosts to his mana level. He guesses his body from 10 years ago is not that strong. He thinks if he does not do something about this, the collection will begin. Just then, Spirit Shylock comes in front of him and announces he is Spirit Shylock, coming in the name of Lord Asura, the great god of debt. His mana reserve has reached 0, and he will now begin the collection for the skill Wall of Iron. He thinks Wall of Iron is not just a skill that boosts one's defense and endurance. In reality, whatever fatigue and damage he receives while using the skill are stored as debt. Then, when his mana reaches 0, all that accumulated damage hits him at once. He knows many adventurers have used this skill to try to conquer higher level dungeons and have gone bankrupt or died in the process. It's the double-edged sword of Asura, the god of debt, a deity who feeds on the despair of humans on the brink of annihilation. He thinks he was sure he was drooling as he watched him fight the greedy idiot. Spirit Shylock uses his power and announces the total damage measurement complete, initiating a countdown. He feels his body is so heavy, but he has to do something, and he can't move. He tears a glove, sees a little bottle, and calls it his emergency recovery water. Spirit Shylock continues the countdown and announces 1 while Zephyr drinks the recovery water. Spirit Shylock throws his big bell at him and announces that the user has 1 mana point, canceling the collection countdown. He adds that the debt will be collected at a later date and disappears from there. Zephyr laughs and tells Asura he underestimated him, asking if he thinks that he wouldn't have prepared for that. He considers himself a survival expert, having stayed alive for a whole year even after humanity was destroyed. Avoiding his little collection is nothing. As long as he manages his mana well, Wall of Iron is a totally safe and super effective skill. He thinks to himself that in his previous life, this skill was worth about 500 gold. Skills have always been expensive, and this was a popular skill among berserkers. Anyway, he thinks that's way more than he can afford right now. He raises his middle finger toward the sky and sarcastically thanks him. Ursa gets angry upon seeing this. After a while, Zephyr wakes up in a room and wonders if he passed out and where he is. The priestess, Anna Primrose, stands near him and informs him that he is awake. She asks if he slept well. He finds himself tied with rope on a bed with many weapons placed near him and asks what she is doing. She apologizes, noting that he must be surprised to wake up in a new place, and reassures him not to worry, as this is their workshop. She mentions that he must have been exhausted since he was sleeping so deeply. She informs him that the repayment period for the first loan he took out from the shop expired an hour ago and asks if he is out of his mind. She grabs a knife and expresses concern over hearing about all the dangerous activities he has been involved in, taking out loans with collateral and not paying interest on time. At this rate, they have no choice but to think that he has no intention of repaying the loan. She moves the knife near his eye and tells him to inform her whether he is going to pay back her loans or not. He realizes that he forgot he owes them money, too. If he uses mana now, Asura will come back to collect his debt again. He will have to talk his way out of this situation and states that he will receive his reward for beating the dungeon next week. He requests her to please wait until then. She responds that they will be taking that too, of course. She questions him about the shop loans he has been taking out every day and the interest he has not paid. She asks how he plans to pay the accumulating interest until he receives his dungeon reward. She comments that it was just a kobold den. He thinks that should be enough to cover this. She asks him what he is going to do and suggests cutting out his organs right now. She calls her subordinates. They say yes and proceed to cut his ropes, placing his hand on a table while holding a big knife. She states that for now, they will just cut off one of his fingers. She believes that seeing a missing finger will make him take their temple seriously. Zephyr tells them to wait and considers if he can just remember something. She orders them to cut it off. Her subordinate swings the knife in the air to attack, but stops near his finger. She tells them to wait and thinks to herself, calling him an idiot if he just said what she thinks he did. She demands to know who the hell he is. Her subordinate asks what's wrong. She instructs both of them to get out. They ask what's going on. She repeats herself, telling them to leave. He acknowledges her command and remarks to the other that she's angry, suggesting they should leave. She demands he tell her the truth and asks how he knows that name. Zephyr responds by asking how he could not know someone as famous as her sister, or rather, monster broker White Rose. He reflects that Anna Primrose, a nun in the Temple of Light, has another side as White Rose, a broker dealing in monster corpses, gear, and stolen goods with connections in the criminal world. He considers it foolish to go on a dungeon raid with the cheap gear available to the hunting team. which is why he plans to strike a deal with her to acquire better items. He explains that he was actually on his way to see her, thanks her for picking him up, and asks if she could untie him first. He adds that it doesn't feel right to discuss business while lying down and proposes a more productive arrangement. Meanwhile, Sahak wakes up in his room and angrily throws food away. A nurse tells him to calm down and reminds him that he needs to rest. He remembers Zephyr asking him if that's all, implying he doesn't have the right to know. Sahak curses at him and demands to know how dare he. He declares that he will kill that idiot if it's the last thing he does. Ned Stryer enters the room and asks what's going on, questioning who is causing such a disturbance in the hospital. Sahak greets him and says good evening. Ned reassures him it's okay, he doesn't need to get up, and tells the healers to leave as he will take care of Sahak. They acknowledge and leave. Ned mentions he heard Sahak had a little accident. Sahak apologizes, admitting he messed up, but insists there's nothing to worry about. He puts a knife in his mouth and asks what Ned means by nothing to worry about. He mentions that everywhere he goes, everyone has been talking about it all night. However, he assures there's nothing to worry about. He explains that Inquisitor Matthias always told them not to do anything that would embarrass him. But Sahak got his ass kicked in front of all those slaves, appearing like some mutt on the street. He takes out a knife and states that the reason they have given him free rein to do as he pleases is because they had high hopes for him. When he discovered that first Tartarus worshipper, they thought he had a special gift. He asks if Ned knows how many Tartarus worshippers he has managed to hunt down in the last 6 months, including that first one. Sahak states that there are just 2. He acknowledges that his superiors are starting to doubt his abilities. They are tired of tolerating his nonsense, and now he has made a mockery of the title of agent to the Inquisitor. Sahak bows down and pleads for one more chance, promising he will do anything. He asserts that first, he must do right by killing the guy who humiliated him, and then he will decide what to do next. Sahak believes that if he can't even manage that, he will no longer be worthy of wearing the red agent uniform. He throws a packet in front of him and instructs him to use it. Sahak sees some magical items and identifies them as Tartarus worshippers. Ned Stryer mentions that it was in the room of that Tartarus worshipper he had caught before. He leaves it up to Sahak whether to use it or not, but he adds that Sahak has nothing to lose either way. He advises Sahak to make his choice without regret and then leaves the room. He considers Sahak the Mad Hound, the common enemy of all slaves on the hunting team, having killed a whopping 26 slaves at the temple in the last 6 months. He thinks that returning to being an ordinary slave now would mean certain death at the hands of the slaves on the hunting team. He grabs the magical ball and thinks there's not a chance. Things were finally starting to look up for him. He had worked so hard to escape the misery of being a slave, and he couldn't let it all end like this. That idiot is going to die, not him. Meanwhile, Ned Stryer instructs a guard to keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't do anything stupid. The guard agrees. Ned Stryer remarks that people need to know their place, otherwise they get cast aside like him. He inquires about the talent and comments that the fool has no idea he only helped to create a diversion. The guard mentions that thanks to Sahak's antics, the head of the Temple Knights has let his guard down. Ned Stryer thinks he will infiltrate the raid of the Temple Knights and intercept the item. In the process, he plans to eliminate the head of the Temple Knights in the dungeon, allowing the Tartarus worshippers to take control of the Temple of Light's third parish. He believes this crucial mission will change the fate of the Tartarus worshippers, and he can't let anyone obstruct his plans. He agrees to look into that guy for him. He considers that Zephyr was using their martial arts techniques. The only people who know those techniques are the Master and his disciples. If the Master had sent Zephyr here to help them, why didn't he approach him in the usual way? He finds Zephyr suspicious. If he is not careful, Zephyr could leak information about them, so he plans to use Sahak to test him. He decides that if Zephyr is not on their side, they will simply get rid of him. Meanwhile, Anna Primrose observes the monster's corpse and thinks she can't believe this. She thought he was just some lunatic, but look at that. Zephyr asks if she likes it. She asks if he is kidding and says she freaking loves it. She says, anyway, let her make sure she has everything right. The system window notifies that the items to sell are 1 predator corpse with no mana stones, brain, and some bones damaged. The items to purchase are 5 advanced divine enchantments, 1 miraculous rosary healing, 1 salamander stone silver alchemy set rental, a blessed sun herb, a blessed moon herb, an antler, etc. She remarks that there's nothing here that she can't get for him. The problem is the money. These items cost 5,000 gold altogether. He will have to bring her another 3 predators. He says no problem. He will have them for her in 3 weeks. He asks her to make sure she gets his stuff ready, but first, he needs one more favor. After a while, Zephyr sits with Goat and the others while Goat says that now they all know each other, but let's just introduce themselves again for the new guy. He introduces Marco as their unit's tanker. Marco responds with nice to meet him. He introduces Dale, mentioning that he's only been with them for 3 months, but he's an excellent sword fighter. Lastly, he introduces their promising new member, Zephyr. He then encourages everyone to drink up and raise their glasses. Zephyr wonders why they are all so tense. He thinks they should lighten up because he's here to help them, even though it seems he is not happy. He considers that if the food isn't good enough for a welcome party, it's the best they could afford as they are all in debt too. Zephyr says he'd like to say one thing while secretly taking out a bottle, stating that he doesn't drink horse piss. Everyone is happy to see that, and they ask where he got the bottle. Zephyr thinks he got this drink from White Rose. It's a luxury item that most slaves could never even dream of buying. He suggests having a drink and proposes a toast to them working together. Goat says he knows what. Zephyr is a nice guy, and they all fill their glasses. Zephyr thinks he can make them look good and improve their track record, and they can help him steal monster corpses. Whether they like it or not, they are all in this together until the raid. He reflects that he was in the same unit as Goat in his last life, so he knows him pretty well. All he has to do is coach him about what to do. As for the other 2, they were not alive at this point in time before, so he doesn't know them. He considers whether they will cooperate or if he will have to get rid of them. He guesses he will find out soon enough. He thinks that people tend to favor those who give them what they want. Money for those who like money, success for those thirsty for success, and for those who like to feel important. All he has to do is build them up a bit. However, there's always at least one irritating exception in every group, and he is not the type to play nice with someone who doesn't like him. Dale looks at him and thinks he doesn't like that guy. The scene shifts to a flashback where Goat sits with Dale and Marco. He emphasizes that this assignment is a big deal for them. Currently, he is level 4, and they are both level 5. As they know, even a promotion by 1 level completely changes the way people treat them. He stresses that he needs their cooperation and for them to be nice to him. Marco mentions he still can't believe that the miner saved them, and that Goat made a deal like that with him. Dale acknowledges that it's his call as the head of the unit, but questions if he should have consulted them before deciding. Goat admits he can't help but wonder if maybe the miner made up the whole story and tricked him while he was unconscious. Goat dismisses the idea of a miner defeating a predator alone as ridiculous and asks who else could have done it. He emphasizes that if anyone finds out about the deal, they could be sent straight to prison or even executed for trafficking monster corpses. Marco places a finger on his lips and advises to keep it down, as someone might hear. He mentions that he's already part of their unit and reminds them that they agreed to split the rewards 3 ways. He suggests they wait and see how things unfold. The scene shifts to the present. Dale considers the idea of waiting and seeing but dismisses it, thinking that those 2 are hopeless. He believes Goat, their leader, has no clue what he's doing, and Marco only likes him because he brought that booze with him. Dale refuses to accept him and believes he knows trouble when he sees it. He reflects that if Marco scammed them, they would find out soon enough. Talking big is not enough to survive in their line of work because they are the hunting team, and they raid dungeons for a living. After a while, they all move toward the cave. He thinks Edorin is a cave town that was carved into the side of a mountain centuries ago. Marco remarks that he didn't know there was a place like this just 2 days' ride from the temple. Dale asks if people live in those caves, finding it interesting. Goat explains that the inside is even more fascinating. They have everything from living rooms and bedrooms to kitchens and guest rooms. That's why people sent on missions by the temple or travelers going to the temple for healing often stay at the inns here. He recalls staying here himself when he was just starting out. Marco comments that Goat should have brought them here back then, not when the place was already crawling with monsters. They enter the cave and see webs all around. Zephyr uses magical power and thinks about mana perception. a skill that enhances his perception by surrounding his body with mana or spreading it on the ground. It allows him to pick up on the contours of any object within the mana field, detect any movement, and especially sense mana-infused objects, enabling him to feel them as vividly as if they were touching his skin. He moves forward with the others and spots a black steel spider. They sit on the ground. Dale asks if it's in here. Zephyr confirms and says he found traces of it at the entrance. He explains the plan. First, they will avoid the spider webs and head over to the hole where the baby spiders are. He draws a sketch on the ground and continues, saying they will then pour a paralyzing drug into the hole, wait for a minute, and kill them all. He mentions that he will have to keep mana perception running for a while, so it won't be easy. However, the spiders sleep during the day, so they just need to approach them carefully. Dale suggests waiting a minute, emphasizing that it's not a question of whether it's easy or not. If that thing in there really is a black steel spider, there's no way the four of them can beat it on their own. He explains that black steel spiders are a type of spider monster with a thick outer skin as hard as steel. Swords can't penetrate their skin, and they have powerful attacks. Above all, they reproduce extremely quickly, allowing them to create an army in no time. Going after a black steel spider nest is way harder than defeating an adult predator. He states that they are not strong enough to beat it by themselves. This time, he suggests just reporting the dungeon to the temple, or at least taking some people from the combat team with them. Zephyr agrees, saying that's a good idea. He adds that if Dale doesn't think he can handle it, he is welcome to stay out there. He asserts that he can clear the dungeon by himself anyway. Dale thinks he didn't expect that, but it only confirms his suspicions that this guy is definitely a con man. He reflects on the fact that he didn't witness Zephyr hunting that predator by himself or fighting Inquisitor Agent Sahak. Now Zephyr claims he can beat a black steel spider nest by himself. It doesn't make sense that someone with that kind of ability would end up in their unit. Dale concludes that this dungeon can't be that dangerous. He believes Zephyr thought they wouldn't come with him if he scared them off. He decides to see how long Zephyr can keep up his little bluff. Suddenly, Dale's hand gets struck with webbing, and he wonders why it won't come off. He sees many spiders coming toward him and is shocked when one jumps to attack him. Zephyr sees this and thinks it's time to get started. He grabs Dale to save him and moves to attack the spider, but another spider jumps on his arm and starts biting. Zephyr asks what's wrong, surprised that they can't sink their teeth in, and punches them with mana power, killing them. Dale is shocked to see this. He tells everyone to gather around. They all huddle up while the spiders surround them and move to attack. He thinks that this is only a plan. Of course, there's no telling what might actually happen in the dungeon, so if they end up in a situation where they have to fight, let's do this. He recalls giving a cloak to Marco and instructing him to cover his hammer with it. He tells Dale and Goat to cover their weapons with their own cloaks, explaining that most swords can't cut through the spider's webs. He remembers telling them to use their cloak-covered weapons to break through the spider webs. Marco breaks the spider web with his hammer and thinks it's working. Even if the web sticks to the hammer, these things are not very strong, so he can keep swinging his hammer. Goat also kills spiders and thinks about how many of them there are, dozens, hundreds, and too many to count. Dale also attacks them and tells them to buzz off, calling them little creeps. A spider attacks Dale's arm and cuts it. He urges them to hurry up. Zephyr recalls saying that when they have gathered all the monsters around them, he will deal with them, and he starts attacking them. After a while, they kill all the spiders. Goat asks if they got them all. Dale sits holding his arm and thinks the cut's deep. He shouldn't have underestimated them, and he can't believe he's relying on this guy to help him. This is so embarrassing. Zephyr gives him a recovery water bottle and says to drink up. It's a mixture of recovery water and some medicinal herbs, similar to a potion. He thinks he was aware of the entire situation the whole time they were fighting. The range and precision of his mana perception are on a completely different level. That means he probably also knows that he was the first one to get caught in the spiderwebs. He wonders if anything will be said to him. Zephyr mentions that mistakes are made by everyone. The key is to avoid repeating them. He considers that he isn't actually that bad. In his previous life, he had trained many unskilled fighters, most of whom were hopeless even when given precise instructions. However, this guy was completely focused during the explanation. He possesses potential and belongs to the type of person who must experience things firsthand. Words alone are insufficient. He suspects the guy seems suspicious of him, but by the time he defeats this dungeon, he will likely have decided whether to remain outside dungeons henceforth as a coward or to cease being so stubborn and follow his lead. He attacks a large spider. Goat also attacks and mentions that it worked. The paralyzing drug has slowed them down. Dale stabs a spider and recalls Zephyr's advice, noting that, unlike their backs, their bellies are soft, so one should aim for the belly. He reflects that Zephyr has been correct about everything, from the monster's habits and characteristics to their weaknesses. He even knew the most effective way to defeat them, prompting Dale to wonder how Zephyr acquired such knowledge. Dale ponders, questioning the identity of this knowledgeable individual, and proceeds to cut the spider's belly with his sword. Goat acknowledges with a got it. Marco expresses his approval, stating that he is nice. Dale remarks that it's a piece of cake. Zephyr commends them, saying it's not bad for a start, and settles amidst the corpses of spiders. Dale is taken aback, realizing they struggled to defeat just one large spider. Goat contemplates the number of spiders he has dispatched. Zephyr suggests taking a minute's rest and asks Goat to retrieve the food. Goat agrees with an okay. While eating, Marco asks what line of work Zephyr was in before. Zephyr replies that he was an adventurer. Marco clarifies, asking if Zephyr was part of a big guild or studied with a famous master. Dale also expresses curiosity about Zephyr's background. Reflecting on his past life, Zephyr mentions that there's only the boss room left now. Marco responds with enthusiasm, saying great. Goat asks what they should do next. He cuts the leg of a spider, splits it, and fashions a weapon from it, while stating that they have fulfilled their roles. Now he needs everyone to leave. They are shocked to hear this. Goat reflects on the past 4 years he has spent on the hunting team. Many team members have died during this time, but fortunately, he survived. There is one reason for his survival. He always avoided taking dangerous routes, opting for the safest options whenever possible, and obeying those in power. He remembers Dale commenting that it would be a waste to share an easy dungeon like this with others, while Marco remarks that he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. Recollecting finding a stone, Goat mentions that it's a pity the monastones aren't better, as they are just kobolds. He thinks this is the reason he never got promoted, but he doesn't mind. It's not worth risking his life for. Zephyr states that he has completed his part and now requires everyone to leave. Goat thinks to himself that Zephyr was planning to defeat the boss alone all along. He guesses they wouldn't be of much help anyway, so they should just stay out of Zephyr's way and agree with a resigned alright. Marco suggests that since they are already here, they might as well stay with Zephyr for this last part, too, if they can't just leave. Goat wonders what Marco is talking about. Dale agrees, stating they have a better chance if they work together. Goat thinks to himself that Dale should snap out of it, as they are too, and he will end up getting killed if he doesn't learn his place. He looks at Zephyr and considers saying something, not wanting them to come with him if he can help it. Zephyr clarified that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He told them to leave, not to slack off, and announced he would assign each of them a role now. Goat thinks to himself, feeling uncertain about the situation, and silently disagrees. After a while, Zephyr moves deeper into the cave, looks down, and thinks this is it, the heart of the dungeon, the queen spider's spawning lair. He sees a large spider and recognizes it as a night spider, the guardian of the spawning lair, with the queen spider being the lord of the spider nest. He realizes he can't sneak in any farther. To allow the queen spider to focus on laying eggs, the night spiders almost never leave their stations, only passively blocking anything that tries to enter the lair. Using his magical inventory, he retrieves a silver key and some plain flour. He takes a bag of flour and throws it toward the queen spider. Then he picks up the crossbow and aims. When the arrow hits the spider, an explosion occurs. He thinks one little spark in that mist of flour is enough to cause a chain reaction of explosions among the flour particles, known as a dust explosion. He runs from the area, thinking that, of course, this is not enough to kill them. The Spider Queen starts following him. He shoots an arrow at her and thinks that's right, poison arrows. The system window notifies him that Belil, number 68 of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons, causes severe pain. Yet, the spiders continue to follow him. The scene shifts to a flashback. He holds a web sack and explains that it is from a black steel spider, which can be squeezed to produce spiderwebs. Goat asks if spiderwebs would work against spiders. Zephyr confirms that they would. Even spiders stick to webs without the special fluid secreted by their legs. He instructs Goat to make spiderwebs in the places he showed them on their way out. He gives the web sack to Goat and tells him to wait outside, explaining that the boss room has far more spiderwebs than out here. They wouldn't stand a chance if they tried to fight the spiders inside, which is why they need to lure them out. The scene shifts back to the present. He slides down and moves between webs while the spider gets stuck in one. He takes the weapon made from a spider leg and thinks that now there is only one night spider left. He stabs the spider, starts running, and thinks she's coming. He runs toward the cave door, thinking the queen spider is approaching. Outside, Goat urges him to hurry. The queen spider quickly spits poison at him. He thinks this poison is highly acidic, but what really makes it terrifying is its special effect. He recalls Fade explaining that its curse disables defensive and regenerative abilities. Humans with low mana and defense melt on the spot before they even know what hit them. The only way to survive is to avoid touching it. Otherwise, he is doomed. He jumps out of the cave to escape the poison. The Spider Queen follows, leaping behind him. He tells everyone to get in position. They all ready their attacks while Zephyr also jumps, holding his weapon to strike. The Spider Queen tries to attack him, but he moves back and challenges her, saying to bring it on. He thinks he will act as the tank since he is the only one here who can face the boss one-on-one. He recalls a memory where he instructed the others to deal as much damage as possible while he distracted her. They asked in surprise. Goat trembles, holding his weapon, thinking he has always tried to avoid danger because his own safety comes first. He wonders how they could ever defeat something like that. Dale recalls a memory where a group from the hunting team teased them. One person told them to make food and clean their gear, while another points out their weapon and questions their abilities, asking if they think they are hunters like them. He dismisses the idea, stating that they don't even fight, so they have to earn their keep somehow. Dale thinks he is so sick of being treated as useless. He has made it this far, and there is nothing to be afraid of. They can fight the Spider Queen, and he readies himself to attack. Marco reflects that before, they would have never dreamed of fighting such a monster. But something has changed since Zephyr appeared. He thinks that everything Zephyr has said has come true so far. Marco decides to trust him one more time and encourages the others, saying they can do this. Goat thinks they never listen to him, their own unit leader. If Dale and Marco insist on fighting, then he has no choice but to join them. He aims for the part of the Spider Queen's armor that was blown away by the explosion. He explains that it's soft underneath, only the armor is tough. Marco asks if that is so and stabs it with a knife. Dale remembers Zephyr pointing to a place and instructing them to aim there, explaining it's a cluster of nerves that pass right through the middle of the leg. He coats his sword in tranquilizer and cuts right there, stabbing her and saying, "Sweet, it went in." Just then, the queen throws webs around him. He thinks there's no time to dodge it. Zephyr takes a long jump and attacks her. He asks what she is looking at, calling her an ugly bug. He attacks her again and again. Dale watches him and thinks he can't believe how strong he is. He's blocking all of the Queen Spider's attacks, and Dale can barely follow what's going on. He recalls a memory while Goat mentions that they aren't very strong and asks if he is sure he wants them to attack it. Goat suggests maybe he should just do it himself. Zephyr reassures him, saying no, it'll be fine. The Queen Spider will be furious at him for burning her eggs, and she will barely even notice what's going on behind her. Besides, Queen Black Steel spiders have an unusual trait. He thinks once again that he is right. They have already been fighting for 5 minutes, and the Queen Spider has hardly moved from the spot where she first landed. He explains that Queen Spiders lay their eggs in a narrow spawning lair, so they have a habit of minimizing the use of their hind legs. That's why it's relatively safe to be around their hind legs. Aside from spiderwebs or stomp attacks when they jump down on him, they mostly attack with their front half. The Spider Queen attempts to attack Zephyr as he moves back. He thinks he's learned these behavior patterns from fighting giant spiders in dungeons. Besides, Zephyr is holding her back for them. Once they paralyze her with the tranquilizer, the rest is only a matter of time. Marco prepares to attack with a hammer and believes he can do this. Goat also stabs her with a spear and feels confident he can do it. The queen lifts Goat up while he holds onto his spear. Zephyr observes this as the spider queen throws Goat away. She declares she will never forgive them for this, calling them pathetic little humans and threatening to not only crush them, but also melt them into a puddle with her poison. Zephyr uses his mana magic power and attacks her bare-handed. He grabs her venom gland and thinks, "Here's its venom gland." He removes it from her body, unties his belt, and ties the venom gland with it. He thinks now it won't be able to shoot poison for a few minutes, and there is no need to hurry. He takes a high jump, lands on his head, and thinks to himself to just take his time and aim carefully. He believes this fight will be won by the side that keeps its focus. They kill the Spider Queen. Goat exclaims that they did it and claps with Marco. Marco acknowledges that they beat it. Dale staggers and thinks that if they beat it, no, Zephyr will let them beat it. He reflects that he had no idea how different hunting could be depending on who the leader was. Maybe if he lets Zephyr lead him, he can become like him, too. Zephyr thinks they can't hide the traces of the queen spider, so he won't be able to take the whole body like that predator before. Well, at least they killed a few giant spiders. He can give those to White Rose and take what he needs for now. Dale calls out to Zephyr and compliments him, saying good work and letting them handle the rest. He suggests Zephyr have a seat and relax. Dale mentions he's skilled at dismembering monster corpses and asks if Zephyr is thirsty, offering him some water. He then asks if they are going to help or not, urging them not to keep Zephyr waiting. Zephyr drinks water and mentions that he didn't have to use so much mana since they all worked together. This way, he won't have to worry about Ursa coming to collect his debt anytime soon. He acknowledges that all three of them are not bad at all, but that's it. He thinks they won't be of any use to him when he fights him. His stats, gear, teammates, none of them are good enough yet. He realizes he needs a plan. After a while, Anna Primrose comments on a real predator. She didn't expect something so rare. Zephyr gives her a bag and says that here's the amount they agreed on. He gave her a bit extra, so please use it for a good cause. She takes it and thanks him, expressing her appreciation. She assures him that she is sure the goddess commends his faith and asks if he has enough inventory space. She offers to lend him more if he likes and then leaves. He thinks about trafficking in a temple dedicated to the gods in broad daylight, considering the world they live in, and realizes that nowadays, no one would be naive enough to think that temples are that holy. He thinks there's a reason why there are mountains of money donated by believers to temples and why cities are built around them, because the temple knights and the combat slaves kill monsters for them. He reflects that safety costs money, and although people can buy it to some extent, later on, it will become difficult to buy his own children's safety, even if he sells his soul. After a while, Anna Primrose walks with Zephyr and mentions they were fortunate that a buyer showed up just in time to purchase both the Predator and the Black Steel spiders. They received a decent amount for them since they were in good condition. She expresses her admiration that he managed to bring back something like Black Steel spiders so quickly. He is quite the warrior. He asks how much he has paid off so far. She thinks it's a frosty response and informs him that he has paid off 48% of the total amount. She will deduct 20% from the top to repay his debt to the temple. By the way, she has arranged lab cleaning duty for him. She hands him a uniform and says, "Here's the uniform and entry pass." The system window notifies about items available for purchase, including the rental of a silver alchemy set. She explained that alchemy's equipment was large and difficult to move, so she couldn't just lend it to him. Everyone leaves the lab by 7 o'clock, so he can use it then. She reminds him not to forget to clean up after he is done. He thinks, great, this is definitely safer than trying to sneak the equipment out of the lab. They never have anyone to clean the lab, so he could probably even head over there tonight. He says he guesses that will work. She assures him that he will get paid, too. It's not a bad deal. Ned Stryer arrives and addresses her as a sister. He mentions that he is looking for her and asks if she has a minute to talk while staring at Zephyr. Zephyr thinks he did not expect to see him here. Ned is an agent of the Inquisitor, one of only 12 first-class agents recognized by the temple, and he has a history with him. She asks what brings him here and sarcastically adds that she is sure it is not to ask her on a date. She wonders if he wants to take out a loan. Unfortunately, she is kind of busy right now. She thinks he's pretending to talk to him, but he's really after her client. Ned is Sahak's boss, the guy that her client beat up. She knew these fools would do something eventually, but this was reckless even for them, coming to pick a fight with one of her clients right in front of her, an official priest. She says they can talk next time and mentions she will tell him about some low-interest loans, knowing his credit is good. Ned Stryer asks if he can ask her one quick question now and suggests buying her a cup of tea, with his friend here joining them. He asks how that sounds and inquires if he and Sahak know each other. Zephyr inquires about Sahak and states he's never heard of him, adding that he doesn't have a very good memory and can't remember every sleazy bag he's run into. They both stare at each other, using his mana power. She thinks it's impossible. The mana is so strong it almost pierces his skin, such powerful energy. She thinks he is not just any ordinary combat slave. He's practically as strong as a temple knight, or maybe even stronger. Ned Stryer thinks that seeing him up close like this, he can see why Sahak couldn't just pass by him. He didn't come here to fight him, but let's see a little of what he's got, the little prick. She commands them to get on their knees, both of them. The system window notifies that slave mark is a tattoo imprinted on slaves with the power of the priests of light, who may give forced commands to those marked with this tattoo. They both see the tattoo on their arm light up and kneel down. She slaps Zephyr, grabs him by the shirt, and asks what he thinks he is doing, advising him not to be stupid if he's trying to get himself killed. She declares that's it. She is going to have to teach him a lesson. She instructs Ned Stryer that, as for him, this guy is his toy. If he lays a finger on him, she will kill him. After a while, she sits on the stairs and asks if he can't just ignore him. She mentions that the guy is seriously dangerous. Her hands are still trembling. She knows he must be strong since he's a first-class agent, but almost no one has actually seen him fight in battle because everyone he fought is dead. She continues, saying he is making her very anxious by putting himself in danger like that. She swears that if he does not pay back his debt, she will kill him herself, thinking he shouldn't dare get hurt because he is her source of income. She holds his face and tells him to try to be more careful. She can't protect him outside the temple. He moves her hand away and says they were just saying hi a minute ago. If he really wanted to fight, she would not have even had time to stop it. He thinks the fact that he's come out in the open like that means he's almost ready. He had better hurry too and start to leave. She asks where he is going. He says to the lab and asks if she can do him one more favor. She asks what? Meanwhile, Ned Stryer remarks, so that's the power of the mark. It really feels more disgusting than he thought it would. The scene shifts to a flashback. He asks the master what he means if he wants him to go to the Temple of Light and become one of their slaves. He asks about that humiliating mark they imprint on the slaves, stating he knows how much he can't stand those people, and yet he is telling him this. The master explains that 2 of their Tartarus worshippers, sent into the temple disguised as priests, were executed, and the priests are now under close surveillance. Those of their brothers who haven't been caught yet are lying low, so that strategy won't work anymore. However, there's still another way to get into the temple. He continues, saying the priests of light do not monitor slaves with their mark, assuming they can easily keep any marked slaves under control. They will use that against them. He instructs him to go to the Temple of Light with the mark on him, steal the reward from the raid dungeon, and emphasizes that he is the only one who can complete this mission. The scene shifts to the present. Ned Stryer thinks the priests of light will never see it coming. They have no idea that they have found a way to neutralize the mark, but they can't use it yet. They have to wait until the time is right. Then, they will make those disgusting priests of light pay. Meanwhile, some people are working to repair the fences. A man calls out to gather for food. Another man with a cap asks if it's already break time. He approaches the food table and comments that it seems they have to do this every couple of weeks. Another person asks why the fences keep getting wrecked, questioning what other choice they have. He adds that poor people like them can't afford to pay the temple for protection, so they need to keep their fences secure at least. One person declares he'd like to see a monster try to attack. He would kick its butt. Another person mentions that someone from the temple is here. The man with the cap asks what's going on. Sahak arrives, and one of the men asks what brings him there. Sahak inquires about how many people live here. The man replies just over 50. Sahak nods and begins playing his magical instrument. Many monstrous spirits emerge from it and begin killing the people there. He thinks this is his new power. That idiot will never humiliate him like that again. He vows never to forgive him for it and plans to make him suffer 100 times more, laughing evilly. Meanwhile, the system window notifies about a laboratory of the Temple of Light, a facility that studies and creates various potions and gear. It shows sprigs of green herbs, moldy bark of the leda tree, rotten kobold body fluids, corpse mushrooms, and gray centipedes. Zephyr thinks that once he mixes and boils these together with a queen spider's poison, it will be complete. He considers Zagan number 60 one of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons. After a while, he sits in a room sharpening his knife, while Anna Primrose sits on the bed holding a paper and recalls a memory. Zephyr says that if Ned's little minions interrupt her, the whole thing will be ruined. He needs her help. She says she can't just lend him her room. He reminds her that she said she'd protect him as long as he is in the temple and asks if she has changed her mind now. If he gets screwed, she loses money too, she knows. She thinks he has a point, so she lets him use her room. She sees a human sketch on the paper and wonders what the heck it is. Zephyr uses his manpower to smash a piece of arcan wood, hard as metal, into many sharp, thin pieces. She thinks that's amazing and asks why he cut it up into such thin pieces. He explains that these are needles used in Eastern medicine, and thinks he will dip each end of the needles in Belil and Zagan, diluted to 1 part in 100, and let them sit for 10 minutes. He believes poisons are straightforward. They are substances intended to kill people effortlessly. At least, that's what everyone believed, and no one ever imagined they would come to rely on poisons. This happened after demons invaded their world and the gods abandoned them. He picks needles from the poison and starts piercing them into his body one by one. He feels pain from the poison and coughs. She moves towards him, but he raises his hand and gestures for her to stop. She recalls a memory while he said, "Whatever happens, don't panic. Do this for him," when he gives her the signal. She asks what he means by what he is trying to do, and he replies, "Upgrade myself." He believes that depending on their concentration, 72 deadly poisons can transform into completely different substances. If he adjusts the concentration to cause an opposite reaction with another deadly poison, it can turn into medicine or even a potion that boosts his stats beyond their maximum limits. He thinks the problem is that he is using a combination of the extremely painful Belil and a highly unpredictable Zagan. The pain is excruciating and it's unstable, but there's nothing else he can do. He does not have the ingredients or the stats to make something more stable. He starts doing meditation and thinks about mana flow. The system window notifies that mana flow is a type of energy control, an Eastern technique for training mana. It causes mana to circulate throughout the body's blood vessels and enables one to control the flow of mana in order to heal internal injuries or boost one's maximum mana level through repeated training. He thinks he will use mana flow to circulate mana through his body and stop the poison. If it works, his stats will be upgraded. If it fails, his body will be shattered to pieces. He considers this to be insignificant, not even a genuine challenge, and he cannot even refer to this as pain, especially when compared to the agony he endured in his past life. She is astonished to see him and observes that his blood vessels are returning to their normal color. As he mentions his inability to move soon, he requests that she monitor him closely and insert the final needle at the indicated spot on his head when he gives the signal. He inquires if she is prepared and instructs her to proceed. She takes the needle, aware that she must insert the poison needle into the top of his head, and acknowledges that he does not need to explain the consequences of failure, which would be fatal. As she approaches his head with the needle, she feels extremely nervous, hoping that she does not make a mistake. The scene shifts to several hours later, in the woods north of the Temple of Light. A huge red light descends from the sky while a group of ostriches follows some people. They are all running to save their lives while a man says they are right behind them, urging them to run. A man in a yellow cap says this is all because of those idiots in the recon unit. They said there was just one nest, but it's crawling with dozens of monsters. A gray-haired man asks if he has called for backup. A man in a red cap says he shot a flare a minute ago. Reinforcements should be here soon. He suggests they head for the temple. Just then, an ostrich attacks him and kills him. He thinks the temple is about 3 miles away. It would take at least 20 minutes to run there, even in broad daylight. After a while, he becomes tied up and sits on the floor, thinking that 20 minutes is an impossibly short time. He turns back to see his attackers ready to strike, and he believes that in 2 minutes' time, he will be nothing more than a pile of bones. The ostrich monster prepares to attack, but suddenly, a magical mana power strikes its head, descending from the sky. An explosion occurs nearby as Zephyr lands with full mana power. The ostrich monsters move to attack him, but he dodges and grabs one by the neck, twisting it with mana power. He then seizes the other by the mouth and begins attacking them one by one. He thinks that there are 12 monsters left outside the dungeon, which means he must break the necks of the 12 bird monsters, a perfect plan. He launches a simultaneous attack on all the ostrich monsters. The gray-haired man is shocked to see this and thinks that Zephyr must be part of the reinforcements from the temple, noting that he arrived quickly but wondering if he is alone. Zephyr inquires about the location of the nest. He inquires what and points to the side, saying just keep going that way. Zephyr responds with got it and takes a high jump from there. He thinks to himself that he responded instinctively, as if given an order by a superior of much higher rank due to Zephyr's overwhelming aura. That is why he disclosed the location of the dungeon without hesitation. He regrets not providing crucial information when he realizes what has transpired, but Zephyr is already long gone. He reflects that 4 of his 7 teammates perished inside the dungeon, and as the sole survivor of the remaining 3, he acknowledges the danger within and wishes he had attempted to stop Zephyr. He thinks that they should have waited for the rest of the reinforcements and that he should have at least tried to stop Zephyr from going alone. He ponders what to do next and sees an explosion coming from the direction where Zephyr went. He sees Zephyr approaching him, dragging the head of a monster, and wonders what just happened. He recognizes the monster as the boss. He observes his body covered in mana power and thinks to himself that his body feels incredibly light, and his stats must have at least doubled due to the effective poison. He concludes that all he needs now is decent gear and plans to acquire new equipment and fire the green flare. The system window notifies him that firing a green flare signifies that the emergency has been resolved. Meanwhile, Sahak sits amidst the monster's corpse, thinking that it won't be much longer. The scene shifts to a few days later. Matthias Grimmer, senior inquisitor of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light, states that there was a nest of cockatrices on a rampage. It was a mid-sized nest with a packed leader that stood almost 100 feet tall. A single slave defeated them, and their investigation of the scene matched eyewitness accounts from survivors. He must be trying desperately to show off his abilities now that the raid is only 20 days away. He suggests that they obviously want to include him in the raid party and asks if they should interrogate him. He could be a Tartarus worshipper. Lucius Giornetti, the commander of the Temple Knights of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light, says no, just leave him be. He adds that if they do not hunt down everyone who might be a Tartarus worshipper before the raid, Lucius Giornetti says he can't sniff out all of them no matter how hard he tries. So they might as well have the best of the best in their raid party, whether they are Tartarus worshippers or not. He inquires what. Lucius Giornetti responds, explaining that they are not strong enough to reach the boss room on their own, which is why they resort to stealing like beggars. He suggests that the best course of action would be to take them along, allow them to assist in reaching the boss's room, and then kill them alongside the boss. He reminds Matthias Grimmer, as the captain of the raid party's advance guard, or rather, as his friend of 20 years, that he has expressed his opposition to this plan on numerous occasions and asks if he does not recall. Lucius Giornetti laughs, acknowledging that he anticipated Matthias' concern, which is why he is only sharing this information with him. He proceeds to open a door, revealing the shining lance and the winged shield of Michael, which he acquired at the cost of 1/3 of his entire fortune. Matthias Grimmer is shocked to see these legendary items, which he has only ever read about in books. Lucius Giornetti pats him on the back, assuring him that they have been attempting to conquer that dungeon for the last 10 years, and this time they will finally succeed. He declares that with these items, he will be invincible in this raid, and there is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Dale mentions he feels like he barely even got warmed up and asks why the training ground is so packed with people. Marco responds that it's probably because of the raid. Word got around that there are still 2 or 3 spots left for slaves in the raid, so everyone's trying to stand out. Dale asks what that has to do with them. Anna Primrose arrives. They all line up, bow down, and greet her. She remarks that they should just pay their interest on time, calling them losers. Dale asks what's going on and why that evil nun is in their room. Zephyr sits on the bed and slides the ring onto his finger. They are shocked to see the ring. Goat wonders if Sister Anna Primrose was just here, and if that means he got the ring from her, and asks where he got that ring. Zephyr remarks that it is nothing, merely a gift from someone. The system window notifies him that the ring of purification enhances smoother mana circulation in the wearer's body and boosts magic defense, additionally granting the ability to use the curse's removal skill once daily. He thinks to himself that White Rose has indeed found him a decent item. He recalls her statement that once his upgrade is complete, they will need to acquire proper gear for him, and this ring is merely a preview of what she can obtain for him, courtesy of her services, free of charge. All he needs to do is inform her of his desired stats, and she can procure anything he desires. He thinks that she brought up the topic of gear before he even mentioned it, demonstrating her thoughtfulness, and she clearly has a keen sense of business acumen. Meanwhile, Anna Primrose walks down the hallway, thinking to herself that she has heard about them from a source in the black market Persephone, the Guild of Assassins. They are a legendary group of assassins who boost their stats with poisons and utilize a combination of exceptional martial arts skills and deadly poisons to eliminate any target they set their sights on. She thinks that Zephyr's almost suspiciously phenomenal talent for hunting and his physical upgrades using poison now make sense, and he must have been an assassin for Persephone. She recalls that Persephone disbanded due to an internal conflict a few years ago, but she has heard that the wealthy clients they used to serve are attempting to track down the poison they employed or any surviving members of the group, and they would pay a fortune to acquire this level of talent and poison. She thinks that the money she makes from trading monsters is negligible in comparison, and she needs to recruit Zephyr to work for her. First, he requires suitable gear. She assures herself that she will find him some gear that will surpass his expectations and blow his mind. Meanwhile, Zephyr thinks he doesn't know where she got that idea from, but well, it should be okay. He thinks, in fact, it's better this way. Once White Rose starts spreading rumors about him, he will come looking for him himself. Goat places a hand on his shoulder and says since when he and Sister Anna Primrose have been so close, he has got some serious skills. Marco says so that's why he was out all night that one time. He adds he has respect for him as a man. Zephyr thinks, what the heck they are talking about? He says he actually wanted to talk to them about the dungeon. Just then, they hear some noise that grabs everyone's attention. Dale sees out the door and asks who that was. He sees a paper stuck on the door with a knife on which is written an urgent mission for Goat's unit, leaves immediately, and reports back on the situation. Goat sees the paper and asks who the hell would secretly post an order like this and then run away. Marco replies, but it does look like an official document. There's a stamp at the bottom, and it's signed by the head of the hunting team. Zephyr takes the paper and says let him take a look. He examines it and thinks to himself that although it is signed by the head of the hunting team, the rest of the document is in Ned's handwriting. He realizes that Ned is finally challenging him and declares that he will go by himself. After a while, Zephyr runs between the forest, thinking to himself that there are still about 20 days until the Temple Knights raid. He knows they are not just raiding any ordinary dungeon, but the Tomb of the Fallen Princess, one of the 8 hardest quests in the world. He thinks it's a massive ruin from the ancient kingdom of Media and an extremely difficult dungeon to beat. They have been trying for over 10 years, but have still not reached the boss room. Moreover, they have strict requirements for anyone who wants to join the raiding party. One must either be a member of one of the top 5 hunting units over the last year, a slave working directly for a priest who has already guaranteed a spot, or is recommended by such a slave. He thinks that no matter how hard they try, there's no way their unit will make it into the top 5 over the last year now, and that's why, in this life, he intends to use Ned to his advantage. He thinks Ned is a slave working directly for Inquisitor Matthias. If he can just trick Ned into giving him a letter of recommendation, he can join the raiding party right away. Ned was assigned a mission that he can't afford to fail. There's no way he can ignore someone like him who uses the same martial arts as him. He thinks he must be dying to test him right now. Ned is probably wondering if this guy is a trustworthy ally sent by his master or an enemy who stole their martial arts. He thinks if he really is an ally, how strong he is, and reaches his destination. Sahak stands nearby and says he surely knows how to make an entrance. Zephyr thinks about that voice and sees him there. He asks if Sahak is here alone. Zephyr wonders what Sahak is doing here and tells him to go home. He does not have time for his little games. Sahak mentions that the pain from the scar on his face, which he inflicted upon himself, has been constantly on his mind for the past 10 days, keeping him awake every night. He draws his weapon and declares that Zephyr should wait to witness his newfound power, advising him to say his prayers. Zephyr swiftly moves, striking him and rendering him unconscious. Reflecting, Zephyr considers that Ned, being calculating and meticulous, would not confront Sahak alone without hiding something else and questions if Zephyr intends to reveal himself. Zephyr asserts he will face whatever challenges are thrown at him. Sahak laughs and summons a Shoggoth monster using a magical instrument, remarking that Zephyr has once again underestimated him. The Shoggoth monster lifts Sahak up, leaving Zephyr shocked. Sahak declares his intent to kill Zephyr slowly and painfully, commanding the Shoggoth to attack him. As the attack unfolds, Zephyr wonders why this is happening. Sahak laughs and orders him to die, prompting Zephyr to counter with a magical mana attack. He is shocked to see and thinks, what the hell, how on earth? Zephyr defeats the Shoggoth and considers it one of the biological weapons of the Tartarus worshippers. He did not expect to encounter it here. The Shoggoth remains dormant in the form of an egg until awakened by the sound of a hypnotic instrument. The system window indicates that the ocarina of hypnosis controls the Shoggoth. Depending on the combination of notes played, the ocarina issues different commands and protects the user from the Shoggoth's mental corruption. Zephyr believes the Shoggoth lacks a mind of its own, possessing only an insatiable appetite. Physical attacks prove useless against it, and it grows stronger with every human it devours, absorbing mana. The Shoggoth moves to attack him. Zephyr considers this aspect alone terrifying enough, but senses something even more fearsome about the Shoggoth. As soon as the Shoggoth touches him, mental corruption begins. It induces fear, causing hallucinations, and once his mind is fully corrupted, a frenzy sets in. He contemplates that individuals in a state of frenzy completely lose their minds and begin killing even their own allies. It's the ultimate weapon for the massacre. The Tartarus worshippers created this monster to slaughter their fellow human beings more easily. The Shoggoth catches him. Sahak accuses him of being a fool, claiming that if he has lost his mind, he has no idea what's about to happen. He points out that his eyes are all red, indicating he is about to go into a frenzy, and his mind is almost completely corrupted now. Sahak predicts his imminent demise. Zephyr utilizes his magic with the ring and invokes curse removal. The system window informs that the Ring of Purification promotes smoother mana circulation in the wearer's body and enhances magic defense. The curse removal skill can be used once per day. After killing the Shoggoth, Zephyr seizes him by the neck and declares that, previously, all he cared about was saving himself and the people who mattered to him. This seemed the most sensible approach given the world's misery, but at some point, he began to wonder. He wonders if things would have turned out differently if there had been more people around him who knew how to fight, and if the surviving humans had worked together more. Perhaps then, the people he loves might have had a chance to live a little longer. Sahak wonders what he is talking about. He explains that in this life, he has chosen to spare whoever he can and give a chance to those who wish to become stronger, but not himself. He asks how many people he has fed to this monster, estimating it to be around 100, and questions how many more people will have to die until he is satisfied. He verbally abuses him, believing he does not deserve to live. He throws him to the floor, channels mana power, and delivers a punch to his heart. Sahak vomits blood as he delivers another punch to his face, smashing it. He employs a technique that rains down a storm of blows on his opponent before delivering one final strike. The palm of his hand is accelerated using mana, creating a mist of blood from his opponent's face, which bursts into a lightning strike. This technique is widely feared and known in the East as the Dragon's Roar. He reflects that the secret technique of the Dragon King's martial arts style is the lightning palm. He observes Sahak's lifeless body and concludes that the electric shock must have instantly killed him. It must have been excruciating for electricity to surge through his entire body like that. He received the exact kind of death he deserved. He retrieves his instrument and reflects that physical attacks are ineffective against the Shoggoth. It can only be defeated with elemental attacks, such as electricity or fire, or with divine energy. He is relieved that the Shoggoth is still small, so one more strike should suffice to destroy it. He decides not to expend any more mana and plays a song on his instrument. The system window informs him that the Shoggoth's annihilation code breaks the mana bonds holding its cells together. Ned Stryer arrives and expresses surprise that he knows that song, noting that only Tartarus worshippers are aware of it. It's highly classified, not even known to the temple's intelligence agency. He remarks that Zephyr seems to know a lot. Zephyr spots him and thinks to himself, finally. He recalls Ned mentioning earlier that he was assigned a mission he couldn't afford to fail. There's no way Zephyr can ignore someone who practices the same martial arts as he does. If he can just deceive Ned into giving him a letter of recommendation, he can join the raiding party immediately. He believes Ned must be eager to test him right now. Zephyr has been anticipating this moment. He must pass the test and convince Ned that he is a Tartarus worshipper. Only then can he alter the future and repay the debt he failed to in his previous life. He desires a different ending for this life, and to achieve that, he will deceive Ned and seize an opportunity to get closer to him, no matter what. Ned Stryer states that he has been observing him the entire time and has reached a decision. He needs to be eliminated. He draws his sword and prepares to attack. Zephyr uses his power to block every attack from Ned. He senses that something isn't right. All of Ned's attacks have missed him. Zephyr throws magically enhanced stones towards Ned. Ned steps back, impressed that Zephyr dodged the attack, and prepares to counterattack. Zephyr considers that only his master and a few others in the land can dodge his sword. Ned must have employed some kind of trick. Zephyr remarks that it's not fair to attack an unarmed person with a sword. He throws the sword aside and prepares to engage in hand-to-hand combat. They both move to attack each other. Zephyr recalls that similar to the lightning palm technique, the secret technique of the Dragon King's martial arts style surrounds the enemy with electricity through explosive acceleration. This technique grants incredible speed and power, but those familiar with this martial arts style also know how to counter it. He considers the floating cloud a secret technique of the Dragon King's martial arts style. In this technique, there are two types of electricity, negative and positive. Negative and positive electricity attract each other, while the same type of electricity repels each other. This defensive skill utilizes such properties. By countering positive electrical attacks with positive electricity, he protects himself while completely neutralizing the attacks. Ned Stryer reflects that executing this technique is easier said than done. Those attacks would have been too fast for most people to follow. He needs to surround himself with enough electricity, or else the attack will penetrate his defenses. He ponders that if the defender's electricity is greater than or similar to the amount of the attacker's electricity, the attack bounces off. However, if the defender's electricity is less than the amount of the attacker's electricity, the attack penetrates the defense. He considers that he needs to be able to adjust his electrical defense to the right spot, time, and amount within a fraction of a second. It takes extensive training to develop the reflexes required to use this skill effectively in battle. It's not something that can be copied with a simple trick like skill copying. He believes this opponent is genuine, which is why he is so astonished. He mentions that only his brother and he have been taught the Dragon King's secret technique. He demands to know who this person is. Zephyr identifies him as Jinryong of the East, the 9th highest-ranking Tartarus worshipper. Jinryong crossed the Saharan Desert, a demon-controlled region inaccessible to humans, to reach this place, the land of Aslan, from the east. Zephyr reflects that using the mysterious martial art of the Dragon King, Jinryong ascended to a prominent position among the Tartarus worshippers. Jinryong had 2 direct disciples who, unlike the hundreds of ordinary disciples who only received a glimpse of the martial art, learned its deepest secrets directly from Jinryong of the East. He considers that one of them was Jinryong's own son, Jingang, and the other was Ned Stryer, a disciple whom Jinryong brought in Aslan. He believes that in order to teach the art of sparring using the Dragon King's martial art, 2 direct disciples were necessary, but no more than that. The mysterious martial art of the Dragon King must be kept secret. Ned Stryer states that he doesn't recall ever seeing him, not even among the ordinary disciples. He finds it suspicious that Zephyr destroyed the Shoggoth, one of their sacred order's most valued assets, which had been prepared with over 100 humans for an upcoming raid. He isn't even sure if Zephyr truly is a Tartarus worshipper. He demands to know who he is and what he wants. Zephyr responds, saying he understands. He mentions that he hasn't heard anything from his master and questions whether Ned really believes he only had 2 direct disciples. He raises a finger and explains that Ned could have anticipated this outcome if he had thought about it more. It is true that only 2 direct disciples learn the secret techniques of the Dragon King at any given time. However, he asks Ned to consider what happens if one of them dies. Ned Stryer thinks to himself that if one of them dies and there is only 1 disciple left, they won't have anyone to spar with. Their master is too occupied to personally train the remaining disciple, and it would take too long to groom a new direct disciple from scratch. He wonders if this could be the case. Zephyr confirms his suspicion, stating that he is indeed the shadow disciple who was trained in case one of the primary disciples died. He considers that shadow disciples are a long-standing tradition in Eastern martial arts. They serve as backup successors trained in complete secrecy, meant to step in if something unforeseen happens to the official successors. They act as a hidden card to ensure the survival of martial arts techniques in emergencies. However, once the official successors securely inherit their master's position, the master eliminates the shadow disciples. This is because shadow disciples receive the same level of training as the official successors, and letting them live could potentially cause trouble in the future. Zephyr reflects that this explanation is accurate. However, he clarifies that the real shadow disciple won't arrive until after the raid is over because Altair and her companions are holding him back. He suspects Altair, a princess, may be involved in something unsuitable even now, and he plans to take advantage of the current situation. Ned Stryer acknowledges that if Zephyr's statement is true, then his existence must be highly confidential. He questions why the master sent him here. He states that he has already contacted the master to verify, and the master confirmed that he never sent any disciples like him here. He considers that he didn't actually contact the master to ask, but if this guy is lying, he will probably start making up a bunch of sloppy excuses. He reflects that it's not easy for Tartarus worshippers who have infiltrated the temple to establish contact with the outside world. As a rule, they must rely on assessing the situation to determine what's going on. He believes that if he acts even slightly suspiciously, he will kill him. Zephyr responds, stating that he received specific orders not to make contact with other Tartarus worshippers, to keep his identity secret, and to find a way to join the raiding party on his own. He adds that he was instructed to take over Ned Stryer's mission in case something happens to him. Ned Stryer inquires if Zephyr knows what his mission is. Zephyr confidently replies that, of course, he does. He is supposed to obtain the Dragon Heart and escape. He explains that the Dragon Heart is a magical stone formed within a dragon's heart. He reflects that the Dragon Heart is an exceptional item known to grant whoever uses it the power of a dragon. Only one has ever been discovered, and it's said that the fallen Princess Eurydice took it to the grave with her 1,000 years ago. He asserts that the Temple Knights stand no chance against the Dragon King's electric acceleration. Once he gets his hands on the Dragon Heart, no one will be able to stop him from running away with it. However, he acknowledges that he can only do whatever he can. He states that this means the master wasn't comfortable leaving the mission solely in his hands. The reason he revealed himself against the master's orders was that the requirements for joining the raid were stricter than he thought. He doesn't like complicating things when there's a simple solution, and that partly explains his actions. However, the truth is he also has something to discuss with Ned personally. Ned Stryer asks what it is. He approaches closely and whispers in Ned Stryer's ear that it's about blood tears. Ned Stryer wonders how he knows about that. He reflects that blood tears is one of his family's stolen treasures, and the reason he serves the master is to retrieve it and seek revenge on the temple. However, only he and the master know about this matter in the entire world. Ned Stryer insists that Zephyr tell him and asks what he knows about blood tears. Zephyr responds that he will disclose the information when he decides he can trust Ned. He asks if Ned will help make his life easier by including him in the raid, expressing his frustration with staying in the smelly hunting team dormitory. Ned Stryer realizes he has no choice but to trust Zephyr and instructs him to follow. He tells him they need to go somewhere. After a while, Ned Stryer arrives at an abandoned building near the temple. He announces to the assembled group that he has brought the last member with him. His name is Zephyr. He explains that the master sent Zephyr to help complete his mission and that he has already been vetted according to standard procedure. Matthias Grimmer, seated on a chair, remarks that now it makes sense why Zephyr stood out so much. He suggests that Zephyr should consider it an honor to have been assigned to assist a disciple of the master. With Zephyr's inclusion, all 40 members of the raiding party, comprised of slaves from both the hunting team and the Inquisition, will now be entirely made up of Tartarus worshippers. Grimmer decides that, since there is someone new present, he will explain the raid operation once more. He emphasizes the importance of remembering the instructions carefully and avoiding mistakes. He concludes with a toast to the honor of the Tartarus worshippers. Zephyr considers that if Ned helps him join the raiding party, it could be a good opportunity to gather information about the Tartarus worshippers among the members in advance. However, he didn't expect all 40 members of the party to be Tartarus worshippers. This situation seems absurd to him. He reflects that these individuals are not like Sahak, who relies on items or monsters to dominate others, or like his past self, who was merely an ambitious rookie at this stage in his previous life. Zephyr believes these individuals are tough, an elite group of troops trained for completing missions. Given their formidable power, he questions why they are aligned with Tartarus. Ned Stryer ponders that the fact Zephyr revealed his identity suggests the master doesn't completely trust him. He wonders how many secrets the master has shared with Zephyr, considering he even knows about blood tears. He considers that perhaps the master trusts Zephyr, not himself. However, he quickly dismisses this thought, telling himself he can't let it rile him up. The master made him a promise. He remembers that the master said if he can prove himself useful, he will assist him in getting his revenge. He believes he needs the master's help to achieve his vengeance. That's why he must acquire the dragon heart at all costs, not the shadow disciple. Another realization strikes him. He thinks that if this shadow disciple has been trained as his replacement, perhaps he hopes for him to be killed in the dungeon. That way, the shadow disciple would be recognized as an official disciple. He wonders if the shadow disciple might even try to kill him himself. Matthias Grimmer interjects, stating that it covers the raid operation. He announces they will now divide into groups. They need a guard group to protect Brother Ned and clear the way for him, and an attack group to eliminate Knight Commander Lucius. After a while, Ned extends his hand towards Zephyr and suggests that since they both have the same mission, they should work together in the same group. He believes that if he is after his accomplishments and his life, it would be better to have him nearby so that he can keep an eye on him. Ned expresses that he is looking forward to working with Zephyr. Zephyr reflects that in his previous life, Ned was so blinded by his desire for revenge that he ended up trusting the wrong person and destroying himself. He acknowledges that Ned is a loyal and patient person by nature and merciless towards his enemies, but he is also an immense help to his allies. Zephyr believes that if he can earn his trust instead of the Tartarus worshippers, he would be a significant asset in overcoming some of the challenges they will face later. Zephyr then shakes Ned's hand and agrees that he looks forward to working together. He reflects that he missed out on so many potential relationships in his previous life, and this is the first one he will salvage. The scene shifts to Zephyr's past life, where he sits against a wall with his neck burning. Ned tells him it's his choice and asks if he will learn the ultimate martial art and help him escape, or if he will die right there. Zephyr reflects on the first twist of fate that made his teacher, Ned, the one who taught him the Dragon King-style martial arts, the strongest person on Earth. The scene shifts to the next day. Zephyr considers that the list of people participating in the raid of the Tomb of the Fallen Princess has been announced. The system window notifies that the raid party members listed above will assemble tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. They are to stay in a specially designated area and receive training in preparation for the raid until the time of their departure. For security reasons, party members are not permitted to speak with anyone except their fellow party members until the raid is finished. Each person is responsible for bringing their own equipment. They should ensure all expenses are reported well in advance and end of the document. He thinks everything is going according to plan, and he had better get ready. After a while, Zephyr reflects on the Black Steel Spider Dungeon, the Cockatrice Nest, and the remote mountain village that Ned manipulated documents to make it seem like a goblin den. He easily cleared these 3 dungeons, just as he promised Goat. Goat, Marco, and Dale bow down in front of him, thanking him for everything he has done for them and wishing him well. Zephyr tells them they have an impressive record now, and with 40 slaves selected for the special raid mission. There are many vacant positions. He is sure they will be promoted soon, but warns them that they will have to take on even harder missions once promoted, so they must stay sharp. Dale addresses him as Sir. Zephyr asks what it is. Dale hesitates, saying never mind, thinking he wants to ask to join Zephyr to learn more from him, but can't bring himself to say it. He thinks they only worked together for a short time, but he can tell Dale has a goal far greater than anything ordinary people could dream of. They are too weak and have no right to go with him now. Zephyr tells Dale that if he tries his hardest, there will come a time when he will be ready to join him. When that time comes, he can come along. Zephyr looks forward to it and moves to leave. Dale bows and thanks him. Zephyr reflects that 2 people who would have been dead by now in his previous life are still alive. Seeing the bright look in their eyes makes him feel like his efforts were worth it, but he knows they are still more or less doomed. He thinks that in 3 years, if the Tartarus worshippers manage to summon Tartarus, many more people will lose their lives, including these guys. That's why he needs to get the dragon heart to prevent that from happening. Later, Zephyr thinks it's time to move on to the next place. He stands with Anna Primrose as she asks what he thinks and if he likes the gear she has gathered. She says she got all this gear for him. He examines the items and thinks they are perfect, just as he asked for, with blunt weapons that have good mana responsiveness. He recalls that the tomb of the fallen princess is a dungeon crawling with undead skeletons. Since they are already dead, they feel no pain, and their hard, bony bodies are immune to the usual sword strikes that split flesh, cause pain, and reduce stamina through bleeding. This is why blunt weapons are necessary to break the skeletons into pieces. He tells her the quality looks good, and that he will buy all the weapons. She asks if he is serious. He grabs a sword and says this one in particular is his favorite. The system window notifies that the Twilight Longsword is a knight artifact from a century ago, found in the Twilight Mansion, and it gives off a mysterious energy. She thinks she only got the sword for him because he asked for it, but longswords are not very effective against skeletons. She wonders how he's planning on using it. He thinks his real concern in this dungeon is not the skeletons. The Temple of Light has been trying to beat this dungeon for the last 10 years, and the Tartarus worshippers are risking everything for this raid. He needs to beat them all to the dragon's heart. He realizes that everyone in the raiding party is an enemy. Moreover, Ned still does not trust him. Even if he tells Ned the truth, convincing him won't be easy. He thinks if he fails to convince Ned and ends up having to fight him, there won't be any opportunities for them to stop fighting like the last time. This time, it will be a fight to the death. Just then, Angelia knocks on the door, enters the room, and apologizes for being late. She introduces herself as Angelia, an enchanter from the lab, and acknowledges that he must be the client Anne mentioned. Zephyr thinks about how enchantment involves imbuing items with divine energy, mana, or elemental properties. The higher the enchantment level, the greater the power imbued in the gear, and the longer it lasts. He recognizes Angelia as one of the top enchanters at this temple and greets her, saying it's nice to meet her. She responds likewise and begins performing her magic, saying, "Mother of Glory, grant her his light." A flash of light appears, and several items emerge. He sees them and thinks, "Blessed Griffin Feather Shirt, Blessed Twilight Longsword, Blessed Griffin Hide Boots, Blessed Mace of Suffering, and Blessed Black Steel Spider Hook." He reflects that preparing to fight the other raid party members is one thing, but he also needs to be ready for the dungeon itself. If he can't withstand the evil energy of the tomb of the fallen princess, he won't stand a chance. Now, with these preparations, he feels ready. Angelia says the enchantments on the 5 items will cost 3,000 gold and asks how he would like to pay. He hands over a bag full of coins and says, "Here's the money." She takes the bag and leaves. He thinks for a moment, realizing that Angelia secretly enchanted 5 items for just 3,000 gold, which is quite cheap. White Rose must have pulled some strings for him. Anna Primrose then asks if they should settle their account too, and if he is sure he is okay with this arrangement. He asks about what she means and says she barely got any commission, and the gear looks expensive. She thinks she put in the effort because she wanted to score some points with him, and replies that they are not exactly strangers. He thanks her, appreciating the effort, but mentions a little problem: he doesn't have any money. She asks what he just said. He explains that Cocatris parts are hardly worth anything, and the mountain village wasn't even a real dungeon, so he didn't find anything valuable to give her. She asks in disbelief if he doesn't have a single coin, and if he's kidding. He uses a silver key from his inventory to retrieve poison bottles and wonders aloud if it would be acceptable to pay with them. The system window shows Belil, number 68 of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, like Zagan, number 61. She considers the deadly poisons of Persephone and enthusiastically agrees that he can indeed pay with those. He raises the bottle while she instructs him to hand them over. He teases her, prompting her to urge him to stop messing around as it's unfair, and she asks if he enjoys teasing people. She demands he hand them over, and he complies, cautioning her to be careful when selling them and to avoid the black market moles as it's dangerous. As he moves to leave, she affirms and reflects that she's very pleased. She waves her hand and wishes him a safe trip, inviting him to visit again sometime after the raid for his change and to stay safe. The scene shifts to the next morning, with everyone gathering on the ground as Zephyr looks over them, contemplating the number present, including the temple knights and the healers, estimating it to be about 100. He reflects that out of this group, only a very small number survived last time, and expects it won't be any different this time. Lucius Giornetti observes that it appears everyone is present, recognizing Lucius Giornetti as the head of the raiding party and the commander of the Temple Knights. Lucius Giornetti then suggests they get started. Zephyr considers the members of the raiding party for the tomb of the fallen princess. The Temple Knights consist of 18 official priests, 10 combat knights, and 10 healers. The lower branch of the Temple Knights, known as the hunting team, includes 20 individuals in total. The Inquisitors comprise 12 official priests, 6 combat inquisitors, and 6 healers, with the lower branch, the Inquisitor agents, totaling 20 people. He calculates that there are 86 people in all, divided into groups based on their roles. The advance guard handles close combat, clears paths for troops, and conducts scouting and reconnaissance, while the rear guard focuses on long-range attacks, recovery and buffs auxiliary spells. He acknowledges that everyone is under the command of 4 leaders: Arno, the head healer; Leona, the captain of the rear guard; Matthias, the captain of the advance guard; and Lucius, the leader of the raiding party. He reflects on stigmata, which are marks bestowed by the gods upon humans they particularly favor. Those marked with a stigma, known as the Holy Ones, receive significant power from the gods during their lifetime. After death, they become angels who serve the gods. He reflects that Lucius is the Holy One of Light, who received a stigmata at the age of 7. People treat the Holy Ones as angels and show them tremendous respect. It's considered a great honor just to see one in person, and he is surprised that Lucius showed himself to the ordinary members of the raiding party, glaring at Ned. Lucius Giornetti announces that he has a prophecy for them all. This year's raid will finally put an end to their 10-year quest to conquer the tomb of the fallen princess. They are going to overcome one of the 8 most difficult challenges in the world. He declares that the names of everyone taking part in this raid will go down in the temple's history, and the slaves present will be set free. Starting today, they will undergo 2 weeks of brutal training, but they should remember that it is all for the sake of glory. They all invoke Almighty Area, asking for protection with her eternal light. After a while, they all climb the mountain at the special training ground known as the Summit of Screams. Zephyr contemplates who gains glory from this endeavor. If they manage to defeat a major dungeon, it will certainly bring them a certain amount of honor. But the real reason for the dungeon raid is not some noble, heroic quest for humanity, it's strictly business. Matthias Grimmer shows them a small bag and explains that it contains a piece of tombstone from the raid dungeon. They need to get used to the tombstone's evil energy and keep it with them at all times. Zephyr thinks about the politics involved in obtaining permission to raid a dungeon. They also need to recruit raid party members and cover expenses such as labor, gear, and potions, all while seeking investors to finance the ongoing costs. After several years of preparation, the raid finally takes place. Once the raid is safely completed, they build roads and cities in the newly secured area to capitalize on the increased land prices and make a substantial profit. It's essentially a big business venture. He considers that the temple in the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light serves merely as a base of operations for Lucius, the Holy One, to conduct raids on the tomb of the fallen princess. They are constantly training people to participate in these raids, and those who reach this stage have shown great determination. After a while, at the golem training grounds, Leona explains that they should imagine the floating lights as the enemy's spells. If touched 3 times, they are out of the exercise. She raises her hand and signals the start of the mock battle. They begin fighting against wooden soldiers. A man dressed in black remarks that this is really challenging. Another adds that it feels almost like a real battle. A man in a yellow cap raises his hand, indicating he is out. Zephyr attacks a wooden soldier and breaks it. Ned reminds everyone that they cannot use any Dragon King-style moves here. Zephyr responds with an affirmative. They charge toward the main monster, with Ned leaping high to attack from above, while Zephyr strikes from the other side with his sword, breaking it into small pieces. After a while, Arno announces that they have completed their mission to kill 500 golems. He informs them they can now rest for 15 minutes and reflects that they are performing better than he expected. These slaves are much more capable than those in the last raid, especially Ned and Zephyr. He considers that not only do they fight extremely well, but they might actually have a chance of defeating the dungeon this time. Arno holds up a glowing cross and invokes Almighty Area. He explains that he has fully healed their wounds and removed their fatigue, addressing the members of the advance guard and the healers present. He declares that the next 2 weeks will feel as demanding as an entire month. He concludes by urging them to resume their training. The scene shifts to the evening of the last day of training. Arno announces that today marks the end of their training period and expresses his satisfaction that no one has been eliminated. He informs them that tomorrow they will begin the arduous journey toward the dungeon. He advises them to eat and drink to their heart's content and to get plenty of rest. With that, they are dismissed. They all acknowledge with a yes. Later, Ned sits on the roof and Zephyr approaches him, holding a plate full of food. Zephyr asks if Ned isn't eating again today. Ned responds that he has hardly eaten anything during the whole training period, but the food is pretty good today, especially since it's their last day of training. Ned explains that he ate as much as he needed to, and that he has to watch his weight to ensure he can move as quickly as possible. Zephyr puts the plate down and remarks that if that's the case, he won't eat either, as he needs to complete the mission if he fails. Ned asks if he is still thinking of beating him to the finish line. Zephyr reassures him to relax, and then reveals he brought something good, taking out a bottle and stating that it will make them feel nice and warm, helping them move more quickly. Ned takes his glass after filling it. He asks how much Zephyr knows about him. Zephyr replies that he knows about him, meaning himself. He explains that initially, he thought Ned was trying to get rid of him to take his place, but during training, he realized Ned has no intention of harming him, which he finds even harder to understand. He recalls a memory where he mentioned blood tears and reflects that blood tears is one of his family's stolen treasures. The reason he is serving the master is to enable himself to retrieve it and get revenge on the temple. However, only he and the master know about this. He asks Zephyr to tell him what he knows about blood tears. Zephyr responds that he will share the information when he decides that he can trust him. He states that he knows what Zephyr wants and his secrets. In his position, most people would typically use that information to blackmail him for something. He repeats Zephyr's words that he will tell him when he decides that he can trust him, expressing his confusion. He asks what that is supposed to mean and what Zephyr wants. Zephyr thinks to himself that Ned has changed. Initially, Ned was prepared to kill him, but it seems that spending the last 2 weeks together has caused him to reconsider. Zephyr tells Ned that he is asking the wrong question. Instead, he should be asking where blood tears is and who currently possesses it. Zephyr adds that he will reveal the information, mentioning where the sword is, and whispers something in Ned's ear. Ned is shocked to hear this and thinks what? The scene shifts to a flashback where little Ned Stryer stands with his father, Leonard, in front of a blood tears sword. His father explains that this is the magical sword Blood Tears, the heirloom passed down in the Baron Stryer family. Their ancestor obtained this treasure by defeating demons in the desert. He recounts that when he offered this sword to the king honored their family with the title of Baron and ordered them to look after Blood Tears from generation to generation. He mentions that someday, Ned will inherit the title of Baron Stryer from him. When he does, he will also inherit this honorable duty, and he must become a great knight worthy of this sword. Placing his hand on Ned's head, he asks if he understands. Ned Stryer confirms that he does. He laughs and adds that if he is going to pass down anything else to him, Those investments he made had better give him a good return. After a while, Leonard is captured by soldiers who demand Priest Olden return his sword. He explains he only put up his house and his barren title as collateral for the loan. This was not part of the deal, and he cannot lose blood tears. He insists that he give it back. Priest Olden commands him to step back, stating the temple is no place for such behavior. He clarifies that blood tears does not belong to Leonard's family anymore. It belongs to Baron Stryer. Leonard gave up his noble title in exchange for the loan, forfeiting his right to the sword. Drawing his sword, Priest Olden moves to attack Leonard, but a knight cuts his arm, and another knight stabs him in the belly. Ned Stryer witnesses this and calls out to his father. Olden remarks that Leonard is lucky his sword did not harm him. He contemplates the idea of a commoner attacking him, a bishop's son of noble birth, in the Temple of Light. He warns that if Leonard had indeed harmed him, Ned would also have been executed. Olden then leaves with his knights. The scene shifts to the present. Ned Stryer reflects that 12 years ago, occurrences like these were common. Dungeon speculation had been out of control for years, with investments in raid parties and dungeon raids becoming all the rage. Meanwhile, the price of items skyrocketed, and dungeon-related financial products flooded the market. He considers that at one stage, many investors made a fortune this way. However, one raid began failing after another, and fake guilds consisting of vagrants were formed to trick investors. As a result of all these problems, the bubble surrounding the dungeon market finally burst. This financial crisis is known as the dungeon bubble break. He thinks the Temple of Light had been making a fortune from selling ridiculously overvalued dungeon-related financial products. Right up until the bubble burst, they kept lying to all their private investors that the market was completely safe. They sold them financial products worth less than the paper they were printed on to reduce their own losses and make a profit in the process. He reflects that his father was one of those investors. Like his father, many people borrowed more than they could afford from the temple to invest in financial products. Then, when the market collapsed, they ended up broke and homeless. He considers that the high-ranking priests responsible for the dungeon bubble break never paid for their crimes despite having committed the worst financial fraud in history. He harbors resentment towards those responsible, especially Priest Olden. The man used his closeness to his father to deceive him and took his father's life. His only goal in life so far has been to get revenge against them and bring down the Temple of Light. At the same time, he has searched everywhere in search of blood tears, the symbol of his family that seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. He expresses his confusion about why his master has blood tears. Zephyr reveals that recently, the master disclosed to him the identities of the leader of the Tartarus worshippers and the 12 apostles running the organization. The leader and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking priests at the Temple of Light. The scene shifts to a flashback. Zephyr asks Ned Stryer if he can prove that he is useful to him and he will help him get revenge. He adds that the master also told him the same thing. He continues, stating that the master was lying. He explains that the idiotic master wants them to bring back the dragon's heart so that he can give it to the leader. Once he does so, they will never be able to even lay a finger on them, and they will never get revenge. Zephyr concludes that they were tricked from the very start. The scene shifts to the present as they begin their journey. Ned Stryer reflects that the master was practically like family to him, yet he deceived him. He can't believe it, but if it weren't true, how would he know what the master said to him? He ponders what he should do. Arno announces they have arrived at the tomb of the fallen princess. Ned thinks this dungeon is on a completely different level from all the ones he has seen before. The dark energy from it sends shivers down his spine. An older man smirks as he observes the tomb, thinking it should be an interesting challenge. Ned realizes this is one of the 8 greatest challenges in the world. Matthias Grimmer opens the gate while Arno explains that, as he has already told them all, their raid party has been trying to beat this dungeon for the last 10 years. He points out the purification amulets on the walls here and there on the first floor, explaining that they mean this level was already cleared and purified long ago. He explains that this dungeon has a total of 9 floors. The previous raid managed to clear everything up to the 7th floor, and they defeated the gatekeeper on the 8th floor. However, due to the evil energy emanating from the lower floors, monsters keep appearing. He commands the advance guard to prepare for battle and to get into 3rd formation. Matthias Grimmer takes his sword and declares, "Let's do this." Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Light, the head of the third parish, Bishop Alfonso Giornetti, thanks him for coming. He mentions that most of their warriors are out on the raid, so they were in a bit of a bind. He sincerely appreciates him lending them some troops to defend the temple. The Temple of Light Cardinal, Olden Lasker, replies not to mention it, stating they need to help each other out at times like this. He reflects that while Lucius was away on the dungeon raid, the temple of the third parish was visited by the temple knights from the central parish and a Tartarus worshipper. He asserts that they are all his to command. Meanwhile, the skeleton monsters attack Zephyr's subordinates, and they fight back. A man with an axe comments that it never ends and asks how these skeletons keep coming like this. The older man reassures him that he is barely breaking a sweat. Another man wearing a mask explains that it's because they are in the tomb of the fallen Princess Eurydice. He recounts that she was one of the greatest sorceresses in history, and when she died, she enchanted tens of thousands of her subjects and dragged them into her tomb alive. Additionally, over the last 1,000 years, there have been hundreds or thousands of grave robbers, ensuring she's never been short on bones. He questions if she is out of her mind. He laughs and asserts that they have no idea who they are dealing with. Just then, the bone golem arrives, wielding a weapon. The system window notifies that the bone golem is a golem made of hundreds of skeletons. It strikes the floor with its weapon, attacking and throwing many people away. A man announces the arrival of the shock wave, known as Almighty Area. Leona wields her magic stick to attack and commands a chain of light to bind her enemies. The chains capture Bone Golem while she affirms it has worked. Now is their chance to break it up, and they must not forget about the skeleton warriors. They move together and begin attacking him. He shatters the chain and frees himself. She remarks that the chain has been broken. Everyone should watch out. Matthias Grimmer holds his sword and prays to guide him, goddess, and show him a ray of light in this darkness. A huge burst of life energy erupts, and he attacks Bone Golem. A knight directs the way forward. He instructs all of them to focus and considers that if there's a Bone Golem here, whoever is controlling it must be nearby. The system window notifies that the skeleton mage is an intermediate skeleton monster capable of using magic and controlling lower-level skeletons. Arno employs his magical power and warns that if they do not kill the mage, it will continue making bone golems and eventually destroy the mage. Matthias Grimmer acknowledges that he understands, advises not to rush him, and considers that due to the rear guard's attack range, they will have to get close to the mage. He instructs him to reload and reflects that this means they need to get past those things first. Glancing around, he wonders, by the way, where that thing is. If they do not find it, this battle is going to be a disaster. Lucius Giornetti announces he has found it, instructs everyone to step aside, and enlarges the size of his weapons with magic. They are shocked to see him. He attacks and crumbles the ancient tombstone. The system window notifies that the ancient tombstone supplies mana to skeleton mages. He remarks that the mage is a real pain to beat unless they destroy the tombstone first, though it does not hurt to get rid of both at once either. He declares, "Alright, the mage and golem are dead. Kill the rest of the monsters." Zephyr observes Lucius Giornetti and reflects on how it took the rear guard 30 minutes just to destroy one tombstone during the last raid. He notes that Shining Lance is indeed powerful, and having a holy one here does make all the difference. So that's the kind of gear that 2 million gods will get him. Lucius Giornetti announces that the 8th floor has been cleared, and there are no more monsters, and instructs the healers to treat the wounded. He decides they will set up camp there for the night, and advises putting up some purification amulets around them, so they don't get killed in their sleep. Zephyr secretly enters, checks the wall, and believes he knows it's around there somewhere. He clicks on a brick and thinks he has found it. Meanwhile, in the temporary meeting room, Lucius Giornetti addresses everyone, urging them to listen up. He presents a map of the 9th floor, expecting it to take about 6 days to reach the boss room from the entrance of the 9th floor. They plan to destroy all the tombstones in each area as they move forward. Leona questions this approach, stating that there must be hundreds, maybe even thousands, and suggests they could reach the boss room in just a couple of days if they clear a direct path to it. He asks if she has forgotten and reminds her that they have already tried taking a shortcut to save time before, and that's how last year's raid failed. He explains that they made it all the way to the boss room last year, but as they were retreating from the gatekeeper guarding the boss room, They were surrounded by legions of undead soldiers pouring in from the secret passages, resulting in countless lives lost. He emphasizes that they can't make the same mistake again. They have to eliminate as many variables as possible, even if it takes longer. Arno considers that even before they reach the boss room, they will lose party members if they are surrounded by monsters. The more people they lose, the greater the burden on the survivors. One of their main duties this time is to maintain Captain Lucius's stamina and mana so that he is in top form when he reaches the boss room. He believes he could accomplish it this time, that he could defeat that beast. Arno recalls his attack from last year and remembers how even the sight of it was enough to demoralize them. The gatekeeper of the boss room. Suddenly, they heard noise from outside. Matthias Grimmer went to check and asked what was going on. He was shocked to see a Shoggoth attacking people and exclaimed that it was a Shoggoth. Knights and guards called for help. He called for healers and asked where they were. He wondered what had happened. They had prepared 5 Shoggoths for the mission, but it was too soon. They were not supposed to use them yet. He thought about who could have done this. At that moment, all 4 leaders looked in the same direction. It was as if they were acting on instinct or intuition, because something had triggered their hypersensitive danger sensors. Meanwhile, Zephyr pressed the brick and a wheel popped out from the wall. He asked what he was looking at as he held the wheel handle to move it. Everything started to collapse and creak. On the other side, the 4 leaders readied themselves to fight, holding weapons, and realized that the dungeon was moving. The scene shifts to a gathering of Tartarus worshippers on the day before the announcement of the raid party members. Matthias Grimmer explains that the door to the boss room is protected with a powerful barrier, so it won't open until they kill the gatekeeper. Additionally, once they enter the boss room, the door will close, and the only way to reopen it is to kill the boss. He states that this information is what they have gathered from the scout teams they have sent out, various tests, and deciphering the magic inscriptions on the door itself. A knight raises his hand and asks if they can't just break down the wall. Matthias responds, asking if that were possible, if he thinks they would have dragged this on for the last 10 years. He explains that the further down into the dungeon they go, the stronger the protective spells become, making the walls basically impossible to break through. However, Lucius is no pushover. He has come up with a plan. Matthias adds that Lucius borrowed a legend grade item from the Pope, the Stake of Faith. The system window notifies that the legend grade item, the Stake of Faith, is a sacred and unbreakable pillar owned by the current Pope. It is on loan to Lucius for 10,000 gold, to be paid in installments over the course of 1 year, with a deposit of 100,000 gold. He explains that he's going to insert it into the door to keep it open. Not even a door made by the great sages can break such a sacred item. He instructs the attack group, telling them they are in charge of eliminating Knight Commander Lucius. Their job is to lure the boss toward Lucius and drive it as far away from the entrance as possible. He adds that Brother Ned will then steal the dragon's heart and, once he's through the door, awaken these Shoggoths. He reflects that Shoggoths are biological weapons. The more humans they devour, the more magic they absorb, making them stronger. Additionally, they corrupt the minds of anyone they come into contact with. He considers that Lucius and the other leaders have strong magic resistance, so the Shoggoth's mind corruption won't work on them. However, ordinary priests can't withstand the mind corruption of the 5 Shoggoths. He predicts that once they see the priests go into a state of frenzy and start killing their own allies, the leaders will panic for a good 30 seconds or so. Then, it will take them 3 minutes either to purify the minds of their party members or to kill the Shoggoths. Matthias Grimmer explains that while they are distracted by all that, the boss will kindly deal with Lucius for them. Once they have calmly but hastily made their way out of the dungeon, all they have to do is report to the temple, the result of a failed raid. He explains that this is a special drug obtained by their leader. Drinking it temporarily disables the power of the slave mark, which means the priests won't be able to force them to do anything. They should drink it right before entering the boss's room. He adds that he is also giving Zephyr an ocarina of hypnose for when they escape. They shouldn't use it until the operation begins. The system window notifies that the Ocarina of Hypnose is an instrument that controls Shoggoths. The user cannot be attacked by Shoggoths while using the item, and it protects the user from the Shoggoth's mind corruption. Zephyr smirks and thinks that these damn Tartarus worshippers sure put a lot of effort into this. Thankfully, they are making his job a lot easier. The scene shifts to the right before activating the device. Zephyr secretly observes some knights while one of them remarks that this is exhausting. Zephyr believes that with all those healers around, they should be fine and begin to play the device. The man with a mask hears the music and ponders its significance. The Shoggoths emerge from the knights' bags, where they were secretly hidden, and start attacking. Zephyr identifies it as a Shoggoth, instructs everyone to huddle together to make it easier for the healers to protect them, and then runs away from the scene. Another person urges everyone to gather around and stay close. Zephyr thinks it's perfect timing now that they are all distracted and reach to press the brick. The scene shifts to the present as the leaders come down and spot him. Matthias Grimmer remembers Ned introducing him, stating his name is Zephyr and that the master sent him to help complete the mission. He wonders why that brother, who is not the helper Ned brought, is over there. Zephyr asks what they are looking at and explains that this device was found 3 years after the raid ended, during the period when the dungeon was being used as a shelter from demons. He explains that this protective device shifts the structure of the entire tomb, allowing him to change the internal layout of the dungeon randomly. Having stayed here before with his companions, he is very familiar with this place. He starts running from there. Lucius Giornetti recalls Matthias Grimmer mentioning that a slave cleared a nest of enraged cockatrices all by himself, speculating that Zephyr must be trying to demonstrate his abilities desperately, especially with the raid only 20 days away. If they were to interrogate him, he could potentially be a Tartarus worshipper. He observes the tall figure with gray hair, speculating that he must be the slave Matthias mentioned before, and if so, this could mean he is indeed a Tartarus worshipper. He acknowledges that it does not matter. As long as the slave mark is on him, he has to obey forced commands. He commands him to stop, but is surprised when he doesn't comply. Matthias Grimmer recalls giving him a bottle and explaining that it contained a special drug obtained by their leader. Drinking it temporarily disables the power of the slave mark, meaning the priests can't force them to do anything. He suspects that the man has taken the drug he provided. Using his magical power, he attempts to stop the man, but Ned quickly intervenes, grabbing his arm with magical power and then attaching it to a flexible sword. He reflects on the flexible sword, an Eastern weapon, which is flexible enough to be hidden in one's belt and used like a terrifying whip that tears skin right off. Matthias Grimmer wonders why Ned is intervening. Ned runs away, realizing that he blocked Matthias's attack, but there's still one threat remaining, and it's up to Zephyr to protect himself now. Lucius Giornetti attacks Zephyr with magical light, but Zephyr blocks his attack. He is shocked to see this and wonders what the hell is going on. Zephyr thinks to himself that, unfortunately for Lucius, he can't attack him with anything right now. The system window notifies that strong luck provides a temporary burst of powerful good luck, can be used 3 times, and the spell has currently been used once. Zephyr reflects on strong luck, a high-level blessing from the goddess of fortune. He remembers Mercedes saying that the god who supports him will give him some perks as a gift, and he can unlock them as soon as he is back in the past. He thinks back to the day when he returned to the past and checked the perks list. The idea for this plan flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. He considers that the protective device changes the structure of the whole tomb and rearranges the dungeon. In other words, for a very brief moment, it creates paths where there were none before, rendering doors useless. If they are lucky, they might even find a path leading straight to the boss's room, and right now, he has luck on his side. Just then, Ned comes near him, running while Zephyr remarks that he managed to keep up with him. Ned responds that, of course, he can do whatever he needs to. Zephyr thinks to himself that it looks like Ned has made up his mind. The scene shifts to a flashback where Zephyr explains the Tartarus worshippers' original plan. He states that after they all enter the boss's room together, his plan is to steal the dragon's heart and escape alone without going to their meeting place. He questions Ned, confirming that this is what he is thinking of doing. Ned replies by asking Zephyr to let him make a prediction. If he sticks to that plan, he will die. To stay alive, they have to defeat the boss by themselves. Ned asks incredulously, "What?" He declares that he has heard enough of this nonsense and questions if beating the boss by themselves is the best idea Zephyr could come up with. Zephyr instructs him to sit down, saying that he has a way better plan for him. He explains that's the plan and asks if there are any questions. Ned considers that the plan sounds reasonable enough. In fact, it's actually quite good. However, the problem lies in trust, He asks what Zephyr means by saying he will die if he tries to run away with the dragon's heart. He points out that he knows how fast the Dragon King-style martial art makes him and questions who could possibly catch him if he decides to run away or take the dragon's heart for himself. Zephyr responds with 2 points. Firstly, he explains that the dragon's heart can only be absorbed using a special technique. Attempting to absorb it without this technique would result in the dragon's mana killing him. He adds that he cannot absorb it himself, but knows someone who can help with the absorption. Secondly, he mentions that Cardinal Olden is in the Great Temple of the Third Parish, ready to act as the carrier for the dragon heart. If Zephyr doesn't show up at the meeting place, Olden's twin knights will hunt him down. Zephyr emphasizes that these twin knights are among the strongest warriors in the land. Furthermore, once word spreads that he has fled, all the Tartarus worshippers, including their master, the expert in Dragon King-style martial arts, will come after him. He asks if he is truly prepared to face all of that, and if he is certain he can escape from all those people by himself without his help. The scene shifts to the present, where Zephyr and Ned both run, taking high jumps. Ned remembers a moment when Matthias Grimmer asked why he suddenly brought up the idea of giving the dragon heart to the leader himself. He stated they were already in the dungeon, and he wouldn't allow any deviations from their plan. Matthias Grimmer also expresses concern that the Temple of Light might suspect something because the carrier is someone so conspicuous. He realizes that Ned must have heard from the Master that Cardinal Olden is the carrier, but obviously, the Master didn't disclose how the dragon heart would be transported. Matthias assures him not to worry about it, as they have a completely foolproof transportation plan. He advises him to just focus on his own job. He reflects on being surprised that Jinryong had even told him about that. He understands that their whole organization revolves around secrecy, especially regarding the identities of other brothers and leaders, which are top secret. He concludes that the Master must really trust him to disclose such information. Ned acknowledges that everything Zephyr says is true. His nemesis, Cardinal Olden Lasker, is one of the leaders of the Tartarus worshippers, and he is close enough to his master to be assigned such an important mission. It's not sufficient that Olden cheated Ned's father and ruined his life. Now, he wants to keep Ned under his thumb for the rest of his life, too. They both see a bone monster ahead. Ned attacks and destroys it, thinking he will never forgive those Tartarus worshippers and the Temple of Light, and he vows to destroy them all. Zephyr asks what he is doing and tells him to keep moving because every second counts. He responds that he knows. Zephyr acknowledges that he understands how Ned feels, but there's no time to get emotional right now. Strong luck will only last another 15 seconds. They enter a room and see the boss monster moving toward him. The monster boss declares that the heart belongs to him and moves to attack them with a sword. Zephyr urges Ned to run. They both jump aside as he attacks. Zephyr notices a small space and thinks there it is, the space leading into the boss room. They both quickly run toward that space and enter another room. The strong luck timer finishes. They feel relieved, and Ned expresses astonishment, unable to believe they just entered the boss's room like that. He wonders why it's empty and where the boss is. Princess Eurydice appears and questions who they are. She senses the energy of the night outside the door and demands to know how they got in and how dare they disturb her royal slumber. Meanwhile, Leona observes that the walls have stopped moving, and they have defeated all the Shoggoths. She calls for everyone to gather around and check for survivors first. They confirm they will do so. Arno then asks Lucius Giornetti what they should do next. Lucius Giornetti reflects that the slave mark was neutralized before his very eyes. As a Holy One, he can give forced commands from almost a mile away. The system window notifies that the slave mark is a tattoo imprinted on slaves with the power of the priests of light, allowing them to give forced commands to those marked with this tattoo. He wonders if he didn't have a slave mark to begin with, or if he has something capable of neutralizing it. Additionally, he notes that the Shoggoths suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and immediately afterward, someone activated some kind of strange device. He concludes that all this indicates one thing. There are Tartarus worshippers hiding among the raiding party and conspiring against them. Despite his efforts to ensure that the raiding party consisted only of people he could trust and slaves who worked directly for them. He asks Arno what the names of those two who ran away earlier are and who they work for. Arno replies that the silver-haired one is Zephyr and the one dressed in red is Ned. He mentions that Zephyr was recommended by Ned, and Ned works for Inquisitor Matthias. At the same time, Matthias Grimmer thinks if those idiots ran away because they were afraid of the boss, they'd messed everything up. He reflects that this was his perfect chance to prove himself to the Tartarus worshippers and rise in the ranks of the Temple of Light. It was a perfect plan, but those two ruined everything, and now the whole plan is messed up. He addresses his brothers, informing them of a change of plans, and tells them to get ready. Lucius Giornetti arrives with others and asks what they should get ready for. Matthias replies that they should get ready to kill or be killed. Lucius Giornetti asks if Matthias has anything to say to him. Matthias responds nonchalantly, saying there's not really much to say. Meanwhile, Ned Stryer sees her and thinks it's Princess Eurydice, the one whose tomb they are in. He can't believe it. How can the vile princess who killed all those people 1,000 years ago be so serene and beautiful? He considers that the historical records must be wrong about her. Someone like her could never do something so awful. Reflecting on his own actions, he considers breaking into this poor woman's tomb just to get some dragon heart that may or may not even be there. He notices her eyes are so sad. If he could take away even a little bit of her sadness, he would be willing to do anything. As he moves toward her, he staggers on a stone and is about to fall. Zephyr grabs his shirt from behind and advises him not to be a fool. He reflects on how he could fall for such a simple spell, realizing he must still be shaken up by the shock of his master betraying him. Ned Stryer is shocked to see a magic circle on the floor and considers if it is a trap, realizing he almost stepped in it. Princess Eurydice laughs and remarks that it's too bad. It was such a perfect chance to devour him and transform into her evil form. Zephyr senses danger approaching as she increases her size to attack them, declaring that both of them should die. Zephyr asks Ned how he likes his little girlfriend now. Ned tells him to shut up, saying the spell is broken now. Anyway, she attacks, but they both jump back. Zephyr realizes it's the skill of Dark Hand. The red hands absorb stamina while the blue ones absorb mana. Being a grand sorceress, Eurydice can create hundreds of these hands at once. He recalls from a dungeon raid report he secretly read in his last life that many raid party members ended up essentially being potions for Eurydice because they couldn't counter this skill. Eurydice can keep healing herself by sucking up stamina and mana from her opponents. He reflects that Lucius is said to have miraculously survived the battle against her, although he was almost dead by the end of it. He can feel Lucius's gaze. It's like he's been waiting for this moment, and those eyes are eagerly hoping that he will fail. The system window notifies that the skill wall of iron is provided by Asura, the god of debt. Whatever fatigue and damage the user receives while using the skill are stored as debt. Then, when the user's mana reaches 0, all the accumulated damage hits them at once. On the other side, Lucius Giornetti states that they have spent 10 years working to get this far and questions why he is throwing it all away, asking how long he has been on their side. Matthias Grimmer believes Lucius is no fool. First, the Shoggoths, then the slaves not responding to their slave marks. With all these clues, he is sure Lucius has figured it out by now. He would not be questioning him like this if he were not absolutely certain. He thinks it is unlikely he would be able to escape even if he used the slaves to buy him some time. He does not even know what the dungeon structure is like now. Even if he managed to get away, returning empty-handed from such an important mission would lead the leaders of the Tartarus worshippers to kill him. He thinks he will have to kill him. Killing Lucius Giornetti is the only way for him to get out of there alive. He laughs and asks if Lucius would really like to know. He believes he has the worst luck today. He is up against a Holy One armed with a legend-grade item, plus a whole team of healers and combat priests, and he has to defeat all these people without the dungeon boss or the Shoggoths. However, he realizes he still has one advantage. Although they see them as enemies, they have not figured out that they have some brothers hidden on their side too. If they catch them off guard, they may just stand a chance. He secretly signals his team. The masked man notices and thinks they will all drink the potions on the count of 3, agreeing to then move on to Plan C. The system window notifies that the suspicious potion is a special potion provided by the leader of the Tartarus worshippers, which temporarily deactivates the slave mark. He tells Lucius Giornetti to settle this with a duel like proper noblemen, promising to tell him everything he wants to know if he wins, and then he secretly counts down 3, 2. Lucius Giornetti commands all units to attack Matthias. The system window notifies that the slave mark is a tattoo imprinted on slaves with the power of the priests of light, allowing the priests to give forced commands to those marked with this tattoo. Matthias realizes he has been beaten to it. His subordinates drop the bottle, poised to attack him with weapons, and the masked man apologizes, stating they are not acting of their own free will. Matthias calls them useless fools. Lucius Giornetti asserts that as a holy one, his forced commands hold the same authority as those of His Holiness, the Pope. As long as his command is active, the slaves will disregard the commands of all other priests, meaning the only way to halt them is to kill them. He expresses deep disappointment in Matthias, reflecting on their friendship since they first entered the academy at the age of 12. Now, both at the age of 32, they have encountered countless challenges together, knowing each other so well that they can practically read each other's minds. He cannot fathom how Matthias, of all people, could betray him. He declares that first, he will have to dismantle the trap he set. Lucius Giornetti grabs Matthias and extracts a centipede from his mouth. He believes that these are the marked bugs that the Tartarus worshippers keep in their guts. A significant portion of the Tartarus worshippers' power comes from these marked bugs. Because the mark of Tartarus is engraved on the bugs rather than on the worshippers themselves, they can be both temple priests or slaves and Tartarus worshippers simultaneously, despite the rule that stipulates they can only bear the mark of one god at a time, whether as a slave or a priest. He crushes the centipedes underfoot and expresses his disappointment in Matthias, whom he trusted to select the slaves for this mission. He never expected that they would all turn out to be Tartarus worshippers. Arno considers Lord Matthias to be certainly no pushover. It only takes him 30 seconds to dispatch about 30 slaves, but Commander Lucius is even stronger. Lucius Giornetti captures Matthias with chains. Matthias thinks he knows it won't be an easy fight, but it is even harder than he expected. He couldn't even make a scratch on him. He wonders how there can be such an enormous difference in strength between them. He guesses ordinary people are just no match for priests, if this is simply the fate determined by the gods for them. He vomits blood, holds a stone of revelation in his tooth, and thinks that if this is fate, then he refuses to accept it. Lucius Giornetti says he wants to hear why Matthias betrayed him. Matthias says he really doesn't get it, and if Lucius wants to know, he should ask his damn goddess, showing him the stone of revelation. Everyone is shocked to see it. Matthias bites it, causing a mana overload blast that breaks the chain. The scene shifts to a flashback. Olden Lasker holds the magic ball and states that this is the Tartarus worshipper's secret weapon. It resonates with the marked bug and turns him into a demon. It's called a stone of revelation, and he only uses it when he is completely out of other options. He explains that once he uses it, he can never be human again. The scene shifts to the present. Mathia Grimmer transforms into his demon form and considers that everything he possesses was meant to be his. If being manipulated by the gods is his fate, and if being human means there's nothing he can do about it, then he is done with being human. Lucius Giornetti orders an attack, noting that it takes time for their power to stabilize right after they transform into demons. Arno moves to attack and invokes Aria, asking her to grant them strength. The system window notifies that the battle light significantly boosts the stats of all allies, granting a 120% increase in attack power, light attributes, mana, defense, and recovery. All knights and guards attempt to attack Mafia, but he dismisses their efforts and retaliates. Lucius Giornetti moves to attack him, considering it divine judgment. A knight declares that he has done it, while another advises to wait. Matthias Grimmer seizes Lucius Giornetti's sword. Arno is shocked and realizes that Commander Lucius's attack did not work. Leona believes they need to help but wonders how. If a legend grade item is ineffective against him, how will they defeat him with lower grade items? She recalls something and remembers they have another legend grade item, the Stake of Faith. She recalls Lucius Giornetti giving her the Stake of Faith, stored in an inventory case, and telling her that he was entrusting her with it. It's not just for prying open the door to the boss room. She should use it in case of an emergency. She steps forward, thinking that if she uses this to help Commander Lucius, they might be able to defeat Matthias. She moves her hand to check it and realizes that the Stake of Faith is gone. Meanwhile, Ned Stryer holds the Stake of Faith inventory case and considers how he ever conceived of using this thing. He does not intend to sound crude, but this is certainly one hell of a plan. Princess Eurydice attacks both of them again, and they step back. He believes he was correct. Everything is unfolding as Zephyr said it would. Her skill fades away if he waits just 15 seconds or so, and she cannot continue using wide-range skills like that. He understands that magic skills require the caster's brain to perform complicated calculations, so overusing high-level skills can cause his brain to overheat and melt. He needs to mix in some lower-level skills to give his brain time to cool down. Even the best gear only reduces the load on his brain without changing that basic physical fact. He sees this as their chance to attack. She sprouts some tentacles from her head to attack, while he plans 1 step backward, 3 steps to the side, and then jumps on top to move in and attack her. He contemplates that battles are full of surprises. Even if he can see the future, it's impossible to predict everything. Zephyr holds his sword. The system window notifies that the Twilight Longsword is a magic sword with the power of light or darkness depending on the type of enchantment. It's the most effective light and dark attribute weapon that a non-priest can use. Zephyr begins to attack and cuts her tentacles, emphasizing that what matters most is how prepared they are. He considers if he has enough items, if he has a companion he can trust, if they are strong enough not to panic even in challenging situations, and if he has trained himself well enough to deal with all these sudden, unexpected problems. He executes the Dragon King style sword technique, Rise of the Dragon, and jumps down from his position. They both observe each other while acknowledging they haven't beaten her yet. Zephyr notices her transformation and thinks he has been waiting for this moment. Ned acknowledges that he understands and leaps to attack her. He recalls a memory when Zephyr explained that even if they unleashed all their martial arts skills, it would still be difficult to defeat that monster. Once they destroy her head, she will transform into her second form, becoming significantly stronger. However, there's a brief moment during her transformation when she can't use skills or move, and that's when they can strike. He opens the Stake of Faith inventory case, and a sword moves towards her, stabbing her. He believes that the Stake of Faith is a legend-grade item that responds to dark aura and emits its own powerful divine energy. Zephyr also attacks her and believes that the Stake of Faith will deal most of the damage. In the meantime, they will hack away at her to ensure she can't remove the stake. Not even a legend-grade item like that has unlimited divine energy. Once the stake runs out of divine energy, it simply becomes a ridiculously heavy chunk of metal. This is likely why Lucius did not consider using it as a means of attack despite spending a fortune to borrow it from the Pope. However, it's not like it's his money anyway. A moment later, the Stake of Faith sword stops shimmering. He realizes that the Stake of Faith has deactivated itself, indicating that it no longer perceives the enemy as a threat. He curses inwardly, realizing that the battle was so intense that he scarcely had a chance to catch his breath. The divine enchantment on all his weapons has worn off, but he supposes it could have been worse, given the formidable enemy they faced. He drinks a mana potion and wonders how Lucius is faring. If Matthias has indeed transformed into a demon, then again, with the goddess of light on his side, he is confident Lucius will once again emerge alive. If not, so be it. Ned notices her eye moving. Zephyr advises leaving her, as she can't revive herself in her current state. Furthermore, if she dies, the door will open, and the gatekeeper will enter. Zephyr suggests they search for the dragon's heart and tosses a bottle toward him. Ned catches it and realizes it's a healing potion. He advises using it for recovery at the moment. There's no telling what they might encounter while they are exploring. Ned believes this dungeon boss is considered one of the 8 trials of the world, and the 2 of them have just defeated her by themselves, which he sees as a miracle. He believes he is no pushover himself, but he is definitely not strong enough to pull off a miracle like this. It's all thanks to his plan. He considers this to be way beyond just surprising or even suspicious. It's as if he's looking down on everything from above. They hear the gatekeeper's sound from outside the door. The gatekeeper attempts to break the door with his magic spell and sends mana power inside. Princess Eurydice absorbs the mana and believes that it's Giorgio's, her knight in shining armor. She starts healing. Ned asks what's going on. Zephyr states that he is not sure and believes this was not included in Lucius's dungeon raid report in his last life. He ponders, considering the possibility that the future changed because, unlike Lucius, they did not defeat the gatekeeper before entering the boss room. She fully heals and observes the Stake of Faith shimmering again. She points at them and moves to attack. Ned and Zephyr also attempt to attack her. but their swords pass between her without causing harm. Ned realizes he did not even feel the sword go in. Zephyr recognizes this skill as spatial distortion, one of Media's ancient spells. Ned steps on the magic circle, and tentacles pop out, throwing him away. She quickly moves to attack him. He evades and acknowledges she's incredibly fast. Zephyr accesses the silver key inventory and inquires where she thinks she is going. He grabs her with the queen spider's web and commands her to come over here. He employs his power and considers basic mana and power boost, along with spatial distortion, to be unstoppable defensive skills. However, the skills users find their attacks ineffective due to the space distortion around them. When Eurydice approaches to attack, they manage to counterattack. She uses her tentacles to prevent being dragged. Ned strikes her with his sword and thinks, nice, the attack works. She retaliates, cutting him. The system window notifies that Black Mirror, one of Media's ancient spells, reflects any damage received. Up to 300% of damage can be reflected, depending on the user's skill level. She flicks her finger and attacks with Dark Hand, causing Ned to scream in pain. Zephyr repeatedly punches her using Lightning Palm power and employs Tab Mana Control on his arm. He considers Mana Control to be an Eastern skill that aids in locating the magic channels in his opponent's body, allowing him to use their own mana to overpower them. He considers that blocking their mana flow doesn't inflict as much damage as physically hitting or stabbing them, but it can completely disable their ability to use skills. Since she is a grand sorceress, mana flows through her extremely quickly. If he were not so familiar with this skill, he would not have been able to stop her mana flow, and he never imagined all that training with Altair would pay off now. She moves back, but he captures her with spiderwebs, thinking that these were the webs he implanted when he halted her mana. He holds her close and places his hands on her chest and belly to apply magical power. She screams as he retrieves the miraculous rosary heal from the silver key inventory. The system window notifies that the item, purchased from White Rose, Miraculous Rosary Heal, is a rosary with a temple skill embedded in each wooden bead. Anyone can use these embedded skills, even non-priests, and the skills disappear after a single use. He throws some wooden beads on Ned and considers that there are 9 seconds left until the Dark Hand disappears. That should keep him alive, at least. She uses her tentacles and throws Zephyr away. He wonders what a beast she is and how she managed to stop his mana control so quickly. She captures him with tentacles and uses magical power to attack him. He remarks that she sure likes to complicate things. She creates an explosion with her magic powers. Meanwhile, Anna Primrose breaks a cup while Angelia arrives and asks if she is okay. She says she is fine, just distracted for a second, and picks up the broken pieces of the cup, but her finger gets cut. She hopes Zephyr is okay, and if he is using the items she gave him, she is kind of worried. She thinks she should have gotten him a rosary with more spells. Meanwhile, Zephyr attempts to pick up the miraculous rosary heal beads and is badly injured. Ned also falls unconscious. Zephyr reflects that as soon as he lost control of the flow, she completely gained the upper hand on him. This seems absurd to him. While this might be one of the 8 hardest quests in the world, she's not even that tough, and he could have easily defeated her if he were the same person as before he was revived. He realizes this just goes to show how weak he is at this point in his life. He has used up all his consumable items, and his weapons and armor are all ruined. He wonders what else he has left, those seemingly useless perks that the gods gave him when he was revived. The system window notifies him that the skill wall of iron, provided by Asura, the god of debt, stores whatever fatigue and damage the user receives while using the skill as debt. Then, when the user's mana reaches 0, all the accumulated damage hits them at once. He realizes that he is just after his life. The system window notifies him about the egg of a mystical creature that inhabits the divine realm. Hatch the egg to find out which creature is inside. He considers that at least half of the mystical creatures he knows are hostile towards humans, so hatching the wrong creature would be suicide at this point. The system window notifies about strong luck, which provides a temporary burst of powerful good luck and can be used 3 times. He thinks strong luck does not have any penalties, but he has already decided where to use it for the remaining 2 times. If he uses it anywhere else, his whole plan will be ruined, and he bets the gods would just love to see him full of regret and despair if he uses it in the wrong place. The system window notifies about the Sword of Light, a divine sword formed from a ray of primeval light. People unworthy of wielding this sword are incinerated as soon as they touch it. He reflects that the Sword of Light requires stats that are very difficult for a human being to achieve, but the requirements are not as strict for priests of light. This implies that the Sword of Light and Revive are merely traps designed to take away his free will. The system window notifies that Revive revives the user 3 days after dying. After activation, the user's soul belongs to the god of death who provided the perk. He considers that while these may be extremely powerful skills, they would also turn him into a puppet for the gods, allowing them to order him around as they please. All the other perks either have limitations on where he can use them or are useless in battle. He concludes that he does not have any way of turning this situation around. These perks are not acts of kindness or even gifts. He remembers that Mercedes told him to show them something more, a little more entertaining, and he considers that they are just for the gods' entertainment. They're like a leash the gods have put on him because they wanted to see him cling desperately to hope. She moves closer to him to attack. He considers that if he is going to die no matter what he does, and if his plan is doomed to fail anyway, then he will just have to do something and start drawing something on the floor. He believes that will upset them, those idiots. Mercedes appears there and asks what he thinks he is doing. She demands an explanation, questioning how a human like him knows about that evil symbol. Zephyr thinks it looks like something big took the bait. He considers it proof that the gods were shamefully defeated in the past. That's all he knows about what this symbol means. One thing he is sure of is that the gods have declared it taboo, and he can be sentenced to divine punishment and killed just for drawing it. He thinks divine punishment is a law of this world that applies automatically to anyone who violates a taboo. In other words, as soon as he finishes drawing this symbol, he will be automatically killed. He cannot sense Eurydice's presence at all. The angel must have set up a barrier around them. Good. That gives him a bit of time to recover some health. She demands an explanation, asking how a human like him knows about that evil symbol. He says he is a bit confused, stating that higher spiritual beings cannot enter the world of lower beings, and asks if that is not one of the laws of this world. He questions what she is doing here. She asks if he has forgotten that she is the one who sent him back in time. Angels with a connection to a lower being are given the right to enter the lower world. She informs him that she allowed him to interrupt her question once, but she won't allow it again. She asks how he knows about that evil symbol. He tells her to pay up if she wants to know. She is surprised to hear this and asks if he has lost his mind. She begins using her magic to pause everything. He realizes he can't move his hand if this is one of the angel's skills. She tells him not to forget his place. He may amuse the gods, but he is neither holy nor an angel. Drawing that symbol has infuriated many gods, and many of them are demanding that he be killed right now. She states that such rudeness will not be tolerated. He responds that he understands, then suggests she just kill him if she is prepared to face the consequences. He challenges her, saying she can only do so if she has that level of authority. He thinks if she looks carefully at the revival perks given to him by the gods, she can see what each wants from him. He recalls a god saying they gave him a double-edged sword to make his death more entertaining to watch. He reflects that these gods don't want him to just kill himself. That wouldn't be any fun for them. He recalls another god saying he would give him ultimate power if he would become his, and he thinks those who want him to join their legion would lose what they are after if he died and the god of death took him away. Neither side wants that to happen. He believes that's why they sent an angel here to stop him from completing the symbol. She asks what on earth he wants. He replies that he needs something better. He can't do anything with those pathetic perks that the gods gave him. He would rather just die right here and ask the gods if they are listening. If he dies, they all stand to gain or lose something. He tells those who have something to lose that if they are really going to let this happen, if they are just going to sit there twiddling their thumbs, he promises them that if they miss this chance, they will never find another human as entertaining as him, and they might as well take a risk now. He says he is giving them a chance. All the gods hear him, while the goddess of light says, "Interesting," and casts a huge light upon him. Zephyr looks up and says he doesn't understand. He asks if this is what they all really want. After a huge light bursts out, he comes back in front of Princess Eurydice and apologizes for keeping her waiting. She smirks and moves to attack him using her magical power. he blocks her attack and takes up the Sword of Light to strike her. The system window notifies that the Sword of Light is a divine sword formed from a ray of primeval light. People unworthy of wielding this sword are incinerated as soon as they touch it. The scene shifts to a flashback. Arya, the goddess of light and one of the three supreme gods, laughs and remarks that this human is full of surprises. She apologizes for underestimating him and not equipping him better. Referring to his sword, she declares that she will provide him with even better gear from his personal treasury. The god of debt interrupts, asking what he thinks he is doing and stating that he can't just let a mere human use a divine item like that. Akaris, the god of the sky and another of the three supreme gods, responds that it doesn't really matter. He asserts that it's her item, so she can do whatever she wants with it. As one of the three supreme gods, he is also embarrassed by his own behavior. He reflects that besides, the god of death usually doesn't take an interest in the human world, so he has been wondering why he's suddenly so interested in that human. Until he figures out what the god of death is planning, he can't allow him to have that human. The scene shifts back to the present. Zephyr holds the sword and thinks about spatial distortion. He attacks her head and believes that she may be a grand sorceress, but she cannot defend herself against a divine item using only human magic. He considers the spell to be an exclusive skill for the Sword of Light, saying "Let there be light," and a huge light appears, causing an explosion. After a while, the black aura leaves Princess Eurydice's body, and she regains consciousness, lying in Zephyr's lap. He asks if she is awake and thinks that Yahello is not just a skill that deals powerful light damage. It can also break even the most powerful curses. He didn't think he'd have to use it, but thanks to that skill, it appears that the curses on Eurydice are completely gone now. He wonders if this is what she used to look like. She says it feels like she has been dreaming, a very long and frightening dream, and asks who he is and who she has to thank for driving the evil out of her. He replies that he is Zephyr, the one who will succeed her legacy as Princess Eurydice of the 12 Heroes. The scene shifts to a flashback. Knight Georgios kneels down and declares that this is the dragon heart of Chrysaorus, the Black Dragon, Her Royal Highness. He would like to dedicate this to her. She takes it and remarks that he has done a great deed, but asks him to call her Eurydice, not Her Royal Highness. She inquires if there is something he wants to tell her after defeating Chrysaorus. He removes his mask and kisses her. At that moment, she reflects that they believed they would live happily ever after from then on, realizing how foolish they had been. The scene shifts back to the present. She explains that at the last level of this tomb, there is a giant magic circle shaped like the Tree of Life, one of the greatest treasures of the elves. It is used to purify the terrible curse that has been placed upon the dragon's heart. She has been using the energy of the magic circle to stay alive for the last 1,000 years and has finally succeeded in purifying the dragon's heart. However, as a result of the curse wearing her down, she lost her human form. She acknowledges that he and his companion freed her from the darkness, and she truly does not know how to thank them both or how to apologize. She has forcibly kept herself alive much longer than she should have, and her body has almost reached its limit now. She does not have much time left. She asks him what he desires the dragon heart for. Zephyr replies that it's hard to explain in words, and they are both short on time, so he tells her to go ahead and look at his memories. He clasps his hand with hers. The system window notifies that the skill communion, Eurydice's skill, allows another person to read his emotions and memories through physical contact. She sees all the memories from his past life. Meanwhile, Lucius Giornetti fights against Matthias Grimmer in his demon form. Matthias asks why he looks so desperate and says he is having a great time. Lucius thinks he has Arno's power, and it should not be this hard to beat him. However, his booster buff dissipates every time he comes into contact with Matthias's dark energy. Matthias exclaims that he feels so powerful, as if he has become a god. He never knew how great it felt to be so strong, and he realizes he has been keeping this power to himself all this time. He tries to attack Lucius with a burst of firelight. Lucius blocks the attack. Arno, observing this, thinks it is hard enough just to dodge the continuous attacks, let alone figure out how to assist. A priest, watching the battle, thinks it is amazing the power of the demons that the Tartarus worshippers desire so badly. Noticing that everyone is completely distracted, the priest considers using this opportunity to take out a few priests, especially someone like the head healer or the captain of the rear guard. Perhaps, by doing so, he could obtain a stone of revelation like Lord Matthias. He thinks he brought this on himself because of his religion and shouldn't blame anyone for his death. He secretly takes out a knife. Suddenly, a black aura surrounds him, marking a red magic circle on him and extracting the centipedes from him and other Tartarus worshippers. Arno is shocked to see this and thinks, what the hell, how can there be so many Tartarus worshippers among the priests? The system window notifies that the exclusive demon skill power drain gathers the power of marked bugs from nearby Tartarus worshippers. Matthias absorbs the aura of power and thanks his brothers, appreciating that they are lending him their power. He declares he will use their meaningless lives for a good cause. Lucius Giornetti thinks that skill is dangerous and instructs everyone to use whatever defensive skills they have to the maximum. Matthias ignites fire all around, using his power while creating a protective shield around himself and the other leaders to protect them. The fire burns many knights and guards. Lucius Giornetti demands an end to this evil. He asks if he's kidding, questioning how dare he say that. He recalls his childhood, thinking back to when he couldn't believe Lucius of the Giornetti family received the stigmata. It doesn't make sense. He was only 7 years old, and he wasn't even a candidate to become a Holy One. He reflects that prospective Holy Ones are trained until they reach 15 years old. Then, the winner of the tournament undergoes a sacred ritual to receive the stigmata. That's how Holy Ones have always been chosen. But the stigmata has already been bestowed upon him. He wonders about himself. He was training to be a Holy One. He recalls a person saying, damn it, he thought Matthias would become a Holy One. He has invested a fortune in his family, and this is a scam. He recalls another person asking if he is accusing the goddess of scamming him. Regardless, he needs to get back the money he invested in the Grimmer family. Another person interjects, advising him to be quiet, as that's not what's important right now. Matthias Grimmer believes that according to ancient records, when someone unexpectedly becomes a Holy One without being a candidate, it signifies that the Age of Tribulation is about to begin. This suggests that the Temple of Light is on the brink of a significant event. He explains that after he was chosen as a Holy One, his father tricked people into believing they needed his blessing to navigate the impending period of chaos. He extorted a fortune from the worshippers and did everything he could to profit from them. He reflects that countless people went bankrupt as a result, and many even took their own lives. He views his family as a group of con artists and murderers. He asserts that if that isn't evil, then what is? However, he doesn't want to admit to that, does he? Instead, he claims that he and the Temple of Light created a dungeon bubble and engaged in all sorts of deceitful activities without ever facing the consequences. He contends that the Temple of Light is the true embodiment of evil. Meanwhile, Princess Eurydice remarks that this is the future he has experienced and asks how he could have lived such a life. She cries and expresses sympathy, saying he's a poor thing. Zephyr explains that the demon invasion she tried to stop long ago is set to occur over the next few years. He wants to emerge victorious this time and avoid being completely defeated as he was in his last life. That's why he needs to ask her for a difficult favor. He recalls a memory, explaining that, firstly, he can only absorb the dragon's heart using a special technique. If he tries to absorb it as it is, the dragon's mana will kill him, and he can't absorb it himself. However, he knows someone who can help absorb the dragon's heart. He initially planned to get someone else to do this, but now that Eurydice has regained her senses, everything has changed. She's done this before, so she could do a much better job. He believes Eurydice, the Grand Sorceress, is the one who planted the dragon heart in Georgios, the first dragon slayer. He pleads with her to implant the dragon's heart into him. However, she apologizes, stating that she cannot do that. He is taken aback, wondering what she just said. He reflects on 1,000 years ago when the world almost ended. Chrysaorus, the black dragon and the strongest of the 7 dragons, nearly burned down the entire world. Chrysaorus originally was one of the 12 heroes who led the charge in the war against the demons. However, after being cursed by the demons, he lost his mind and went on a rampage. As a result, the world was plunged into misery and death. Powerful warriors like the Grand Sorceress Princess Eurydice and the Knight Georgios, along with the Golden Dragon, fought valiantly for humanity. He recalls how the remaining 11 heroes were compelled to battle their former ally, Chrysaorus, in order to save the world. After a long year of fighting, the battle with the Black Dragon finally ended. He remembers Knight Giorgio's pleading with Chrysaorus for forgiveness and thinks that Knight Giorgio's dealt the final blow to the dragon. He explains that all the events, both in her time and in his, are related to the demon's attempts to summon Tartarus into this world. The gods are generally prohibited from entering anyone else's territory, except their own, with one exception to that rule. He explains that Tartarus, the god of demons, can be summoned directly into the human world. The demon worshippers who attempted to summon Tartarus in his time formed a group known as the Tartarus worshippers and are now endeavoring once again to bring him into this world. He and she both desire the same outcome. He insists that she must be aware of this, especially now that she has witnessed the memories of his previous life. Reflecting on the past, he remarks that nobles, priests, and many of the wealthy cared only about filling their own pockets as the world faced its end. Some even conspired with the Tartarus worshippers. When Tartarus became a serious threat, everyone fled, leaving only him and his companions to genuinely try to prevent the world's destruction. He emphasizes that he did not return to the past to live a happy life. He returned to fight once more and emerge victorious this time. He acknowledges her as the most powerful sorceress in history and the leader of the 12 heroes who succeeded in persuading the other 11 to fight alongside her. He makes this request of her as a hero from the past. He gestures with his hand and requests to be granted the power to save the world. She gazes at him, thinking they are so different, yet for some reason, he reminds her of him. The scene shifts to a flashback. Knight Giorgio stands near the door and asks if she is scared. He questions what she fears, noting that she and the Golden Dragon spent 3 years breaking the curse on the dragon's heart. And she has successfully performed hundreds of test operations, hasn't she? He reassures her that he will be fine. In fact, he feels proud. With this power, he believes he will be able to save the world from the last remaining demons that were driven into the desert, as well as from the red dragon that is eager to claim their land. He adds that he also wants to ensure a safe world for their daughter to live in and move closer to her. He asks her to trust him and to plant the dragon's heart inside him. After a while, a black aura emanates from Knight Giorgio's body as he lies on the floor. A servant urgently tells Princess Eurydice that she must leave because it's too dangerous. The magical aura burns the servant. Eurydice considers that it's the same energy as when Chrysaorus went on a rampage, wondering if it's the curse of the demons. The Golden Dragon arrives and questions how this could happen since she broke the curse on the dragon's heart. He observes her facial expression, deducing that this is what she's thinking. He apologizes, admitting that he subtly intervened to make it appear as though the curse was lifted. He mentions that it was enjoyable pretending to be her ally, but he, too, has his own objectives to fulfill. With a snap of his fingers, he casts magic on her. The system window notifies that the skill language enchantment, an exclusive dragon skill, imbues words with magical power. He captures her with spells and declares that she shall never reveal the world's secret that she discovered. He laments the situation, suggesting that if only she hadn't been so eager to take the dragon's heart, they could have lived happily ever after with their daughter. He acknowledges her talent as a sorceress, noting how perfectly she implanted the dragon heart in Giorgio's body along with the hidden demon curses. He cruelly tells her to enjoy witnessing her own husband destroy the world with the unlimited power of the dragon heart. Suddenly, Knight Giorgio's body transforms into a skeletal monster, grabs a sword, and begins attacking. The scene shifts to the present, and she explains that she herself had to extract the dragon heart from Giorgio's chest 1,000 years ago. She has been waiting all this time to break the curse and find a hero worthy of bearing the dragon's heart. She acknowledges that he is indeed worthy of it. However, his body is not yet prepared to receive the dragon's heart. If she were to try to implant it inside him now, his body would either be completely destroyed, or he would be left crippled. He acknowledges this fact. He realizes that he can no longer enhance his body with deadly poisons. If he does not allow his body a few months to rest between each power boost, it will severely damage his blood vessels. Moreover, he can only utilize the combination of Zahan and Belil when his stats are low. He has already employed every trick he knows of to grow as quickly as possible. He admits that there's still a small chance it could work, but he's uncertain. She explains that he is considering using strong luck to overcome the limitation, believing it will guarantee his success as long as there's even a small chance. However, she corrects him, stating that he will need to use strong luck one additional time than he thinks. Perplexed, he asks what she means. She begins to explain, but before she can finish her sentence, she feels pain in her neck and starts coughing. Reflecting that it has been over 1,000 years, she realizes the golden dragon still binds her with the power of the language enchantment. She resolves not to simply let him have his way. Although the language enchantment prevents him from directly commanding her, he can still indirectly describe what he wants. She instructs him to listen carefully, stating that he will need strong luck when he is forced to choose between the person who matters most to him and someone else. She suggests that he take all the items in her tomb to strengthen himself first before she plants the dragon heart inside him, which she believes would be safer. She offers to rearrange the dungeon layout so he can escape without the priests seeing him. However, if he insists on receiving the dragon heart now despite the risks, there is something he must do. She explains that he must defeat the red dragon, the blue dragon, the ice dragon, and the green dragon within 1 year. She asks if he can accomplish this. Confidently, he responds that she knows who she is talking to and asserts that a year to kill 4 dragons is more than enough time. He makes a gesture and promises that he will make the world safe, just as she and Giorgio's desired. Furthermore, he pledges to complete the task within 6 months. He tells her she can now rest from her mission and watch over him from the underworld. She realizes now that she hadn't realized what a burden her mission had become. She feels relieved and apologizes, leaving it to him to complete her unfinished mission. Using her magic, a light emerges from the tomb, and the dragon's heart, captured with chains, emerges from it. Zephyr sees it and thinks it must be the dragon heart of Chrysaorus. She holds it and expresses respect for his determination, addressing him as the new hero. She declares that they should now begin as he lies on the floor. He aims to activate Perk's strong luck. The system window notifies that strong luck provides a temporary burst of powerful good luck, can be used 3 times, and has currently been used twice. She begins performing a ritual to bury a heart in his chest. He is transported into a dark place and wonders where he is, unable to see anything. He wonders if he is in the dark or if this is his mind. He sees his hand and realizes that he has felt something like this before. He is not alone in here, there's something else. He notices a dragon eye observing him. The dragon grabs him and admonishes him, calling him a little idiot and questioning how he dares to covet his power. Zephyr believes this must be the overmind of Chrysaorus that remained in the dragon's heart, a terrifying presence. His soul almost feels like it's being cut in two. He can't believe this is the overmind of a dragon that died 1,000 years ago. The dragon claims he recognizes a smell on him, the smell of the gods, and asks if those tiresome idiots have not had enough, questioning why they sent another puppet here. He wonders what the dragon means. The dragon declares he refuses to let him have his power, asserting that he is the last person he will give it to. Meanwhile, Matthias Grimmer kills the knight, then grabs Leona and Arno by the neck and continues the countdown. He declares to Lucius Giornetti that now he is the last one left and attacks him. Lucius Giornetti questions the use of the same attack again, stating that Matthias is wasting his time and attempts to counterattack. Matthias Grimmer remarks that Lucius is too slow and launches another attack. He notices that his reaction time has considerably slowed down, realizing he's becoming fatigued. He thinks to himself that Matthias is adjusting to the demonic power the longer they fight, and despite both of them attacking each other, he is the only one accumulating damage. As he punches Matthias, he also receives a hit. Matthias lifts him up with his sword and casts a fire spell to burn him. Lucius Giornetti blocks the fire but is pushed back with force. He realizes he doesn't have Arno or Leona around to protect him anymore and acknowledges that he has no other choice but to use his own power, though doing so might also endanger him. He resolves that it's time to end this and attacks Matthias again with fire. Suddenly, he notices his power is not working and realizes that his ball of flame has been pierced, deactivating it. He wonders what caused it, observing a feather. Lucius Giornetti finds himself surrounded by feathers and experiences a slight healing effect. His past version appears and greets him, asking how much of his life he wishes to sacrifice this time. Lucius Giornetti responds 1 month. His past self questions this, stating that 1 month won't be sufficient to defeat the beast. It will cost him 6 months. Lucius Giornetti touches a shimmering light with his finger, powering it up. Matthias sees him and wonders what's happening. He's a demon now, so why does he feel so afraid? He is shocked to see Lucius like this and thinks it can't be possible. He shouldn't have any reason to fear him now, and he's no match for him. Nevertheless, Lucius Giornetti continues to attack him relentlessly. He falls down, admitting that Lucius can indeed keep a secret, unable to believe that he had been hiding this power for 20 years. Lucius Giornetti explains that the Shard of Glory is a skill exclusive to the Holy Ones, allowing them to sacrifice part of their lifespan in exchange for power from their future selves when they have ascended to become angels. It's a closely guarded secret of the temple, known only to the Pope and a select few cardinals. This is why, on average, Holy Ones have a lifespan of around 30 years, even if they try to prolong their lives without using the Shard of Glory. Lucius reflects that they are often compelled to use it when confronted with powerful enemies, as the temple frequently places young Holy Ones in perilous situations for its own gain. He expresses disdain for being a Holy One, likening them to mere pawns of the temple's whims, and questions Matthias, asking if betraying their friendship and sacrificing everything was truly worth it if he desired power so fervently. Matthias laughs and retorts that it's easy for Lucius to say, as he was chosen to be a Holy One. He asks if Lucius thinks he is the only one being manipulated, stating that there's just one difference. The goddess actually cares about the value of Lucius's life, whereas his own life is worth nothing to her. Matthias questions what was so different about the two of them and why everyone thought he would be chosen as a Holy One instead of Lucius. He wonders how everything came to this point and remarks bitterly that the goddess never answered any of his questions. How cruel of her. He begins to transform into dust. Meanwhile, Ned regains consciousness and wonders if he passed out. He notices the sudden silence and wonders what happened to the boss. He sees Princess Eurydice performing a ritual on Zephyr and realizes that this isn't the dungeon boss. He wonders what is going on. Meanwhile, Lucius Giornetti tries to heal Arno and invokes the name of the Almighty Area. He asks Arno and Leona if they can hear him and wonders if they are the only 3 survivors out of all those people in the raiding party. He declares that the raid is over and suggests they head back. At the same time, the dragon seizes Zephyr and mentions an energy surge as light appears in front of them. Zephyr notices the light and ponders if it has something to do with strong luck. He finds it almost as if it's trying to protect him, though he thinks this level of protection seems excessive for just a momentary lapse in focus. Understanding that this is occurring within his consciousness and not in reality, he realizes that the most crucial aspect is his mental strength. He knows that if he succumbs to fear now, the dragon's mind will consume him and take control, even if the transplant is successful. He resolves not to let that happen and grasps his sense of self. Feeling the presence of light magic around him, he moves to punch the dragon, but he is stabbed and pushed back. He takes up a sword and asserts that he knows this isn't his first encounter with a dragon's overmind in his consciousness. Counting those from his past life, this makes it the 5th time. He complains that dragons are such a nuisance and questions why they can't just remain dead and let others absorb them instead of testing individuals before granting them power. He decides he will have to impart some sense into the dragon and declares it's time to teach him a lesson. The dragon retorts, asking if he ever stops talking, and challenges him to come and fight if he dares. Zephyr moves to attack him with his sword. Meanwhile, Ned wonders what the heck is going on here. He sees Zephyr and observes that Zephyr appears unconscious, possibly overpowered. He realizes that the dungeon boss is so absorbed in whatever she is doing to Zephyr that she isn't paying any attention to him. Ned considers if this could be a chance to attack her. The system window notifies him that mana freeze is a temporary condition of pain and exhaustion that occurs when a mana user runs out of mana. He thinks, damn it, this is the worst time for mana freeze. Indeed, Dark Hand absorbed all his mana before he passed out. He realizes he can't afford to miss such a perfect chance. Princess Eurydice advises him not to stand yet, stating that he needs rest, and casts magic on him. He coughs and vomits blood along with centipedes. He sees them and wonders if they are the marked bugs that he swallowed. She explains that she removed the evil piece from within him. The marked bug is still just a larva, and he didn't use its power at all. He is impressed that he acquired such power through hard work alone. She adds that although the bug was only a larva, his insides are likely damaged from expelling it, so he should rest. She has given him some of her mana, so he will feel much better after a long sleep. He wonders what she's talking about. He doesn't understand why the dungeon boss would help him. Nevertheless, for some reason, he feels incredibly tired. Meanwhile, Arno observes that these are the purification amulets from the 5th floor. They have been moved all the way here, meaning they will have to find a way out from scratch, as the structure of the whole dungeon has completely changed. Leona notes that it's already been 2 days since the battle ended and wonders if they can get out of there before their supplies run out. Arno asks what they should do. Lucius Giornetti asserts that first, they need to find the Stake of Faith. Arno questions this, pointing out that there are only 3 of them, and it's too dangerous. They need to find a way out. Lucius Giornetti disagrees, stating that this is, in fact, their best chance at getting out in time. They run toward the interior. He thinks there's something suspicious about those 2 slaves who stole the Stake of Faith. He's sure they are Tartarus worshippers, yet they did not get involved in the fight with Matthias at all. In fact, they even attacked Matthias. He ponders the possibility that they belong to different factions within the Tartarus worshippers. Maybe they were hoping that Matthias, their rival within the Tartarus worshippers, and he, the Holy One of Light, would kill each other in battle. That would make sense. He contemplates the consequences if he were to die and all the money invested in this dungeon were to simply dissipate. The temple would have no choice but to put the dungeon up for auction in order to settle their debts. There would be no point in holding on to a dungeon that no one has managed to beat despite 10 years of attempts. If those 2 slaves, or rather, if the faction of the Tartarus worshippers backing them, have the bigger picture in mind, then this was probably part of their plan from the very start. A chance to raid the dungeon containing the dragon heart. He speculates that once their faction buys up the dungeon for practically nothing, those 2 will use the Stake of Faith to raid the dungeon with a new raid party. Since they have already been here before, anyone with that kind of influence within the Tartarus worshippers would probably have been provided with an escape route. If that's not the case, it's likely they have the ability to find their own way out. Either way, they need to find those 2 before they manage to sneak out of the dungeon so that they can figure out how to escape themselves. He considers that was his plan, at least. Suddenly, the gatekeeper attacks them using magic power. They are shocked to see him. Arno asks if the Stake of Faith is in the boss room. But if the gatekeeper is still alive, how can this be? He mentions he thought the door to the boss room only opened if they killed the gatekeeper first. The gatekeeper screams, casting spells to attack them, and throws Lucius Giornetti away. Arno is shocked to see him fall. Lucius Giornetti thinks he can only use the Shard of Glory once per week. He used it against Matthias only 3 days ago, which means there are still 4 days left. He curses, thinking if this is really the end. He recalls his family and wonders if he will ever see them again. Just then, Zephyr emerges, opening the door of the boss room, and sees the gatekeeper attacking Lucius Giornetti. Lucius Giornetti also notices him and wonders why he is in the boss's room. Zephyr remarks on the good timing, expressing that he made it here. He mentions that he kind of needs to do someone a favor anyway, so they should help each other out. Clearing his throat, he addresses the gatekeeper, gesturing with his finger and instructing him to get down on the floor. The system window notifies that language enchantment is an exclusive dragon skill that imbues words with magical power, with a limited number of uses permitted due to the dragon's heart. The gatekeeper bows down in front of him. Lucius Giornetti is shocked to see this and wonders what just happened if the beast is actually listening to him. Zephyr decides to let him see and starts counting seconds. The gatekeeper breaks free from the spell and moves to attack. Zephyr reflects that the language enchantment only lasts 10 seconds. Then again, he realizes he can't expect to wield the dragon's full power immediately after the transplant. He considers that in order to prevent losing control due to the imbalance between his own power and the dragon's power, the dragon heart's power is currently limited to 1%. He acknowledges that even with such a restriction, this is still the power of a dragon. The gatekeeper grabs his sword. He considers that Georgios' sword, Graham, is even more powerful against dragons. The sword was created specifically to slay the most powerful of dragons, making it the absolute deadliest weapon against them. The gatekeeper attacks Zephyr with his sword, but Zephyr blocks the attack with the Sword of Light. He thinks that he will fight using this sword instead of relying on the dragon's power. The system notifies that the Sword of Light is a divine weapon formed from a ray of primeval light, with limitations on its use removed under specific conditions. Condition 1 is when permitted by the Goddess of Light. And condition 2 is when carrying out a mission on behalf of the Goddess of Light. He reflects that his first mission from the Goddess of Light was to save her Holy One, and he agreed to it. He raises his hand, which lights up with power, and declares, "Dragon Slayer, it's time for him to go now, rest in peace." He utters the spell "Let there be light Yahello," and attacks the gatekeeper. Lucius Giornetti is shocked and thinks there's no doubt about it. That's a legendary divine item that only chosen priests are said to be able to use, the Sword of Light. He wonders what is going on here on Earth. If that slave was supposed to be a Tartarus worshipper, he considers that an official priest may be able to use their power even while secretly worshipping Tartarus. But why does he sense the presence of the Goddess of Light in him? And that's not all. He feels the same overwhelming feeling from him as when he first met the Golden Dragon in the royal castle during his childhood. He recalls a memory from his childhood when he greeted the royal guardian, who placed a hand on his head. They all kneel down in front of him, and Lucius Giornetti says he is honored to be in his presence. The scene shifts to the flashback. He reflects that the battle with Chrysaorus in his consciousness continued for 3 days. The dragon Chrysaorus lies injured on the floor and acknowledges his power, but states he does not trust him and will keep an eye on him from within. Zephyr remembers that when he woke up again, Ned was lying unconscious next to him and Eurydice was a pile of ashes. The scene shifts to the present. He thinks of Eurydice, thanking her, and vows to ensure she doesn't regret his decision in the afterlife. He notices a shining crystal and recalls finding similar relics in Eurydice's remains. The system window notifies that the Mage Crystal is an elite-level magic spell book containing the principles of magic in the form of a crystal. It allows him to learn skills by holding the crystal in his hand and meditating. The crystal contains the ancient magic of the Kingdom of Media, which Eurydice learned. He must have mastered the ancient magic of Media to level 2 in order to acquire these skills. It also notifies that the Master Key, which allows him to use any function in Eurydice's tomb, currently belongs to Zephyr. He recalls a memory where Eurydice mentioned that the dragon heart is currently operating at only 1% of its usual power. However, once the heart's power spreads throughout his body, he will naturally be able to handle more power. He thinks that's what Eurydice's overmind in the Mage Crystal told him. He remembers that she also mentions that every time the power increases by 10%, 20%, 30%, and so forth, his body will require readjustment. Therefore, he must find his descendant who inherited his magic and give her the Mage Crystal. She will assist him. He considers whether Altair, the gods, know about his past life and that only a few have shown him kindness. Nevertheless, he cannot fully trust them. And what if the gods intervene and take action against Altair? He wishes he could search for her immediately, but there are still a few tasks he needs to complete. As difficult as it may be, he must exercise patience for now. Lucius Giornetti politely asks to inspect their shoulders, remove the marks, and begin performing magic. He informs them that they are now both free. Zephyr inquires if this means their debts are also settled. Lucius Giornetti chuckles and confirms that, indeed, he saved Zephyr's life, so if anything, he owes him for the rest of his life. He reveals that they have both been undercover for several years to thwart the plans of the Tartarus worshippers. He acknowledges that he is amazed, albeit with shame in admitting it, that there are very few individuals in the Temple of Light who work as diligently as he does to eliminate the heretics. Being a son of the Goddess of Light himself, defeating the Tartarus worshippers, the adversaries of the goddess, constitutes one of his life's missions. He desires to offer all the support he can provide. Ned considers that he doesn't believe this. Isn't he simply attempting to align with whoever possesses the dragon heart because he doesn't want to lose the advantage to a rival faction within the Temple of Light? He believes that Lucius, the Holy One, is the ultimate weapon created by the Temple of Light by exploiting individuals like himself. Obviously, he harbors unfavorable feelings towards him, but feelings are just feelings. He requires every advantage possible. The power, status, assets, and connections of a Holy One are all valuable, after all. He concludes that as long as the Tartarus worshippers have influence in the central command of the Temple of Light, it is prudent to maintain good relations with both Lucius and him. Lucius Giornetti suggests that he must be uncomfortable discussing things here, so he proposes they head back to the temple to continue their discussion. Arnaud speculates that Lucius must truly miss his wife. Zephyr adds that there's one more thing to consider. The real battle has only just begun. He explains that his temple, the third parish, is probably already under siege by Tartarus worshippers. Cardinal Olden, a Tartarus worshipper himself, along with the troops under his command and his twin knights, two of the most powerful warriors on the continent, have likely seized control of the temple by now. Lucius Giornetti is taken aback by this revelation. He mentions that he may possess the power of the dragon now, but there's a limit on how much of it he can utilize. He emphasizes the need for proper preparation, expressing doubt that merely engaging in combat with Olden will suffice to thwart his plans. Arno contemplates his words. He then presents a blue crystal, indicating that this is the situation they find themselves in. He proceeds to perform magic, creating an entrance to the treasure chamber. The system window notifies that the treasure chamber is a room containing the artifacts in Eurydice's tomb. Zephyr suggests that they all prepare themselves. They all stand at the door of the treasure chamber, while Zephyr considers that no one has managed to access Eurydice's treasure chamber in the last 1,000 years. He wonders aloud about what could be inside and proceeds to open the door. They are shocked to find numerous pieces of gear encased in crystals. Arno inquires about the contents, noting there are items within the crystals. Lucius Giornetti observes that he can discern dozens of high-level items with just a quick glance, confirming these are Eurydice's relics. Zephyr places his twinkle crystal on one of the gear crystals, causing it to begin melting. He realizes this is how they retrieve the items. Lucius Giornetti reflects that they don't know how to break the crystals to retrieve the items, and they cannot claim credit for defeating the boss. These items rightfully belong to him. He questions who is truly supporting whom here, considering his earlier arrogance. Zephyr asks if anyone possesses an appraisal skill. Leona confirms that she does, and Arno adds that he does too. The system window explains that the appraisal skill evaluates an item's specifications by analyzing its mana flow. The higher the skill level, the more detailed information can be obtained. He reflects on how the ancient kingdom of Media boasted highly advanced magic, resulting in magic items of superior quality compared to those available today. The rarity of these items made them exceptionally valuable, with prices varying according to their rarity. He then notices a bottle encased in crystal, and thinks to himself that he didn't expect to find it there. He smirks, pleased with their progress. The system window informs that Leona has chosen the gem spirit and obsidian bracelet. Arno has selected the shield of petrification and skill stones. Lucius Giornetti has opted for the mirror chain mail. Ned has decided on the crow's cloak, twilight tunic, misty bracelet, and blade of mirage, while Zephyr has picked Graham, dragon slayer's plate coat, plate boots, and gauntlet set. After a while, they all sit on treasure boxes as Zephyr discusses the necessity of confronting Olden, who has seized control of the temple in the third parish. Lucius Giornetti acknowledges this concern, emphasizing that it's not that he distrusts Zephyr, but rather they lack any reliable method to identify Tartarus worshippers at the temple. Unless a suspect uses a Tartarus worshipper's skill or confesses after arrest, there's little they can do if the suspect denies affiliation. Ned suggests an alternative method. When he kills a Tartarus worshipper, a marked bug crawls out of their body. Lucius Giornetti remains skeptical, noting that regardless of their approach, the core issue remains Olden's lineage and status. The family of Olden, descendants of Marquess Lasker, holds significant influence as a noble family. He explains that Olden succeeded his father as the priest of the fourth parish, and now, as a cardinal, he holds multiple responsibilities within the central parish. Moreover, he maintains a favorable relationship with his family. He recalls a memory where Bishop Alfonso Giornetti mentions that most of their warriors were on a raid, leaving them in a difficult situation. He expresses gratitude for Olden lending them troops to defend the temple. Olden laughs and responds, saying not to mention it. They need to support each other in times like this, as all the troops are at his disposal. He states that he cannot be regarded as an enemy because he maintains a neutral stance in the conflicts among the factions within the temple. He believes that arresting or killing someone like him without evidence would be highly risky. Ned considers that evidence could be fabricated after killing him. He feels that Zephyr is avoiding the issue and insists on seeing proof because he doesn't trust Zephyr's claims. Zephyr contemplates the notion of evidence and asserts that he indeed possesses evidence. He displays a bottle and asks them to speculate on its contents. Meanwhile, Bishop Alfonso Giornetti is seated on a chair while Olden instructs him to look right, then left, and finally straight ahead, asking how he feels. Bishop Alfonso responds with excellent. Lord Olden acknowledges this and remarks that Bishop Alfonso should have obeyed him from the beginning. Claudia, sitting behind her child, observes this scene and wonders why Cardinal Olden is behaving in this manner. Olden asks Claudia if he didn't mention that he would show Bishop Alfonso something interesting, then explains there's something crucial she needs to understand about the marked bugs found inside Tartarus worshippers. These bugs grant them demonic power, but the more they use this power, the larger the bug grows. Olden puts his finger in his mouth and explains that once a bug is fully grown, it acquires a special ability. His marked bug's special power is known as Hive. He removes a bug from his mouth and reveals that now that his marked bug has evolved into a queen, it can produce larvae. With these larvae, he can brainwash and control anyone who swallows them, just as he did to Bishop Alfonso moments ago. He inquires if she understands why he's explaining all this to her, expressing his desire for her to persuade her husband, Lucius, on his behalf. She questions what he means by persuading him. Her baby begins crying, and he approaches baby Marius, reassuring him that everything is all right and addressing him as a good boy. He inquires about the baby's name, to which she responds, Marius. He acknowledges this and asks if Marius likes bugs. She is shocked to witness him extracting a bug. He remarks that it's a cute little bug and attempts to put it in Marius's mouth. She quickly intervenes, grabbing his hand and firmly saying no. Her shock intensifies upon seeing numerous bugs inside his arm. He becomes angry and verbally abuses her. At that moment, a knight arrives and announces an emergency. Lucius is outside. He exclaims what's happening and quickly opens the window to look outside, thinking to himself that this can't be happening. Lucius is supposed to be clearing the dungeon, so why is he back so soon? He observes the holy leaders using spells to kill his knights. Lucius greets Olden, saying, "Long time no see." Olden demands to know if Lucius has lost his mind, questioning why he is attacking priests in his own parish. He asks what happened to the raid and what Lucius is doing there. Lucius remembers Zephyr mentioning the potion of true sight, which allows him to see the marked bugs inside Tartarus worshippers if he puts a drop in his eyes. He observes bugs inside many knights and realizes how unaware he was before. Lucius addresses Cardinal Olden Lasker, stating that as a Holy One of Light, he is hereby arresting him for heresy. Deceiving the Temple of Light is a serious offense, and it is time for Olden to face the consequences of his actions. Olden laughs and calls Lucius an arrogant little prick. He considers that Lucius's return had been predicted by their leader, but he's back so soon. There's no way he and his raid party members are strong enough to have already defeated the dungeon. Matthias must have failed. Did they find out about him before he even reached the boss room? But he can't believe Matthias told them everything about him. What a useless idiot. He thinks, well, it doesn't matter anyway. By returning to the temple, Lucius has already fallen into his trap. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti arrives and demands to know what this blasphemy is about. How dare he accuse the cardinal of being a heretic? What proof does he have? Lucius notices bugs inside his uncle and realizes it's not a centipede. This must be Olden's special power that Zephyr had warned him about. He's controlling his uncle. Lucius states that being a holy one doesn't excuse such behavior, especially considering whom he's speaking to. He adds that if they want proof, here it is, and throws some letters. Bishop Alfonso is shocked to see them and wonders how Lucius obtained them. The scene shifts to a flashback. Zephyr suggests keeping the potion of true sight between them for now, expressing concern that if word gets out about this item, he will be assassinated in no time. Leona notices that the floor is moving. Zephyr proposes bringing back safer and even stronger evidence. He considers that Eurydice's tomb is a massive underground labyrinth, extending all the way beneath the temple in the third parish. Therefore, they decide to find a suitable spot and dig their way out of the labyrinth. They emerge from a secret hole, prompting Ned to ask where they are. Zephyr explains that it's Matthias's old hideout, where the Tartarus worshippers used to gather. He proceeds towards a location with the others, opens a box, and reveals that they found this evidence in the abandoned mansion. The scene shifts back to the present. Lucius Giornetti reveals that the letters are correspondence between Matthias and Cardinal Olden, detailing plans to steal the dragon's heart and affirming allegiance to Tartarus. He explains that everything is documented here, including instructions to burn the letters after reading them, suggesting Matthias kept them in case of betrayal. He remarks that this demonstrates the level of trust his subordinates had in him. Olden laughs, admitting Lucius caught him off guard. He didn't expect such thoroughness and wonders if Matthias divulged everything out of loyalty. Lucius concedes that Olden is indeed the leader of the Tartarus worshippers, 11th in their hierarchy, but questions the relevance of knowing this now. He acknowledges that there's little he can do to stop Olden and places a knife at Claudia's neck. Lucius becomes visibly angry and calls out to Claudia. He cautions Lucius to stay calm, warning that he could easily harm Claudia before Lucius can reach him. Odin reveals that he has a specially marked bug inside him. Anyone who consumes the larvae of his marked bug becomes his obedient servant. He explains that he has prepared a special princess bug with potent mind control abilities specifically for this situation. He challenges Lucius to choose whom he will feed it to himself, his lover, or his son. He begins a countdown. Lucius declares that he will take it, pleading with Olden to spare Claudia and their son. Olden agrees and moves to administer the bug to Claudia. Lucius desperately cries out, shouting, "No." Just then, Ned stabs him with a sword from behind. A knight wonders how he managed to sneak up on them. Despite monitoring the area with his detection skill, he hadn't sensed Ned at all. The system window indicates that Ned wears a bracelet with a powerful cloaking skill. When two of these bracelets are worn together, the wearer becomes barely detectable, only discernible with a legend-grade detection skill. Ned cuts his body in half and pulls Claudia towards him, instructing her to hold on tight. She asks what's happening. The Knight caster curses Ned and moves to attack, but Ned blocks his strike. Ned recognizes Caster as the Golden Knight, the older of the twin knights. It's his first encounter with Caster, and he senses the knight's formidable power. This is what it's like to face one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. Ned counterattacks with a burst of fire. Caster moves forward to shield Olden. Ned swiftly engages the other guard, who holds Marius, delivers a punch, and states he doesn't have time to fight him either. He wonders how the guard knew about his plans. Ned takes hold of the baby, and Claudia flies away from the scene. Olden's bugs aid in healing his body, leaving him perplexed about the unfolding events. He considers the disciple of Jinryong of the East to have either been killed by Lucius or fled to safety. If Lucius had fought the Tartarus worshippers before reaching the boss room, this person shouldn't be present now. He contemplates his presence in this situation, pondering if Jinryong is deceiving him, pretending to aid the plan to ultimately sabotage it and drive him away. Losing their hostages would put them in serious trouble, especially if the Holy One employs the Shard of Glory. He concludes he'd better leave and instructs Caster to cover him. Caster agrees. Olden departs while Knight Caster unsheathes his sword, preparing to fight Lucius Giornetti. Lucius Giornetti questions why Caster is here alone, suggesting he should be with his brother. He adds a jibe, insinuating that the two of them together only possess half a brain. Lucius asserts he can handle Caster alone, revealing Caster's position as the 20th in the hierarchy of Tartarus worshippers. Caster introduces himself as Caster Hugo, the eldest son of Earl Hugo and a servant of Marquess Lasker. He declares he's here to teach Lucius a lesson. Lucius declares himself as Lucius Giornetti, the first son of Light and a member of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light. He accepts Caster's challenge, inviting him to come and fight if he dares. Meanwhile, outside the castle, a guard informs the people that the knights are currently engaged in training. For safety reasons, general worshippers are prohibited from entering at this time. A person inquires about the meaning of this restriction, mentioning they traveled a long way to seek treatment for their illness. On the other side, a miner notices smoke emanating from the castle and remarks on the significant amount of smoke coming from the main building. The head of the mining team asks what's happening over there. Anna Primrose also observes the smoke and concludes that it can't be merely training. She recalls a conversation with Zephyr, where she suggested he stop by sometime after the raid to collect his change and wished him safety. Zephyr advises her to focus on selling loans in the mines for a while and warns her about the risks associated with dealing with black market goods, suggesting she stay away from the main building to avoid being searched. She reflects on her recent confinement to the slave area as a precaution, realizing that if Zephyr foresaw these events, something significant must be occurring. She wonders what exactly is happening. Meanwhile, the Tartarus worshippers move to attack Arno, who uses the Shield of Petrification to block their assault. The system window notifies that the shield of petrification curses enemies in front of him with petrification. The slow gem spirit skill slows down enemies' movements, while the disenchant gem spirit skill reduces their stats. Leona captures the worshippers with chains using the power of his obsidian bracelet. The system window notifies that the obsidian bracelet reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Arno thinks about how the enemies, under the control of the larvae, are actually the parish's priests. If word gets out that he commanded the slaughter of the priests, he will be devoured by the rival factions in the temple. They must stop them without killing them. The system window notifies that the knockout skill stone, which activates wherever it is thrown, can be used once. Leona asks how he has such good aim. He replies that he used to play handball at the academy. Suddenly, he is shocked to see a burning spire heading toward them. He quickly moves Leona aside to save her, thinking that a spire shouldn't be falling since the temple building has a protective spell on it. On the other side, Lucius Giornetti attacks Caster Hugo with magical power, while Caster Hugo thinks he is growing tired of this struggle. He considers how spears have a natural advantage over swords due to their longer range, allowing a spearman to attack before a swordsman can get close. However, for a seasoned fighter like himself, it would be easy to strike with a sword aura from a distance, or to dodge the spear's tip and close in for a stab. This is why he did not see this coming. Lucius Giornetti uses his mirror chain mail to reflect Caster's attack and throws him back. The system window notifies that the mirror chain mail activates the ancient Median spell, Black Mirror, when struck, reflecting 50% of the damage back at the enemy. Caster Hugo realizes that Lucius pretended to be vulnerable to trick him and admits he is good at acting weak. He then asks Lucius if he knows why he and his twin brother are considered 2 of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. He moves toward Caster Hugo to attack and says he will enlighten him. He stabs at Caster, who quickly tries to block with his spear, then counters with his sword. Lucius bends down, strikes with magical power, and throws Caster back. He then approaches and says that the reason he and his twin brother are considered 2 of the 10 strongest warriors is that holy ones are regarded as divine beings, so they are not included in lists of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they would never have made it into the top 10. Lucius uses the skill of divine judgment to attack, throwing Caster off the building. Leona and Arno are surprised to see this. Lucius tells them to stay back and thinks about how Caster counterattacked immediately after he used divine judgment, taking multiple hits to the face, arm, leg, and side. Caster Hugo, recovering, says that the reflected damage only works when Lucius's body is attacked. This means Lucius used an item, not a skill, and it does not even reflect 100% of the damage. He then asks if it reflects 50 or 60%. He heals his wounds with bugs and states that he initially intended to keep Caster prisoner until Lord Olden was safely out of the area. However, he has since changed his mind, asserting that Caster brought this upon himself and shouldn't blame him. Lucius Giornetti attacks and shatters Caster into pieces. Caster begins to heal himself and declares that he will send Lucius back to his goddess immediately, attempting to attack him. Suddenly, he hears Olden's voice calling out, asking where he is and urging him to come to him right away. The system window notifies about the Queen's message skill, which allows those with the Queen bug inside them to transmit their voice or location to those with a Princess bug inside them. Lucius Giornetti captures Caster with a chain prison skill and attacks him with the paralysis stone skill. Olden repeats his call, insisting that Caster come to him. Meanwhile, Olden Lasker bows down in front of Zephyr, badly injured. Zephyr stands before him, holding his sword, and commands him to get up, stating that he is not finished with him. On the other side, Lucius Giornetti asks Caster Hugo what is wrong, inquiring if something happened to his master. He remarks that from the very beginning, they have intentionally kept Caster occupied there, planning to divide the 3 of them and defeat each one separately, and they have fallen right into their trap. Caster Hugo responds with curses directed at them. The scene shifts to a flashback where Jinryong holds some stones and asks if Olden Lasker wants to handle the transportation of the dragon heart. Olden Lasker kneels down in front of him and agrees, stating that as Jinryong knows, he specializes in mind control, allowing him to easily take over the temple in the 3rd parish and bring the Holy One under his command. He adds that the safest way to transport something is to not move it at all. He explains that once the 3rd parish is infested with bugs, He will closely monitor the dragon heart to arrange for its transplant at his convenience. Jinryong responds with a simple, "Very well, proceed." After a while, he carries Olden on his back and starts running. He wonders how this happened, considering that he had planned for every eventuality, including the raid ending sooner than expected, and the possibility of Leonard's son, Jinryong's disciple, figuring out that he was going to be assassinated. He reflects on how he had laid this trap with every conceivable setback in mind, and yet they responded so quickly. He can only think of one possible explanation. The scene shifts as Olden Lasker runs from the main building to save his life. He thinks Jinryong betrayed him. He must have lied about wanting to get rid of his disciple, who was no longer of any use to him, and he was going to take him out after reassuring him with his lies. It all makes sense to him. He wonders how Jinryong could dare to stab him in the back like this, calling him a loathsome idiot. He notices a carriage, with Zephyr standing near its door, covering his face, and instructs him to get in. He reflects that Lucius now knows he is a Tartarus worshipper, but that should not be a problem for the time being. The cardinals at the Temple of Light are counting on his neutral vote in the next papal conclave, so they will protect him, even if he were the leader of the Tartarus worshippers and not just one of the 12 apostles. He considers what concerns him more is the extent of his enemies. If Jinryong betrayed him, there's no telling how many more disciples of the Dragon King-style martial art may be in hiding, whether Jinryong himself or his son Jingang are involved. But first, he needs to get to his hideout, and after that, he can gather more troops. He reaches for the carriage to enter, but something sticks to his hand, and he wonders, what's this? He feels pain and falls to the floor. The system window notifies that Belil, number 68 of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons, causes severe pain. He realizes it's poison. It hurts. He wonders who could have done this. Zephyr removes his jacket. Olden Lasker sees his face and declares that he is not one of his men, demanding to know who he is. He kicks him and tells him to shut up. The Silver Knight Palouse stands nearby, berating him and asking if he has no fear. He introduces himself as Palux, the Silver Knight, one of the 10 greatest warriors in this land, and advises him to surrender. Zephyr attacks him, knocking him out, and asks if that is all he has got. He remarks that he should have kept the real Silver Knight with him instead of a fake one who dies from just one prick of poison. Olden Lasker communicates with the real Palux and tells him to come to him right away, hurrying him. He asks Zephyr to talk and asks what he wants and who sent him. He says if this is about money, he will pay him double, no, triple whatever the person who hired him is paying. Just pretend he never saw him. He wonders why his body has still not recovered. His recovery rate is usually so quick. This is no ordinary poison. He tells himself to think about it. He is a cardinal, more valuable alive than dead. He can get him anything he wants and thinks he needs to buy some time until Palux gets here or until the poison leaves his system. He asks why he does not come work for him instead and says he can offer him much more than whoever hired him. Zephyr asks what it is, if he is waiting for someone like this guy, and shows a helmet covered in blood. Olden Lasker is shocked to see it and thinks that it's the real Palux's. The scene shifts to 12 hours earlier at dawn. Zephyr stands with others, holding a sword. Lucius Giornetti thinks he has his doubts, but the potion of true sight really does allow him to identify Tartarus worshippers. He remarks how shameful it is and expresses disbelief that one of Cardinal Olden's personal bodyguards was a Tartarus worshipper. Ned recalls a memory. Jinryong mentions that some of their brothers will be waiting at the meeting place to receive the stolen dragon heart. One of them is a temple priest who will help him go into hiding once the priest has removed the slave mark from him. He reflects on how he pretended to bring them the dragon's heart, and they subsequently attempted to subdue and kill him using the slave mark. Moreover, one of the people waiting here was the Silver Knight in disguise. They clearly intended to eliminate him once and for all. He cannot believe he trusted people like this to seek vengeance for him. The scene shifts to the present. Zephyr reflects on his past life, recalling how, after barely escaping from the Silver Knight, Ned spent several months on the run with the dragon heart, unable to absorb it himself. Eventually, he lost the dragon heart to one of Jinryong's other disciples, and was later found brutally beaten in a cave. Zephyr attacks him, considering Lucius, under the control of the marked bug, a nightmare to deal with. He remembers a past life when Claudia cried while holding the badly injured Lucius, lamenting the loss of their children, and now him. She pleads with Olden to kill her, too, as she sees no reason to continue living. Zephyr is resolved that he will never forget how Olden caused so much tragedy, which is why he must kill him here and now. He utilizes his light magic power with his sword to attack Olden, resulting in an explosion. He observes dust particles on the floor and considers them too small. Even after being struck by lightning, they shouldn't be that tiny. Stepping back, he witnesses Olden Lasker transforming into his demon form. Olden Lasker laughs and inquires how long it has been since he last assumed this form. He asserts that he didn't have the twin knights guarding him because of his weakness. In fact, he's much stronger than they are. However, he refrains from fighting because he doesn't want anyone to witness him in this state. Zephyr observes this and concludes that when the lightning struck, Olden shed a part of his body and reverted to his original form. In his current state, the poison has likely already worn off. Olden Lasker reveals that it has been 5 years since he used the Stone of Revelation to become a demon. During that time, he mastered imitation to transform into a human form and stabilized his demonic power. He boasts about having killed every human who has seen him like this. He is impressed that he has pushed Olden to this extent, but realizes he made a mistake and prepares to attack him. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts throughout the forest. Ned notices the explosion and realizes its beginning. He instructs Claudia to hide in the cave, advising her not to come out until he tells her to. Handing her a bracelet, he explains that they are infused with an advanced cloaking spell for her and the baby. She should wear them on her wrists. Claudia asks about him, but he assures her he doesn't need them and jumps to run from there. He reflects on how he has been waiting for this day, recalling his childhood memory when Olden killed his father. Ned is finally going to have his revenge against the inhumane idiot who killed his father and stole his family heirloom. He thinks to himself, 1 down, 2 to go, determined to send all those rascals to hell. Meanwhile, Caster Hugo is attacking Lucius Giornetti, who blocks his attack and considers that with the power of the marked bug, his attacks have now become much stronger. However, they are not as precise, and he is not hitting his opponent as frequently as before. He starts feeling anxious because their defense is holding up better than he anticipated. This is their chance, and he calls for Arno. Arno responds affirmatively and begins casting magic, chanting, "Area, grant them strength." He believes this is his most effective auxiliary skill. The system window notifies that Battle Light significantly boosts the stats of all allies, increasing attack power, light attributes, mana defense, and recovery by 120%. Small lights begin shimmering around them, aiding in their recovery. Leona notices that the spirits are also empowered and witnesses Shooting Star increasing in size. She throws Shooting Star to attack Caster Hugo and uses an enhanced chain of light to restrain him. Caster Hugo attempts to defend himself and thinks that they will never defeat him with these slow attacks. Suddenly, he senses some smoke around him and wonders what's happening. His senses feel off, as if the world is suddenly moving too quickly. He observes Lucius Giornetti moving towards him to attack, and then realizes that, no, he has actually become slower. The system window notifies that the Shooting Star enhanced gem spirit skill strikes an enemy by surprise, cursing any enemy that comes into contact with the spirit, thus slowing down their speed and reducing their stats. Lucius Giornetti stabs him, causing an explosion that destroys up to half of his body. He wonders if it worked and notices cracks in the building. Arno reflects that the sword aura from earlier struck the building, and that's not all. During the battle between Lucius and the Golden Knight, the Knight's attacks kept damaging the building. He ponders if it could be that the Golden Knight was not trying to kill Lucius. Suddenly, the entire building starts collapsing. Lucius Giornetti notices some people trapped with chains and wonders about all the brainwashed priests under the building, plus Uncle Alfonso. Just then, Caster Hugo jumps from the destroyed building and reflects that a third of the bug was burned. He managed to reattach his body, but he isn't as strong now that the bug is damaged, and he needs Lord Olden to restore it for him. He curses, unable to believe that the Holy One did this to him. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that it worked out well. Their plan was to keep him occupied for as long as possible. He considers that with the annoying damage reflecting armor and the healer's assistance, it would have taken him a while to overcome them. He concludes that this outcome is for the best. with the most important priority being Lord Olden's safety. The scene shifts to a flashback where both twins kneel down in front of Olden Lasker. He states that he knows they lost the earldom to their older sister, which led them to work for a priest like him. Olden reassures them that it's not their fault and not because they are not capable enough. He explains that the world is corrupt, but together they can fix it. Olden urges them to ensure that the right god will rule the world, as currently the wrong gods are being worshipped. He promises that they can become truly noble beings in a world that they will set right. The scene shifts back to the present. He quickly runs, taking high jumps, and reflects that he is his brother and owes Lord Olden everything. Lord Olden gave their lives a whole new meaning, and he won't let anyone harm him. He thinks to himself to hold on as he is on his way to Lord Olden. Suddenly, Ned attacks him and cuts his body in half using the blade of a mirage. The system window notifies that the blade of mirage is a mysterious dagger with a magic blade. The length and shape of the blade differ depending on the user. Caster Hugo sees him and recognizes him as Jinryong's disciple. He questions why Ned is here and why he keeps getting in their way. Ned Stryer remarks that this is his first time seeing him since that day 12 years ago. He still remembers his face from back then. He then asks if the other person has forgotten that he killed his father, Leonard Stryer. Caster Huger starts healing and inquires if this is about revenge. The other person responds that he doesn't remember that name. He has killed hundreds of people and questions how he's supposed to remember them all. He fully recovers and informs Ned that he has some good news. He's not in the mood to fight right now. So, if Ned just gets out of his face, he'll let him go, emphasizing that this is Ned's only chance to walk away from here alive. Ned thinks to himself that the surprise attack just now was very powerful. Either the other person is able to predict exactly what his next move will be, or he has a cloaking skill that Ned's mana detection does not pick up on. Either way, the other person is definitely not someone to take lightly. He acknowledges, however, that there's a reason why they are trying to split up and attack them by surprise. At the end of the day, he knows he can't beat him in head-to-head combat. He declares that he will give him 10 seconds and begins the countdown. Ned Stryer asks if he's not interested in fighting him, then how about this, and takes out a sword. He is shocked to see it and asks how he acquired it and why he has that sword. He swings the sword and thinks about the symbols of the twin knights presented to them by Olden. This sword forms a pair with the Golden Knight's Sun Blade, a sword the Silver Knight values as much as his own life, and the Moon Blade. He states that if he beats him, he will tell him what his brother's last words were. Caster gets angry and asks if that is so. Then he will gladly kill him, as he wishes. Meanwhile, Olden Lasker faces Zephyr's attack and considers how very impressive it is. If one of those weak temple knights had received this many blows, they would already be dead by now. He can't believe Zephyr is still so quick. Olden uses his power and thinks of transformation. This skill activates the bug inside him and transforms his form. He throws Zephyr away with an attack. Zephyr counterattacks with his sword. He thinks that by concentrating on his mana, he can not only change shape but also imitate the sharpness of metal and the firmness of monster hide. He attacks Olden using fire. Zephyr quickly moves aside and thinks about using bug stomach acid while attacking from the other side. He employs the Dragon King style sword technique, Rise of the Dragon, to repeatedly attack Olden, cutting him into many pieces. Zephyr then throws fire at him again to continue the assault. Zephyr blocks the attack and thinks about using acid mist. Every piece of Olden Lasker's demon form transforms into sharp weapons and then gathers his pieces together. He laughs and declares another name he goes by, Olden the Immortal. He tells Zephyr that he can stab him as much as he wants, but he will keep recovering. He states that Zephyr, on the other hand, will eventually run out of stamina and mana. He asserts that Zephyr was doomed from the moment he started fighting him. However, Olden admits that Zephyr has good attack power, defense, and fighting skills, and he is a remarkable warrior. Olden declares that he will take Zephyr to the brink of death and then put a bug in him to make him his servant, replacing the Holy One. He punches Zephyr, throws him away, and transforms into a flying demon. He attacks again, hitting the floor, which starts cracking. A huge magic burst erupts, breaking the floor apart. The scene shifts to a flashback. Tartarus mentions riches, glory, unshakable authority, and all the privileges a priest from the family of Marquess Lasker can enjoy. He tells the listener that if he just swallows the marked bug like his father did, all of this will be his. He expresses his desire to be more powerful than anyone else and finds it interesting. He explains that there is no such thing as a marked bug that grants greater strength simply by swallowing it. It all depends on how one uses the bug. He advises the listener to take good care of it. Reflecting on those days, he borrowed the bug's power and killed countless people to rear the marked bug. Finally, after raising the bug to maturity, he used the Stone of Revelation and became a demon. The scene shifts to the present. Zephyr grabs his attack and remarks, "So this is 1% of the power, not bad." He asks if he is actually fighting at full power. Olden Lasker thinks to himself that Zephyr survived that attack. How can this be? Olden responds that he could have easily killed Zephyr and the twin knights at the same time. He asks Zephyr if he knows why he went to the trouble of splitting them up. He explains that, first of all, he needed to give Ned something to do. If he had just completely wiped out all three of them on his own, Ned would not have felt like he had truly gotten revenge. The other reason is that demons are hard to come by at this point in time. Olden starts to power up, light covering him as everything around him begins to shatter. He declares that he has finally obtained the power of the dragon heart, and there's nowhere else to try out his new power. The system window notifies that the skill Dragonification temporarily boosts the dragon heart's power once per day, with a duration of 1 minute and a power increase of 9% after the boost. He remarks that he is especially curious to see how the dragon heart performs against demons, especially one who is immortal to boot. Olden Lasker ponders about the dragon's heart, questioning how he could possibly have it. He's not even a holy one nor a disciple of Jinryong, and he's a nobody. This seems impossible to him. He can't believe it. He decides that he is just going to run a few tests, urging himself to try not to die, as he senses tremendous power within him. He flies away from there, thinking that he does not want to die. This can't be the end of him, not like this. Zephyr attacks him, throwing fire and lighting him to pieces. He tells him to get up, stating that he is just getting started. He won't kill him that easily. Meanwhile, Caster Hugo places his sword on Ned Stryer's neck and asserts that he sure is in pain, but this is as far as he will go. He applies pressure on the sword while Ned tries to stop him with his bare hand. The scene shifts to a flashback where Zephyr explains how he defeated the twin knights. Ned asks if that's really the secret of their power. He explains that it's not an easy task. Of course, for this to work, firstly, it depends on how much damage they can deal to the Golden Knight, and secondly, it depends on him. He tells Ned that his role will be vital. The scene shifts to 25 years earlier, with both twin knights playing, while the Magic Tower Master Grand Sorcerer Henrik tells Earl Hugo that his two sons share an uncommon magical resonance with each other. When one uses his mana near the other's mana is activated as well. That's probably why they act differently when they are apart, but they act the same and make the same facial expressions when they are near each other. Although it's an extremely rare phenomenon, they both have a large mana capacity and a strong natural sense for mana, so they could grow up to be a powerful knight duo if he trains them well. Earl Hugo considers that if he just leaves them as they are, the two of them will end up stuck in their own little world. He needs to do whatever he can to help them. He reflects that thanks to the tireless efforts of their father, Earl Hugo, Caster, and Pollux have grown up to become promising knights. Olden, who took an interest in them, secretly pulled some strings to ensure that the two knights would not inherit their family's noble title. Then, he hired them to work for him and provided each of them with a sun blade and a moon blade to maximize the magical resonance between them. He considers that this combination of the sun blade and the moon blade has perfected the twin knights' notorious technique. The scene shifts to Caster and Pollux fighting each other. Pollux considers that he leaves himself exposed for a second after an attack while he gets into position for the next one. This holds true for everyone. However, every time the Golden Knight pauses, the Silver Knight steps in to attack. Pollux uses Eclipse to attack and reflects that using their magic bond, they can control each other's swords and exceed the limits of their individual precision and speed. This creates an impenetrable storm of sword attacks. There are no pauses or breaks when they fight together. The scene shifts to Ned practicing with his sword and remarks, "So this is the technique." Zephyr confirms that's right. It's similar to the Dragon King style floating cloud. He considers the floating cloud to be a secret technique of the Dragon King's martial arts style. This defensive technique sharpens electrical yin and yang energies, allowing him to deflect enemy attacks when fighting alongside a fellow disciple. He thinks it's not quite the same as the Twin Knight's ability since the source of this is electricity, while the twins use their own mana. However, they both instantly convert pulling and pushing energy into attacks or defense. In that sense, they are quite similar in terms of their application. The scene shifts to Ned and Castor fighting. Ned thinks that having mastered the secrets of floating cloud, he can resonate with the Golden Knight using the Moon Sword and create an eclipse. Once he determines the flow of Castor Hugo's attacks, he plans to slice him and launches his attack. Castor Hugo is shocked to see this technique and ponders it. He jumps back and considers that he has never revealed the secret of the eclipse technique to anyone except Lord Olden. How does Ned know about it? Castor Hugo wonders what kind of terrible things they did to his loyal brother, Pollux, to make him give up the secrets of their technique. At that moment, he hears Olden's screams ringing in his head once again, but he ignores them and resolves to kill Ned within 1 minute. Castor Hugo starts attacking Ned. Ned Stryer thinks to himself that it's just as Zephyr said. After witnessing him use the Silver Knight's sword and technique, he won't be able to ignore him and leave, no matter how concerned he is about Olden. He considers that if he lets the Golden Knight reach Olden, Olden will ensure his escape at all costs. Olden will be even more cautious now that he's lost the Silver Knight. There's no telling whom Olden will bring with him next time he attacks. It could be more troops or even his master. He moves to stab Ned with his sword, thinking this is his only chance. He has to defeat him right now. His sword cuts Ned's face, and Ned's sword also leaves a mark on his face. Castor Hugo swings his sword with full force, and Ned transforms into dust. The system window notifies that Crow's cloak clones the wearer using mana and teleports them to a nearby spot. Ned secretly approaches from behind using his skill, Lightning Palm, and places his hand on Castor Hugo's back. Castor Hugo screams in pain. Ned thinks he has stopped him in his tracks. This is his chance to attack him with his sword. However, Castor Hugo blocks his attack with his own sword. Ned is surprised and realizes that he has blocked his attack, but then realizes that his sword is stuck to his. It won't move. He reflects that the two of them are intertwined as one, yet within their unity, they remain distinct as two. Castor Hugo declares that he has caught Ned, noting that the Sun Blade and Moon Blade are drawn to each other. He punches Ned and stabs him in the body, causing Ned to vomit blood. The scene shifts back to the present. Castor Hugo remarks that Ned is indeed a nuisance, a little piece of shit, but this is as far as he will go. He intends for Ned to die and places his sword at Ned's neck. Ned grabs the sword with his bare hand to stop it and recalls a childhood memory of his father telling him that someday, he will inherit the title of Baron Stryer. His father also emphasized that Ned would inherit the honorable duty of caring for blood tears and becoming a great knight worthy of wielding the sword. His father asked if he understood, and Ned affirmed that he would remember and wouldn't give up. He points the sword and uses his magical power to strike the sword from the other side with magic, cutting his hand. Then, Ned grabs his face and burns his eyes with magic. He screams as his eyes burn and thinks he can't see. He can't recover quickly because of the electric shock. Now Ned is going for his legs. Castor Hugo declares he will kill Ned and demands to know where he is. He thinks he will kill him, swearing to God. He senses Ned's presence, but there are too many of them around. The system window notifies that Crow's cloak clones the wearer using mana and teleports them to a nearby spot. Castor Hugo tries to attack Ned, but Ned slices his body and tells him to say his prayers. Ned uses Lightning Blast skill and attacks Castor Hugo, causing an explosion that burns him and transforms him into dust. He reflects that the Twin Knights, the Hugo brothers, were 2 of the 10 strongest warriors in the land. As of this moment, those spots have become vacant. Meanwhile, Leona counts and tells Arno to come over and help when he is done recovering. Arno thinks, thankfully, the damage isn't too great because they managed to break up the building as it collapsed and used plenty of defensive skills. It's a good thing Olden cleared out the building beforehand. He approaches a guard and instructs him to let him heal him. The guard asks what he is doing there. Lucius Giornetti sees them and considers that all the larvae died at the same time. As a result, people were freed from mind control. That means Olden is either dead or powerless now. He turns back upon hearing footsteps and sees his wife, child, and Zephyr approaching with Ned. He says thanks to Arya and hugs his wife and child. He thinks they have stopped Olden's plot and retaken the temple of the Third Parish. The scene shifts to the next few days after the incident, which were incredibly busy. He reflects that from taking care of the injured to arresting the Tartarus worshippers that Olden brought with him from the central parish, there was a mountain of things to do. Of course, there was another important matter to take care of, including offering his encouragement to their allies and trying to relieve some of their fatigue from the last few days. Lucius Giornetti sits with some priests and cheers as they drink. They vomit after drinking and fall unconscious. He thinks about purging several Tartarus worshippers who had been hiding among them for years. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti, holding a cup, declares that Olden is indeed powerful, and he is astonished that he was able to completely mind control a priest like himself. He notes that he could barely move for several days due to internal wounds inflicted by the bug. He inquires if Olden is okay now. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti assures him that he is fine and expresses his gratitude to Master Zephyr and Master Ned, saying that he is unsure how to thank them and can only bow his head in appreciation. Master Zephyr responds that they simply did what needed to be done and takes a sip of tea. He then utilizes the silver key inventory and offers a gift in celebration of Bishop Alfonso Giornetti's recovery, requesting that he accept it. The system window subsequently notifies that Memora's cage is one of Eurydice's relics, explaining that anyone trapped in the cage is unable to use skills and the state in which they are placed in the cage is preserved. He states that this is Olden's head. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti states that this is too dangerous, they have to burn it. He mentions he has already lost his powers. Now that the queen bug is dead, it's safe, and he scared him for him, so he's very obedient. Olden is one of the executives of the Tartarus worshippers, and he is sure he will be able to get some useful information out of him. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti states that he appreciates it. He whispers, asking if he is sure they should give him this. Ned Stryer states it does not matter. They already found out everything they need to know, and they tortured him enough, and he is feeling great now. He thinks, but now that he knows about that, he can't do everything he originally planned. Zephyr shows some papers and says first, here's some information they forced out of him with torture. There are details of Tartarus worshippers, their other hideouts, and even his plans. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti states to let him take a look and starts seeing the paper. He asks if this is true and mentions a plan to summon the god of destruction, destroying and then rebuilding the world. And those who are pursuing all this are the Eastern Union. He reflects that there were two major powers here in the Kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half of the continent of Aslan, the Western Alliance of Lords, who rule the western regions, and the Eastern Union of Lords in the east. The two organizations originally had equal powers, but once the Queen and Holy One of Light were chosen from Duke Giornetti's family in the Western Alliance, the balance of power tipped in their favor. Zephyr states that following several unfortunate incidents, the Eastern Union has been in a recession since the dungeon bubble burst. They have even had to sell off some of their land to the Western Alliance. He remarks that the difference in power between them has become too great. That's why the worship of Tartarus has spread like ink in the water among the nobles in the Eastern Union over the last few years, and the consequences have been dire. 2 of the 8 most difficult quests in the world, the Blue Dragon Artalis and the Ice Dragon Marenia, have started attacking the lands in the west. Lucius Giornetti thinks he is right. That's also part of the reason why they are in such a hurry to complete this raid. The West does not have much time left. The Blue Dragon has built a nest around the largest breadbasket on the continent, and the Ice Dragon has taken over the Great Port, the center of trade in the West. He considers that if they do not stop the 2 dragons soon, it won't be long until the South starves. Because of this situation in the West, a lot of people have lost their homes and are suffering, and the nobles no longer have a source of income. That's why many of them end up joining the Tartarus worshippers, if this was part of their plan, too. Zephyr says that according to Olden, the Tartarus worshippers simply provoked the 2 dragons to lure them there. The dragons are not working with them, which means they can bring an end to this situation if they hunt down the Blue Dragon and the Ice Dragon. He states that Ned and he will go after the dragons. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti asks if he is out of his mind. How could they possibly defeat dragons, especially with just the 2 of them? Lucius Giornetti asks if he is saying they do not need him. Zephyr says he needs to protect the third parish. If he loses his home base, it's all over. This won't be their last invasion attempt. He is a holy one. If anything happens to him or his family, the tide of this whole fight could turn. He states very well that he, Lucius Giornetti, Holy One of Light, hereby appoints the two of them, Zephyr and Ned Stryer, official temple knights. He thanks them both for their efforts to defend the parish. As a token of his gratitude, he will present each of them with 3 bags of gold, gems, and mana stones. He declares official temple knights are free to roam within the entire domain of the Temple of Light. They may use any supplies they need in the Temple of Light in the name of the Holy One. He will even write them a certified letter allowing them to recruit reinforcements. He adds that in addition, his uncle and he will each pay half of his offerings to the temple. Zephyr says he can just write up the paperwork for him. He does not need the priest's mark. Ned says he does not need it either. He says, "What? But then they won't be able to use the light skills." Zephyr declares that it does not matter and thinks that he does not want to be in bondage to any god. He shakes hands with Bishop Alfonso Giornetti and says that if he ever changes his mind, he will do his best to ensure that the two of them can focus on the dragon raid. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti thinks to himself that a dragon raid is a worrying prospect, but he cannot say no since he has already sworn in the Holy One's name. He will just have to wait and see what happens for now. Lucius inquires when Zephyr will be leaving and suggests having a farewell banquet for him. Zephyr agrees but adds that there is just one more thing. Suddenly, the cage begins to light up and move, and the bug inside the cage says that it thought it sensed Olden's life force fading, so it connected to him to check. The bug asks if it was Zephyr and Lucius who beat Olden. Lucius Giornetti inquires who they are, and a light bursts out, breaking the cage, and the bug emerges, saying that Lucius should get on his knees before asking that question, for he is the head of the Tartarus worshippers. Zephyr realizes that he is the head of the Tartarus worshippers. Lucius Giornetti considers if he should come to finish this himself, because he knows Olden failed and realizes that his weapons are still being repaired. The head of the Tartarus worshippers acknowledges that he now sees where that strange energy was coming from and remarks to Zephyr that he is the one in possession of the dragon heart. Zephyr wonders what he is doing here so soon. From what he remembers, the head of the Tartarus worshippers did not really care about obtaining the dragon's heart at this point. He said it was just part of a bigger plan and was more focused on enjoying his double life. Zephyr thinks that's why he was comfortable with going ahead and disposing of Olden and the twin knights. He was not supposed to get involved for another 2 years or so. Until then, he was planning on taking out their executives one by one while giving the public a positive impression of Lucius, hoping he might be able to paralyze their leader that way. He considers if he is closer to Olden than he thought. If that were the case, he would not have let him torture Olden like that. Maybe he simply changed his mind, or maybe the god of destruction interfered. Lucius Giornetti and Ned Stryer stand in front of him. Ned Stryer says they should just get out of here for now. They will try to buy as much time as they can. He realizes that the restriction on using skills did not even affect him, and he smashed a Grand Sorcerer's cage in one go, which means the head of the Tartarus worshippers must be at least a Grand Sorcerer. Lucius Giornetti thinks this won't be easy, but he still has the Shard of Glory up his sleeve and says they can't let that idiot take the dragon's heart. Zephyr thinks these guys, that's so sweet of them. Ned Stryer asks Lucius Giornetti if he knows how to use that sword. He tells him to just follow his lead and starts using his magic power. He realizes that linked spells are deactivated when the medium of the connection is destroyed, which means they have to destroy Olden's head. They need to smash it with one blow. They both swing swords to attack him, but he grabs them with his tentacles. Ned Stryer realizes the skill activated before he could even get away with the crow's cloak. He can't believe how quickly it activated. What is this skill? Lucius Giornetti realizes it keeps dissipating his mana. He can't use any skills. The head of the Tartarus worshippers warns them not to try anything rash, as weaklings like them can't break this spell. The system window notifies that the skill Ancient Dragon Shadow weakens those caught in the spell, significantly reducing their abilities and preventing them from using mana or skills. He realizes he doesn't sense her energy here. He came to see if she was the one who interfered and changed the course of events, but now he sees it was a waste of time. He decides he is done here and begins to use his power. He casts the skills, Curse loop, curse of sickness, curse of pain, curse of corruption. Ned and Lucius Giornetti feel pain. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti calls upon Almighty Area. Zephyr uses his magic spell Yahai, or Let There Be Light, and breaks the curse loop. The head of the Tartarus worshippers realizes if that is what he thinks it is, it's the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light usually requires extremely high stats. He needs either the goddess's permission or the goddess's request to use it, but he has neither. Still, the only way to break the curse loop is to use the Sword of Light. He realizes that instead, he has to boost his stats. With this combination, he can use the Sword of Light for 10 seconds without any help from the goddess. The system window notifies that the skill Dragonification temporarily boosts the dragon heart's power once per day. The duration is 1 minute, and the power after the boost is 9%. The potion is Meteor Tears, one of Eurydice's relics, which provides an explosive mana boost for a very brief moment. It lasts 2 seconds. The skill Hermes' secret skill maximizes the effectiveness of all potions, with a boost effect of 500%. He considers the worst possibility he can think of is that the god of destruction ordered him to come here and get rid of them. If the head of the Tartarus worshippers tries to kill them, there's not much he can do right now. He could destroy Olden's head to chase him away, but it would cost them a lot of damage. He has to avoid a head-on battle no matter what. He thinks to stay calm. If a sure victory where winning without any losses was the aim, he is sure to have sent the leader of the Tartarus worshippers at this point in time. The scene shifts to a past life flashback where Tartarus fights with Zephyr. He remarks that Zephyr is the first human who has been such a nuisance to him for so long. He acknowledges that Zephyr's persistence has been extraordinary. He will give him that. They say that only a fool would continue fighting a losing battle, but those who give up straight away out of fear of their enemies are not any wiser. They are just weak. Tartarus states that he has conquered 10 worlds. It's impossible that a mere human could have hurt him. It never happened, and he wants it removed from the records. Make it go away right now. After a while, Mercedes suggests he wants to fight him once more to restore his perfect score and asks what he says. The scene shifts to the present. Zephyr considers that Tartarus wants a perfect victory. He wants to beat him in his ultimate state. Tartarus would not crush him before then. It would go against his own rules, and the head of the Tartarus worshippers is here on his own initiative. The head of the Tartarus worshippers says he was starting to think this whole trip was a waste of time. But Zephyr seems quite interesting. He asks who Zephyr is and why he was chosen by the goddess of light. Zephyr responds that he is not even a holy one. Zephyr asks if he really wants to know. If he is that curious, Zephyr could tell him, but it's no fun if he just gives away the secret. Zephyr tosses the coin and suggests making a bet. The loser has to tell the winner something they want to know. He asks what the head of the Tartarus worshippers says. He responds that if he wins, he will tell his friend here who he really is, and he can do the same. The head of the Tartarus worshipper asks what he is saying. Lucius Giornetti wonders what he means and who he really is. Ned Stryer considers that not even Olden knows the true identity of the head of the Tartarus worshippers, so how does Zephyr know? He explains that his mana detection skill lets him know whether someone is lying or not. He really does know who he is. Zephyr advises him not to try anything foolish. If he goes on a rampage now, he may be able to kill his friends, but he could easily get away and keep irritating him for a very long time. He'd also like for him to maintain his precious current lifestyle, too, if possible. He agrees, saying, "Alright, fine." Zephyr acknowledges it as a good answer and flicks the coin in the air. He then catches the coin on the backside of his hand and hides it. The head of the Tartarus worshipper predicts tails, and Zephyr says heads. The scene shifts to Ned Stryer placing the coin on the backside of his hand and announcing its tails. Claudia asks how he managed to guess right 10 times in a row. He explains that he could do it 100 times in a row if he has trained his eyes enough. Falling coins look like they are moving in slow motion to him. Among the people there that day, aside from Bishop Alfonso, everyone else could see which side the coin landed on right before he covered it with his hand. The scene shifts back as Zephyr tosses the coin. Ned and Lucius Giornetti think it's tails. Ned Stryer wonders if he doesn't understand if he is really leaving this up to chance or if he has some kind of trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would he suggest a game where the first person to speak wins? The head of the Tartarus worshippers says tail, while Zephyr says heads and lifts his hand. Ned soon finds out why. As Zephyr lifts his hand, a strong magical light bursts out and attacks him. He realizes that as the different beams of highly condensed light clash with one another, it's Zephyr and the head of the Tartarus worshippers' spells. The scene shifts to Ned Stryer as he explains that the moment when a coin toss is ultimately decided is after the hand covering the coin has been lifted completely. The scene shifts as the head of Tartarus worshippers hits Zephyr on the face, and Zephyr also tries to attack him. He considers that if he can flip the coin over first and stop his opponent from intervening, the person who defeats their opponent before the hand is lifted wins. It's a power struggle with a simple rule. The head of Tartarus worshippers grabs Zephyr with his magic power, and everything around them explodes. Ned thinks this was the real essence of the game. If they start a fight without any clear way to determine the outcome, it's harder to back down, even if they didn't intend to see the fight through to the end. That's why he created this rule, and the match is soon settled. Zephyr breaks the magic chain around his hand and throws the coin away, which blasts and powers him up with magical light. The head of Tartarus worshipper identifies it as Jinryong's electric acceleration. Zephyr attacks him and realizes the time limit on dragonification has run out. He also says it's too bad. It's a draw as he sees the broken coin. The scene shifts to Ned Stryer as he mentions that only the building was destroyed, and they managed to send the head of the Tartarus worshippers away without suffering too much damage. Claudia sits with him and comments that Zephyr really is remarkable. He agrees, saying that Zephyr could exactly tell what the cult leader was thinking, knowing how to calm him down and make him leave. She asks about the bet and mentions they agreed the winner could ask the loser anything they wanted and reveal their identity. But since it was a draw, Zephyr arrives with Lucius Giornetti and says it's been postponed for now. There will be another match later. They also join them at the table. Ned Stryer asks if he has looked into what to do about that skill. Zephyr replies that he hasn't really. He doesn't think there's much that the temple can do and notices a magic circle on his hand. The system window notifies that the skill oath bond is the token of a promise between two people. If one person breaks their promise, the bond on the other person is released, and the person who broke the promise is punished. The duration of the punishment is 1 month, during which they lose one of their 5 senses. He explains that this is why he can't reveal who the head of the Tartarus worshippers is until their rematch. Lucius Giornetti considers there was not much of a choice in that situation. As long as they follow Zephyr's orders, it shouldn't change much. Zephyr adds that he can't tell them directly, at least. Ned Stryer thinks he knows it. He smirks and suggests he can give them a riddle or a hint to help them guess, as long as he doesn't tell them directly. He also warns them that this information is even more dangerous than information about the Eastern Union, and he can only tell people he really trusts. They both stare at him. Meanwhile, Polaris Albert Cayenne, the first prince of the Kingdom of Cayenne and the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light, walks in the hallway holding flowers. He notices a circle mark on his hand and thinks he is surprised. He thought Zephyr would come right out and tell them about him, but the oath bond is still in effect. Considering how boldly Zephyr challenged the head of the Tartarus worshippers to a showdown, he initially thought Zephyr was seriously out of his mind, but now he wonders if it was just a bluff. He recalls an earlier moment when Zephyr proposed making a bet. The loser has to tell the winner something they want to know. He wonders what Zephyr will say if he wins, promising to tell his friends who he really is and vice versa. Polaris thinks it could be that Zephyr is extremely ambitious. He is curious to find out which one it is. Either way, he hopes he does not bore him. Altair Justina Cayenne, the first princess of the Kingdom of Cayenne, turns back and sees Polaris. He wishes her a happy 20th birthday and offers flowers to her. She comments that she almost did not recognize him without his priest robe and thanks him for coming, brother. After a while, Lucius Giornetti lies with Claudia and thinks about the head of the Tartarus worshippers. Based on the hints that Zephyr gave them, he must be unimaginably powerful. But it's already too late for his family and him to back out of this fight, so they will just have to beat him. On the other side, Ned Stryer sits cleaning his sword and thinks about how he still hasn't gotten his revenge. He thinks about the master, his disciples, and all the other accomplices that Olden mentioned. He can't stop until he has gotten rid of the whole lot. He also considers that if it were not for Zephyr, he not only would not have gotten revenge, but he'd probably be kicked out of the Tartarus worshippers and regretting his own foolishness right about now. He believes he owes Zephyr a greater debt than his own life and is determined to repay him for this, even if he has to fight the worst enemy imaginable. Meanwhile, Zephyr sits on the bed, meditating, and thinks about one thing he doesn't understand. Why did the head of the Tartarus worshippers suddenly appear like that? He considers that no one changes easily, whether they are humans, demons, or gods. There's always some kind of reason behind their actions. So, if someone suddenly does something out of character, it means history was altered by the intervention of someone who knows the future. He reflects that, at the same time, the cult leader originally wanted to reveal his ultimate plan to the 12 apostles and let them handle everything. He doesn't think that's changed. After all, he didn't sense any intention to kill when the head of Tartarus worshippers attacked Ned and Lucius. He considers that he just brushed them off like flies, whether he simply wants to know who has the dragon heart or if there's something he doesn't know about or has forgotten. He sees the light shimmering on his hand and thinks that whatever it is, he's sure he will find out soon enough. But first, there's something he needs to do before he leaves. The system window notifies him that the silver key is the key to a door in a forgotten castle. The key holder can store items in a silver room and visit the room anytime and anywhere. Currently, it is stored in his left hand. He looks at the key and thinks this is the upgraded silver key. He recalls a memory where Mercedes mentioned she is increasing his silver key privileges and has something to tell him. She asks him to stop by when he is finished with his mission. He thinks back to when he threatened the gods in Eurydice's boss's room, and an angel appeared, telling him that someone sure was anxious to see him. He wonders what she wants to tell him and decides to get changed first. After a while, Zephyr enters inside and asks, "So this is the place connected to the silver key?" Mercedes confirms, "Yes, that's right." The key leads him to a guest room in the villa and welcomes him. He thinks about having a room in a villa and mentions he was not sure who gave him the silver key, but he guesses it was her. He asks if this means she can give him perks, too, even though she is an angel. She explains that she is responsible for him, so she has a certain amount of power, and the gods wish to be entertained, so it wouldn't be right to send him away empty-handed and let him die without giving them a good show. He expresses gratitude, saying he is touched to hear that, and asks her to get to the point about what she wants to tell him. She instructs him to have a seat. He sits on the sofa and considers that she teleported. She continues, saying she will get right down to business as he wishes. What they want to tell him is that they have added some new rules and rewards. Although it was quite amusing, they can't allow him to blackmail the gods again with his own life like he did last time. So, if he ever does anything like that again, his perks will be revoked immediately. From that moment onward, he will be designated as prey, and whoever kills him will receive all his perks. He thinks he is very clever, so basically, they are telling him to behave himself, or his enemies will get everything he has, and it's not like he could have used that same trick twice anyway. They wouldn't be gods if they fell for it again. They'd just be fools. He asks about the rewards and mentions that the goddess of light said she would give him something even better. He insists that he knows what he hears and tells her to stop beating around the bush and give it to him. She explains that he has already received one of them, a loosening of the restriction on the Sword of Light. He is the first person who is not a priest to receive that privilege. The condition for using the sword is that either the goddess of light must allow it, or he must carry out a request for her. She considers that this is another new rule, to carry out the requests of the gods. If he does so, not only for the goddess of light, but for the other gods as well, he will receive additional perks as a reward. She guarantees that the rewards have been selected carefully and are of the highest quality. She reflects that, like she told him at the very start, nothing in this world is free. By serving the gods and passing their tests, he must prove that he is worthy of having it all. After a while, Zephyr sits on his horse while Bishop Alfonso Giornetti mentions that he knows it's part of the plan, but he feels bad having to send off heroes like the two of them through the back gate in secret. He assures them they will receive a warm welcome when they return and swears on his honor as a bishop. Zephyr replies it's okay, he doesn't need to swear anything. He thinks to himself that the scheduled date for the end of the raid is approaching soon, so informants from nearly everywhere have their eyes on the temple right now. He doesn't necessarily need to leave at night since he has this bracelet, but still, it's better not to walk out through the front gate, just in case. The system window notifies that the Misty Bracelet is a bracelet with a powerful cloaking skill that changes size to fit the wearer. Claudia hands a basket to Ned and says, "Here's some food." He has a long journey ahead of him. The system window notifies that Claudia's care package consumes these items, boosting health and mana immediately. Although Claudia doesn't have a healing skill, her food contains a mysterious healing power. He thinks this is what she healed him with after the Golden Knight stabbed him in the stomach, and he thanks her. Zephyr instructs them to take care of things there and wishes them good luck. Lucius Giornetti reciprocates the good luck wishes. They leave from there, riding on horses. Lucius Giornetti thinks to himself that it's not just the head of the Tartarus worshippers. From the rich and powerful to countless adventurers, many people are after the dragon heart. His job is to distract them by pretending that he has acquired the dragon heart to make Zephyr's job easier. He orders to lock the gate and not let anyone in. As of this moment, they are locking down the temple of the third parish until further notice. Meanwhile, Princess Eurydice feels something and mentions that she can still sense Zephyr, but he's getting farther away. Knight Georgios observes that he must be leaving, and it's time for them to go, as well, to the place where they belong. He holds her gently. She agrees, saying yes, and reflects that she has fulfilled her duty. Her 1,000 years of loneliness have come to an end. Whatever happens now rests in the hands of the one continuing their mission, and it all depends on him and the descendants who will walk by his side. Meanwhile, Altair Justina Cayenne receives a letter by pigeon from Lucius. She opens it and starts reading it. "Happy birthday, his dear cousin Altair." He writes he apologizes for missing the party because of the raid. He mentions that he will be busy for a while with other matters, so he won't get to see her for a while. However, he assures her that he is sending her a birthday present instead, which he is sure she will like. She comments that he always says that, and then sends her something strange. She looks outside the window. Just then, Zephyr asks if they have any idea who he is and knocks out many guards. A guard warns, "Be careful. This guy is super strong." She continues reading the letter, discovering that his gift to her is something she has always wanted, someone who will help her. The scene shifts to Lindell Fortress as Zephyr and Ned Stryer approach the gate. Zephyr recalls that when Altair was 16, she inherited this territory along with the title of Grand Duchess of Lindell. He shows a letter to the butler and states that he has a message from Lucius Giornetti, the Holy One of Light. The butler acknowledges the message and says he will show them the way, asking them to follow him. Ned looks around, thinking about the vastness of the place, and remembers that Lucius Giornetti had given them a letter with his seal, instructing them to deliver it to the master of Lindell Fortress, confident that she would be able to assist them. He reflects on their purpose for coming, wondering if the princess will truly be able to help them with the dragon raid. Zephyr reminds himself that he is technically a nobleman as well and asks if he knows the princess. He inquires if Ned knows her and mentions that he has only seen her from a distance during royal processions when he was little. Rumor has it that she is letting her tremendous talents go to waste, so he doubts she will help. Just then, a guard collapses near them. Ned exclaims in surprise, asking what is going on. The butler apologizes for the disturbance, explaining that these individuals are potential suitors who have come to ask for the princess's hand. Observing them, Ned initially mistakes them for street thugs. Zephyr starts recalling memories from a past life, thinking about Prince Altair Justina Cayenne. From her looks and talent to her noble lineage, she was born with everything a person could desire, and is Aslan's brightest star. Polaris Albert Cayenne kneels and declares that he, Polaris Albert Cayenne, hereby forfeits his succession to the royal throne in order to become a priest of light. He also cedes the title of Duke of Lindell, presented to him as the crown prince. The king states that since his second son is sick, Altair, and whoever she marries will have to inherit the throne. He reflects that she even had luck on her side, succeeding her father without having to fight her brothers. Someone else thinks that marrying the princess means his son will be the next king. Altair Justina Cayenne responds that before she marries anyone, there is something they need to know. She does not want to waste her time talking to a weak man. Upon hearing that, countless noblemen rush to Lindell to accept her challenge, all in the hopes of earning the right to speak with her. However, they all end up being brutally defeated. In the present, Altair's elite bodyguard, Ophelia Amaleth, knocks out a man and says next. Another man steps forward, declaring that it is his turn and accepting the challenge. She promptly knocks him out as well and repeats next. Ned Stryer, surprised by what he sees, thinks he is kind of shocked. He expected a bunch of losers, but they are surprisingly strong. The butler explains that most of these participants are hired representatives sent by the suitors, because if anyone manages to land a blow on Ophelia, the princess counts that as a valid demonstration of their power. Ned remarks, so that's why some of them are priests. Zephyr reflects that while these challengers may not be as strong as him or Ned, they are certainly not pushovers. However, they are up against one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. He muses that it's been a while since he last saw Ophelia, and she looks significantly younger, possibly because he met her sooner this time around. Just then, Jacob approaches and demands to know who they think they are, pointing out that the end of the line is over there. He adds that they have been standing here for 3 days and should get in line like the rest of them. Zephyr notices the man and thinks, a blue uniform with a gold bird insignia, he must be a priest from the Sky Temple, the second most powerful religion on the continent after the Temple of Light. He concludes that some noble must have paid this priest to fight on his behalf. Zephyr then says they are not suitors and tells the man not to mind them. When the man asks what he means, Zephyr shows him a letter and explains that he has a message from Lucius Giornetti, the Holy One of Light, and insists he step aside as it is a very urgent matter. He adds that the man wouldn't want to be held responsible if the message is delivered late. Jacob moves aside, replying that he would not want that, and allows them to pass. As Zephyr moves forward, he thinks about what a nuisance this is. A brown-haired priest remarks about the Holy One of Light, saying he thought he was on a dungeon raid. Jacob responds that he's probably done by now. Another priest, wearing a cap, comments that it seems too quick and asks if the princess invested in that raid. Jacob, annoyed, says that the other priest knows nothing and explains that when a dungeon raid is finished, the Holy One must inform people in a certain order. First, his lover. Second, the temple he is affiliated with. And third, the investors. Zephyr overhears their conversation and thinks, what? He laughs and remarks that he's certain everyone in the capital has heard the rumors about the indecent relationship between Lucius and his cousin, the princess. He adds that he heard they even had a child together, hidden away in the temple. Zephyr punches him and throws him aside. He considers that the Temple of Light and the Sky Temple have always had a strained relationship, so he understands why they might be annoyed at having to submit to Lucius's authority. However, he questions why they have to drag Altair into it. He reflects that he is the only man she has ever been with in her life, and yet they are spreading rumors that she slept with her own cousin. Utter nonsense. Zephyr gestures with his finger, calling over the other priests, and tells them to come over. He reminds them that they have been waiting there for 3 days to get their asses kicked. He asks if they are tired of waiting and declares that they don't need to wait any longer. They can come over now. After a while, Zephyr mentions that he can't even remember how many months it's been since they last had a fight in the waiting line. He apologizes, saying it's just that they were disrespecting someone he respects. The butler reassures him, saying it's not a problem and apologizes for the conflict. He acknowledges that as the butler, he should have taken greater care to prevent it. He reflects that Ophelia usually handles such situations, but Zephyr completely subdued those men before she could intervene. The fact that they are not dressed like standard temple knights suggests they are not ordinary messengers. Altair Justina Cayenne arrives and asks if they like her greenhouse. Zephyr turns to see her and thinks that he and Altair met several years later in his last life. He reflects on how time only started flowing for him after he left the cave where he spent a year training with Ned, and he can't believe this moment has come so soon. He kisses her hand and says it's an honor to meet her. She notices his gesture and reflects on him. After a while, she mentions that she has read the Holy One's letter. He recommended the two of them as temple knights to her, but also suggested she speak with him for more details. She asks him to tell her what he can do for her. Ned Stryer notices Ophelia Amaleth and wonders if it's just him, but why does that knight keep glaring at him? Zephyr is the one who started the fight, not him, or perhaps they have met somewhere before. Zephyr considers that, at this point, Altair has not yet activated her communion skill. She can't freely read people's memories like Eurydice could, but she was born with the ability to learn communion, which means she could use her special sensory ability to read people. She was using that ability to gather allies to fight back against the Tartarus worshippers. He reflects that she had already been walking this path before he was. Initially, he only had some vague desire for success, but then all he wanted was revenge on behalf of Ned, his teacher. However, she taught him to think bigger. He thinks that the whole ridiculous search for a suitor is nothing more than bait to lure powerful warriors to her, because, with the Tartarus worshippers threatening the kingdom, there's a limit to what even an heir to the throne like Altair can do. What she wants is strong, dependable allies. He starts performing magic and says he hopes she forgives him for his boldness, but he believes it will be much quicker to just show her what he can offer. Ophelia Amalith wonders if that is the power of the dragon. Altair Justina Cayenne considers that he has the dragon heart within him and asks Ophelia if she has ever fought Lord Zephyr before. She replies no. Later, Ophelia moves forward with her sword and declares that she will give 3 attempts to strike him with her sword. Zephyr stands ready to fight in front of her. She observes him and thinks that at first glance, he appears to be standing casually, but she cannot see any flaws or weak points in his stance. If she attacks too hastily, he will seize the opportunity, so she must proceed with caution. She moves to attack and reflects on the first strike. His smooth, flowing motion easily pushes her blade aside. On the second strike, despite stabbing with all her might, she cannot pierce his skin. During the third strike, at the same moment, she loses her grip on the sword, feeling a heavy hand come at her. She steps back, and he silently comes behind her, tapping her shoulder and asking if he should continue. Surprised, she thought to herself when he got behind her. She replies no, stating she believes she has seen enough. She considers his mana, defense, technique, and combat instinct remarkable in every way. She wonders where on earth he came from. After a while, Zephyr mentions that he heard the blue dragon destroyed the grain belt, and she is looking to do something about it. He asserts that cultivating new farmland is not a good idea because the Tartarus worshippers will just reappear like a swarm of cockroaches and wreak havoc on the new farmland, too. He suggests that she needs to push ahead with the plan to cultivate the Thorny Mountain. She should clear at least 1 or 2 mountains. That way, she can distract the enemy while they are on the dungeon raid. He adds that if she proceeds as quickly and quietly as possible, 1 month from now, he will present her with the blue dragon's head. Altair Justina Cayenne asks what he wants in return. He replies that in terms of compensation, whatever she is willing to give him is fine. However, there is a more important issue. Due to a problem during the raid on the fallen princess's tomb, the third parish did not have enough troops to supply him with healers. He asks if she could lend him some, as many as she can. She considers that whatever she is willing to give him, he obviously wants something greater than money or status and asks what his chance of defeating the blue dragon is. He responds that it depends on her and hands her a crystal. The system window notifies that the mage crystal is an elite-level magic spellbook containing the principles of magic in the form of a crystal. It allows him to learn skills by holding the crystal in his hand and meditating. The crystal contains the ancient magic of the kingdom of Media that Eurydice learned. He must have mastered the ancient magic of Media to level 2 in order to acquire these skills. He reflects that the line of the ancient magic of Media is broken. Luckily, she learned it when she was young, but he recalls she had hit a plateau around this time. He explains that it's an item that one of her ancestors entrusted to him, and she asked him to give it to her. He considers that if Altair absorbs the mage crystal, she will instantly awaken her full power and be able to smoothly adjust the dragon heart for him. He informs her that he shall now take his leave, and if she is satisfied with his prowess, she should summon him again. He moves to leave, thinking that this first meeting was much better than in his previous life, not bad at all. He acknowledges that he desperately missed her, but in this life, it's their first meeting, thanks to Lucius's introduction. He plans to show her what he can do for her, drawing her attention from a distance, confident that she will come looking for him again soon, and he will wait. She watches him leave and remarks what an interesting fellow. She then asks Ophelia for her opinion. Ophelia replies that he is quite the warrior and admits she is a bit concerned about the fact that Lord Lucius recommended him, as he does not have a very good eye for people. However, in terms of his abilities, he's very close to the kind of people she is seeking. She adds that he does seem a bit weak, considering he has the dragon heart in his possession. Altair Justina Cayenne mentions that she doesn't think the dragon heart has settled in him completely yet, but he will become stronger with time. She recalls Zephyr saying it was an item entrusted to him by one of her ancestors, and she had asked him to give it to her. She considers that she sounded as though he had met Eurydice in person. Then again, Eurydice was such a legendary sorceress that she wouldn't be surprised if she were still alive in her tomb, and if that were true, Princess Eurydice herself must be the one who planted the dragon heart in him. She remarks that she had never heard of him before, but he's blessed with incredible power. He might just be the key to her plan. She reflects on another thing that's bothering her. Whenever she touches other people, she always feels either warmth or chill, but she does not feel either with him. Instead, she saw a vision. She thinks that was only the second time in her life something like that had happened. She wonders what on earth it could have been. Meanwhile, Elfred, second in command of the Jinryong worshippers, bows down in front of Tartarus, acknowledging that he summoned her and asking how she may be of service. He informs her that a vacancy has opened among the 12 apostles. Elfred considers the 12 apostles, the executives of the Tartarus worshippers, and asks if this means that Olden has failed. Jinryong asks if she is questioning him and remarks that she should have known about this before he even told her. He recommends another candidate for the apostle, stating that he generally gives his apostles the freedom to act as they wish, but she must faithfully carry out their final plan at all costs and ensure that Olden's absence does not disrupt the plan. She agrees and reflects that she disappointed their leader with such a foolish mistake. After a while, Elfred sees a priest and asks if he is ready. He confirms that he is. She instructs him to prepare the phantom steed immediately because she needs to go to the third parish. Meanwhile, Altair Justina Cayenne reflects that everything has worked out wonderfully, both in terms of the investors and the decipherment of the ancient script in the dungeon. It seems that all their efforts have paid off, and the raid of Princess Eurydice's tomb is finally over. She thinks about the spellbook she has been searching everywhere for. Her magic abilities have been stuck at level 2, but this will take them to the next level. The system window notifies her that the Mage Crystal is an elite-level magic spellbook containing the principles of magic in the form of a crystal. It allows her to learn skills by holding the crystal in her hand and meditating. The crystal contains the ancient magic of the Kingdom of Media that Eurydice learned. She recalls a woman telling her that her time is coming to an end, and she apologizes to her dear disciple that this is all she can teach her. Knowing her well, she is sure she can find a way to complete this magic and defeat the head of the Tartarus worshippers. She holds the Mage Crystal, starts meditating, and magic spells envelop her. She thinks that if this is an inventory, then the Mage Crystal has connected itself to her mind. There's so much magic knowledge floating around, like stars in the night sky, and magic lights start appearing in front of her. Princess Eurydice arrives and asks if it isn't beautiful. She replies that this is the Median magic they have been seeking. He is merely an overmind that remains in the Mage Crystal, but she has been looking forward to meeting her descendant, her heir. Meanwhile, Zephyr plays a game with Ned Stryer and declares that since he has won, he will be attending the party. He stays hidden and looks for any Tartarus worshippers in the fortress. Ned expresses his relief at losing, stating that he never liked parties anyway because they're too noisy. He encourages Zephyr to go have fun. Zephyr asks about having fun and mentions that he will be digging around for information, just like Ned. Ned shows him a bracelet and asks, more importantly, if he is sure he won't need it. Zephyr responds that he thought he said it would be better for him to remain relatively inconspicuous. The system window notifies that the Misty Bracelet is a bracelet with a powerful cloaking skill. When two bracelets are worn together, the wearer is barely detectable, only with a legend-grade detection skill. Zephyr explains that one of the 10 strongest warriors is here in the fortress, and he is the one who needs to stay hidden. So, he had better wear both bracelets, as he would arouse suspicion and get caught right away if he wandered around with only one bracelet on. He then mentions that Ophelia Amalith, the woman, kept staring at him. Ned acknowledges that he knows they haven't met before and wonders why. He rarely encounters Southerners and finds her power impressive. He doubts he'd forget someone like her. Perhaps she remembers him from his time with the Tartarus worshippers, or maybe she's actually the dangerous one, not him. He holds the bottle of the potion of true sight. The system window notifies him that the potion of true sight allows him to see the marked bug inside Tartarus worshippers. Zephyr comments that she doesn't really seem like a Tartarus worshipper, but advises caution. She assures Ned that he will be fine and tells him it's time to get ready. He rubs his hair and considers camouflage, an Eastern skill that allows him to adjust his facial muscles and expressions to resemble someone else. This skill is the hallmark of a true shadow disciple who will someday become one of the 12 apostles of the Tartarus worshippers. He considers that facial expression, behavior, and attitude have a surprisingly significant impact on people's impressions of him. A master of camouflage, like the real shadow disciple, can completely deceive even those who were just talking to him moments ago and vanish without a trace. He believes his camouflage ability isn't at that level yet, but it's adequate for a ballroom where new faces appear every night, and everyone is intoxicated with a drink. He arrives at the ballroom adjacent to Lindell Fortress. Observing Jacob, he realizes that the suitors challenging Ophelia are noblemen and powerful warriors from all over the kingdom. In other words, these individuals are VIPs, so naturally, they expect to be treated as such. Consequently, the fortress annex now serves a dual purpose. It acts as lodging for the suitors, their hired warriors, and the spectators gathered here to watch them fight, as well as serving as a ballroom for nightly parties. Meanwhile, one person asks if the princess is really as beautiful as they say. The other person replies that she's not just beautiful. The professor at the academy claims she's the most talented sorceress in history and could possibly be the hero who will save the world. However, she isn't doing anything. She simply hosts parties every night and travels constantly. The other person remarks that the drink is delicious and reflects that royalty truly lives in a different world. They express a genuine desire to see the princess and ask if they should stop hoping since she won't be attending the party. Another person questions the situation, noting the injustice when people are starving. The other person dismisses these concerns, saying it's not like they are the ones starving, and mentions how the princess enjoys spending time with unusual people. Once, she even took in a random nomad. One person expresses a desire to travel with the princess, but the other person advises them to drop the idea. Zephyr overhears them and thinks his role here is to gather information and seek out potential talent. A brown-haired man comments that it was very impressive. Not many people could last that long in a fight with one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. The other person tersely replies to shut up and expresses a reluctance to discuss it. The brown-haired man persists, urging him not to be like that and mentioning an open spot in the advance guard of their Earl's Guild. Meanwhile, Zephyr considers that he might encounter people famous from his previous life or recruit talented individuals who perished while he was training in that cave last time. Philip Pilgrim, Altair's associate, asks Zephyr where he is from. Zephyr replies that his name is Smith, and he is a knight working for the lady dancing over there. A yellow-haired man adds that nobody has heard anything from the third parish in the past few days. His brother-in-law was there visiting as an investor and was sent out of town, advised to travel the surrounding area until the raid ended. However, they still haven't allowed him back in. The white-haired man asks about his sources there. He mentions he hasn't received any carrier pigeons from them. A yellow-haired girl spots Zephyr and asks where he went. He replies that he noticed they had some good liquor over there. She mentions that people saw smoke coming from the temple in the third parish a few days ago. Another person wonders if Cardinal Olden could have taken over the temple while the Holy One was away. They question why he would do such a thing and note that Lord Olden maintains a neutral stance in the Temple of Light. They speculate that perhaps he was purging the Temple of Tartarus worshippers hiding among them. They suggest the Holy One and the Cardinal might be working together. Zephyr reflects that everyone is interested in the outcome of Lucius's raid. Every table is discussing it. However, no one knows how the raid turned out or what happened with Olden. It seems the information is being tightly controlled. He raises his glass and suggests they save all that complicated stuff for tomorrow and just enjoy a drink. Philip Pilgrim inquires if he didn't see him at another table earlier and remarks it's interesting how everyone at their current table knows the Baron. Yet upon his arrival, everyone mistook him for the Baron, even though the real Baron is currently dancing. He adds that it's quite a talent the newcomer has. Looking closely at him now, Philip wonders aloud if he isn't the person who fought the priests from the Sky Temple earlier that day. Zephyr considers that this man doesn't appear particularly strong, yet he sees through his camouflage. He wonders who this person could possibly be. Meanwhile, a guard walks down the hallway holding a candle. Ned Stryer grabs him discreetly and kills him. He mutters, takes care of the east building, and notices a bug emerging from the guard's mouth. Later, he ascends to the roof and reflects on the immense size of the fortress. He can't believe that the entire fortress belongs to one person and doubts he will ever get used to it. He recalls feeling comfortable in Lucius's home in the temple, as it was roughly the same size as his old house and had the same warm, inviting atmosphere reminiscent of his old family home. He reminisces about a memory when his sister promised to bring him back a present, which was the last time he saw his mother and older sister. He imagines his sister would be married with children by now, like Claudia, if it weren't for the typhoon that day. Ophelia Amaleth arrives and questions what he is doing there. She remarks that all the guests are at the party, finding it odd that he chose such a peculiar place for an evening stroll. Ned wonders how on earth he didn't hear her coming. He curses himself for messing up, but he reassures himself that he's wearing both misty bracelets. Even with a legendary grade detection skill, he should barely be visible right now. Then again, he considers she is the princess's elite bodyguard and one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. She obviously didn't earn that title for nothing. She tells him not to be nervous and explains she came to check the area because she sensed something vaguely wrong. She mentions she actually wanted to speak with him about something and asks if he has a moment. Ned accuses her of lying and asks how long she's been following him. She laughs and admits he's not easy to deceive. She's been following him since the second floor of the east building. She suggests this makes things easier to explain. He explains that the people he killed were Tartarus worshippers, and the marked bugs are currently crawling towards the bodies. He invites her to verify this if she wishes and apologizes for wandering around without permission. He justifies his actions by stating his leader's urgency, deciding that purging the Tartarus worshippers was more pressing than seeking permission. She acknowledges his explanation, noting it was a wise decision, but he seems to be mistaken about why she came to see him. She attacks him, but he swiftly moves aside. She clarifies that the princess has been anticipating the dragon raid for a long time. She has diligently gathered only the best warriors to ensure the raid's success. While his companion, Zephyr, has already proven himself qualified, he, on the other hand, still needs to demonstrate his worth. She urges him to show her what he's capable of. He retorts that she's asking for a fight and agrees to the challenge, saying they should proceed. Meanwhile, near the temple of the third parish, Alfred employs dragons to search for something. She reflects that she has found another clue. There are traces of Olden's demon transformation, as well as marks indicating something was burnt by lightning. This is evidence that someone utilized the Dragon King-style martial art. She deduces that one of Jinryong's disciples was certainly present. Recalling the location where she discovered the last remains of the Silver Knight, she notes traces of a battle involving at least 3 individuals, some of whom utilized divine energy in their attacks. Upon observing a carriage, she notices something sticky on its door. Curiously, she licks it to investigate further. While doing so, she ponders the presence of one of Persephone's deadly poisons, concluding that it should not be there. This leads her to the conclusion that Jinryong, the Holy One, and the Tarantula, who joined the Tartarus worshippers 3 years ago, have formed an alliance. She questions their motives, considering their intentional removal of Olden and deeming it a foolish decision given the precarious state of their order's future. He considers that the Temple of the Third Parish has restricted all movements in and out, employing a barrier that blocks detection skills to conceal activities within. Additionally, carrier pigeons dispatched by agents near the temple are becoming confused and congregating in the wrong locations due to miscoordination. He suspects they are concealing something highly valuable within the temple. She recalls Polaris Albert Cayenne's assertion that there might be only 2 or 3 people on the entire continent capable of implanting the dragon heart in someone. She speculates that their master, the leader of the Tartarus worshippers, could be one of them. She considers the possibility that the Holy One and his group may have obtained one of the remaining individuals capable of such an implantation. They could be delayed to allow the dragon heart's power to stabilize. She considers that it makes perfect sense. If they managed to acquire that kind of power, they wouldn't care about investors or complaints from people in the central parish regarding the temple closure. If their plan were exposed, more obstacles would arise, becoming a nuisance. She despises how thoroughly they have planned everything out. He reflects that the primary question is who acquired the dragon heart, Jinryong or the Holy One. If it were Jinryong, it's conceivable he exploited the Holy One out of greed. However, if the Holy One obtained the dragon heart, it's possible Jinryong betrayed the Tartarus worshippers. He decides he needs to act quickly. Several days have already passed since the battle with Olden, and he must find concrete evidence before the dragon heart transplant is completed. Just then, the smiling woman arrives and remarks on the bird mask, questioning if it could belong to the second in command. She quickly jumps to flee from the area. Alfred spots her and considers it's just a hunch, but she senses that person is involved in all of this and determines she cannot let them escape. She commands her dragons to pursue the woman. They chase after her, biting at her, but she continues to run. Alfred thinks they have caught her, then observes as she defends herself using the lightning palm skill. Alfred is shocked and realizes that if it's what she suspects, it's Jinryong's Dragon King style martial art. She identifies herself as a disciple of Jinryong and mentions she has matters to attend to with her people. She asks for cooperation. Alfred inwardly thinks about the nuisance of this situation. Meanwhile, Ophelia Amaleth attacks Ned Stryer and throws him from the building. He attempts to block her attack and questions whether it's just him or if this test seems a bit unfair. Mentioning they already exchanged 3 sword strikes earlier, he wonders if he's not allowed to join the dragon raid because he's only as strong as her. She tries to attack him again with her sword, but he blocks it with his own sword and then alters the shape of his sword to grab hers. The system window notifies that the Blade of Mirage is a mysterious dagger with a magic blade, the length and shape of which differ depending on the user. He snatches her sword and throws it away. Surprised, she moves to kick him, but he bends down and dodges her attack. She attempts to kick him again, and his clone transforms into dust. He secretly approaches her from behind and compliments her, stating that it would have really hurt if she had hit him instead of his clone. The system window notifies that the crow's cloak clones the wearer using mana and teleports them to a nearby spot. She is surprised and wonders how he managed to do that. He responds that he has heard rumors about her, knows how powerful she is, and believes she hasn't even revealed the full extent of her abilities yet if she ever has. He adds that he also has a card still hidden up his sleeve, and if they both reveal their full capabilities, it won't end well. He suggests they stop now. She inquires about the hidden card and assumes he is referring to the Dragon King style martial art. He wonders how she knew. She asks if he knows which part of her body has the highest stats and mentions it's her eyes. Cloaking and barrier skills don't work around her at all, which is why she was assigned to a certain mission until recently. Meanwhile, the smiling woman approaches a lake, begins drinking water, and reflects that she has finally lost her pursuer. She understands why her master was always wary of the second in command. She's a tough opponent. She shifts her thoughts, considering that things are going quite well. By the time she eliminated the princess's guards, the raid had concluded, and she had evidence that one of their brothers who participated in the raid had betrayed their master. Moreover, she has just discovered the Sly Fox, the second in command, sneaking around the area where everything unfolded. Meanwhile, Ophelia Amaleth identifies Jinryong's shadow disciple, one of the 12 apostles, as a master of camouflage, also known as the Smiling Woman. She states that her task was to prevent the Smiling Woman from participating in the operation to steal the dragon's heart. She explains that from his breathing and stepping techniques to his ability to predict his opponent's next move, both he and the Smiling Woman share characteristics typical of those who have studied the same martial arts style. Fighting him just now confirmed this. She mentions that Lord Zephyr also shares similarities with her, but the princess has assured her that he poses no threat. Simultaneously, the Smiling Woman wonders aloud where she should start. On the other side, Ophelia Amaleth emphasizes that the Smiling Woman bears a striking resemblance to Jinryong's shadow disciple. It's almost as if they are siblings from the same bloodline. She questions whether he is truly on their side. Ned wonders what she is talking about. The scene shifts as Olden Lasker, in bug form, asks Ned if he feels better now upon leaving the third parish. Ned, the son of his friend Leonard, is told by Olden that he is sorry about what happened. He explains that as a mere priest himself, he was just following the temple's orders and did not mean to harm his family. He asks Ned to believe him and says that if anything, Ned should be thanking him. Olden expresses regret at seeing Ned orphaned and explains that he sent Jinryong to him and paid for his upbringing. He attributes Ned's current strength to these actions, noting that Ned spent his childhood learning martial arts in a cave without any worries. Olden questions how Ned could possibly understand the terrible circumstances of the past, mentioning that many children from bankrupt families either starved to death or were sold into slavery, and some were even preyed upon by vagrants. Olden asserts that he made Ned who he is today and saved his life from a similar fate. As Olden is attacked by Ned, he pleads to say just one thing: not to trust Zephyr, as he is deceiving Ned. The scene shifts back to the present. Ned Stryer walks outside the fortress, thinking that Olden rambled like a madman, not even worth listening to, which is why he has ignored him so far. But now, how can this be? He recalls a memory where Zephyr says he is the shadow disciple who was trained in case he dies. Then, he recalls a memory where Ophelia Amaleth says Jinryong's shadow disciple, one of the 12 apostles, a master of camouflage also known as the Smiling Woman, was tasked with preventing her from taking part in the operation to steal the dragon's heart. She looks like him. It's almost as if they are siblings from the same bloodline. The shadow disciple she met has red hair and yellow eyes, just like him. She was a woman in her mid-20s. He thinks his sister, whom he thought was dead, might still be alive. Not only that, she is the shadow disciple of the Dragon King-style martial art. He feels so confused, wondering who is lying to him if he is making the same foolish mistake all over again, and all he wants is the truth. Meanwhile, a brown-haired girl plays the violin. Zephyr sits with Philip Pilgrim, talking. After hearing the music, Philip Pilgrim remarks that it's the Night Sonata, played to announce that the party room is closing soon. Later, Philip Pilgrim shakes hands with Zephyr and suggests they should get going, noting that he hadn't even noticed the time passing. He proposes they have a drink together again tomorrow. Zephyr agrees, saying certainly. As he leaves with his friend, he laughs and remarks that Zephyr is quite something. He has met many people in his time as a merchant, but he hasn't encountered someone so unusual in ages. He observes that Zephyr is not just strong, but also fierce and cunning in his actions. Despite gaining the lead in the conversation, Zephyr managed to make him give away important information several times without even realizing it. Though he appears to be in his early 20s, it seems as if he has lived at least twice as long. Lucius doesn't usually have an eye for people, he comments, asking where on earth Lucius found Zephyr. He concludes that Zephyr was more likely chosen, not simply found, and imagines there's going to be a change in power dynamics quite soon. The deputy head of the Pilgrim Caravan, Edwin Pilgrim, expresses his concerns, advising caution. He emphasizes that if they are not careful around people like that, they will be robbed blind. Unlike noblemen, merchants like them need to be even more cautious because they have nowhere to go if they lose their money. Edwin asks if it is right to report to the princess that, based on his observations, he considers him unfit. He is told no, they can't let such talent slip away. They need to secure him for themselves before anyone else notices him. Elise Brenta, the head healer of the Temple Knights of the Second Parish Lindel of the Temple of Light, agrees. She asserts that they need the very best people they can find, so they must either recruit him or eliminate him. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects that all he knows is based on what he saw, heard, and experienced in his past life. Naturally, there are people he does not recognize, as they died before he could do anything last time. He thinks about Philip Pilgrim, the head of the Pilgrim Caravan, one of the 3 largest merchant caravans on the continent. In the past, Philip made a fortune trading spices with the East and is famous for being a patron of the debauched Princess Altair. In fact, he is one of the 3 mentors who enabled her to play a pivotal role in deciding the fate of humanity. The scene shifts to a flashback. Philip Pilgrim tells Altair Justina Cayenne that even royalty are helpless without support. He explains that it will be difficult for her to realize her vision as long as the head of the Tartarus worshippers stands in their way. He suggests that she make it appear as though she is simply enjoying a lavish lifestyle while secretly building up her power, and he promises to provide her with the funds to do so. The scene shifts to the present. Zephyr thinks about why he was high on the Tartarus worshippers' watch list. As far as he knows, when Ned ran away with the dragon heart, the shadow disciple, also known as the Smiling Woman, killed Philip. He remembers that Philip's son Edwin took good care of Altair, but if Philip continues to live, it would drastically reduce the number of deaths in the desert operation. This means there is more work for him to do. He decides his first task is to ensure that Philip stays alive. Second, he must stop the mysterious Smiling Woman, who could attack them at any moment. This is going to be tricky since she can disguise herself as anyone and never reveal her true appearance, even to him. Zephyr has no idea what she truly looks like. He thinks Ned is probably back by now. He then sees Ned sitting on a chair, holding a knife. Ned Stryer announces his return and throws something toward him. He moves back and thinks about why he flinched just now, wondering if he was scared. He realizes that even though he is stronger now, he used to beat Ned every time he saw that look in his eyes back in the cave, and now it's become a reflex. He has tried to be careful not to act out of the ordinary. He asks Ned if something is wrong. Ned Stryer says Ophelia caught him while he was looking around the mansion and told him she met someone who looked just like his sister. Zephyr asks if he has a sister and thinks this is news to him. Wait, Ned did say that aside from his father, his whole family died when he was little. Ned asks if he can believe it and says he thought his sister drowned in a boat accident 13 years ago, but she's alive, and that's not all. He reveals that it turns out she's the shadow disciple of the Dragon King style martial art that Ophelia was trying to stop. Zephyr is surprised and thinks that the shadow disciple is Ned's sister. He must be mistaken. If he is just sounding him out, or maybe Altair is using him to test him. No, he doubts it. He thinks she would not go that far. He knows he cannot hide the fact that he is not the shadow disciple forever, but Ned's sister. This is so unexpected. He recalls a memory of his past life while the smiling woman grabs his shirt and tells him who taught him that technique. She also mentions she does not remember much of the past. She was in an accident. Her adoptive parents found her on the shore and took her in, and her master noticed that she had the warrior's innate gift. If her brother is like her, then he probably has the same gift. She says maybe she will see him again someday. She wants to recover her lost memories and her lost family. It's strange they are enemies, so why is she telling him all this? Zephyr considers why he hadn't realized this sooner. Jinryong himself had informed him that the warrior's innate gift is exceedingly rare and hereditary. If one sibling possesses it, it's likely the other does too. This suggests to him that Jinryong collaborated with Olden to dismantle Ned's family from the outset, merely to acquire someone with a warrior's innate gift, then discard them when he deemed them no longer useful. Ned Stryer admits he struggles to comprehend. He fails to discern any motive for Ophelia to deceive him, yet it also defies logic if everything she conveyed were falsehoods. He considers that his father trusted Olden, and he himself trusted his master. Both of their lives were either ruined or nearly ruined because they trusted the wrong people. That's why he is afraid to trust anyone again, yet he appears different somehow. He recollects all their memories together and reflects on the numerous life or death situations they have experienced, fostering camaraderie. He wishes to believe in the camaraderie he felt. He wishes to believe in him. He hurls the knife and declares that he just needs one small clue, one tiny bit of proof that he can trust him. Zephyr explains that originally, he was supposed to meet him about 3 months from now. However, after stealing the dragon's heart and encountering the Silver Knight, he realizes the truth and fled. He attempted to escape not only from the Tartarus worshipper but from the entire world. He continues, recounting how he ended up in the Canyon of Oblivion, renowned as one of the world's 8 most challenging quests, where he sustained serious injuries inflicted by his master's son, Jinryong. He was left there to die, and it was during this ordeal that he lost the dragon's heart. He explains that he was simply one of the temple slaves searching for him. He stumbled upon him in a cave at the bottom of a cliff that he had fallen off of. He learned the Dragon King-style martial art from him there because there was no way they would have made it out of the Canyon of Oblivion with one of them injured and the other an inexperienced fighter. Ned Stryer ponders his words. He continues, stating that after becoming much more powerful with his help, he reached the very apex of humanity. However, he couldn't prevent the end of the world and ultimately failed to save anyone else. He questions who he is and declares himself as the last human, a hero, a failure, someone who returned to the past with memories of the next 10 years, and also his only disciple. He considers that in his previous life, Ned had a plan. He assessed how much stronger his disciples would need to become before they could escape from the Canyon of Oblivion, as well as his own physical state. Taking all these factors into account, he calculated how long he would need to train in the cave. He reflects that survival and revenge against his master for betraying him were Ned's primary fixations, which kept him alive. However, they were compelled to leave the cave earlier than anticipated. The scene shifts to a flashback where Zephyr fights with the Lord of the Canyon, Ondur, and Ned Stryer is badly injured. He reflects that he has always regretted what happened. If only he had been a little stronger, if only he had learned just a little more. things might have turned out differently. Ned grabs his leg and pushes him away. He considers that Ned would not have had to give up on his long-awaited revenge and sacrifice himself for a nobody like him. They could have both come out of there alive. Ned moves to attack him and instructs Zephyr to watch carefully as he uses the last secret technique that he hadn't managed to teach him before, stabbing his spear using magic. Zephyr reflects that he will never be able to forget the sight of his master's back that day. The scene shifts to the present, where Zephyr sits in front of Ned Stryer. Ned states he doesn't know what to think. It sounds so impossible, yet it also explains so much. He considers things like his ability to use divine items without being a priest and how much he knows. He reflects that it's the sword of light. 1 step backward, 3 steps to the side. Everything is unfolding just as Zephyr predicted. If he truly returned to the past with perks from the god, then it all makes sense. Zephyr acknowledges that he understands it's difficult to believe, but assures Ned that it's all true. He reflects that he omitted some things that are awkward to discuss, such as his relationship with a smiling woman. Zephyr apologizes for deceiving Ned when he first approached him, explaining that he didn't think he could make him believe all this in such a short time, and believed it better to make him suspicious of the Tartarus worshippers. He explains that he needs him to help him fight the god of destruction once more, and above all, he wants him to live. Ned Stryer sits, holding his head, and reflects that it's true. Revenge was not the only reason he decided to take action. He had assumed he would live his entire life as a member of his family. However, he lost his family's noble title, the ancient duty to care for blood tears, and his family itself. When he became a nobody who had lost everything, his master gave him a new name and purpose in life by making him his disciple. He recalls a memory where Junryong said that if he could prove he was useful, he would help him get his revenge. Ned thinks he became much stronger as a result. He wanted to repay his master's kindness for taking him in, so he willingly accepted all kinds of unpleasant assignments because he believed his master had a just reason for everything he did. He considers that the relationship between a master and a disciple is almost like a family, even though they share no blood. It's natural for people to trust and help their own family, and he feels like a clueless pawn in a game of chess. He states he felt kind of bad about himself because he thought he had messed up his life. But it seems his life had some sort of meaning after all since he left something behind in this world. He places a hand on Zephyr's shoulder and thanks him for everything. He reflects on thanking him for avenging him in his previous life and for helping him in this one. A hero who traveled back in time to save the world sure picked one hell of a disciple. But then again, he wouldn't expect any less from a disciple of Zephyr. He prepares to leave and says he won't let Zephyr carry the burden alone. They will move forward together this time around. After a while, Zephyr reflects that his conversation with Ned went well, and Ned agreed to keep everything a secret. It wouldn't be good if too many people found out about this. They might start to panic if they knew what would happen in the future. Keeping that information to themselves is a significant advantage for them. The scene shifts to when Philip and his group call a meeting that morning. Philip Pilgrim begins by officially introducing themselves as Princess Altair's permanent party members. He reflects that everything was taken care of very quickly, as he would expect from Altair's companions. Philip Pilgrim explains that the princess holds high hopes for both of them. Since she is unavailable at the moment, he hopes they do not mind having a little chat among themselves. Ned Stryer ponders the term unavailable and wonders why she is not present. Zephyr considers that the reason she's suddenly unavailable is probably because of the spellbook. Unlike ordinary spellbooks, the contents of crystal spellbooks are copied directly into one's brain. The only downside is the side effects. The body goes to sleep while the spells are being fused with the brain. He considers that the higher the level of the spellbook, the longer he will sleep. Some people also experience other symptoms, such as a high fever, and she probably has a healer taking care of her. However, it won't do much good since it's not an injury. Ultimately, it just depends on how quickly Altair absorbs the magic. He resolves to hang in there. He had a tough time in Eurydice's dungeon, so it's his turn to rest this time. The next few days pass by in the blink of an eye. He reflects that they had to prepare all the necessary supplies for the Blue Dragon raid and study the best combat techniques to suit the new items they acquired. As for the other party members, Elise Brenta approaches and hugs Zephyr. He tells her to make it quick, and she assures him she will. The system window notifies that the skill Angel's Embrace is a skill that uses antennas on the back to carefully check a person's health and physical condition by embracing them. The antennas feel similar to those of a slug, which is why most people avoid this medical skill. She captures him with magic chains and tells him to stay still. If he moves, she will have to start over again. She notes he is pretty buff. Ned Stryer suddenly remembers he needs to go do something. Philip Pilgrim grabs him by the shoulder and asks where he thinks he is going. Ned explains that it's essential for party members to have a checkup before joining the raiding party, and they can't take anyone who's sick on the raid. She tells Ned it's his turn. He declines politely, asking her to stay away, and falls behind. Ophelia Amaleth arrives and comments, "Pathetic." He sees her and thinks about the bad timing. Ophelia Amaleth informs them that the princess wants to see both of them and asks them to come with her. Zephyr thinks Altair must be awake. Ned Stryer isn't sure where to look. He moves toward her room and recalls that Eurydice's overmind is still in the magic crystal. She told him a bunch of stuff when they briefly spoke. He enters her room and sees her sitting on the bed. She greets Zephyr and Ned, making him wonder if Altair has already heard some things about him. She believes 3 stars have aligned, signifying her Median magic has reached level 3, and she congratulates Altair. She states she possesses all the basic knowledge of Median magic and now only needs to continue awakening her powers and increasing her level through training. Another star will be added to the alignment each time her level increases. She mentions that no one has ever managed to reach level 8 before, not even herself, but she is confident she can achieve it. Once she does, a gate to the stars will open. Princess Altair responds affirmatively, but notes that she has used too much of her powers and will be asleep for a while. During this time, she will forget everything she has said until she reaches the next level because of the tangled magic strands. Altair reminds her to trust Lord Zephyr, as he is doing this for her sake in both his past and present lives. Meanwhile, Princess Altair opens her eyes, and Ophelia exclaims that she is finally awake. When she grabs her hair, one of her servants with gray hair advises her not to sit up too suddenly, reminding her that she has been asleep for a week. She is shocked to learn she has been asleep for an entire week and vaguely remembers being told something important, though she cannot recall what it was. She immediately demands that Lord Zephyr be brought to her. After a while, Lord Zephyr arrives and expresses his relief at seeing her awake. Princess Altair welcomes him and Ned Stryer as well. She apologizes for not being able to greet him sooner, explains that she is unwell, and asks for forgiveness for meeting him in her pajamas. Lord Zephyr wonders how much Altair has heard from Eurydice's overmind and considers the implications for their relationship. He also thinks about the impact this knowledge could have on the Blue Dragon raid and the upcoming battle. He questions whether she has discovered everything, or if she has learned communion skills, enabling her to read people's memories by touching them, just like Eurydice. He recalls sitting with Eurydice, who tapped his hand with hers and instructed him to go ahead and look at her memories. He realizes that if Altair has indeed acquired this ability, it would save him the trouble of persuading her to go along with his plan and could also help her avoid a lot of danger. He returns to the present, thinking he will find out soon. He walks towards her and moves his hand forward to her. She understands he wants to know whether she has learned the communion. She explains that when he gave her the mage crystal, she thought he was showing off his abilities to join her raid party. However, that was not the real reason. Unfortunately, for the sake of his plan, she cannot use communion yet as it is a surprisingly high-level skill. She mentions she is only level 3, unlike his ancestor, who was level 7, and she does not yet have the ability to read people's minds. She then asked if they would continue their conversation from a week ago. She tells him that if he wishes to persuade her to lend him her troops, he needs a definite plan to defeat the dragon within 1 month, or rather, 3 weeks. She encourages him to go ahead and try to persuade her. He says very well and asks if she has had something to eat, noting that this will be a lot to take in on an empty stomach. A few days later, he remarks that they quickly finished making their preparations and have now embarked on their journey to defeat the Blue Dragon with knights and healers from Lindell. His silver key and inventory are packed with supplies, and Altair's official reasons for the trip are traveling and shopping. A maid, disguised as Altair, left in a luxurious carriage to go sightseeing, ensuring it appears that the so-called debauched Princess Altair is there. He observes that someone looks happy to be leaving the castle and thinks that by now, the Tartarus worshippers should all be suspicious of each other. He intentionally erased all traces of the dragon heart's power from the third parish. He thinks other powerful figures are probably still trying to figure out why Lucius has barricaded himself in the city. This should buy them a month or maybe 2 at most. In the meantime, he needs to accomplish a lot quickly and quietly, without any interference. The first step is the Blue Dragon raid and teaming up with them. He decides not to tell Altair yet that he has returned from the past, and that she hasn't learned communion or remembered her conversation with Eurydice. Ned Stryer advises him to consider the implications. Imagine if a man she barely knows suddenly claims he was her lover in a past life. He asks how she would react, suggesting she would likely think he is either a lunatic or a creep. He notes that, for some reason, the princess already trusts him, possibly due to her contact skill, and warns him not to scare her off now. They need to handle this situation carefully. Ned Stryer also thinks he can't exactly omit the part where they were lovers. Lord Zephyr reflects on Ned Stryer's advice and tries to find another way to persuade Altair. He wonders why she trusts him so much. Is it because Lucius introduced him, or perhaps due to their meeting in his past life? He recalls that Altair had already lost several close people, and was more suspicious and guarded then. Edwin informs them that they have arrived, and that once they get over the hill, they will be in the plains of Danakil, the largest breadbasket on the continent. This land is where his father and he come from. Ned Stryer remarks that he is from this area and reminisces about a family trip he took here when he was young, impressed by the endless golden fields of wheat. He comments on the beauty of the landscape. Edwin adds that one can get a decent meal at any home in Danakil, as the people are very welcoming to guests. He agrees, saying that's true, although all that is in the past now. He opens the carriage window, and they all look out to see broken houses and destruction everywhere. They step out of the carriage, where Ned Stair comments on how awful it is. Philip Pilgrim explains that it all started 3 years ago when the Blue Dragon first appeared. Princess Altair adds that they tried using healers, but they couldn't purify the land, resulting in the loss of 80% of their farmland in just 3 years. Lord Zephyr thinks the remaining 20% will be dead land by next year as well. He considers it a miracle that they have managed to last 3 years, attributing their survival to the special nature of the river water. He considers that if he looks at the bigger picture, this is the perfect timing for them. If they miss this chance, it won't be just the farmland that they lose. A guard welcomes priests and Philip Pilgrim's caravan. Someone responds that they brought some food and asks about the situation inside. Princess Altair expresses deep gratitude to Lord Zephyr for always helping them. She explains that things are not very good, as usual, and mentions that this is a first aid station where farmers who have lost their homes due to the poison can come for protection. She adds that they are supposed to be joining forces here with some troops sent by the Lord of Danakil. They are also running low on supplies at the front line, and he asks if he minds if they wait here and get themselves organized. He agrees, saying sure, that sounds good, and he enters a room where Lord Grimes lies unconscious. Lord Zephyr greets a priest and asks who this is. The priest explains that this is Lord Grimes, a knight who came from the Lord's castle. While patrolling the area, a monster appeared, and he managed to kill it, but he was badly injured. The priest thanks Lord Zephyr for giving him water. Lord Zephyr observes Lord Grimes's purple skin, indicating that the blue dragon's poison has spread throughout his body. He thinks these are the symptoms that appear when poisonous water enters the body or when someone is attacked by a monster from the dragon's nest. He realizes that, like the land, the poison in the body can't be purified, so there's nothing that the healers can do. All they can do is try to reduce the pain while Lord Grimes awaits his death. Princess Altair whispers that she knows Grimes and that he's an experienced, trustworthy knight. She mentions that she thinks he's part of the reinforcements sent by the Lord of Danakil. He acknowledges that could be the case and asks her how secure the first aid station is. He thinks they are going to team up with these troops anyway. She assures him she can make it as secure as he likes. He responds very well, Princess Altair. He reflects that the blue dragon's poison may be deadly, but he has his own way of countering it, treating poison with poison. He declares that this area is now completely off limits to everyone else and takes out some needles. The system notifies him about a poisonous needle, which is a needle covered with one of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons. The specific type of poison is still unknown. Lord Zephyr recalls that Fade, the king of poisons, completed his 72 deadly poisons toward the end of his last life. The key ingredients in some of these poisons were extremely rare, and for some, they had to be extracted from him. He reflects that this poison, for instance, requires the blood of a dragon lord as its key ingredient, specifically the 30th Asmodeus. He explains that it's originally a deadly poison that burns flesh from the inside. However, if he adjusts the construction carefully while having a healer treat someone, it burns the poison in their body and heals them very quickly. He explains that every time he sticks a needle in him, he waits 3 seconds and then uses his recovery spell, and the priest agrees. Princess Altair looks at him and thinks that depending on the situation and how he uses it, poison can be medicine and vice versa. She wonders if this will work against the blue dragon's poison, as not even healers can get rid of it. She notices the mana perception around the first aid station reacting to something and looks out, realizing that someone is coming. Regulus Danakil, the head of the Scarecrow Knights and the Royal Army of Danakil, arrives with some knights. He greets Mr. Philip Pilgrim, who also looks at him. Philip Pilgrim says long time no see, how he has been. He replies, Lord Regulus, it's good to see him here. Regulus Danakil mentions that he heard about what he wrote in the urgent letter to his father, the Lord of Danakil, regarding the dragon raid beginning soon. He notes that they have known each other for so long and that he's like family to the territory of Danakil. He further mentions that he feels like he should tell him something as the eldest son of the Lord of Danakil, who's been deceiving him. Philip Pilgrim asks what he means by that, and he replies that the dragon raid is supposed to take place a year from now. Even then, it's only supposed to happen under the condition that the Holy One of Light finds the dragon's heart. He adds that's why he planted some spies in the third parish, who have been informing him of the situation there. He explains that the third parish is completely shut down, and Lord Lucius has cancelled all engagements, locking himself up in his room all day. He points out that this doesn't seem like the right time to begin the raid at all. Furthermore, standard protocol requires that he come to the castle and consult with the Lord first. Yet, he simply requested more troops because he deemed themselves ready for the raid. He expresses concern that someone is taking advantage of him, which greatly worries him. Philip Pilgrim laughs and acknowledges that it's good that he's so cautious. He mentions that the Lord of Danakil assured him that reinforcements would be sent. He asks if he was asked to check on him, or if it was his own idea. Regulus Danakil interrupts, stating that there's no time to waste with chit-chat. He orders the immediate closure of the first aid station and instructs everyone to leave. They hear voices coming from a nearby house, prompting him to quickly go there and inquire about what's happening. He looks inside and sees Lord Grimes vomiting blood with needles stuck all over his body. He calls out to him, wondering what those things sticking out of him are. He realizes they are poisonous needles and looks at Lord Zephyr, who has the needles, with suspicion. He berates Lord Zephyr, draws his sword, and demands that he get away from Lord Grimes. Ophelia arrives and kicks him, asking how he dares to draw his sword here. He starts bleeding from the nose and asks if she is Princess Altair's bodyguard, questioning what she is doing there and why she is stopping him. Princess Altair says she heard most of what happened outside using mana perception, and she understands Lord Regulus Danakil's concerns. However, she asserts that he has no right to refuse anyone's participation in the raid or to harm the members of her raid party. She removes her gown cap as she speaks. She explains that the letter received by his father, the Earl of Danakil, was not a request for reinforcements sent by a merchant. Rather, it was an order from her, Altair Justina Cayenne, Princess of the Kingdom of Cayenne. He bows down in front of her, expressing that it's an honor to see her. After a while, Lord Grimes grabs Lord Zephyr's hands and thanks him so much. He asks how he can ever repay him for this. Regulus Danakil also apologizes to Lord Zephyr, expressing that he had no idea he was trying to save Lord Grimes, one of their elite knights. He adds that he didn't mean to be so rude. Lord Zephyr replies that it's all right. He thinks to himself that at least Regulus doesn't blame anyone else when he apologizes, which is promising, and he won't need to discipline him. Princess Altair then asks Regulus Danakil if he remembers when they were at the academy together. Lord Zephyr reflects that they went to the same school, and she explains that whenever they had group assignments, The other students were afraid of him because he had a reputation for being uptight. However, he was always attentive to details that other people missed. She explains that's why his team never has any accidents, and he is even harder to beat than her team with all its so-called geniuses. She adds that now, as the junior earl and head of the knights, he wants to check to make sure that everything is in order, and she admires that about him. He calls Princess Altair and addresses Regulus, or rather, the junior Earl of Danikil. As the Grand Duchess of Lindell, he would like to share a secret because he considers him his most trusted ally. It's about Lord Zephyr here. She reveals that the truth is he received an oracle from the goddess Area and was sent here to save the Holy One and the rest of the world from danger. Regulus Danikil and Lord Zephyr look at her surprisingly as she explains that they were so blinded by greed that they put themselves in grave danger by failing to weed out the Tartarus worshippers in the raiding party. She explains that Zephyr, however, received an oracle from the goddess Area and saved them all. As per the goddess's wishes, the dragon heart was granted to Lord Zephyr, who was destined to save the world. She shows a letter and states that they must obey him as they would obey the goddess. This letter is from the Holy One, Lucius himself. Regulus Danikil acknowledges the connection to the Holy One and the goddess Area, expressing that they have both come to share their glory with him. He swears to serve her with all his strength. Lord Zephyr puts his hand over his mouth, trying not to laugh. He thinks it's amazing that they are the best liars in the world. He reveals to himself that he wrote that letter himself and chuckles secretly. He reflects that she's in a class of her own and taps her head, noticing that old habit of his resurfacing. Daisy looks at them and says that the raid party members they encountered at the first aid station accepted her as their commander without much resistance. She thinks that, of course, that also meant that she assumed several more responsibilities. Lord Zephyr explains that he used acupuncture on everyone who was in critical condition at the first aid station, but it didn't neutralize the poison completely. He adds that the poison will start spreading through their bodies again in a few days, so they need to create a proper cure for them as soon as possible. The key ingredients can only be found here. They arrive at the Great Forest of Elfin, a massive forest in northwestern Eslan, where Ned Stryer comments that he thought the forest would be in ruins like the farmlands, but it's still completely intact. Lord Zephyr remarks that it is the size of several territories combined. Princess Altair asks if it doesn't feel different here compared to the outside and explains that it's because of the high mana concentration. She mentions they can't take the horses past the town on the outskirts of the forests because the strong mana scares them. Philip Pilgrim questions if they really need to go into the forest. He admits he's scared and wonders if they can't just leave the goods outside the forest. Lord Zephyr insists it's safer inside and reflects that they can't leave them outside with the smiling woman wandering around out there. He wishes he could just put them in the Silver Key, as it would be much more convenient. He recalls Mercedes mentioning he's asking if he can put people in here and confirms that he can, as it doesn't matter to her. Naturally, she gave him the key to this room. She adds that, just so he knows, the previous owner of the Silver Key had a bit of trouble with it. They put a companion of theirs in here, but when they took them out again, their companion had lost their mind and howled constantly like a wild animal. She asks why he thinks that happened, as she's curious herself. Lord Zephyr thinks it's better to keep them by his side where he can protect them, questioning who needs the Silver Key. Princess Altair explains that the town used to be inhabited by about 50 residents of the territory of Danikil. Now, it serves as a base on the front line, and the other members of the raiding party are already busy at work there. She suggests they head for the town first. Lord Zephyr agrees and reflects on the recent feeling, noting it was faint and only lasted a brief moment, but he felt someone watching them from the woods. She asks what's wrong, and he replies that there's something he wants to check. Princess Altair mentions that the last time they heard from the forest town was 2 days ago when a carrier pigeon arrived while they were at the first aid station. Daisy explains that some sorcerers were sent here by their magic tower, and they installed a device that gives off red smoke whenever there's a problem in the forest town. She adds that this is his first time going there, but that's what he has heard. Princess Altair's guard confirms that she checked with her own eyes and that there aren't any enemies lying in the ambush or transformed enemies in the area. Regulus Danikil thinks that with this much firepower on their side, they should be fine. Lord Zephyr reflects that the things he knows about the Great Forest of Elfin are different. He recalls sitting with an elf and asking about his homeland. He asks what his homeland is, mentioning that there isn't much to talk about, and he asks if he really wants to hear about it. Zephyr replies to Elf that it's just a bunch of meaningless old tales now. He counters by saying, well, it can't be that meaningless if he talks about it in his sleep. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's meaningful or not. Just tell him something. He reflects that after that conversation, whenever they were in a desperate situation, the elf told him more about the forest, like a fire banishing the darkness. He thinks to himself that he's well aware of this place. It may be breathtakingly beautiful, but it's a demonic forest that uses its beauty to lure and devour humans. Returning to the present, he whispers to Ned Stryer to guard the head of the caravan, stating that there's no telling when they might be attacked. Ned Stryer responds with "got it" and walks away. Princess Altair points out the tangled bushes and mentions that the gate to the forest is there. She explains that the device is intended to keep intruders away by emitting a bright light from the bushes. She wonders why it's positioned here when it used to be much deeper in the woods, past the forest town, and they haven't even reached the town yet. They hear a voice coming from the monster bushes, saying, "Hear him, humans, be gone. This is not their land." Lord Zephyr takes out his magical key and recalls that the last time he heard from the town was 2 days ago. He adds that it's plenty of time for the town to be taken over by enemies. He inquires about the monster bushes and what it did to the townspeople. Princess Altair dismounts from her horse and intervenes, telling everyone to hold on. She addresses the residents of the forest, introducing herself as Altair, a human princess who has come to talk with them. The bush's monster asks what she wants to talk about and questions why she claims to want to talk when she has a whole army with her. He remarks that she must be joking and mentions that they have already conveyed their position to her several times via carrier pigeon, addressing her as the human princess. He mentions that her brother ruined any possibility of further discussion. He recalls her brother suggesting that the river separates the forest people from them and proposes that they each build a sentry post and civilian town on opposite sides of the river. He suggests that they both stay on their own side and mind their own business. He declares that there won't be any fighting, interference, or talking among them, and it will be a time of silence. He states that this marks the beginning of their truce, and he appreciates being given such a rare item as a token of cooperation. So, of course, he would be happy to oblige. He remarks that he should be happy, and these are very good conditions for him as well. He bids farewell to the elves, addressing them as noble forest dwellers. The bushes start moving, and they all get ready to fight, noting that the roots are moving. Lord Zephyr reflects that elves have long ears and lives several times longer than humans. They also have a natural affinity for magic and have been living in their own kingdom within the great forest of Elfin for a long, long time. For over 2,000 years, they have utilized the forest's overflowing life force to create their own type of magic and modify plants to build a safe dwelling and an impenetrable fortress for themselves. The bush's monster tells them to go back, stating that the only thing they have for them is death. Regulus Danakil reassures everyone that there's no need to be afraid, reminding them of their training, and he attacks the bushes, smashing some flowers. Princess Altair comments on his behavior, remarking how unfortunate it is, while she notices some light coming out of the bushes. The system notifies about a watchtower, which is a place where gatekeeper elves monitor the forest boundaries and control magical plants. She enters the forest while someone inquires if they are able to catch them. Dario laughs and asserts that not even a princess can defeat them, adding that anyone who tries to trespass on their territory will feel their wrath. Kiara tells him to keep his hands on the crystal ball. Lord Zephyr quickly arrives there and saves Princess Altair when the system notifies about Dragon Slayer's cloak, which reduces all types of magic damage, and a light barrier, which blocks enemy attacks with holy power. The higher the level, the greater the range and strength of the barrier. A warrior expresses surprise, saying he didn't know the light barrier was such a powerful skill. Another warrior praises the healer, saying, "Way to go, healer," and thinks she totally blocked that attack. Lord Zephyr asks if she is alright, and she confirms that she is, thanks to him. She thinks that the gatekeeper elves operating the gate to the forest are just Regulus Danakil's foot soldiers. An elf asks how this can be possible, noting that there isn't even a scratch on them. Lord Zephyr thinks that no matter how sturdy that device may be, it's not enough to stop him. He commands to open the gate while the system notifies him about the skill language enchantment. which is an exclusive dragon skill that imbues words with magical power. A limited amount of use is permitted due to the dragon heart. Lord Zephyr stands outside the gate with all his team, including Princess Altair, and he thinks that the center of that tree is where the watchtower is, which the source of the gaze he felt was. One of the elves comments that the gate to the forest has just opened and asks what happened. Lord Zephyr enters the forest and knocks out 2 elves. He then grabs Kiara and says that although she may look young, she's probably at least 100 years old. He adds that he'd say they each deserve a good smack first and suggests they can talk later. She commands Lord Zephyr to let go of her and put her down. Lord Zephyr thinks for a moment, noticing that this elf looks a bit different from the one he knows, especially in her eyes. She then attacks him, prompting him to throw her away as well. She asks if he's trying to kill her, too, and mentions that it's hard for him to control his power, so he should try to stay out of the way. Dariel arrives at the scene and asks what she means by staying out of the way, expressing disbelief. He tells her to cooperate again and make sure to kill him this time. Lord Zephyr thinks about the skill and power displayed, recognizing that it's him, one of the 10 great warriors of this continent, the champion archer who will someday join the human resistance army and make demons tremble with fear, Dariel, the divine archer. Dariel announces that the target is 063 miles away, and he'll take him out with this shot. A warrior alerts the group that they are under attack and asks where the attack came from, noting the difficulty of seeing clearly in the dense woods. Daisy assures them that she will find out and instructs one of them to go to Commander Zephyr while she tracks down the source of the attack. The system notifies him about the Eye of Gree, which transmits audiovisual information among remote-controlled golems that can be shared between up to 3 golems. He directs one of them to go to Commander Zephyr, and he tracks down where the attack came from. He thinks about the towering trees and the golem's maximum range of 650 feet, and she spots something that might be a spell but realizes it's an arrow. He is astonished by the distance the arrow was shot from, coming from over half a mile away. In the meantime, Lord Zephyr waves his sword and blocks the attack, commenting that it was not a bad shot. The Lady Elf wonders if he just deflected the arrow, dismissing it as possibly a coincidence, but noting that his arm is already injured, suggesting that he won't last much longer. She tells Dariel to use a stronger skill and assures him of her backup. Dariel agrees and unleashes red meteors as an attack. Lord Zephyr recognizes the skill as each arrow becomes 3 times faster and more powerful than normal arrows, known as the red meteor. He realizes that the arrows are too fast to time using language enchantment to stop them, and if he dodges, the shockwave from the impact could harm his allies. He remarks that this is more like it and declares himself ready, preparing to use his full strength. Ned Stryer observes that his movements appear slow, and the sword's trajectory seems slow yet flexible, but in reality, it all happened in less than a second. In the next moment, the trajectory transforms into a dragon and bursts into the air. He reflects that the name of the Dragon King style martial art comes from Eastern characters signifying a dragon, but it's called that due to its magical form and martial art flow. He didn't think it actually had anything to do with dragons and was surprised by its power. Kiara wonders if he is truly human, as he resembles more of a dragon in human form. She wonders how they are supposed to fight someone like that, considering the losses they've already suffered to the blue dragon. She recalls a moment sitting near her mother's bed, crying over their losses. She returns to the present and declares that they've lost and won't attack anymore. She then asks whether he is human or a dragon, whichever he may be, and promises to give him anything he wants in exchange for his help. She pleads with him, bowing down in front of him. He agrees, and they all head to the Palace of Elves. Heron grabs Lord Grimes's hand and expresses amazement at the human knight, Grimes, recovering from the blue dragon's poison. He notes that there's still poison in his system, but he has never seen a substance with such remarkable detoxifying ability. Regulus Danikil thinks that Lord Grimes hasn't fully recovered yet, and moving around will only spread the poison in his body more quickly. However, Lord Grimes insisted on coming with them on this expedition to serve as living proof of the antidote's effectiveness, showing himself to be an exemplary knight. Heron introduces himself as one of the High Elf Elders and points out the 2 elves he fought. To his right is the High Elf Dariel, and to his left is Kiara, a sentry. Lord Zephyr considers high elves, noting that they are powerful elves from the ruling class and have unusual pupils, indicating unique abilities from birth. He notices that Kiara seems different from before, recalling she appeared more mature when he met her in his previous life. He wonders if she will experience a sudden growth spurt in the coming years, acknowledging the difficulty in determining an elf's age. Heron remarks that the Tree of Life must have guided him to them, expressing their luck in encountering another individual capable of aiding them. He adds that since they finalized their truce with Prince Polaris, they have been living deep within these woods. He notes that it's only the second time they've welcomed a human guest, as there's been only one other person who managed to enter before. That person risked their life to enter the forest and save their people from poisoning. He explains that, like this person, who used rare poisons and needles, another individual named Fade, known as the Viper, comes to Lord Zephyr's mind. Heron mentions that Fade was searching for his lost companions and reminds them that a friend of a friend is also a friend to them, believing they can mutually help each other. He considers how rivers flow throughout the great forest of Elfin, nourishing the massive forest surrounding it with the Lake of Vitality's tremendous life force and healing power. The elves have prospered as a result, and a long tributary flows out of the forest and into the plains of Danakil, making Danakil humanity's greatest breadbasket. The Tree of Life grew to be enormous by feeding on the Lake of Vitality, imbuing the tree itself with divine power and serving as the source of the High Elves' strength. The Elves' kingdom had been sustained in this way for 2,000 years, but ever since the Blue Dragon created its nest in the Lake of Vitality, the lake's water of vitality has become poisonous and spread throughout the forest. The scene shifts a few days earlier to Lindell Fortress, where they all sit, and Edwin explains Lord Zephyr's plan. He mentions that the Blue Dragon raid will involve them and the troops on site in Danakil. He adds that they also need to enlist the help of the elves, but he wonders if they will agree to join them. Princess Altair questions his lack of faith in his negotiating abilities. He assures her that he does have faith. Meanwhile, he recalls Dariel sitting near his queen and asking what they are supposed to do. Edwin acknowledges that the elves are in a desperate situation at the moment, so they won't have a choice but to cooperate. However, the real problem lies with the people living in Danakil. He notes that those who live far away from the elves have a fairy tale image of them. He explains that those inhabiting a territory directly adjacent to the people of Danakil have treated the elves like a sort of pest, comparing them to wild boars, wolves, bears, or something worse, and now they are outright enemies. He said 4 years ago, that is, 1 year before the Blue Dragon appeared, and 2 high elves known as the Red Moon and Black Moon invaded Danakil. He believes all land touching the water from the Lake of Vitality belongs to them since the water of vitality also flows in these fields. This is rightfully their land. He mentioned that although the humans were overpowered by the elves and nearly lost their land, Prince Polaris appeared and led the Temple Knights into battle as a cardinal. He mentioned that then, following the appearance of the Golden Dragon, the elves retreated into the forest, and as a result, the humans won the war, forcing them to agree to a truce. He mentioned that a year after that, the farmland was poisoned. He mentioned that the Lord of Danakil and his son, Regulus Danakil, are aware that cooperation with the elves is necessary in order to resolve the crisis, and accordingly, they have been trying to stop the spread of rumors about the elves. He mentions that people believe the elves poisoned their land out of spite, and the plan itself is difficult enough to execute as it is, but they would also have to keep an eye on their own party members to ensure they do not betray each other. He remarks that it seems a bit too soon to attempt a raid at the moment. Princess Altair laughs, and he realizes he's missing the big picture. That's precisely why this is going to work. He asks what she means, and she replies that crises are opportunities in disguise. This may seem like a problem now, but he needs to look farther into the future and remember their goal. Lord Zephyr thinks he did a small favor for one of Fade's old guild mates, and in return, the guildmate took him in as his disciple and taught him how to make poisons, as well as how to perform acupuncture. He thinks that's the story he has decided to go with, and thanks to it, Elder Heron, Kiara, and Dariel trust him to a certain extent, although they haven't completely let their guard down. Meanwhile, Kiara remarks, "Wow, he is even better than Fade, and the poison is already taking effect." Lord Zephyr explains that's because his poison is much rarer, and there is a recipe for this poison, but no one has ever made it before. He's the first person to make it. He mentions no one else could find the ingredients and speculates that, actually, the recipe doesn't even exist yet. It'll be a few years until Fade invents it. He contemplates that, on another note, Kiara seems to be on pretty familiar terms with Fade, and he wonders how well they knew each other at this point. Kiara mentions she's sure Fade would want to meet all of them, asking where his master, Zephyr, is. He replies that he can't say. His master and Fade both belong to a guild of assassins known as Persephone, but it was brought down by treachery. Lord Zephyr states that he can't tell her anything until he sees for himself whether Fade can be trusted or not, and that's contingent on whether Fade is currently present. She responds that she can't say either for the same reason as him. Dariel interjects, mentioning that Fade had already left and was here a year ago. He had heard rumors that the land was poisoned, so he reached out to an old guildmate and came to investigate the problem. Kiara calls him out, and he grabs her shirt and lifts her into the air when she asks if he would stay out of this. He replies that she's the one who begged for help, and now she's withholding information from the only person who can assist them. He tells her to stop being a little scoundrel and to behave herself. She asks to be let go when Elder Heron thinks about what a mess it is. He reflects on how the elves, poisoned by the blue dragon, have been clinging to life over the last year thanks to small, regular doses of the deadly poison that Fade left for them. He reflects, however, that even that deadly poison has nearly run out. He contemplates that they had to make a tough decision about who will receive the poison and who won't receive any. In other words, they had to decide which of their own people to forsake. He considers it a divine blessing that Lord Zephyr appeared when he did. He believes that if things had continued like this, they would have been destroyed by civil strife. He thinks not only can Lord Zephyr neutralize the blue dragon's poison, but he is also as powerful as Dariel's bow, perhaps even more powerful. He ponders that if they can just get him on their side, he's sure they would be able to find the Queen's last sealed box in the center of the poisoned land. The scene shifts to 3 years ago when a lady elf remarks that aside from the one in the poisoned land, this is the last one. With these sealed boxes hidden in the 12 towers, they finally have the power to create a new kingdom. She performs some magic spell and grabs a box in her hand, declaring that they are the most powerful among the high elves who have earned the title of Moon. She states it's time for them to leave this place and establish their own kingdom. Elder Heron asks what she means by this and questions if she truly intends to abandon her kingdom and the Queen. He mentions that the only reason she's alive now is that the Queen single-handedly stopped the blue dragon. She asks what he means by stopping and asking if he has seen the forest lately and if this is what stopping the dragon looks like to him. He responds that the Queen never fulfilled her royal duties in the first place, even before she was poisoned by the blue dragon. She explains that she was always too sick and weak to do much more than lie in bed. She states that's why she failed to stop the Red Moon and Black Moon from taking control of the army, and any normal queen would have used mind control to stop those two immediately. She mentions they should have done this from the start, as she's done relying on a fool of a queen. She declares she's going to create her own kingdom and take care of those willing to follow her. She reflects that the Black Moon and Red Moon taught her an important lesson, even after being banished from the kingdom for losing the war and destroying the towers to flee with the sealed boxes. As a result, she realized just how foolish they had been. She bids them all to take care and enjoy their lives in a place without a future. She invites Elder Heron to come see her if they ever change their mind. There will always be a place for him in her kingdom, and she laughs. He reflects that the reason why he didn't do the same thing as them isn't out of loyalty to the Queen. He believes it's because he was not strong enough to seize the throne for himself without one of these sealed boxes. He considers that he chose the wrong side and is impressed with Dariel's talent, so he thinks he can convince him to join him with the right training. He acknowledges that Dariel certainly became as powerful as he expected, but he's too rigid and will never turn against his own mother, the Queen. He concludes that if he knew of his intentions to leave this place as soon as he got his hands on a sealed box, he would lock him up in the dungeon right away. He thinks so. This turn of events is indeed a true blessing, and mentions that he sees the dragon must be defeated for the sake of both humans and elves. He states he wholeheartedly agrees and asserts that the only way to resolve their problems is to slay the blue dragon. He acknowledges that he's well aware of that, but as he can see, most of the high elves have left, and there aren't many elves capable of fighting here. He explains that they are desperate to find a way to survive, and he ordered some troops to cross the river and look for a place to resettle a couple of days ago. He adds that the troops captured some prisoners in the so-called forest town across the river, but they will all be released. He assures him that they were not mistreated and believes that, for now, he needs to play along and cooperate with them. He reflects that the tower is located in a place completely inaccessible due to extreme contamination, but Lord Zephyr knows how to neutralize the poison. He considers that he'll persuade him to bring him the sealed box in the tower first. With that box, he'll finally be king. Edwin mentions that the elf elder has agreed to cooperate, and the other elves are grateful for saving the lives of their poisoned family members. He adds that they don't need to worry about the people of Danikil. Princess Altair declares that the goddess of light has sent this hero to guide them. She encourages them to have faith and they will be saved. Lord Zephyr reflects that he's already sick of this when all the troops praise both of them. Philip Pilgrim asks why the people of Danikil love the goddess of light so much. He ponders that the elves' water is the reason why their land flourished, yet they only want the goddess. Edwin explains that the Temple of Light has always come to their aid in times of war. He questions what he means by coming to their aid, and Edwin clarifies that he means they come to take advantage of them. He remarks that, anyway, he's glad everything worked out so well, and he guesses he didn't need to worry so much after all. He laughs and mentions that he is just afraid because he thinks he is too small. He adds that the hardest part is only just beginning and advises to stay sharp and keep an eye on things. Milia, a sorceress from the Magic Tower, wears gloves and comments that this is so annoying, as if being sent out to some backwoods wasn't bad enough. She expresses frustration that they were taken prisoner and couldn't even bathe in that filthy prison. She complains that, worst of all, why did they have to run into that stuck-up idiot as soon as they got out of prison? He expresses a wish that he could just kill her and asks Daisy if she has spent quite a bit of time with her and if she does have any weaknesses. The system window notifies about Veronia, a major city in the south where Lady Katie presses her stamp on paper, and the king thanks everyone. He announces that Princess Altair's project to cultivate the Thorny Mountains will be carried out in collaboration with the Southern Construction Guild. He expresses that their guild is extremely honored to have this opportunity. Lady Katie acknowledges that she knows they must all be suffering because of the bad harvest up in Danikil. She proposes that they can create more farmland by leveling these mountains. She invites anyone interested in bidding for a plot of land to ask her secretary. She concludes by saying that's all for now and asks if she can get back to relaxing. She reflects that while they were teaming up with the elves, Altair's assistants quickly proceeded with the plan to cultivate the Thorny Mountains. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr thinks the princess is being silly. She can create all the new farmland she wants, but it won't stop the Tartarus worshippers from contaminating the land again. He believes she's just throwing money down the drain. He reflects that, based on his advice, it was necessary to cover up their real activities. If they investigated carefully, they'd realize that the altar in the south is a fake. He considers that with old and dead, there are only 11 of the 12 apostles left, and suspicion against Jinryong is taking hold. He notes that the Tartarus worshippers already have their hands full of internal problems, and while they are busy, they go to the deep forest. Kiara asks if they see those things over there, and they all look at a strange plant. The system window notifies about a magical plant called Plint, which is a magical plant that creates food and supplies, and it creates different items depending on the code entered. She explains that the elves created those plants to make their lives easier, but they have been contaminated by poison. The system window notifies about another magical plant, mana weed, which is a plant that takes root near streams and increases the mana in the air by storing and filtering the water of vitality. She adds that now the mana weeds produce a poisonous mist, and the plants have turned into monster factories. She continues by saying they have a couple of conditions. Diriel states, firstly, that they need her to protect this town from the monsters in the forest. He thinks the poison has driven them further and further from the center, so they have had to resettle all the way over here. If they are forced to move any farther, there won't be a town that will be able to take everyone in. He adds that his mother has stabilized somewhat after Lord Zephyr performed his acupuncture treatment on her, but she's been in an extremely critical condition for 3 years. He reflects that she won't have the energy to relocate, and they need to keep her here. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr acknowledges that it's a given, and he needs mana stones and ingredients to make stuff anyway. Therefore, he'll clear away all the monsters for them, and they all attack the plants. Ned Stryer and Diriel attack different mountains and break them. Diriel expresses his gratitude, stating that first of all, he'd like to thank them for both helping to protect their town and for removing the poison from the queen and the other elves. He admits that he never expected they'd be saved by humans, especially after their own high elves had deserted them. He adds that he's not sure how they could ever repay them for everything they have done. He mentions that's why he feels very ashamed to say this, but the 2 items he requested are crucial to preventing their town from being contaminated. He considers the young branch from the Tree of Life, which is a mana-filled branch cut from the Tree of Life, and the Water of Vitality, which is water from the Lake of Vitality contained in a vase, supplying the young branch with nutrients. He pleads, asking them not to take them. He's begging them for Christ's sake. Lord Zephyr expresses frustration, stating that he's getting so sick of this, and asks him to listen and cut the nonsense. He says they can't give him the items, and they are sorry. He tells him not to beat around the bush, just to tell him exactly what he needs. He replies with a pardon, and Lord Zephyr asks if he needs it spelt out for him. He then specifies that first, he needs a complete antidote to save the Elf Queen. Second, he needs to restore both the Lake of Vitality and the Tree of Life. And third, he needs to kill the blue dragon. He explains that the sap from the stem of the Tree of Life is the main ingredient for the first task, and in the case of the second task, the lake's vitality would be restored anyway if the blue dragon were gone. He mentions that he guesses he really only needs him to do the third task, and he'll slay the dragon for him. He asks what more he needs and if he has to find a girlfriend for him as well. He replies that if he is absolutely sure that he can slay the dragon, and that without those 2 items, the town will be contaminated instantly, he'll give him anything else he wants. He explains that he can't give him those items unless he's completely certain. Among the 4 remaining high elves in town, he's the only one capable of fighting properly. He adds that he's responsible for protecting the other elves, and Lord Zephyr emphasizes that this is his only chance. He questions what would happen if he didn't do it this time and when he would be ready. He asks who's going to wait for him, the blue dragon, his sick queen, or the humans eagerly waiting for him to fail just so that they can plunder his town. He mentions that he has been drawing his own blood every single day just to make the poison suppressant for him. He asks how much longer he has to keep doing this and questions if he is just a walking sack of blood for his use. Lord Zephyr comes closer to him and says to wake up. The most important thing right now is getting this over with as soon as possible, no matter what it costs him. He adds that this is no time to weigh up whether he can do it or not. Dariel responds that he doesn't seem to understand and says very well, if that's how he's going to be, then he'll just have to show him what he's capable of. Princess Altair thinks she can't believe they really used their skills here and wonders what happened to those 2 while smoke spread everywhere. Doriel points an arrow and asks if he sees it now. He had said he'd make him the main damage dealer of the Blue Dragon raid, but his arrows can't even pierce the scales of a dragon lord like him, let alone a real dragon, while an arrow sticks outside the chest of Fade. Zaper comments that's how weak he is and says he'd kill the blue dragon right this minute if he could, this very instant. But the fact of the matter is that he couldn't kill it even if he wanted to, even though he needed to and what he was supposed to do. Zaper tells him to get up and says he'll tell him why he's so weak. He says, first of all, this item of his is garbage and breaks his bows and arrow. Zaper mentions that he happens to have some extremely high quality materials, so he'll make him a new one. Now stop bawling, he tells him, and pretty soon, he'll be crying tears of joy. Kiara asks why he broke this, and she appreciates him offering to make Dariel a new bow, but they could have given this to another archer, and they are already short on firepower as it is. She explains that by human standards, this is a hero-grade bow and thinks it's expensive. Philip Pilgrim asks Elise what he means by hero grade and asks her to appraise this for him, questioning if it is really a hero grade. Elise says let her take a look. The system window notifies about the Roarin grading chart, which is an item grade classification system devised by mutual agreement among the Temple of Light, the Sky Temple, and the Adventurers Guild Association. There are 5 item grades: normal, advanced, rare, hero, and legend. Elise confirms that it really is a hero grade item, and combined with the fact that it belonged to the Great Dariel, this would go for at least 50,000 gold at the Roarin auction. Dariel states that Lord Zephyr destroyed his hesitation, not his bow, and asks what he means by 50,000 gold. He says he's not sure how much money that is, but as far as he's concerned, it's a bargain. Ned Stryer thinks he must be out of his mind, while Dariel thinks it's an old weapon and the item that was used to prevent the town from being contaminated. He doesn't have any of the things he used to depend on anymore. He thinks the only way to go from here is forward, and to be honest, he's actually excited. He wonders what kind of weapon he's going to make for him. He mentions that he happens to have some extremely high-quality materials, so he'll make him a new one. He questions what high-quality materials was he referring to and thinks, wait, could it be? The system window notifies about the young branch from the Tree of Life, which is a mana-filled branch cut from the Tree of Life. He thinks did he take that branch so that he could make him a new weapon. Dariel considers that the branch is too small to make a bow out of it, and maybe that's not the case while he pours some drinks for Kiara. He says, please accept these, and explains that this is the water of vitality and a young branch from the Tree of Life. Lord Zephyr thinks that after experiencing death once before, he has become desensitized to the world around him, and most things just don't move or excite him the way they used to. Having said that, he finds this truly astounding and thinks it's beautiful. Dariel mentions that in his hands, he holds the last cup of the water of vitality, and although if the raid is successful and the lake of vitality is restored, he supposes it won't be the last cup of water and asks if that isn't right. Lord Zephyr confirms and says to have a magical drink, and he thinks his body is bursting with a huge amount of vitality. The system window notifies about the water of vitality, which water from the lake of vitality contains a high concentration of vitality. The system window notifies about the skill Hermes' secret skill, which maximizes the effectiveness of all potions, boosting their effect by 500%. He considers that the effects of the water of vitality have been combined with Hermes' secret skill, and he can't believe how well that worked. Now, in this state, he'll carry out dragonification and mana flow. The system window notifies about mana flow, which is a type of energy control, an Eastern technique for training mana. It causes mana to circulate throughout the body's blood vessels, enabling one to control the flow of mana in order to heal internal injuries or boost one's maximum mana level through repeated training. Additionally, the system window notifies about another skill, dragonification, which temporarily boosts the dragon heart's power once per day. It gives him the appearance and abilities of a dragon, and the duration increases by 1 minute every time the dragon's heart's normal power increases by 1%. Its duration after the boost is 3 minutes, and the power increase is 9%. He considers that the conditions for the Blue Dragon raid are far more ominous than those of the raid of Eurydice's tomb. Firstly, there's a massive field of deadly poison with a radius extending 6 miles around the lake, and at its center, there's a dragon, the king of beasts. He realizes that no human body can withstand a fight like that, and he needs to increase the duration and level of dragonification. The best way to do that in a short period of time is to unlock the dragon heart's power with the water of vitality. Princess Altair thinks that because of the pressure it puts on the user's body, the dragon heart's power is supposed to be released gradually and slowly. However, they don't have enough time. She contemplates Moirai, the 3 goddesses of fate, while the system notifies her about the skill Moirai, an ancient median spell that allows one to adjust another person's mana. She is thankful that he has everything necessary for the raid, a high concentration of mana from the great forest of elfin and vitality provided by the water of vitality. He harnesses the power of a dragon thanks to dragonification, and now he'll combine all these things using the Moirai and pour them into the dragon's heart while she attacks Lord Zephyr. He gets hurt so much, and Elise says she'll heal him and uses her magic to do so. Princess Altair notes that the dragon heart's normal power is at 5% and then reaches 5.2%, then 5.8%, and eventually reaches 6%. She comments that the power's resistance is too great, and they don't want to mix with each other. She observes it is reaching 6.1%, then 6.2%, and starting to fall at 5.5%. She thinks the power dropped again, reaching 4.7%. Ned Stryer notes that his breathing is unstable while he tries to heal him. He thinks the best person to assist a master of Dragon King-style energy control is another master of the same technique, and he'll guide him and tame that wild power racing through his body. After some time, Elise and Ned Stryer successfully heal him, and he transforms into a monster. Dariel thinks he looks like a monster. Elise remarks that they did it, which was brutal, while Princess Altair says it's very impressive. The system window notifies that the dragon heart's normal power is at 10.1%, and another notification tells about the skill dragonification second stage, which temporarily boosts the dragon heart's power once per day, giving him the appearance and abilities of a dragon. The duration is 10 minutes after the boost, and it reaches 19% in power. He explains that once the normal power reaches 10%, the duration increases by 2 minutes every time the dragon heart's normal power increases by 1%. Lord Zephyr reflects that he's still nowhere near the king of power he had in his last life, but it feels like he's finally starting to get somewhere. Until now, it was so frustrating not to have any power. He decides he can't just sit around resting after everyone else has worked so hard for his sake, and he asks Dariel for a towel. Dariel replies of course and offers to wipe the sweat off him, handing him the towel. Lord Zephyr says that's all right and mentions that he's going to get him the materials for his new weapon now. He then grabs the towel in his mouth and rips off his own scale. Dariel is surprised and wonders what this is. He thinks he just ripped off his own scales. Lord Zephyr explains that he can't pierce dragon scales with ordinary metal, but what if he uses a dragon's scales? He considers that he's still only at 19%, but these scales are from Kysaurus, the most powerful dragon. If he makes a bow and arrows with these, he's sure he can deal some serious damage to the dragon. He plans to scrape off all the scales and make himself the best weapon he's ever had. This will be his first dragon weapon in his life. Lord Zephyr asks if it is a dragon weapon and mentions that he has never tried one himself, but he'll need very high-quality secondary ingredients to create a weapon of that level, because ingredients can degrade an item if they don't match each other. Noel, the blacksmith who works for the Queen of the Elves, burns some crystals, looks at him, and says this is their greatest mana alloy, which the elves are very proud of. It's called clear gold. He adds that this should be strong enough to contain the black dragon's power. Lord Zephyr thinks about clear gold and his scales, blood rubies from Eurydice's tomb, and moon tree arrow shafts, realizing they have everything they need. Princess Altair thinks alright, then activates Mage Circle Dragonification, and uses it while the system window notifies about Mage Circle, an ancient Median spell that creates a circular boost aura around the caster, increasing the power and duration of all spells within the boost aura by 100%. Meanwhile, he employs his Glowforth language enchantment and considers binding it. Dariel considers being reborn. Those are the new items. The system window notifies about the Black Dragon longbow and Black Dragon arrows. Ned Stryer reflects on the 2 weeks remaining until the scheduled raid, and both humans and elves are busy preparing for it. Regulus Danikil states that combat units will be divided into 2 teams, and he will alternate between training and hunting every other day. He also mentions that Lord Ned Stryer, the Temple Knight, will supervise training. Ned Stryer inquires about the meaning of 2 weeks of last-minute preparations and comments that this feels familiar for some reason. He thinks the next 2 weeks are going to feel like a month. Regulus Danikil explains that the hunting team will fight their way through the plants and monsters, aiming to reach a mile east of the Lake of Vitality in less than 10 days. He thinks the hunting continues every day, and mountains of mana stones are extracted from monsters, although they disappear again almost instantly. Daisy says she believes they'll just manage to meet their golem production target. Commander. She thinks that mana stones, a type of mana crystal, are used for all kinds of things like golem cores, building and reinforcing bases, and installing magic circles. Princess Altair points towards a paper and mentions a magic circle trap to protect the base, a magic circle of recovery to protect their allies, and most importantly, a magic circle to create a safe zone. She explains that if they create safe zones using pieces of the branch from the Tree of Life as the core, the poisonous mist won't be able to come inside. She mentions that she'll install them along the path cleared by the hunting team and sorcerers, and she needs him to cover them. Milia remarks that this is so complicated, and she has never seen magic circles like these before. She thinks the magic furnace used to create items also requires a constant supply of mana stones. Noel looks at the papers and mentions there are many, and she wants him to make something like this as well, laughing. He says he likes a challenge, and after all, he's Noel, the greatest blacksmith of the elves, and he'll give it a try. Lord Zephyr grabs his sword and starts practicing. He thinks that as for him, the dragon heart is currently at 10.5% power, and he has managed to reach the second stage of dragonification. But he can only fight for 10 minutes, which is not nearly long enough. He reflects that the dragon heart's power gradually spreads throughout his body, even when he's not deliberately using it. But the more power he uses, the more quickly it spreads and becomes stronger. The system window notifies about the power chart, in which at the first level, normal power ranges from 1 to 9, and power during dragonification is at 9%. Its duration of dragonification increases by 1 more minute for every 1% increase in normal power. At the second level, normal power ranges from 10 to 19, and power during dragonification is at 19%. Its duration of dragonification increases by 2 more minutes for every 1% increase in normal power. At the third level, normal power reaches 20 to 29, and power during dragonification is at 29%. Its duration of dragonification increases by 3 more minutes for every 1% increase in normal power. Lord Zephyr thinks he needs to increase his power as much as possible in the time remaining until the raid. He thinks that ideally, he'd like to reach 19% so that he can use dragonification for 28 minutes. But he needs at least 24 minutes at 17% just to be on the safe side. He thinks that's the only way he'll stand a chance against the blue dragon. Otherwise, there's no hope of defeating it. He thinks he needs to use more and more power until he reaches his limit and overcomes it the night before the raid. Regulus Danikil mentions that the lake is only a mile up ahead. He has finished inspecting their base on the front line, and everything is in order. Their supplies are fine, and the troops are ready. He says, great, make sure to get plenty of rest and eat well before the raid tomorrow when they all sit together and have dinner. One troop says he's exhausted, and another troop says the last 2 weeks felt like 2 months as they walked away. Ned Stryer mentions that he always has a strong appetite, and Lord Zephyr comments that he has a strong appetite today. Ned Stryer adds that they are not in a big hurry this time, wondering where his food went as he looks at his empty dish. He replies that he's going to get some rest before tomorrow and excuses himself. Princess Altair comments that her skin is terrible after working so much and thinks she'll turn in early tonight as well. She bids everyone good night and walks away. Ophelia says she'll come with her when Ned Stryer grabs her hand and asks if she didn't say they'd have a sparring match. She replies that she never said that and tells him to let go of her. He insists, saying he wants to test her skills before the raid tomorrow. She repeats that she said let go, and Princess Altair wishes her disciple good luck. He reflects that if someone had told him a year ago that this would happen, he wouldn't have believed them. She thinks they have finished all the preparations, and the battle with the blue dragon is already tomorrow. After a while, Altair's brother receives some letters and reads them. He thinks about what she means by a dragon and says she must be joking. He asks how anyone could defeat a dragon and states that their guild can't accept such a request, asking her to leave. He explains that their territory has already sent most of their troops to the Eastern Front, so they don't have any troops left to send. Unfortunately, they won't be able to help him. He thinks, what kind of nonsense is this? A princess fighting a dragon? Don't be ridiculous. He reads another letter and laughs, thinking that if the problem is in the plains of Danikil giving her a hard time, he knows someone who might be able to help. He asks if she would like him to introduce her. He thinks that Swindler disappeared with all the money, what a shame, and reflects that if she's concerned about agriculture, why doesn't she buy some land here? The price of land has increased 5-fold in the last 3 years, so that won't be enough money. He thinks that rumors say she has been bolstering the military in her territory recently, Altair, his dear sister. If he keeps hearing such stories, she might be suspected of plotting a conspiracy, so he shouldn't do anything rash. He says it's just some advice from his loving older brother. Meanwhile, she says no one helped her, not even the nobles nor the adventurers with all their power. The only people she could rely on were the teen she had come to trust. But then all her problems started to melt away like magic. She thinks, was it luck or fate that some people might call it that? But she doesn't believe in that kind of thing. She goes inside Lord Zephyr's tent and grabs his face, kissing him. The system window notifies him about the skill Kiss of Darkness, an ancient Median spell that controls the mind of whoever kisses the caster, weakening their fighting power and forcing them to tell the truth. He asks her what she is doing as he sits on the bed, and she comes closer to him. He mentions that he can't ask her anything right now and asks if that isn't amazing. The troops have all recovered, the elves agreed to cooperate with them, and the blue dragon raid that could never get off the ground is finally happening tomorrow. She attributes it all to him, and it happened in less than a month. She wasn't entirely sure about him, so she kept her eye on him from afar. But then he ripped his skin. As soon as she saw that, she couldn't contain her suspicions anymore, and she knew he was after something. She questions why else would he draw his own blood and tear off his own scales like that every day. She doubts it's simply out of devotion. She asserts that nothing in the world is free. If he had some kind of ulterior motive, or if he were working for someone dangerous, no one could stop him, and everything would be over. So, she needs to know what he's really after and demands he tell her who sent him. Princess Altair uses the skill Kiss of Darkness, which controls the mind of whoever kisses the caster, weakening their fighting power and forcing them to tell the truth. He closes his eyes and says he came here of his own accord, and he's doing this for her when he looks at her. She thinks he isn't lying because the skill is working and asks what he means by that because he already died once for her sake when they recall their past. He says he went back in time to change that outcome, and she uses her dark hand skill on him and says not to joke with her. He notices her voice trembling and comments that she must be quite surprised. But, as she knows, as long as he's under the spell of the Kiss of Darkness, he's incapable of lying. He thinks there's a reason why Median magic is so incredibly powerful. An integrity check is performed as soon as a spell is activated, meaning the spellcaster can see right away whether or not the spell is working. He thinks even if this were her first time using the skill, she could see that it was making him tell the truth and grab her hand. He thinks that's why he has been waiting for her to use this skill. This is the only way to make her believe him until she learns communion. He says she can ask him anything she likes, and he'll tell her everything she wants to know. She's powerless to resist him, not that he has any intention of resisting. Anyway, as he looks into her eyes, he asks what it is and mentions he doesn't have any questions. She's wasting valuable skill time. He grabs her waist and says well, she can always cast it on him again, and he doesn't mind however many times she does and kisses her. On the other side, Milia gets up and says this is so infuriating, asking what the hell she is doing here as he grabs her hair. Daisy asks what's wrong with her, and she replies what does he think? That she is totally toying with them, just bossing them around all day. Daisy reminds her that they were hired to come here by the Lord of Danakil, but they only work for him in the name. Their actual employer is Princess Altair, and she's their boss. Milia shouts that she knows that, and that's why she hates having to listen to her. Daisy replies that she knows the professor will kill her if she doesn't do her job properly. Milia acknowledges this and says she has always disliked her ever since they were at the academy together, and she used to stay up all night studying as hard as she could, even running errands for the professors. She recalls a professor saying that if she missed any more classes, he'd have to hold her back. Princess Altair replies that she's busy having fun and asks why they don't have a magic duel. If she wins, he marks her down as a present. She thinks that his class is also so boring. Milia says she's never worked hard for anything, and she thinks she can do anything she wants with her wealth and connections. She makes hard-working people like her look like fools. She shouts that she can't stand people like her. Daisy gets scared and runs to climb a mountain. She thinks she knows it because she's always so critical of Princess Altair. She has been keeping an eye on Princess Altair in case she ruins their plan. But she really has been doing a good job so far. She thinks she guesses Milia just feels inferior next to her. She says since they have a job to do, she'd better try to calm her down so that she doesn't do anything she might regret. She mentions to Milia that she has a secret to tell her. She says that if Milia does a good job with this mission, she'll be recommended for a position as the exclusive sorceress for a nobleman in the capital, either Duke Giornetti or Marquess Klein. She explains that both the Duke and the Marquess have requested a sorcerer with fighting capabilities, but the requirements are quite strict. Milia also has to be of the right age and have the right qualifications. Daisy adds that they haven't been able to find any suitable candidates, so they requested that the best fighter among the sorcerers who are on this mission be sent. She notes that most of the people here are just assistants, and Milia is the only one who can really fight. She says that once they defeat the Blue Dragon, Milia's future is set. Milia thinks about being an exclusive sorceress for a nobleman in the capital and agrees that they are done checking the golems, so they should go and get lots of rest for the battle tomorrow. She laughs and says it sounds good. Elder Heron thinks they are finally gone, and he thinks those humans would never stop talking as he writes something on a rock. He knows golems are set to carry out the magical instructions inscribed on them, so by changing and adding a few words like this, he can turn these golems into faithful servants who will obey only him. He laughs and says he can't wait for tomorrow. Elves beat the drums, and Regulus Danikil says to get in position with everyone, while Ned Stryer thinks that nobody has said it out loud, but they can all sense it. He thinks today is the day of reckoning, and some will return to dust while others will witness a historic turning point. He says to begin Lord Zephyr's power boost and invokes the most honorable goddess of light and the merciful tree of life. He thinks he knew that this path would be a brutal one with much bloodshed on the way, but seeing it in person was even worse than he imagined. Lord Zephyr asks how he can put himself through all that misery again. He's surprised she's asking him that, considering she hasn't even seen the future, yet she's walking the same path as he is. He explains that this is the second time around for him, so he's going to do better this time. Finally, when this is all over, he'll get what he really wants. Princess Altair uses her magic stick and says stars, granting the hero strength. He says that once he has cleared all the obstacles in her way and defeated every enemy, he'll give her the throne. He then pleads with her to make him her king, kissing her hand and calling her his queen. He goes out with his sword, transforms his wings, and thinks that the blue dragon raid begins. There are 225 party members in total, and the system window notifies about dealers in the rear guard in charge of ranged attacks, who are Dariel and Milia. The system window notifies about supporters in the rear guard who support the party with healing, buffs, and debuffs, as well as operating and repairing golems, who are Princess Altair, Elise, Daisy, Elder Heron, and other troops. The system window notifies the guardians in the rear guard who defends the base and protects their allies in the rear, Ned Stryer and Ophelia. He thinks 224 of them are rear guards. As for the advance guard, there's only one, and he flies away. He thinks their party balance is heavily biased in favor of ultra-long range attacks. He knows it seems like a ridiculous idea, but this distribution has the highest chance of succeeding. He thinks that the closer she gets to the blue dragon, the thicker the poisonous mist becomes, so the other party members can only last 5 minutes, even with the protection of buffs. The system window notifies about the Golden Tear Triple, which is a potion made by mixing young branches from the Tree of Life with Meteor Tears, one of Eurydice's relics, and its powerful protective energy blocks harmful effects for 2 minutes. The system notifies about Skill Hermes' secret skill, which maximizes the effectiveness of all potions, and its effect boost is 500%. He thinks that, plus, his poison resistance increases significantly while he's in dragon mode, so he's the only one who can really fight the dragon in the lake. He uses electric acceleration, and a flower monster comes out and runs to attack him, and the flower monsters also counterattack him. He thinks the area around the lake is full of giant plants, and it'll take too much time to kill them all. He thinks he'll spread a few here and uses his skills to attack. He thinks that these obelisk golems emit mana waves within a 230-foot radius. If she lines the golems up 330 feet apart so that the mana waves overlap, they resonate with each other and create a mana road. Daisy says nice, it worked, and explains that now the spells they use in the base will be transmitted to the end of the mana road. She reminds everyone to keep in mind that spells are half as powerful because of the distance. The mana road continues to expand, and the combat golems in the forest are operating normally. She says the golems received a booster spell, and they can be controlled remotely as well. She thinks of one more thing. Princess Altair says she read Daisy's papers and asks if she can make her one of those in less than 2 weeks. She promises to give her whatever supplies she needs. Daisy asks what she means and says she can make one. She thinks the magic tower turned down his idea because they said it was too expensive, but she has always wanted a chance to bring her creation to life. She thinks this little guy will act as their eyes. She says it's Cyclops, the large video transmitting golem, working normally. The system window notifies Cyclops, which is a large golem used to transmit video and audio. It sends data to the smaller Gree golem, and it can gather data within a 1600-foot radius. Its range is 0.6 miles, and the transmittable golems are 16. Dariel notes that he sees something, and Lord Zephyr is flying. With this video data, they can calculate the attack coordinates. He marvels at how impressive humans are and asks how on earth they invented something like this. He thinks there it is the contaminated lake of vitality, the tree of life, and the blue dragon when they all see the blue dragon sleeping there. Kiara thinks this is different from 3 years ago, but notes it's so quiet now. Lord Zephyr remarks, by the way, elves, doesn't this seem strange to her? He mentions that dragons are very territorial monsters, dominating a huge area. To a dragon of this size, even the whole of the great forest of Elfin is probably no bigger than a bedroom. He asks them to tell him how it is that he's still alive, in spite of being in the dragon's territory. He reflects that they were so busy trying to survive that they never really thought about that before. He thinks he never imagined that to be the reason the blue dragon came to the Lake of Vitality. Lord Zephyr thinks just as he expected. It doesn't even care that he's so close, and that's good for him as he looks at the blue dragon sitting on a branch of a tree. He thinks he can stay in the poisonous mist for up to 28 minutes, and he took 2 minutes to get here and set up the golems, so he has 26 minutes left. He thinks he'd better get started right away, while the system window notifies him about Black Dragon Chain, which is a chain made from Zephyr's scales, blacksmith Noel's masterpiece. He thinks that the fact that the blue dragon isn't a poisonous dragon, and the elves forgot what kind of creature the blue dragon really is. Elves live 300 years on average, and high elves live for 500 years. He thinks this is the first time in 600 years that the blue dragon has appeared. He thinks the Lake of Vitality's healing power is even greater than the priest's prayers, and there's a reason the dragon suddenly flies over to the lake out of nowhere when Blue Dragon gets up and attacks Lord Zephyr and grabs the dragon chain in its mouth. A troop says the dragon ate Lord Zephyr, but another troop refuses. Lord Zephyr observes it and thinks it's because the blue dragon is sick and is dying from demonic poison when it comes out of the dragon's mouth with the help of the chain. He thinks the dragon came to the Lake of Vitality to heal itself, and the demonic poison hasn't been neutralized yet. It's still eating away at the blue dragon, which is why he has decided to capture this dragon first, because this is the only one he can beat right now. He ties up the dragon completely and thinks it is all right. He ties its jawbone nice and tight while he says, "Now, it's time for some fishing." He thinks of retracting. The black dragon chain is made of his scales and responds better to language enchantment than any other material, and he tries to take the blue dragon with him. He hangs the blue dragon with a tree and thinks the blue dragon isn't actually a poisonous dragon. It's lying in the Lake of Vitality to heal itself because it was poisoned by demons. He thinks he's going to drag it out of the lake and fight it. That way, the poison will spread through its body more quickly, and it won't be able to heal itself. He puts the chain in the dragon's mouth again, and it roars and throws him away. But Lord Zephyr quickly grabs the chain and thinks it's so strong. He thinks he's using 19% of the dragon's heart's power, but this dragon is still way stronger than him, and it's a lot weaker than normal because of the poison. He thinks still he won't let it push him around, so he stabs the dragon. He thinks the inside of its mouth is much softer than the outer scales, and there are also some important blood vessels and nerves around the area. Meanwhile, he thinks he'll stay and deal as much damage as possible, and takes out his sword to attack him. He thinks that sound is the dragon's breath while a bright light comes out of the blue dragon. Kiara thinks she remembers that blue flame. That's the flame that burned down their forest. Princess Altair says, "Get their skills ready, everyone," and thinks it's okay. Lord Zephyr is fine. He thinks Princess Altair wasn't the only one who noticed that, and the dragon was practically delirious with pain from the poison, but it still noticed that something was missing from its mouth. He thinks that just before shooting its fiery breath, there was a slight pain in the skin next to the dragon's mouth, and then the prey that should have been trapped in its mouth was gone. The system window notifies him about a silver key, which is the key to a door in a forgotten castle. The key holder can store items in a silver room and visit the room anytime and anywhere. It is currently stored in Lord Zephyr's left hand. He thinks he enters and leaves the silver key in the exact same place, and that's why he purposely activated it inside the dragon's mouth right after he dodged the dragon's fiery breath. He thinks there's a chance for him to attack and uses lightning palm to strike the blue dragon. He thinks that here comes its breath again and uses dragon breath to attack him. He thinks he burst its breath pouch, even with its incredible healing power, and it won't be able to use its breath for the next 10 minutes. They all use their magic, a thorn of sin, freeze, and try to capture the blue dragon. Dariel thinks of an arrow dipped in deadly poison and points that arrow at the dragon, which gets stuck in a giant tree. Kiara says, "Wow, way to go, Dariel," and adds a great shot. The attack hit it. Dariel recalls when Lord Zephyr said the second reason he's weak is that he lacks combat experience. He says the elves haven't had to fight an opponent that will awaken their true power yet. Kiara remarks that he's a ridiculous human, and he's way younger than him, and wonders if he thinks he's that experienced. She asks what will change if they fight the dragon, an opponent that will awaken his true power. She says that the blue dragon had already defeated them 3 years ago and asks what the point of trying again is. Dariel says he thinks they'll find out soon enough what he means, and she asks what that is. He replies nothing. He doesn't really understand yet either, and thinks he's not just talking about this raid. He thinks he's referring to the future, and thinks she gets the feeling that this is directly connected to his life's mission. He thinks the blue dragon isn't the end. It's just another step in their journey and a challenge to overcome, while he again aims his arrow towards the blue dragon. She thinks he's always been so cautious because of his sense of responsibility towards the community and his mother. But it looks like he's finally gotten his old energy back. She thinks if Zephyr's passion has rubbed off on him, or if it is something else, and says he has the strongest bond to the Tree of Life among anyone in their generation, and asks if he is making another prophecy without even realizing it. He replies he's not going to be king because, just like before, Lord Zephyr attacks the blue dragon and looks at Dariel's arrow. He thinks thanks to Dariel's arrow piercing its scales, there are weak points all over its body now, but this isn't enough. He thinks he still doesn't know where its critical weak point is. He thinks this won't do, and he'll have to dig his way into its body and start cutting it up from the inside when he takes out the arrow and uses his skill to freeze his wound. He thinks his hand won't move and thinks it's like his hand is caught in something solid. He thinks, shoot, he didn't expect this to happen so soon. Princess Altair says stop attacking, get in a defensive formation, and change the direction of the Mana Road, and wonders, could it be? Lord Zephyr says the most important thing is to deal with as much damage as possible at the start. And another thing when he sees this on the golem screen is to make the Mana Road one-directional right away. He thinks obelisk golems create a Mana Road that increases the range of skills, and the magic circles inscribed on its 4 sides generate mana waves. He thinks when all 4 sides are activated, skills are transmitted in both directions, and there's not much loss of skill power. But there's also the risk that an enemy attack can be transmitted along the Mana Road. He thinks that when she shuts down one side, it's safer because enemy attacks can't be transmitted, but it also weakens the allies' skill and power. He thinks that's the end of their maximum damage per second, while Elise uses a light barrier, and he thinks things are going to get dangerous now. Daisy says the magic circles on the west side have been deactivated, and the Mana Road's direction will be changed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the Mana Road changes. They all fall away, and Daisy's glasses break, and she falls away. Lord Zephyr thinks there's one particular moment to watch out for when the surface of the water suddenly starts rippling for no reason, and he goes flying off in a random direction while he sees cracks in the dragon chain, and it breaks suddenly. He thinks that means the dragon has started using its unique power and sees a huge mana of blue dragon. He thinks the blue dragon's unique attribute is telekinesis and the power to move objects without touching them, and wonders if he knows what it means when a dragon with almost unlimited mana has power like that. Destruction, screams, and despair, and thinks he only has 20 minutes left in dragon mode. Lord Zephyr says, here's a question for you. If the poison is strong enough to weaken the blue dragon like that, why don't humans and elves contaminated by the poison die instantly? Dariel says, probably because it's mixed with the water of vitality, and he replies, that's right, the water of vitality repairs the poison damage within the body, and then the poison spreads again. He says that's why they don't die right away, but they suffer extreme pain, and adds the same goes for the blue dragon, which can't think straight because of the pain, so there's a good chance that it won't use its unique attribute at first. Kiara thinks he's right, and they have tried 3 times to get rid of the dragon since it first settled in the lake. But each time, its attacks become simpler. He thinks he thought it was looking down on them because there were fewer elves each time, but he guesses that wasn't the case. He says this is their chance to attack, but it won't last long, and the sudden burst of pain will probably wake them up, and he thinks that's when the real battle begins. He goes again to the blue dragon, who looks at him and thinks that's sword, and it's him again. Some priests arrive there and use healing magic to heal all injured troops, and he thinks they were flustered for a moment, but the rear guard soon got back into position, and thankfully no one was injured too badly, and they managed to change the direction of the Manhwa road. A priest does some magic spell on the Manhwa road and thinks by doing so, the rear guard managed to keep a safe distance from the dragon's skill. The system window notifies about the Manhwa road that it connects mana waves to form a mana path, and skills used within the range of the waves are transmitted to the end of the Manhwa road. Bidirectional transmission is 50% of transmitted damage, and one directional transmission is 30% of transmitted damage. The priest thinks that even the slightest of the dragon's skills could kill the rear guards, and he thinks he's totally looking down on them. At the same time, he hates to admit it, but he's right. Princess Altair thinks their skills won't be as powerful now, except for Dariel, who's attacking the dragon directly from a distance. She thinks they have to focus and try to help him as effectively as possible. Dariel thinks the problem is that for an arrow to travel 1 mile, it takes 4 seconds, even with Red Meteor, his fastest skill. His other skills take 12 seconds, and Zephyr has to hold the dragon still for at least 4-5 seconds so that his arrow can hit it. He thinks it seemed as though the door that had opened for the dragon raid was about to close, and everyone was waiting for one person to open that door again. The blue dragon attacks Lord Zephyr, and he tries to escape from its attack. He thinks that he just pulverized a branch sturdy enough to support the dragon's weight, and he'd rather not experience that attack firsthand. The blue dragon attacks him again, and he uses electric acceleration to counterattack while an explosion occurs there. Millie says it went into the water and thinks, shoot, what if it heals all the damage they have dealt so far? Kiara says it won't recover that quickly because of the poison, and the pain will be pretty severe when the water touches its wounds, so it'll come back out again soon. But there's a bigger problem. He thinks the poisoned water is overflowing, and plants are like living factories. They use the water of vitality as a raw resource. He thinks the quality of their products is determined by the amount of water supplied, and now that the plants have absorbed all that overflowing poison water, they are going to produce powerful enemies when some water monsters arrive there and are ready to attack them. Daisy says to change targets and help the golems destroy the monsters, adding that the monsters are appearing all over the place. Push them away from the edge of the lake so they don't bother Lord Zephyr and kill any that approach the base. She thinks the magic tower, elves, the princess, and the golems were created by a combination of 3 different types of sorcerers, so they are stronger than most adventurers, and she thinks the healers are boosting them. She thinks they expected to have to face powerful monsters, and in fact, they even prepared for it. Elder Heron asks what happened, and half of the golems are leaving the battlefield, and the remote control isn't working. He asks where they are going and thinks it's begun. Dariel thinks if they are going where he thinks they are, and says everyone, get down, and they attack the monsters. Princess Altair thinks they found them and wonders if they followed the direction of the skills. She thinks it's a good thing Dariel intercepted the attack and deflected it. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Kiara says the monster that fired that attack is about half a mile away and tells everyone to brace themselves. She says that monster is probably at a dungeon boss level. Lord Zephyr thinks in his last life, and the Blue Dragon raid began about a year and 4 months later than this. He thinks they lost the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius, the Holy One, but Altair still managed to gather powerful allies and items, so they were able to launch a Blue Dragon raid and attack the monster. He thinks they slew the Blue Dragon, but they failed to obtain the dragon's heart because they made a serious mistake. Danikil's important agricultural land was contaminated beyond repair, and it was a failure. He thinks that's the only word for it. After a while, Lord Zephyr thinks around that time, after leaving the cave and returning to the temple, he was struggling to climb the ranks, and Olden, one of Ned Strier's rivals, had taken over the 3rd parish. He thinks his only chance at getting revenge is to become a temple knight and narrow the distance between them. He thinks that if he can find some kind of weakness, that would be ideal, and that the more information he has, the better. Another person says so the princess failed as expected. That's great, and laughs, asking if that is why he didn't send any troops to the Great Forest. What a brilliant idea. Lord Olden, having a sip of tea, says that's right, although it wasn't only his idea. Lord Zephyr thinks about what he's talking about, while Olden says the princess lost a lot of troops, money, and her reputation because of this. He adds that even if she takes part in the Ice Dragon raid that the Guild Union is planning, he doubts she'll have much influence. He says the Black Dragon and Blue Dragon hearts are already in their hands, and once they get the Ice Dragon heart, they will have achieved their goal, and he will be rewarded generously as well. The scene shifts inside the Silver Key, where Lord Zephyr thinks the situation is different this time. He knows exactly what kind of trap they have laid for them and thinks he won't let things go the way those scoundrels want. The system window notifies about the healing potion, which heals wounds, the mana potion, which replenishes mana, and golden tears, a powerful protective energy that blocks harmful effects, with its duration increased from 2 minutes to 10 minutes by Hermes' vision. He thinks he has all the items he needs. Now, let him see the video transmission golem gear, which transmits video information when they are connected to each other. He thinks they can see what's happening at his end using the large golem, but he needs this to see the situation back at the base. He thinks it looks like it can't connect when he's inside the Silver Key. The storm has probably settled down by now, so let him see what everyone's up to. He attacks the tree monsters and kills them while Kiara asks how many Black Dragon arrows he has left. Dariel takes out his arrow and says 24, which is barely enough for the dragon alone, and he doesn't have any to use against the monsters. He thinks arrows are made of hippogriff feathers, and she uses gem seed branches to make the arrows more powerful. They use Blue Storm and Flame Dance together. Lord Zephyr thinks Dariel and Kiara's teamwork is excellent, and the other party members are pulling their weight as well. He thinks the problem is there are simply too many monsters. Dariel thinks, bring it on, and he doesn't care if there are dozens or hundreds of them. He thinks he'll destroy them all with his arrows. While a monster sits on his horse and runs away, soldiers look at him and ask if it disappeared. He counterattacks, causing an explosion, and more monsters appear. One of the troops says the monsters are here, and they prepare to counterattack, but the monsters strike first. Ophelia says he's standing too tall for a monster and tells him to sit down while he still fights the monsters. Regulus Danikil says to brace themselves and not let the monsters take this position while he sits on a wooden stool. He recalls Princess Altair telling him that his job is to protect the fragment of the Tree of Life's branch in this hut. Regulus Danikil says he can't believe such a small branch is the core of the magic circle, and without this branch, he can't do anything. He thinks that's right. Within 10 minutes, the safety zone in the base would disappear, and the area would be filled with poisonous mist. He says he knows this is an important assignment, but how can he just stand here and do nothing when he hears his knights screaming like that? This is so cruel. Lord Grimes says it's tough, but he has to stay strong. Regulus Danikil says he knows while the system window notifies him about Impenetrable Fortress, a skill passed down through the family of the Earl of Danikil. It creates a powerful force field that protects a particular building, and the user can't leave the building while the skill is active. He thinks this skill has been passed down to his family for generations. He believes that the smaller the area, the more powerful the force field is, and that a building the size of a storehouse could block even legendary weapons. Additionally, no one can enter this room unless he permits them. He considers himself the perfect person for this task and feels he must control himself, no matter how difficult it is. Someone arrives, knocks on the door, and calls out to open it, saying they are hurt and coughing. He wonders if that voice belongs to Princess Altair. He says to let them in so they can heal. Lord Grimes says no, it could be a monster's trick, and he acknowledges this but insists, saying the monsters are coming and demanding the door be opened immediately. He thinks that if he lets the princess die, his knights and he will be executed. He opens the door and calls for Princess Altair, only to see Elder Heron standing there. He hesitates, wondering if this is truly the elf elder. He realizes with dismay that Elder Heron imitates her voice using an item as Elder Heron removes an imp acorn from his mouth. The system window notifies him about the imp acorn, explaining that holding the item in one's hand allows one to remember another person's voice, while holding it in one's mouth allows one to speak in that voice. Elder Heron uses flashlight, causing Regulus Danikil to shout that his eyes hurt. He thinks that the flash can only blind him for 3 seconds at most, but that is plenty of time. He has already cast an acceleration spell on himself, and his target cannot move while they blow a horn. Ophelia thinks the horn signals an emergency and that they have lost the core of the magic circle. He states that they have made it out of the base and that the plan worked, urging everyone to pick up the pace. Ophelia notes that the safety zone will be deactivated in 10 minutes. Princess Altair asks if Lord Zephyr can hear her and informs him that things are falling apart on her end. She states she will use the space core to restore the magic circle, but he must kill the dragon soon. He questions how he can do it in less than 10 minutes, suggesting that it's asking too much and that maybe he would be more motivated if there were a reward. She considers this and then says that if he defeats the dragon in 10 minutes, they can continue where they left off yesterday, just the two of them. He wishes her good luck, turns off his private communication channel, and contemplates the situation. The blue dragon has dove back into the water, and its breath pouch is about half recovered by now. If it's willing to take some damage, it could use its breath attack again. He notices the blue dragon is distracted and has stopped moving. He curses at it while the system window notifies him about the legend grade item, Stake of Faith, a sacred and unbreakable pillar owned by the current pope. It has been loaned to Lucius for 10,000 gold, to be paid in installments over the course of a year with a deposit of 1 lakh gold, and it is now 1 month overdue. Lord Zephyr asks if he can use the item and return it later, thinking he can just deduct the extra money from the deposit. When Lucius expresses uncertainty and confusion, Zephyr insists, urging Lucius to let him use it. As Lucius starts crying, Zephyr promises to give it back and tells rear guard that if she can hear him, she should change the plans. Lord Zephyr informs the transmitter that they have just 10 minutes, asserts it is doable, and orders them to follow his commands, stating that the dragon is as good as dead. Some elves are sitting on a rock dragon, and one of them remarks that he didn't expect them to escape so easily. He adds that his heart is still pounding because it was a close call. A female elf tells them to be quiet and asks if they know how difficult it is to maintain a magic circle. She considers that she must observe the skill being used from start to finish within a range of 6 feet, as that's the requirement for activating her Mockingbird skill. She reflects that she was able to copy the purifying magic circle because she helped install it in the base, though it's only a fraction as effective. She explains that she can only use copied skills once. Furthermore, her copied magic circle requires a constant supply of mana to maintain. Therefore, they have to hurry as they only have one chance. She considers this the last sealed box, viewing it as their chance to obtain the seed of the tree of life contained within. They need this seed to initiate the establishment of a new kingdom of their own. Elder Heron expresses gratitude to all for trusting him, and another elf affirms their complete trust in him. Another elf adds that he is their leader, and they are honored that he invited them to accompany him. The system window notifies them that immediately after the elf elder fled, monsters attacked the elves and killed some of them. Edwin observes that the elves' morale is declining, and Philip Pilgrim remarks that he's not surprised. He notes that at least they came relatively prepared and that no one has starved yet. He mentions they have one of the 10 great warriors fighting on their side. Ophelia and Elise arrive to rescue these elves, and Philip Pilgrim looks at them, noting they form a strong team of healers. He also mentions Lord Zephyr with the dragon heart within him, emphasizing that even the extremely powerful Princess Altair is protecting the troops in battle. He comments that it's no wonder the elves are so confident, given the circumstances. On the other hand, the elves were just betrayed by one of their own elders, so naturally, their troops are demoralized. Edwin expresses confusion, asking why they are so shocked by the elders' betrayal and whether Dariel is still protecting them. Philip Pilgrim laughs and remarks that Edwin isn't very observant. He notes that Dariel is indeed still attacking monsters, emphasizing that he is very strong. In fact, Dariel ranks even higher than Ophelia among the 10 greatest warriors and has the advantage of being the queen's son. However, Dariel isn't currently the focal point of the elves' kingdom. He reflects that the king of the elves is both the high priest and companion of the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life chooses the king. Only those among the high elves who have been trained to accept the tree's power are eligible to become king. He reflects that through their connection to the Tree of Life, the king is linked to every elf in the forest, controlling the minds of the elves and enforcing loyalty. This, he believes, is the secret to how the elves' kingdom has lasted over 2,000 years. The current queen, Sylvestia, known as the Broken Moon, was born blind and unable to walk. Despite this, she was a wise and benevolent queen until she gave birth to her first daughter, Kiara, and became completely paralyzed. Edwin looks at her, wondering how she could give birth to Dariel if she was paralyzed after having Kiara. He responds by mentioning rumors that Kiara is the queen's illegitimate daughter from an affair, which is why she isn't treated as a high elf. On the other hand, Dariel was born without any flaws and is beloved by everyone for his great talents. He remembers Dariel saying he's destined to be the queen's archer, believing that only those destined to be king deserve such a title. Philip Pilgrim remarks that Dariel's modesty wasn't a problem when everything was fine with the elves' world. However, when the very existence of the kingdom was threatened by a series of disasters and the elves began to seek a new leader to set things right, Dariel showed no interest in becoming king or stepping up as a leader. He asserted that it wasn't his role after the other high elves left. He notes that Elder Heron was the only one the remaining elves could count on. A female elf thinks it's okay, she's doing the right thing, and there's no need to feel guilty for abandoning her fellow elves. She believes they can't possibly defeat that dragon, and it doesn't make sense for all of them to die together. They have done everything they could. She contemplates everything while Dariel ignores them, never lifting a finger, even 4 years ago when the Red Moon and Black Moon invaded human territory, starting a war. He also remained inactive when they lost their most valuable items and the forest itself due to defeat. When the blue dragon built its nest in the Lake of Vitality 3 years ago, contaminating the forest, he still did nothing. She asserts that they are the most powerful among the high elves, having earned the title of Moon. It's time for them to leave this place and establish their own kingdom. She bids farewell, calling them fools and wishing them well in a place without a future. She reflects on when their fellow elves left the forest due to the ever-worsening poison, and Dariel merely stood by and watched it all happen. This is the result of that inaction. She considers how the humans invaded their forest with their army and questions the concept of alliance, noting that it exists only in name. She believes they are not strong enough to be considered equals to the humans, whether they somehow manage to defeat the dragon or are defeated in battle, ultimately leading to the kingdom's demise. She feels that Dariel has abandoned them and has never wanted to face reality. She considers it foolish to have placed their hopes in him for so long. She expresses regret to Queen Sylvestia, stating that they cannot endure this situation any longer and need a new hope. As they move towards a tower, Elder Heron looks at it and confirms that it's the location of the seed of the Tree of Life. He plans to find a place far away to plant the seed, becoming the only high elf eligible to be chosen by the new tree as king. Another elf exclaims, "Wait, what that is," as they spot a monster at the gate of the tower waking up and roaring at them. They all become frightened, and one of them asks what that creature is, while Philip Pilgrim mentions there's something he doesn't understand. Edwin inquires about it, and Philip Pilgrim explains that those elves who left here were supposed to take a seed from the Tree of Life and establish a new kingdom. He mentions Black Moon and Red Moon specifically, wondering if they created a new elven kingdom somewhere. He finds it unlikely that they could keep it a secret from merchants like them who travel all over the continent, yet he hasn't heard the news of a new elven kingdom anywhere. Elder Heron decides to take action, ordering the golems to go. He instructs one of them to lure the beast away and the other to bring him the sealed box. The golems attack the monster, and he considers it a standard tactic as the monster reacts to the golems. Meanwhile, the other golem tosses an exploding seed, breaking the seal on the tower. It retrieves the sealed box, but they overlook something crucial. The box they finally get their hands on is something the demon had been longing for 3 years. The monster counterattacks, killing them all in one hit. It then transforms into a girl, and he recognizes her as Masha, the Red Moon. She was a candidate to be queen 60 years ago and instigated the war in Danikil 4 years earlier. Since becoming a demon, she has lost all sense, and now only remembers her hostility towards the elves. She fixates on words like throne, usurp, revenge, seed, and a few others that she no longer comprehends. 3 years ago, the scene shifts to Red Moon and Black Moon bowing in front of Jinryang. He remarks on their pathetic state, expressing disbelief that these two pitiful figures are the high elf champions who once made the humans tremble with fear as Red Moon and Black Moon did. He then asks them if they know why he summoned them. The system window notifies about the Stone of Revelation, which is a stone that resonates with a marked bug and turns the person into a demon. He addresses Alfred, stating that the Stone of Revelation resonates with the marked bug and turns one into a demon. He explains that both the Stone of Revelation and the marked bugs have the same effect on everyone. However, he notes that everyone looks different after their transformation into a demon, gaining different powers. He mentions that there's also a chance the demon transformation could fail and asks if she knows why that is. He elaborates that it's due to the corruption of the mind, hatred, anger, desire, and an innate evil that can only be explained as one's nature. He emphasizes that the Stone of Revelation brings out all of these qualities, and the more corrupt someone is, the more powerful they become. He reminds her of Red Moon and Black Moon and his own hatred toward the elves, attributing them as the ones who destroyed their innate beauty and crushed their bright future. In the meantime, a bright flash appears, and he exclaims that it's wonderful, complimenting how splendid she looks. Red Moon Masha transforms into her demon form, as does Black Moon Ramiel. Alfred asks what he plans on doing with them, to which he responds by asking what she means by plan. He clarifies that he doesn't have a plan. He's simply stirring things up and will leave the planning to those two elves and everyone else involved. He suggests giving them a round of applause, rejoicing and congratulating them on the birth of two new demons. At the same time, the system window notifies about the leaders of the Tartarus worshippers, known as the 12 Apostles. He reflects that 3 months have passed since the two elves were turned into demons, and they have slaughtered everything in their path, whether it be a monster or a human. He thinks that around this time, they started getting used to their power. Alfred remarks, "All right, it looks like everything is ready. Let's move on to the next step of the plan." Alden commands them to go and defeat the Blue Dragon. He offers to lend them some troops as they all fly towards Mt. Kala, the original nest of the Blue Dragon Artales. Jinranag thinks to himself that he was born and raised in the great forest of Elfin, so he knows very well that the elves, protected by the Tree of Life, are tricky opponents to face. He admits begrudgingly that Alden is right. They need greater power to send all those elves to hell, such as the power of a dragon heart. Lord Zephyr arrives at the Blue Dragon's nest, where Masha, Red Moon, also arrives. The Blue Dragon thinks he's so bewildered that he doesn't even know what to say. It's been a long time since inferior creatures dared to stand before him, and he asks if they have come to sacrifice themselves. On the other side, Jinryong sits with Alden and asks if he thinks they stand a chance. Alden pours some wine into his glass and asks if he means those two elves. Jinryong confirms that he does. He knows they sent some of their troops with them, but they are a couple of amateurs, and he doesn't see how they can possibly defeat a dragon. He laughs and asks if Alden wants to fight a dragon. He apologizes for not including him in the plan while they cheer their glasses. He affirms that Jinryong is right. They are not nearly strong enough to beat the dragon, and it will likely eat them alive. However, that's not why he sent them there. He asks if Jinryong knew that those two were candidates to be a king or a queen of the elves. Jinryong reflects that the title of Moon is reserved only for the most powerful high elves. Elves who have transcended their own limits and acquired the ultimate skill give off a dazzling monolight, similar to those of the moon, when they use that skill. He explains that's where the title comes from and notes that both of them had earned the title of Moon and dreamed of ruling the elves. They must have been extremely proud of themselves. Alden interjects, stating that the person chosen to be the queen was a blind, crippled elf that they looked down on. He declares that the tree has chosen a new queen, and he proclaims to live her majesty. Red Moon Masha asks what on earth has happened and why the tree would choose Sylvistia instead of them. She asserts that she's practically best friends with the humans and has never even been trained to be queen. He explains that Black Moon was outraged, as was Red Moon, whose mind was now weakened by the side effects of demon transformation. Both elves were warriors with a strong sense of pride, so they couldn't accept the tree's choice. Jinryong inquires if that's why they started a war to prove their abilities while wearing a mask. He confirms, more or less, that they were brutally defeated in the end. Because of that defeat, they were banished from the elves' society. As they were being banished, their last act of rebellion was to steal a seed from the Tree of Life, while Red Moon Masha got that mana box. He explains that they were then ambushed by a young elf who hasn't even earned the Moon title yet, and they barely managed to escape with their lives with the help of his henchmen. Alden asks what he would do in their position and how he would deal with a kid who humiliated him like that and his own people who abandoned him. Jinryong takes a sip of his drink and says he would kill them at all costs. He responds affirmatively. On the other side, Lord Zephyr runs to attack while the blue dragon opens its mouth wide and tries to eat him. Alden declares that they'll do anything to get revenge on the elves, absolutely anything. If the dragon is going to devour them anyway, then so be it. While the blue dragon vomits blood, he explains that Black Moon's demon skills have evolved over the course of thousands of battles, including deadly poison and petrification. He plans to use these skills to pump poison into the dragon's stomach until it dies. Ultimately, it's a battle of time, wondering if the dragon will die of poisoning first, or if its stomach acid will melt Black Moon first. He affirms that, of course, before the first is even over, Black Moon will have achieved his purpose, which is to heal his poisoned body. He explains that the blue dragon will head right over to the place with the most powerful healing effect in all of Aslan. He mentions the Lake of Vitality, the source of water for the entire forest of the elves. The blue dragon was in too much pain to notice that Masha was hanging onto its tail. He reflects that her mind had been dulled by the side effects of demon transformation, so she didn't grab hold of the tail on purpose. It was purely instinctual. Perhaps this was fate as well. Drawn to the energy that stimulates faint memories in her mind, she drops down toward this tower due to her reduced cognitive abilities, landing in the wrong place. Some guards in the area cause a commotion when she lands, and she ends up killing them. However, with the chaos caused by the appearance of the dragon and the contamination of the area with poison, no one finds out about the incident. Since then, Masha has been scratching away at the tower in vain. She hadn't feasted like this in a long time, and she devoured the elder's flesh and blood, full of nutrients from the water of vitality. As a result, Masha's feeble mind recalls the meaning of a few words. She transforms into a bloody demon, embodying the title Broken Moon, the Queen of Bloodthirst. He reflects that marked bugs grant Tartarus worshippers demonic power, and they grow stronger as they use this power. Once they finish maturing, they develop a special ability. He believes that Masha's marked bug has a special ability called Veracity, which allows her to steal skills from creatures she devours. The elf elder possessed a skill called Acceleration, which always caught people off guard when he used it. This skill brought Masha to her destination at astonishing speed. Masha flies towards the elves' forest town, specifically targeting the queen's bedroom. She attacks the queen, shouting "Queen, Broken Moon," dies as she roars and attempts to enter. Ned Stryer steps in between and blocks her way. He expresses surprise, wondering why his disciple made him stay behind to guard the queen. He doesn't expect a demon to show up and warns Masha to prepare to die. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr uses Lightning Blast to attack the blue dragon. He calculates that there are 8 minutes and 20 seconds left until the purifying magic circle surrounding the base deactivates. He recalls that Princess Altair asked him to defeat the dragon before then, but in reality, he has to slay it even more quickly to ensure everyone's safety. Killing the blue dragon won't end this raid. Once the blue dragon is dead, they'll have to deal with Black Moon Ramiel, the one responsible for poisoning the forest. He anticipates that when the dragon is dead, Ramiel will awaken from his petrified state in the dragon's stomach. He reflects that this was why the raid failed in his last life. One of the golems mentions that in Zephyr's previous life, they succeeded, which excites everyone. They cheered that they had beaten the blue dragon. Zephyr congratulates Erdios, stating that he's taking the dragon's heart as promised, and asks if that is okay with her. The golem affirms that's what they agreed upon, and he responds that now, he'll just retrieve the dragon's heart. He wonders what this is, a rejection or some kind of barrier, and how this can be when the dragon is dead. He ponders where this barrier suddenly came from. He realizes that no one knew there was a demon in the dragon's stomach and questions what that is and what he's holding in his hand, the dragon's heart. He gazes at a monster who transforms his face and laughs, thanking him for killing the dragon. He declares that now, as the Tree of Life, he's going to rule over this forest that he disrespected so much and commands the dragon heart to give him his power. Erdios scolds him when Fade tells him to run. He reflects that Black Moon's poison became several times more powerful after coming in contact with the dragon heart. He observes that it bursts forward like an explosion and covers the whole forest while troops start melting. Princess Altair commands everyone to retreat and fall back, and he reflects that Altair's party manages to avoid being completely annihilated by retreating quickly, but they fail to obtain the dragon's heart. He notes that the great forest of Elfin and Danikil's agricultural lands is severely contaminated and has become an uninhabitable wasteland. He believes that the reason he failed in his last life is that he lacked information. He sits at the blue dragon and tries to stab him, thinking about the plan, the raiding party, and their protective measures against the poison, which weren't too bad. He also considers that they had 2 people in the advance guard capable of fighting freely in the poisonous mist. Erdios asks where the blue dragon is, realizing that it has a weakness and an old, unhealed wound that drains the dragon's strength when attacked, making it easier to fight. He asks how he found the weakness and explains that he didn't know about it at first since it's not obvious, but he saw it as they were fighting. He recalls that the dragon was moving strangely as if it was trying to protect a part of its body, but he doesn't see anything of the sort now, which he guesses is understandable. He reflects that in his last life, the raid took place a year and 4 months later than this, so the dragon's old wound might have hurt more from the erosion of the poison. He concludes that it must not be in as much pain now, and maybe he didn't hurt it badly enough. The system window notifies about poison-coated needles equipped with crude handles for safe use, specifically mentioning the type of poison, Belil. It is noted as 68 of the 72 deadly poisons of Fade, the king of poisons, causing extreme pain. He stabs the blue dragon and thinks it explodes, language enchantment as an explosion happens, but it's the blue dragon's language enchantment. He realizes he can't move and notices that it's not just him. Even the water droplets and leaves have frozen. Despite obtaining a dragon heart, he acknowledges that a true dragon's language enchantment is on a completely different level. He realizes he can't open the silver key either, considering that if the dragon has frozen such a large area, it shouldn't be able to maintain the language enchantment for more than about 7 seconds. He concludes that there's plenty of time for it to recharge and fire its breath, but on the other hand, 7 seconds is also enough time for Dariel to shoot twice. He decides to change plans, intending to buy time for Dariel to take a shot. Dariel acknowledges that the plan really works. Lord Zephyr attacks the blue dragon again and thinks of one more shot. Its breath pouch has been destroyed, and the dragon roars in pain. Dariel calculates that there are 17 black dragon arrows left, and the red meteor requires 3 arrows for every blast. This means he can use it 5 more times, as well as 2 ordinary skills. Every single shot has to hit its vital points. Lord Zephyr reflects that he only fought the blue dragon once in his last life. It was after he had stolen the dragon heart from the Tartarus worshippers and absorbed it. He recalls that he was fighting for control over his body in an imaginary space. It took a month for the fight to reach a conclusion, during which he got used to the dragon's attacks. Thanks to that experience, he defeated it just before his mind collapsed. He reflects on how what he fought at the time was the blue dragon's memory of itself in its prime. He realizes that he's fine now. In fact, this is nowhere near as bad as it was then. His feathers start to break, and he thinks of using telekinesis as he's about to fall down. Suddenly, he sees some arrows coming towards him and grabs the dragon chain, floating it to block all the arrows. He thinks to himself, floating away. The blue dragon tries to attack him, but he disappears, thinking that he's gone again. Lord Zephyr takes out his silver key and retrieves a giant sword, which he uses to stab the blue dragon in the neck. An explosion occurs, and Dariel calculates that there are 14 black dragon arrows left, with just 11 remaining. He notices that the dragon's right arm has been cut off. Lord Zephyr continues his attack, thinking of his Lord Chrysaorus. He thinks of forgiving him, Chrysaorus, the favorite sword of Georgios Eurydice's husband, and Graham, the dragon-slaying blade, as he attacks the blue dragon again. The scene shifts to 1,000 years ago, where the blue dragon thanks Georgios for freeing his liege from the curse. He couldn't leave this place, nor could he bring himself to send him off. Georgios tells Artalis to go now as a servant of Lord Chrysaorus, and he expresses that he will never forgive him for killing him. It's his duty. He commands Artalis to be gone, warning that if he ever sees him again, he will kill him. The scene comes back to the present, where the blue dragon falls to the floor when the sword is stabbed into his neck. Kiara notices that it suddenly stops moving and asks Dariel to check the attack coordinates. Dariel responds that it's not just that. This is dangerous, and he thinks of his father, the tree of life, shaking. The blue dragon calls Georgios a dragon slayer and asks if he was not aware that what he said then was an oath he made and that he will never forgive him, while he grabs the sword and tries to take it out. He thinks he summoned him, his life force becoming his sword. Just wait, his lord. Now he will finally fulfill his duty to him, while the blue dragon grabs his hand with another hand. Lord Zephyr thinks it used language enchantment to trade life force for power. It looks like it's gone all in. That's even better for him, and he says bring it on. Lord Zephyr thinks he has 12 minutes left in dragon mode, and the dragon can use its breath one more time. But these numbers mean nothing now. While the blue dragon breaks his one arm to use as a weapon to attack him, who also gets ready for the attack and escapes from his attack. The system window notifies about Dancing Blade of Death, which is a weapon created by consuming life force with language enchantment. It deals extremely powerful damage in exchange for continuously consuming life force and defense. He thinks what he needs to stop is decisiveness and concentration. Nothing else matters, and he thinks he only needs potent power. The system window notifies about the skill Wild Dragon mode, which consumes a vast amount of mana to boost dragonification and enhances physical abilities by 200%. It reduces the duration of dragonification, putting one into temporary hibernation after dragonification is deactivated, and the current time remaining in dragon mode is 12 minutes, falling to 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr attacks the blue dragon, who counterattacks him, and they both try to defeat each other. He cuts a tree into 2 pieces when everyone looks at them and says he has cut the tree of life. Dariel thinks about his father and recalls Ned Stryer, who says the purpose of Dragon King-style martial arts is not to refine basic technique. Its purpose is to understand and control the flow of power. He thinks about the basic technique as the basic movements or stances of martial arts. Ned Stryer says once he has mastered that, he can counter a mighty attack with a little bit of power, and he thinks he can even defeat strong enemies with a small amount of power. All things are in motion, and power flows from one point to another when they both attack each other again. He thinks about the flow of a great river. Once he understands that, even a leaf will become a weapon, and not even a dragon will be a match for him. Blue Dragon tries to attack Ned Stryer, but Lord Zephyr saves him and thinks that not even a dragon will be a match for him. He wonders about something stuck in Blue Dragon, whether it's a bone or a weapon, and thinks it looks like it's been there for a long time. He recalls Erdios saying the dragon has an old wound that hasn't healed, and that's its weakness. That's it when Lord Zephyr attacks him again, and Blue Dragon counterattacks. He thinks it's diving back into the water while he grabs Blue Dragon's tail with the dragon chain and attacks him again and again. Kiara says she can't pinpoint the coordinates because they are underwater, while Dariel throws arrows again and thinks, Mother, Father, guide his arrows. Philip Pilgrim says the attack missed, and it hit the Tree of Life, and he thinks he'll use his remaining 8 arrows to strike the Tree of Life. The blue dragon roars and charges to attack again, and he uses his magic skills to block the attack and thinks that's right. Blue Dragon says, as a servant of Lord Kysaurus, he will never forgive him for killing him, and says if he ever sees him again, he will kill him, and he thinks he remembers that day. Erdios says he's sorry, but he can't simply turn back either, and as Princess Eurydice's partner, he must eliminate any potential causes for future concern while taking out his sword. He thinks about Georgios, and he had a brief battle, or rather, he let his guard down, and he stabbed him and cut his horn. Blue Dragon shouts that his horn breaks and abuses him, and he again stabs him with the White Queen's finger. The system window notifies about the White Queen's finger, which is a stake made from a bone of the first queen, and it seals the power of whoever is stabbed with it. The duration of the seal is approximately 10 years, and the restrictive curse is that the person stabbed with this can't remove it themselves, and the curse remains in effect until the stake is removed. He mentions that this action should seal away his power for a while and keep him in his nest, at least until the red dragon settles down if he hadn't had Kysaurus' blood on his hands or discovered the secret behind this world. He wonders if they could still have remaining friends and laments that they can't turn back time. He suggests trying to avoid running into each other for as long as possible and bids farewell with "Take care, Artalis." He reflects that he just remembered that event from 1,000 years ago and can't believe it's been that long. He concludes that in that case, the person inside isn't him but Georgios, and he's his successor, so that's what he looks like. Lord Zephyr considers that the new dragon slayer is inside the blue dragon's stomach. The goddess of light observes that the blue dragon's vital signs have stopped, indicating that the time has finally come for her to take the dragon's heart. She notices Lord Zephyr attacking her as well, stabbing her and throwing her away. She thinks about the silver key, realizing that she has obtained the dragon's body but can't get near the dragon's heart now. Reflecting on the disaster in her last life, she recalls that it occurred because Black Moon tried to absorb the dragon's heart incorrectly, leading to his consumption by its power. She commands the dragon heart to give her its power, knowing that only beings on the same level as dragons, such as other dragons or elite demons, are capable of absorbing a dragon heart without any preparation. She thinks Black Moon wasn't strong enough to withstand the burst of power, resulting in his instant death. She grabs a mana stone and falls down. She reflects that not long after, the dragon heart and Ramiel's mana stone ended up in the hands of the second in command of the Tartarus worshippers. Ultimately, Black Moon was taken advantage of and then tossed aside. She questions whether he was happy, having seen his despised fellow elves die and watched as the last few survivors lost their homes and became drifters. She wonders if he enjoyed watching that from the underworld. She also witnessed the Tartarus worshippers, who deceived him, trying to take over the world and getting brutally thrown away just like he did in the end. The goddess of light laughs and remarks that she smells a dragon mixed with the scent of a human, finding it interesting. She mentions that when she finally emerged again from the dragon's belly, she thought she would encounter the elves, not expecting to run into a dragon lord. She greets him and attempts to tell him her name when Lord Zephyr attacks her again with his dragon chain and also stabs her as the sword starts spinning, causing her to disappear. She realizes he's gone and wonders if he managed to slip away. The goddess of light laughs and comments that he thought he had her cornered, but his actions only revealed his weakness to her. She notes that it's dangerous to attack an enemy he has never encountered without first assessing their power. Otherwise, he could end up being attacked himself. She observes that he seems to be in such haste to attack her, possibly due to a time limit on his dragon power, probably lasting a minute or two at most. He realizes she is quite observant and acknowledges that she's correct. He has 48 seconds of dragonification left. Due to the side effect of wild dragon mode, he will fall asleep right after dragonification ends. He reflects that, on top of that, he has pushed his body to its physical limits by using so much power that he doesn't have enough time or power left. Whatever happens, he needs to make sure he accomplishes that at least. The goddess of light suggests something, saying she'll spare him if he gives her the dragon heart. She clarifies that all she wants is to get revenge on all elves, and she holds no grudge against a human like him. She then instructs him to stay right there. The system window provides information about the skill language enchantment, an exclusive dragon skill that imbues words with magical power. It notes that a limited amount of use is permitted due to the dragon heart. The goddess of light states that her feet won't move, while Lord Zephyr ties up her feet with magical power. He remarks that here he comes again, and Lord Zephyr attacks her, wondering if there's a barrier. The goddess of light interrupts, telling him not to interrupt her and attack. He feels like he's going to pass out after using language enchantment on top of everything else, as his body is exhausted. He believes he only needs the strength to swing this once. The system window provides information about the Sword of Light, which is a divine sword formed from a ray of primeval light. The sword requires extremely high stats, and those unworthy of wielding the blade catch fire if they grab it. This restriction can be lifted only with the permission of the goddess of light. He tries to use it, but he starts burning and wonders why it didn't work since he used it before. He considers his mana and other stats, realizing he's just as strong now as he was back then, but wonders if it's because he doesn't have enough mana left or if something else is wrong. He calls out to the goddess of light, criticizing her. While she says she's not sure what just happened, thankfully, she deactivates the barrier. She thinks her body is stiff because she was only released from petrification moments ago, and she's not ready to trade blows with anyone yet. That's why she tried to buy some time by talking to him. She says it was a mistake to tie up only her feet, as she can still attack while standing there, and commands the deadly poison to return to her. She explains that she used this moon skill back when she was a high elf and has now combined it with demonic power to create the ultimate skill. The system window notifies that Venom Spear, Ramiel's exclusive skill, condenses the poison generated by Ramiel into a spear of deadly poison, which is firm and sharp enough to pierce even dragon scales as she stabs him. She laughs and remarks what a wonderful sound it is, moments like these being the ones she lives for, moments when beings far more powerful than herself, such as he or a dragon, writhe in pain and cry out because of her deadly poison. She feels superior and is glad he became a demon, wishing she could enjoy his sweet screams a little longer. However, she acknowledges she has a lot to do, so she'd better finish him off quickly. She says she'll make it quick, bids him farewell, and begins a magic spell when she hears something and wonders what that sound is, moments before branches of trees emerge from the water and stab her. She wonders about the tree roots she feels and considers if they could be from the tree of life, while Lord Zephyr laughs and asks if she recognizes those, pointing out that they are the roots of the tree of life she contaminated. He explains that by using her foolish skill, she absorbed all the poison around her, resulting in the tree of life and the lake of vitality becoming extremely clean. He recalls from his last life that their second in command took Black Moon's mana stone along with the dragon heart, and she used the poisonous mist and venom spear created from the stone as weapons. He deduces that Black Moon must have the same skills since the stone originally belonged to him, and he wants to make him use that skill. He thinks the quickest way to remove the poison from the forest is to take advantage of the venom spear's poison absorption. He notes that only the lake has been purified so far, but the lake and the tree trunk are the heart of this whole area, so now that the poison has left them, he considers that the forest will start to recover as long as no more poison is released. His original plan was to do this and then finish her off in one hit with the Sword of Light. But he didn't expect the tree to help him like this and expresses gratitude to the Tree of Life. Goddess of Light says he has to spit out the poison while the roots of the tree capture her completely, and he thinks she can't gather enough mana because her heart is pierced in two. He explains that before the Tree of Life was poisoned, it protected the elves throughout the whole forest with its roots, and she probably didn't realize how powerful the tree was since it was protecting her. He calls her an ungrateful fool and remarks that life never seems to go her way, and she probably can't figure out why. It would be easier for her to just die. The system window notifies about Ramiel's Mana Stone, which is a crystal of demonic force containing the power of extremely deadly poison. With some work on the stone, one can use the power of Ramiel, the Black Moon. The other system window notifies about Ramiel's corpse damage head, which is the body of a demon infused with deadly poison. By cutting off and processing each part of the body, they can be used in a variety of ways. Gollum sends his message to Princess Altair, who thinks that even Lord Zephyr's message reached them. The rear guard can sense it while the Tree of Life blooms again. She thinks that since the Tree of Life has returned to life, everything is alright now. Gollum reports to the main base, stating that this is the advance guard and the blue dragon has been slain. And he repeats that the blue dragon has been slain and he has the dragon's heart as well. He requests them to finish off the remaining monsters for him and signs off with over and out. They ask if he really did kill the dragon and express joy, cheering that he won. Hooray, long live Zephyr. Princess Altair asks Lord Zephyr if he hears that and asks if he hears people cheering. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr slowly falls down as his feathers break, but branches of the Tree of Life grab him, and Princess Altair calls out to him repeatedly. The Tree of Life uses its healing magic to heal him and thanks him, calling him the Little Dragon Lord, saying he helped them, so they will help him as well. Ned Stryer thinks that the Tree of Life's roots have been revived, and that can only mean one thing. He succeeded, though he's not sure if he contributed as much as he could have. He says he got hit with his own skill, realizing that the demon could copy skills like that, and knows he's lost too much blood and is out of potions, so he needs to use energy control to heal himself. As some branches come around him, he wonders what a vine is when she reassures him, saying not to fear as those vines are her hands and feet. He thanked her for saving him while he lay there helplessly, expressing his gratitude. She introduces herself as Sylvistia, Queen of the Elves, and notes the smell of blood, saying he needs healing. She asks him to come with her to receive treatment. After a while, his mother tells Lord Zephyr that Zephyr is a good name. She explains that his father has gone somewhere far, far away, so he won't ever meet him, but he might be able to find what he sought long ago. She asks if he will come with her and mentions that she wants to raise him like a normal boy in a safe place, unlike his father. She reflects on whether she should have entrusted him to that person before, unsure anymore about what would have been the right thing to do, and apologizes for not being able to protect him. She acknowledges that she may have been a bad mother, but states that this is the last lesson she can teach him. She tells him to raise his sword, and that from now on, he has to protect himself once he opens his eyes and comes out of the dream. He realizes that he was dreaming about his mother, which was already so long ago, and looks around, wondering where he is and how much time has passed. The Tree of Life informs him that it has been 72 hours, 18 minutes, and 29 seconds and asks if he has not moved yet. It notes that his body is still recovering, and that he is inside his truck. He introduces himself as Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life, explaining that he has taken this form to communicate with sentient beings. Lord Zephyr considers whether this is indeed the Tree of Life. He recalls that after the raid failed in his last life, he heard that they couldn't save the Tree of Life or the Queen of the Elves. He realizes that he never got to meet this person, and certainly never heard about him from Dariel, at least not directly. The Tree of Life mentions that only his wife has seen him in this form, indicating that he cannot release a physical incarnation of this size from his body. Not even his children have seen this form. He explains that he simply intercepted the signals from his body, which is his function. Lord Zephyr asks if he can read his mind, to which he replies that if it makes him uncomfortable, he will pretend not to know what he is thinking. Lord Zephyr finds the situation strangely eerie as he observes that the Tree of Life's eyes lack the liveliness of a typical creature's eyes, devoid of any emotion. The Tree of Life responds with reassurance, mentioning that there is no need for caution or anxiety, as he harbors no ill intentions and, if anything, wishes to express gratitude. Lord Zephyr notices some fruits nearby, and the Tree of Life suggests that he eat them, explaining that the fruit contains a concentrated form of his sap, which will speed up his recovery. Normally, Lord Zephyr's body would have remained asleep for another week, but due to the Tree of Life's healing, he awoke after only 72 hours. The Tree of Life elaborates, mentioning that Lord Zephyr was ensnared by the Blue Dragon's language enchantment, and the poison had hindered his movement. However, the Tree of Life had been observing him through his children, and had assisted both his children and Lord Zephyr. Meanwhile, Kiara is tending to Dariel's wounds. The Tree of Life also notes that he had protected his wife, who is currently attending to Ned Stryer. He explains that there exists something called a bilateral agreement, emphasizing the importance of reciprocity and viewing it as the fundamental basis of order. He identifies himself as an upholder of this order. Lord Zephyr consumes the fruit and reflects that he doesn't fully comprehend what the Tree of Life is referring to regarding being an upholder of order. However, he interprets it as a gesture of thanks for the assistance rendered. He perceives no hostility from the Tree of Life. Recalling Dariel's words from his past life, where Dariel described his father as a demigod nearly divine, but not quite, Lord Zephyr considers that the Tree of Life may speak in a somewhat cryptic manner. Nevertheless, he believes it is unwise to disregard the insights of someone of demigod status. He considers the potential benefits of negotiating a deal with favorable conditions for himself, acknowledging the concept of bilateral agreements. He appreciates the Tree of Life's perspective, but notes that the act of healing alone may not fully repay the assistance provided. The Tree of Life remarks that Lord Zephyr hasn't fully grasped the extent of his actions. He didn't just awaken him, but also caused side effects by forcibly integrating the dragon heart into an unprepared body, gesturing towards Lord Zephyr's body. Lord Zephyr acknowledges this knowledge, and the Tree of Life adds that it's one of his functions. Every time someone's power increases by 10%, their body must readjust accordingly. The Tree of Life elaborates that after Lord Zephyr defeated the demon, his heart's power surged to 23%, endangering his body. Therefore, he spent 72 hours reconstructing his entire body to handle the Blue Dragon heart's power. He concludes that they are now equal, suggesting they make a new deal. He'll implant the Blue Dragon's heart in Lord Zephyr in exchange for a favor. 9,990 years, 8 months, 27 days, 12 hours, 11 minutes, and 49 seconds ago, he first emerged from a seed and heard a voice that day, preparing. He soon came to understand what that meant and realized it was his mission, preparing for the promised day. That is the reason for which he was born. The first step was to change the air quality and spread mana everywhere, drawing in water full of primeval malice and purifying it. He is sure that his brothers are doing the same in faraway lands, and this world has completely transformed over the last several millennia once the land became inhabitable by living creatures. He sets about creating the species that will serve as his limbs, and everything goes smoothly. His mission is now almost complete. He simply awaits the promised day, which will be in the near future, but then something happens. His mother says with goodness that she's so small and warm, her sweet little baby, and thanks to Lord Yggdrasil, saying she's the happiest person in the world right now. In that moment, he swears something to his soul and decides to forsake his mission, no matter the cost, while he tells everything to Lord Zephyr. He says he will have the blue dragon heart planted in him and, in exchange, asks that he do him a favor. Lord Zephyr thinks he must want something pretty big to offer a condition like that and asks what kind of favor he is going to ask for, and that's not all. He thinks he will be completely defenseless during the transplant and that he can't let someone do something like that to him unless he trusts them. He thinks he has to know what this guy is really up to, while Yggdrasil says to tell him how he will die in the future. He asks what that means, and Yggdrasil says, based on his actions so far, it seems as though he already knows everything, so he peered into his dreams to find a clue as to how that could be. He says initially, he suspected there might be some connection to that woman, but he was wrong. He only met her in passing a long time ago. She could not possibly have told him the secret of the world or given him a clue regarding how to attain it, whereas Yggdrasil says he saw vivid images of the end of the world, and he saw a face that he recognized immediately as well. He has no doubt about it. He says he doesn't know if it was a prophecy or a prophetic dream, but he must have seen the future somehow and in great detail at that. Lord Zephyr thinks that he reads thoughts and dreams by interpreting signals from the body, which sounds like Eurydice's or Altair's communion ability. He thinks in that case, he guesses there's no point in beating around the bush. He says okay. He'll tell him his future ally is going to destroy the Great Forest as a last resort, and he'll be annihilated along with it because he's still in a half-dead state from the poison. He thinks there's no need to tell him that he actually came back in time from the future. Time travel and prophecies both imply knowledge of the future, but they carry very different weight, and he doesn't want too many people to know the truth. Yggdrasil thinks he's still keeping the most important secret from him, but he supposes such wariness is necessary at times. He says he sees, so he will not live to see the end. He expected that because he had seen a future where he would survive until the end of the world. He says he would not have saved him when a magical circle appeared at his hand. Lord Zephyr thinks that shape is an oath bond, and it's a spell that was tattooed on the back of his hand to maintain secrecy after a battle with the head of the Tartarus worshippers. He thinks he's sure that's one of those forms, and it's similar to him, but he looks like a slightly higher level skill when he sees a circle appear on his hand. Yggdrasil says not to behold it for too long as his mind is not strong enough to bear this at the moment. He says confidentiality is one of the many things forced upon him. Please understand that he's not at liberty to reveal everything to him. He says the 7 dragons and he are bound to their mission by the Absolute One. As long as they have this mark on them, they can't escape from their mission until death claims them. Lord Zephyr thinks he's aware of that. They're powerless to oppose their mission, which is why he has no choice but to kill the blue dragon. He says on the day the world ends, the surviving dragons lose all self-control, and their mission becomes one of destruction. He mentions that they will become slaves of the Lord of Demons, who will invade their world. That's the future he has seen. If that happens, will he turn against them like the dragons did as well? Yggdrasil responds that he never doubted his mission for a moment, nor did he assign any particular value to this world. He simply did what was required of him. But then, something very strange happened to him. He recalls his wife asking why he hesitated and stating that she had been waiting for this day. He thinks he knows his body will not last long if he has a child due to his weak constitution and his ability to hear people's inner thoughts. He was always a loner until the moon shone upon him. His memories with her and the dreams they shared gave him the strength to go on living. He's not afraid anymore, and his dream has come true. He asks if he could request just one small favor while the system window notifies him about the chalice of conception, a special cup granted to the king or queen of the elves. Drinking the nectar in the chalice causes a new life to be conceived. He asks if he doesn't ask him to drink from the chalice, please give him a child, another way. He thinks that, as a man, a woman teaches him how to love when he recalls his wife, who tells him her dear Lord Yggdrasil. He says because of just one woman, the world suddenly seemed so incredibly precious, and he's sure he understands the feeling. He says he will grant him strength, and he will help in any way that he can so that he may stop the end of the world. He says in return that he asks to be killed when the time comes and insists that he not be allowed to harm his wife and children because of his mission. He says that is what he asks of him while Lord Zephyr grows angry and readies for a fight. He thinks Zephyr is going to threaten him with the dragon heart and Ramiel's mana stone if he doesn't listen, but Zephyr has put him in a very difficult position. He thinks again that if Zephyr had any other intentions, he would have manipulated his body somehow while he was asleep. But Zephyr didn't, so he'll just have to trust him. He thinks that, besides, this situation has worked out pretty well for him. Yggdrasil says his lover, the princess, is not yet mature enough, and in order for her to successfully perform the blue dragon heart transplant, she still has a long way to go. He could save a great deal of time if he did it for him. Lord Zephyr thinks that if that were the case, he'd let Yggdrasil handle the transplant, and it's time for him to keep his end of the bargain. He thinks this is his imaginary space, and he has to defeat the dragons overmind here. Otherwise, even if the physical transplant succeeds, either his body will be destroyed, or he will lose control over his body to the dragon. In his last life, the battle in this imaginary space took 1 month, and he wonders how long it'll take this time. He says, "Come on, let's do this." The blue dragon asks if that is his finished form, not too shabby, while Lord Zephyr wonders what this is. She replies, asking why he is so surprised to see her when they have already exchanged blows. She sees he doesn't recognize her in this form and says, "Come here, Dragon Slayer." She says they have done enough fighting, inviting him to come and pour her Artalis a cup of tea. Lord Zephyr thinks, if that's the blue dragon, and then thinks, wait, the blue dragon is female. Dariel says there's no need to worry because Lord Zephyr is with his father. Princess Altair asks what he means by his father, questioning if he means the tree of life is his father. Milia asks if the tree did eat him, as that's what it looked like to him. Dariel questions what she means by eating him, stating that it's a terrible thing to say, and suggests that the tree is probably healing him. Philip Pilgrim wonders if it's fine to just watch things unfold like this. If Lord Zephyr is being held hostage by the tree of life, they'll be in serious trouble. Daniel thinks there's a different kind of power from Lord Zephyr's, and he senses it within his father, wondering if it could be the dragon's heart. In that case, when Lord Zephyr reappears, it would confirm his suspicions. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr sits with the blue dragon, who says he'll be completely different from the way he was before the raid began while they are having tea. He replies that he's honored that such a great dragon is showing him one of her polymorphs and thinks she didn't show him this in his previous life. He thinks every living creature feels most comfortable in its original form, and there are a few reasons why they may change their appearance depending on who they are with. The first reason is if the other person is of a higher rank than them. The second reason is if the other person is of the same or lower rank but they respect them. And the third reason is if they want to deceive the other person for their own benefit. He thinks the third reason doesn't apply right now, and this dragon may be a little strange, but she lacks the ability to deceive others. The blue dragon says to consider it a compliment. Although she was weakened by the poison, he defeated her nonetheless. Besides, this space is filled with the energy of her lord, Kysaurus, so she feels at ease here. She says since he has permitted him to use his power, there is no reason for her not to be amiable toward him. She remarks that it looks like her lord is upset and confirms that her lord would never acknowledge a mere human. She, Artalis, will take note of that and laugh. He thinks she's smiling, and he can't get used to this. He wonders what's wrong with this bloodthirsty maniac. He remembers when they fought in the imaginary space in his last life. He was stronger thanks to another perk, but it was a very close fight. He thinks the only reason he won was that this dragon is so fickle. She says she feels much better after fighting him for some reason and asks about the remarkable gift he has, stating it would be a waste to simply kill him. She says, alright, she will heal him. He can fight her again after he has rested. He thinks that for the next few days, this dragon practically kills him and then brings him back to life over and over again until he defeats her. Thanks to that experience, his fighting abilities were significantly stronger after he awoke, so he supposes he could call the dragon a teacher of sorts, But why is it that every teacher of his is so brutal? She says he's too slow and tells him to try again. Ned Stryer says if he doesn't master this technique, he'll turn him into Jerry and devour him until he's worth more than Jerry. That'll be his name. Lord Zephyr abuses her while he recalls that Fade says he hates humans. The blue dragon asks what's bothering him. He looks like something is bothering him. She asks why he looks so happy. The blue dragon asks if it isn't obvious. His body has been liberated from that tiresome mission by death, and she has been reunited with her lord sooner than her fellow dragons. She says all that remains now is to sit back and watch him toil away, and above all, the last battle of her life was a truly worthy one, so she has no regrets as a warrior. She says that in every act performed with one's hands, one's soul is revealed, whether it's the tip of an artist's brush, the fingertips of a musician, or the tip of the sword of people like them. She says they see the result of countless hours of training and the person's character, questioning whether they break under pressure or have bendable flexibility, and who taught them. She asks what dream led them to this point, revealing that all is revealed, and it is a completely honest portrait of their soul. Based on what he saw as they fought, she liked him. She says she is already dead anyway, so if she is going to lend her power to someone, it might as well be someone that she likes, right? She thinks that. Plus, she senses a mysterious determination in him and traces of very unusual experiences. She thinks about what on earth this human has fought with, and she looks forward to what is coming. She wonders if perhaps this human may reach the place they were never able to. She says she doesn't need to go to the trouble of honing his skills, and she will now reside within him alongside her lord. She thinks she hereby grants him her power. However, it is up to him to learn how to wield its power and use it to its full potential. She says she will have her eye on him, and she wants to see what he achieves at the end of this journey. She says she prays that he does not lose his life before that. He thinks he can't believe she agreed so quickly, and he has a mountain of things to do, so he always appreciates it when he can save time. Another thing he's not sure about is what she saw in him while they fought. He thinks he knows what she means by liking him. She wasn't the most cunning person in the world, and she died in battle, swinging her sword like a fool. He also can't fault her for that. He asks if she likes anything except tea because he's not a bad cook, and he'll make her something as an offering. She says there is no need to ask. His mouth will know what to look for. After a while, the Tree of Life opens the door, and Lord Zephyr comes out where Princess Altair and others all stand. He asks what she is doing here. Princess Altair says she was waiting for him while she ran and hugged him. Mercedes arrives there and says, well, look at that. Another piece of the ancient god has gone to a new master, and the future of this world is even more unpredictable than before. She says it's just as he, the old master, wanted. The scene shifts to the Temple of Light's 4th parish, where a person asks why they still haven't managed to reach Cardinal Olden. His friend says he's sorry and that he'll send someone else. Another troop says he has a letter for the head of the Temple Knights. That person reads the letter and asks what this is. Lord Olden was killed. He asks if they have heard the rumors, finding it hard to believe that Olden's twin knights have disappeared. He says no, he heard they were killed in the 3rd parish where they were sent. The other person asks in that case, what's the 3rd parish? Could Lucius the Holy One have killed them? Mercedes thinks that the twin knights were the 10th strongest warriors in the whole continent, and the Holy One isn't counted among the top 10 warriors for religious reasons. She thinks that assuming the Holy One really did kill the twin knights, if she kills him, she'll be one of the top 10 warriors, and she's heading for the 3rd parish. Mercedes says the seat of power, the seat of strength, the seat of the Holy Absolute One who watches over everything, and the seat of the Lord are all empty, and there will be a clash of blades among those who covet their places. She says the rivers will flow with blood, and then as the last millennium draws to an end, he will appear. Yggdrasil says he is the one who will free them from their terrible doom, the destroyer of fate. The scene shifts to Lindel Fortress in Altair's territory, where a person arrives and looks at Regulus Danikil, who thinks that is the sword he thinks it is. The other person laughs and says that it was easy. Anyway, at least he won. He asks if he is allowed to see the princess now. Lord Zephyr thinks that while he was inside the Tree of Life, everyone else had been very busy. After the poison had been cleaned, Yggdrasil transmitted an activation code to the monoweeds to quickly purify the surrounding areas. The system window notifies him about the magical plant mana weed, which is a plant that takes root near streams and increases the mana in the air by storing and filtering the water of vitality. He thinks the survivors slay the remaining monsters and advance toward the Tree of Life. Princess Altair says this must be Elfenheim, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, while one of the elves says he never thought he'd see this place again and thanks them all so much. Ned Stryer arrives there with the Queen of Elves and says it's too soon to get all sentimental as he presents the Queen to them. They all become excited and exclaim that she is awake. Kiara and Dario look at her, run to hug her, and call her mother. After a while, they all bury their dead troops and sit near their graves. Lord Zephyr thinks about the searches that were carried out for those left behind in battle, during the march, and while treating the wounded. The dead needed to be buried, and there was waste to be cleaned up everywhere. He thinks they were short-handed all around as Yggdrasil was busy purifying the forest. They couldn't ask him to do everything. He also thinks that being active helped people overcome their sadness as well. An elf cries and hugs her mother, saying their house used to be here and she can't believe it's gone. He thinks hope returned after the threat of the blue dragon disappeared, but there was a downside to the relief that came with peace. He thinks it made everyone aware of the terrible losses and countless sacrifices required to achieve victory. He thinks as the bodies are buried one by one, and as people gradually begin to accept their sadness, it is announced that the Blue Dragon raid is officially over. Sylvestia thanks Princess Altair, and she would also like to thank the territory of Danakil, the Temple of Light, and the Dragon Slayer, Zephyr, in particular. She says she swears on the Tree of Life that they will always remember their gratitude to her for rescuing the elves from that calamity. She says as the people of the Tree of Life, they uphold the principles of the bilateral agreement, and accordingly, they will return to her as much as they have received. She says as of this moment, the great forest of Elfen is now in an alliance with Princess Altair and the Earl of Danakil, and they hereby conclude a non-aggression agreement and vow to share their troubles and joys with one another. Edwin says he sees. This answers the questions he had when they began preparing for the raid. Elves and humans hate each other, and the plan itself is difficult enough to execute as it is, but they'd also have to keep an eye on their own party members to make sure they don't betray each other. He says it seems a bit too soon to attempt a raid at the moment. Princess Altair laughs and says he's missing the big picture. That's precisely why this is going to work. She says crises are opportunities in disguise, and this may seem like a problem now, but he needs to look farther into the future. She says to remember their goal. They want both the Elven Kingdom and the territory of Danakil on their side. She asks what he means. Does he want to take advantage of their moment of weakness to conquer them? Philip Pilgrim says, of course not, while she says Polaris was treated like a hero in Danakil. After all, he drove out the Black Moon and Red Moon during the war 4 years ago. She says that when Danakil was contaminated by that poison, Polaris refused to help, saying he didn't have any time to spare. He sold off all the Danakil-related stocks and territory bonds that he owned. She says essentially Polaris concluded that he couldn't do anything to solve this situation. She says Danakil has been more or less abandoned, and they are desperate for help. The elves are even worse off. They have had practically no diplomatic relations with humans for centuries, so there's no one to help them. She says that's why this is an opportunity for them. By helping them, they will get them to join an alliance with Princess Altair rather than humans or the Kingdom of Cayenne. She says this is their chance to wipe out Polaris's influence, and they need all the help they can get in the long war ahead. Lord Zephyr thinks that in this way, they can obtain the might of the elves, the abundant food supply of the breadbasket Danakil, and the Tree of Life's unlimited healing power, and that was Altair's plan. He thinks it worked better than he expected, and Yggdrasil and the Queen of the Elves had similar goals to theirs from the start. He thinks now that the Queen has awoken, she'll command the elves using mind control. Since the forest elves are connected to the Tree of Life, they'll never betray them. After a while, they all gather for celebration, and one of the elves says, "All right, everyone, let's drink to their heart's content tonight to celebrate their victory." Dario looks at Kiara and thinks if she's Kiara, then goes near her and asks why she is sitting over here all by herself like a loser. She wipes her tears and asks what he is doing out here. He should be inside partying. He replies, well, someone's being a party pooper. She shuts him up while he throws an apple towards her and says, here, have this. She grabs it and says she told him not to throw food at her. They both sit together and eat apples. She asks if it's hard to believe, isn't it? And says Lord Zephyr and his companions arrived here in the Great Forest less than 6 weeks ago. She thinks, although it feels like it's been 10 months, and says the dragon is already dead, and they've returned to Elfenheim. She says that she thinks that this day has finally come. She is so relieved. Mother and the Tree of Life have both recovered, and he can now fulfill his duties as well as the Queen's head archer. He means. Dariel asks what's wrong, saying she's making him cringe. He means she's worrying him. She says to stop it and that it's okay to be a bit sentimental when it's for the last time. She confirms that he guessed right, and she's leaving the forest. She thinks about 1 am, a time when some are asleep and others are tossing and turning in bed. Princess Altair thinks that the most important thing of all still awaits him when someone knocks at her door. Princess Altair believes that everyone desires her for her natural beauty, talent, and bloodline, all of which she was born with. Everywhere she goes, people look at her with desire, and everyone presents her with flowers. Someone claims he would pluck a star from the night sky for her, and he says he will protect her, declaring that his life belongs to her. She thinks they all speak boldly, but if they knew what she truly desires or whom they must protect her from, they would flee like cowards. She believes that even before reaching adulthood, she already understood that there would be hardly anyone to walk this path with her. She thinks her companions on this journey are good people, of course, but she was never romantically interested in any of them. She mentions that at some point, she realized she would be alone forever, but it's all right. That doesn't matter. She believes that what she needs isn't a lover, but a trusty sword. After all, she remembers that poisonous Polaris sits in front of her, calls her, and tries to grab her, but she runs away. She thinks that's not him and realizes that any hopes of having a normal life were shattered that day. She acknowledges that she had set herself an almost impossible goal by wishing to defeat such powerful enemies. She believes that emotions are a luxury to her and that love only becomes a weakness. All she needs to do is choose a man who will someday lead her to victory, like in a political marriage. That's what she thought, at least, but then she asks if he has any idea who he is when he looks out of the window and says watch out. She mentions that this guy is super strong when she looks at Lord Zephyr and realizes she has met him. Ophelia remarks on how pathetic it is, and Ned Stryer asks what is happening, inquiring if she's not making fun of him too. Philip Pilgrim asks what he did with the Queen of the Elves, and Elsie questions if she isn't Dariel's mom. Then she's technically married, noting that they both seem to enjoy teasing young people. Ophelia notes that the princess has changed since Lord Zephyr appeared, mentioning that her duties sometimes require her to be away from the princess. She adds that those two are together constantly now. She recalls asking Princess Altair who would guard her and what's with that look from Lord Zephyr. The princess replies that she's going to speak with the elder, so he should keep an eye on things here for her. Ophelia asks what he did at that time and what he did today. She assures that there's no need to worry, as the Tree of Life will protect her, and she will be completely safe. Besides, they haven't held a banquet in ages, so there's no need for concern. She should just enjoy herself. She adds seriously that she's off duty tonight, so she should have fun. Ophelia becomes emotional and mentions they grew up together and were like sisters, but now she doesn't need her anymore. She observes her, drunk and abandoned, considering her pathetic. Ned Stryer thinks she obviously doesn't have a clue about anything related to romance, or maybe she just doesn't like Zephyr. He expresses his sympathy but states that she has to help his disciple. He advises her to keep drinking and that she'll come back for her tomorrow when she's strong again, so she should stop crying. He wonders how Lord Zephyr is doing and is sure he'll be fine, given this is his second time experiencing all this, and he bets he's not even nervous. After a while, immediately upon arriving at Altair's lodgings, where Lord Zephyr knocks on the door, he realizes he's actually quite nervous. He remembers she said if he slays the dragon in under 10 minutes, they can continue where they left off yesterday. He recalls beating the dragon in less than 10 minutes, and things were really starting to heat up that night. Now, he's starting to think about it and getting nervous. After all, this is Altair, and there's no telling what kind of trick she might have up her sleeve. He remembers that many things were put on hold that night, and Altair questioned him about using that skill. The system window notifies him of the skill Kiss of Darkness, an ancient Median spell that controls the mind of whoever kisses the caster, weakening their fighting power and forcing them to tell the truth. He reflects on how he told her about his previous life, and after that, they kissed more times than he can count. He recalls their kisses and remembers that right as they were both getting into it, she stopped him, saying not yet. He understands that Altair has feelings for him as well, but to her, he's just a guy she's known for a little over a month. He knows she doesn't remember her previous life, so naturally, she can't want him as much as he wants her. He decides to let her string him along for now, but she'd better pay him back later. He thinks they have some very important business to deal with, whether it's discussing strategy or inspecting the dragon heart. So, for now, he opens the door, enters her room, and looks at her. He realizes it's okay for him to hope for this. She also looks at him and realizes she thought so much about what to say to him, but is so nervous that she forgot everything. He quickly kisses her at the door while she thinks he tastes so sweet, and they both go to bed. He thinks he had thought he would be alone for his whole life, and that love didn't matter to him. He thinks he was so sure of that, but she showed him so much love, and he gave her so much love in return. She thinks she had thought she was all alone on that thorny path, but he was right there with her. She thinks of the night that he told her about his previous life, and she realized something. She thinks that although she has tried hard to avoid the truth and has actually been very lonely this whole time, she can't even imagine it, and she asks how much harder it must have been for him. She thinks losing everyone like that and being all alone, and her heart broke for him, that she couldn't even sleep. She thinks she desperately wants to do something for him, but then she realizes something else and thinks this must be love, and she's also in love with him. On day 44 of the lockdown in the third parish, the scene shifts where Fade grabs Priestess and points his dagger at her while she thinks about the powerful barrier surrounding the parish that prevents anyone from entering or leaving. She wonders, at least that's what it's supposed to do, so how did he get in here? Fade explains that he came here for a completely different reason, so he didn't expect to find this and demands that she tell him who gave her these poisons. Ariel practices with his bows and arrows and thinks about a long time ago when he was about 15 years old. His mother woke up for a while and said that's when he was born, Dariel, and she told him something then that he was born with a different fate from others. Kiara must leave the forest someday. He thinks everything will work out perfectly. He will have to leave the forest by himself, but it will feel more like a party if he leaves with Lord Zephyr. He thinks maybe he will even meet Fade somewhere out there and wonders if that is really the only reason she wants to leave. Kiara, then, why did she look so sad at the banquet? He wonders if she is still bothered by the rumors that the other elves spread and thinks it's a curse. With those eyes and that colorful hair, she must be the scoundrel child of a human. He thinks that's why the queen was punished. That explains why the forest's life force is drying up. He thinks she doesn't belong in the forest and is still practicing. Sylvestre arrives there and says that's amazing. He asks what she is doing out here, mother, as it's chilly, and thinks he didn't see her there. She replies that she sensed his presence there and asks if she is disturbing his practice. He refuses and says not at all. He was just finishing up. She then replies that his father used to tell her that he practiced every morning, and she wanted to hear and feel the sound of his bow herself. He asks what she thinks after hearing it in person, and she replies that it's the most beautiful sound in the world. She thinks it's so great to be all together like this. He thinks his mother is awake, and his father is physically incarnated for the first time in decades. He thanks Lord Zephyr while hugging his mother. She asks why he seems too tense when he shoots, and he asks if he does. She replies yes, his mana flow appears to stop somewhere around here and there. She says his shooting is already accurate enough and tries letting go and shooting with his heart. She tells him he's not alone in this fight and says he should trust the people around him as part of his training to earn the moon title. There's something he must do while a bird sits on his shoulder. She says she wants him to leave the forest together with Kiara. After a while, Pilgrim knocks at the door of Princess Altair's room, calls her, and says he has an urgent letter for her. Lord Zephyr opens the door and asks what's going on, questioning if he did say there's an urgent letter. Surprisingly, Philip Pilgrim looks at him and asks what he is doing there. He then says congratulations, but that's not important right now. He shows a letter to him and says, please wake the princess up because they are holding an emergency meeting. Lord Zephyr looks at the letter's stamp and recognizes that seal. Meanwhile, they all head to the emergency meeting, where Princess Altair observes that it looks like everyone is here. Ophelia thinks she's still hungover, while Altair again apologizes for summoning them all so early. She says she has something to tell them before they begin and mentions that Queen Sylvistia and she agreed on this at the banquet last night. Altair announces that Kiara and Dariel are both now officially party members, and they are happy to have them. Dariel thanks her for this opportunity, and Kiara says she'll do her best and thanks her as well. Dariel whispers about what she was saying about leaving by herself when Kiara becomes embarrassed and asks what he wants her to say, questioning how she was supposed to know what Mother was planning. She recalls that this morning, her mother came to see her and asked her mother why she was giving this to her, saying that Dariel should receive this, not her. Her mother asks if she remembers what she told her many years ago. She says she was born with a different fate from others and must leave the forest someday to plant the seed for the birth of new life. She explains that it's the last remaining seed of the tree of life, and it's up to her to take care of it. As the last queen of the great forest of Elfin, she presents it to her as the queen of a new generation, making it her first assignment. She tells her to leave the forest, raise the new tree without a mission, and create a new kingdom in the calamitous future facing them. She says that's the only way for their species to survive a cruel fate. She adds that she's the only one who can do this and mentions that she has a weaker connection to Lord Yggdrasil. She explains that she was born an empty vessel capable of containing the power of a new tree and gives her a mana box. She asks if she understands and says it's no accident that her bond to her father is weaker, so she would seem smaller and weaker than the others, and it was their intention all along. She says she's the miracle child they dearly longed for. Kiara becomes emotional and thinks she was so happy when her mother woke up, but at the same time, part of her is afraid. She thinks she was scared she would tell her the truth that she didn't want to hear. Now that she had come to her senses, she feared the rumors might be true. That's why she wanted to leave without talking to her. She thinks she had no idea that her mother and father cared about her so much and that they knew exactly what she was worried about. She thanks her mother and walks away. She thinks she won't have those silly thoughts anymore as she comes back into the present, where Princess Altair tells Dariel that he was remarkable in the dragon raid and that they owe him for all his help. It's so reassuring to know that they have another one of the 10 great warriors on their side. He asks what she means by one of the 10 great warriors, and she replies that the 2 of them will be treated as key party members. He'll have to attend meetings and will be assigned missions. She says if he needs something, he can submit an official written request, and they'll provide whatever he needs, whether it be supplies, information, manpower, or advice. She says now, let's move on to the main topics of today's meeting and shows them the letters, saying that both matters are urgent. She says she's not sure which one they should begin with. Philip Pilgrim says to allow him to explain as he raises his hand and mentions that one of the letters is from an employee of his caravan that he planted around the 3rd parish. He explains that, as they all know, Lord Lucius, the Holy One, defeated the tomb of the fallen princess, one of the 8 hardest quests in the world. Since then, he's completely locked down in the 3rd parish and gone into hiding, which is probably a smokescreen to hide the true location of the dragon heart, the final reward for completing the quest. Lord Zephyr naturally thinks that people don't know about him or the fact that he came back in time, so he can guess what they are likely thinking. He thinks first, Lucius is recovering from absorbing the dragon heart. Second, he sold the dragon heart secretly and is busy destroying the evidence. And third, there never was a dragon heart to begin with, and Lucius is simply buying time to sort everything out. He says that whatever the reason may be, the investors will be going out of their minds as a dragon heart would fetch the highest bid in history at an auction. He asks if he absorbed or got rid of the dragon heart before it could even be appraised, or if it exists only on paper and there never was a dragon heart. Either way, he'll be dealing with lawsuits for the next several years. He says the Temple of Light will be forced to compensate for the massive investments and cash that they received by using the dragon heart as bait. Accordingly, the investors have assembled a team of lawyers out of fear that they'll miss out on the profits. In addition to being investors in Lucius's raid party, the Temple of Light's Financial Evaluation Committee wants to shift all the blame onto Lucius alone. He explains that Lucius is severely behind on his payments for borrowing the Stake of Faith, a legend-grade item, so the Vatican's Holy Relic Management team has been dispatched to demand payment from him. He continues, saying there are also people who have come to look for Olden since all contact with him has ceased. A guard interjects, exclaiming, "Holy One, how dare he harm Lord Olden?" He responds, naming the head of the Temple Knights in the 4th Parish, Gertrude, the Iron Maiden, and many adventurers who have flocked to the 3rd Parish as well. He elaborates that they heard about the death of Olden and the Twin Knights and want to fight Lucius and take the Twin Knights' places among the 10 great warriors. He reflects that the 3rd Parish is flooded with all kinds of people at the moment and is just on the verge of being under siege. One of the troops says to open the gates and give him back his money. He insists that they get out here as he wants to fight him, so he requests to open the gates. Ned Stryer thinks that the 3rd Parish is a lot weaker now after losing so many people in the tomb raid. If they are really under siege, not even the Holy One will last long without any help. Ned Stryer asks what the other letter is about and questions how anything could be more urgent than the situation in the 3rd Parish. Philip Pilgrim explains that this letter is from a butler in Lindell Fortress. He mentions that another knight was fighting the suitors in the marriage competition on behalf of Lord Ophelia, and someone finally defeated the knight. He explains that the weapon they used is quite famous and has a deep connection to them as well. Lord Zephyr thinks Requiem is the legendary sword of Blade Master John Howe, the top-ranking warrior among the 10 great warriors. The scene shifts to Lindell Fortress, Altair's territory, where an old man mentions that he has been waiting for Lord Zephyr. He thanks him for coming so quickly and informs him that the visitor is inside, pointing in a direction. Lord Zephyr thinks Requiem was the sword that he chose as his final weapon in his previous life, but neither the Blade Master nor he had it at this point in time. He thinks Erdios, the Blade Master's final disciple, is the one who has it and wonders who this guy is. The man says he was expecting the princess and asks who Lord Zephyr is. Lord Zephyr thinks this scoundrel is currently his top priority and contemplates whether he should just kill him right now. He thinks about the 10 great warriors of the continent, and this honorable title originated with one particular knight. The scene shifts to the royal castle of Cayenne 5 years ago, where a person congratulates Lord Aaron Lucas on his victory. He mentions that Lord Aaron finally defeated the mercenary King Gladys, not only with his excellent leadership, but also in a one-on-one duel. He asks how it feels to now be the most powerful warrior in the land. Aaron Lucas responds that he's not the most powerful and that he has fought many powerful warriors in battle, including the mighty holy ones, sons and daughters of the gods, as well as great demon and monster warriors. He explains that he's only the 6th most powerful warrior at best and adds that, in case they wish to know, the mercenary king ranks in 9th place. He asks who the 5 warriors are that are more powerful than him, and who comes after him. Leo III, King of Cayenne, asks that he'd like to know as well and questions who they could be. He replies that, well, if they insist, His Majesty, and says the most powerful is the Blade Master John Howe, and the second is Henrik, the Grand Sorcerer and Master of the Magic Tower. The third is Roland, the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple. He continues that the 4th is the azure-bladed Karna of the warrior tribe of Uet in the Sahara Desert, and the 5th is Galatia, the Blazing Witch of the Woods. He adds that the 6th is himself, the 7th is Dariel, the Son of the Woods from the Great Forest of Elfin, and the 8th is Domenico, the Iron Mace of Faith from the Temple of Light. He mentions that the 9th was the mercenary King Gladys, his former rival, and the 10th was the pair of twin knights from the Hugo family. The scene shifts to before Lord Zephyr's departure for Lindell, where Philip Pilgrim mentions that Lucius was widely admired among knights, so his list of the strongest warriors spread quickly throughout the continent. He explains that many people from all around the world, thinking themselves to be decent warriors, challenged them to fight, and they were all crushed. In fact, after defeating so many challengers, the warriors became even more legendary, and this list became known as the official ranking of the 10 great warriors of the continent. That's where the list of the 10 great warriors comes from. He adds that Lord Ophelia here defeated the twin knights and rose to 9th place after the mercenary king was executed for treason. He explains that since then, there haven't been any changes to the ranking for the last 2 years. Dariel recalls 7 years ago when a conflict arose on the outskirts of the forest. He remembers fighting a very powerful human knight and had no idea he was so famous. He thinks he can't believe he's one of the 10 great warriors and says that he seems weaker than Lord Zephyr. He asks if he is sure this list isn't just a bunch of nonsense and mentions that Lord Ned Stryer isn't even on the list either. Lord Zephyr responds that the list is 5 years old, and he was still growing back then. Besides, they don't want to reveal too much about themselves, and the more eyes they have on them, the harder it is to act. Ned Stryer adds that regardless of how the list may have begun if he wanted his name on the list, he now had to defeat one of the great warriors officially. He says he needs to present an item that belonged to one of them. That's the unspoken rule. Lord Zephyr thinks about his previous life, remembering a great deal of chaos after Erdios appeared. He recalls that Erdios claimed to have received that sword from his master after the latter passed away, and upon hearing his words, all kinds of fighters appeared to claim his title as one of the 10 great warriors. He reflects that around that time, Ned Stryer was also officially wanted for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, so it's not difficult to imagine how chaotic the whole situation was. Princess Altair adds that this person, who is almost a complete mystery to everyone, appeared with the sword of the legendary Blade Master, and calls himself the Blade Master's last student. She questions if his claim is true. Then this is a truly urgent matter, mentioning that John Howe is the greatest concern to the head of the Tartarus worshippers, as if anyone could foil his plans, it would be John Howe. She explains that Blade Master John Howe, also known as the sorceress Elba Laren, was long ago referred to as the White Queen, and her true form is the White Dragon Nemoshna, and she's the one who taught him ancient Median magic. Elise thinks a dragon disciple. This is her first time hearing of this and wonders how she learned that lost magic. She thinks the princess really does attract good fortune. Dariel asks if John isn't a male name, or if that is not the case for humans. Kiara explains there's a human sword technique known as the Zornhawa, so maybe the name is a distorted version of that, or she simply uses a fake name. She adds that the biggest surprise here is that she's just said she's a dragon disciple. Edwin asks what she said about the White Dragon and mentions he thought the Black Dragon killed the White Dragon 1,000 years ago. He says that's what he has read, at least. He clarifies that she wasn't killed, but was simply sealed off from the world, and that she releases a physical incarnation into the world and trains a disciple once every 100 years. Princess Altair says the problem is that while her master's physical incarnation was teaching her, her period of activity in the outside world ended, and she returned to her main body 6 years ago. She asks how this person could have been taught by the sword master for the last 6 years. Kiara suggests he might be lying, while Princess Altair thinks she knows the answer. She thinks Erdios really is the disciple of her master, as she heard about him from Lord Zephyr. However, it would seem unnatural for her not to be suspicious of Erdios at this point in time. She thinks that since some people here already know who taught her, the only ones who know the future are Ned Stryer and her. She considers it too risky to tell anyone else about the future and decides the best course of action is to react as naturally as possible and lead the discussion to the necessary conclusion. Philip Pilgrim says the problem lies with the sword. It wouldn't be an issue if it were fake, but the sword is real. He notes that Requiem is a blade with special power, and they mustn't let it fall into the hands of the head of the Tartarus worshippers. He questions why Erdios had to win the marriage tournament, adding that with so many witnesses to the duel, it's uncertain how they'll keep people quiet about it. He asks if there is any possibility that the sword is fake. Lord Zephyr says the timing is very peculiar, prompting Princess Altair to encourage him to continue. She thinks to herself that it's good he has started. He clenches his fist and explains that from the perspective of the Tartarus worshippers, their plan to steal the dragon's heart failed, and they lost both Olden and the Twin Knights. He points out that this was a complete defeat for them. However, they managed to get Matthias, the Holy One's friend, to join the Tartarus worshippers, giving them a direct source of information within the Third Parish itself. He says that since they threw some bait to make the Tartarus worshippers suspicious of each other, there are traces of Olden's demon transformation, as well as marks of something burnt by lightning. These are proof that someone used the Dragon King-style martial art. He believes that one of Jinryong's disciples was definitely there and found one of Persephone's deadly poisons, which shouldn't be present. He states that, for now, their suspicions will be directed inward. He thinks that Jinryong, the Holy One, and the Tarantula, who joined the Tartarus worshippers 3 years ago, have teamed up and purposely took out Olden. He questions how they could do something so foolish at a time when the future of their order is at stake. He concludes that whoever is suspected of treachery will be forced to look for the true culprit outside of the Tartarus worshippers in order to prove their innocence. He asserts that they will come to know that Ned Stryer alone is not responsible for everything. He states that Lucius will be their prime suspect, of course, but the more insightful among them will want to consider other possibilities as well. He mentions that they will ponder if there is someone else with as much influence as the leaders of the Tartarus worshippers, someone clever behind the scenes who devised this whole scheme and assigned the Holy One and Ned Stryer their roles to play. Princess Altair acknowledges that she understands his point. They will likely suspect her. Philip Pilgrim seeks clarification, asking if he understands correctly, and if Lord Zephyr is saying that regardless of whether the Blade Master's sword and her disciple are genuine, this could be a trap to bring down the princess. Lord Zephyr confirms this, stating that it seems very suspicious to him that Erdios has suddenly appeared. He emphasizes that it is too dangerous for Princess Altair to travel to Lindell right now. He inquires if there is a way to check whether the sword is real, to which she replies that she has heard that Requiem reacts to dragon hearts. She suggests that he might be able to tell if he touches the sword. He decides that it's settled. He will make his way over to Lindell as quickly as possible. If the sword is genuine, he will bring it back with him, and if it's a trap, he will deal with it for her. This explains how he managed to reach Lindell before sunset. The scene shifts to the other side, where Erdios expresses his expectation of the princess and asks who he is. Lord Zephyr thinks that the truth is that the head of the Tartarus worshippers has probably already heard the rumors about this guy, but that won't be a problem. He believes that although it's true that he's wary of the Blade Master, also known as the White Dragon, for some reason, he won't do anything for the next 2 years. He'll just stand back and watch. He thinks he rushed over here to see this guy for a different reason. Nina Lisha asks what he wants and asserts that Erdios won the tournament fair and square, inviting him to speak if he has anything to say. Erdios places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to hold on and stand up. He laughs, expressing gratitude to his master, who told him he could fight some very interesting warriors here. He adds that he didn't expect to land such a big catch so soon after arriving. Erdios asks if they will go somewhere else and mentions that he doesn't mind taking him on here. Lord Zephyr responds that it's fine by him, but he adds that he should listen carefully. He thinks that Erdios wants him to follow him on all fours like a dog. The system window notifies him about the skill language enchantment, an exclusive dragon skill that imbues words with magical power. It mentions that a limited amount of use is permitted due to the dragon heart. He uses that skill on Erdios, who wonders what is happening and feels like his body is moving on its own. As Erdios falls down, Lord Zephyr walks away. Nina Lisha asks what they should do, mentioning that Erdios has been taken away and that a strange skill did something to him. She suggests they go help him, noting the dangerous look in that man's eyes just now. A nun from the Sky Temple, Hattie-Ho, dispatched to the family of Baron Lisha, intervenes, stating there's no need for that now. She mentions that Erdios can beat him without their help, and all they need to do is stay out of the way. She also recalls when he first came to Lisha Fortress. Erdios sits at the edge of the building, and Nina Lisha arrives there, expressing regret that it's already been 1 month and apologizing for keeping him at their fortress. She suggests he should go look for the princess as his teacher wanted. Erdios reassures her, saying it's okay, he'll do that later. He questions how he could just leave when there are so many monsters surrounding the fortress. Nina Lisha acknowledges that she remembers how he saved Lisha Fortress from that monster wave all by himself. She mentions that he's a bit rough around the edges, but has a good heart, expressing appreciation for that aspect of him. Hattie-Ho interjects, suggesting that someone might be blinded by love. She observes that as stronger monsters appear, he seems to fight with even more enthusiasm without taking breaks to eat or sleep. She notes that eventually, he charged alone into the lair of the boss monster responsible for the calamity and slaughtered the boss a week later. To be more precise, she reflects that he lured the boss monster out of hiding and killed it after toying with it. He fought like a man possessed. She acknowledges that she knows he's a good person at heart, but it was terrifying to see him fight so wildly. Over the course of 6 months, he completely cleared 3 nearby territories of monsters. Baron Lisha thanks Erdios for defending their territory and asks how an 18-year-old can be so powerful. He expresses his desire for Erdios to marry his daughter, acknowledging that he knows Erdios' goal is to marry Princess Altair, but he promises to make it worth his while. Erdios replies that he must go to the princess and bids Baron Lisha to take care of him. However, Baron Lisha insists that he should take his daughter with him. Hattie Ho interjects, urging Erdios to take the daughter along. Hattie Ho comments that Erdios is a fool who only cares about fighting, warning that if anyone interrupts him in battle, he'll react aggressively. Nina Lisha asks what she should do, to which Hattie Ho replies that they should follow him and watch secretly, deeming it a good idea. Meanwhile, a servant serves tea to Lord Zephyr, who comments on the chilled water with a cooling spell. He then proceeds to tie up Erdios with a magical spell. Erdios struggles but manages to break free, standing up abruptly and announcing that he has broken the spell. Lord Zephyr thinks that most knights would take at least 30 minutes to break even a simple language enchantment like crawling behind him on all fours. However, Erdios did it in 12 minutes, showcasing the impact of having a powerful item. He expresses surprise, noting that he never expected a human being to use language enchantment, and he relishes the feeling it brings, reminiscent of his master. Erdios asks if Lord Zephyr is some kind of dragon minion or if he has a dragon heart, considering it might be the cradle of the earth. The system window notifies about the skill Cradle of the Earth, a skill belonging to the White Dragon and Lord of the Earth. It allows him to hide any item in an underground inventory, with a limited amount of use permitted due to the White Dragon's blessing. Erdios concludes that it doesn't matter either way, as his master told him never to go easy on people like Lord Zephyr. He introduces himself as Erdios, a disciple of the Blade Master John Hal. He believes there are 3 reasons why Erdios is so much stronger than everyone else: natural-born talent, a legendary teacher, and a ridiculously powerful item. Specifically, he mentions the Silver Lion Mithril Armor, a treasure made from the bones of the White Dragon. This armor neutralizes all kinds of debuffs, from extreme cold and heat to poison and curses, as well as weakening dragon skills. This ability explains why Erdios could afford to be so reckless in battle and fight a dragon without a dragon's heart. He notes that Erdios already possesses the armor, pondering about his current fighting skills. Lord Zephyr recognizes the sword, identifying it as Requiem. He takes out his own sword from a silver key and reveals that his sword is known as Gram, a dragon-slaying blade forged 1,000 years ago. He further explains that the sword is covered in the fresh blood of a dragon recently killed, and he points to his chest, indicating a dragon heart there. Pouring some water into a glass, he challenges Erdios, stating that if even a single drop spills, he wins, and he'll give Erdios both Gram and the dragon heart if he loses. Erdios responds, suggesting that if he wins, he wants Requiem. Lord Zephyr counters, saying that if Erdios wins, he can keep the sword and come up with a nickname for him, choosing from Numbskull, Knucklehead, or simply Mutt. He remarks that considering Erdios crawled behind him for a full 12 minutes just because of that skill, Mutt seems like a generous name for someone with his intelligence, asking if Erdios disagrees. As they engage in combat, Lord Zephyr attacks Erdios, who blocks the attack and responds that he admires Lord Zephyr's confidence. Erdios adds that if he loses, he'll become Lord Zephyr's lapdog, and they both strive to defeat each other. Erdios observes that he fights well with one hand, wielding the massive sword with precision, and he wants to test his strength. The system window notifies about Lion's Roar, an exclusive skill for Silver Lion Mithril Armor. This skill surrounds Erdios' whole body with a powerful aura that temporarily maximizes defense, reducing damage from all physical and magic attacks by 50%. He rushes to attack Lord Zephyr, but Lord Zephyr quickly counterattacks and pushes Erdios away, causing him to start bleeding. The old man watches and thinks that Erdios has become even stronger since the last time he saw him. Erdios ascends high into the air, readying for another attack and laughing. Lord Zephyr acknowledges Erdios' strength, expressing his growing appreciation, and describes this as a real fight. He launches continuous attacks on Erdios, who manages to block them all. Lord Zephyr then throws Erdios away, leading Erdios to wonder where that force came from. It feels heavy, and he struggles to push it off. In fact, he finds himself immobilized, as if something is holding his entire body, while Lord Zephyr calmly stands there, holding his glass. The system window notifies him about the skill Dragon's Path, which draws power from an absorbed dragon heart and recreates the image of the dragon as it was in life. The dragon incarnation possesses the same power and unique attributes as the original dragon, with its size and stats proportionate to one's normal power. His current normal power is at 23.1%, with the current unique attribute being Telekinesis Blue Dragon. He uses telekinesis to attack and reflects on his previous encounter with Erdios in his previous life. In that life, Erdios was already the strongest among the 10 great warriors, making him a top priority for recruitment due to his talent and abilities alone. He wanted to test Erdios like this, realizing Erdios still has a long way to go and isn't at the level he remembers. He speculates that he must have undergone an explosive growth spurt later on, knowing exactly what caused it. He finds it a relief that Erdios can't stay still for too long. If he had left Lindel Fortress out of boredom, they might not have met again. He reflects that he wouldn't have been strong enough to bring Erdios under control before, but things will be different this time. In this life, Erdios is the first powerful opponent he has encountered since leaving his master's side. He believes he will get stronger this time because Erdios will be his sword as he attempts to attack him again. Lord Zephyr acknowledges that it looks like he has won and declares that Erdios should call him master from now on, using the nickname Mutt. The scene shifts to 6 years ago when a gray-haired girl grabs Princess Altair and tells her that her time is coming to an end and she is sorry. She addresses Princess Altair as a dear disciple, saying that this is all she can teach her. She expresses confidence that knowing her, she will find a way to complete the magic without her help. She emphasizes the importance of finding a way to defeat the head of the Tartarus worshippers. She reflects on having been in this physical incarnation for 25 years and thinks she has had a long run this time. She notices her body changing as the day draws nearer, reflecting on the great deal of trial and error she has experienced. She taught several gifted children, though some quit halfway or became corrupted. She is glad that Princess Altair was her last student and is confident she will keep fighting for the sake of the world and give people hope. At the same time, she wishes she could have completely healed her wounds and hopes she will not be alone when she reaches her main body someday. She hopes there is someone by her side to share her sorrow and wonders what is happening as her spirit is being pulled somewhere. She thinks this might be a trap and finds herself unable to resist it while she is transported to another place where she falls. She realizes that her time in her physical incarnation has ended, and the spirit of the great white dragon is on its way back to her main body. As she transforms into a lizard, she looks around, wondering where she is and what just happened. There is so much dust she can hardly breathe, and she questions why she is having trouble breathing in her spirit form. Erdios grabs her, declaring he has caught her and she will be his dinner. He notices, for some reason, that the dragon's spirit is trapped in the body of a small lizard. He debates whether he should grill or boil her, while the dragon's spirit thinks about being almost eaten by an orphan boy and concludes that this cannot be happening. After a while, Erdios explains how he became a disciple of the Blade Master. His master taught him the art of swordsmanship until she ran out of time in her physical incarnation and returned to her main body about 6 months ago. Before she left, she gave him a sword and armor and asked him to help the princess. He assures that he always keeps his word when he agrees to a bet. He vows to serve like a loyal follower and do anything required of him. Lord Zephyr observes this and thinks it is good that Erdios has received a taste of his own medicine, making him docile, which was inevitable. He reflects that right now, the only thing driving Erdios is the thirst for battle. He acknowledges that it is not easy for a natural-born warrior like Erdios to become a dragon's disciple and train in the mountains. He also considers that facing ordinary opponents after leaving his master must have been incredibly boring for him. Erdios feels bored out of his mind. Whether he fights boss monsters, knights, or bandits, everyone seems so weak. He wonders if this is all there is to fighting, thinking it should be more exciting. Now that his master is gone, he questions where he will find excitement like that again. As each day passes, he becomes more discouraged, but then he meets someone new. Erdios believes this person was just messing with him and hasn't revealed their true abilities yet. He wants to know what techniques they are hiding and how powerful they truly are. Lord Zephyr expresses a desire to fight him again and hopes to win someday. However, he also acknowledges that when raising a dog, he can't just train them to chase away robbers or watch over his flock. Lord Zephyr asks if he understands that he wants him to play with him and give him treats too. Erdios replies that he feels like that would really motivate him to do his very best. Lord Zephyr agrees, telling him to come closer and offering a treat. As he taps Erdios on the forehead and throws him away, he reminds him that he never said he could call him bro. He advises against becoming too familiar with each other and reiterates that the Blade Master, the White Dragon, cannot produce another physical incarnation for a long time. He notes that what his teacher told him was essentially her final words to help the princess. Lord Zephyr questions whether, given the responsibility of carrying out his teacher's final wish, it is wise to risk his life for a duel like that. The old man thinks, noting that this is the person who bet the dragon's heart on the duel. Lord Zephyr acknowledges that, although he doesn't like his character, he did win the marriage tournament and, therefore, has the right to give his opinion about whether to accept him. However, he cannot kick him out and decides to keep an eye on him for now. Erdios thanked him, and he replied that he needed some kind of safety device. The scene shifts to 2 days later at the third parish of the Temple of Light, where Ned Stryer expresses disbelief at what he is seeing. Despite their different affiliations, these individuals are supposed to be temple knights. The system window notifies him about a potion of true sight, indicating that a single drop in his eye allows him to see the marked bugs inside Tartarus worshippers. Ned Stryer remarks that he sees many Tartarus worshippers among them. Ophelia explains that the Tartarus worshippers are likely behind this, or perhaps the units they belong to have already been taken over by the Tartarus worshippers. She mentions they can't take drastic actions yet, as they are still technically acting as temple knights. At the moment, they are merely displaying their power and won't commence the siege until they have a clear justification, such as physical proof of Cardinal Olden's murder or the theft of the dragon's heart, as Lord Zephyr stated. Ophelia wonders if those individuals can't fabricate some evidence. Ned Stryer responds that even fabricating evidence requires the right timing. He believes this situation works to their advantage. He notes that these two arrived first as an advance party. Their task is to assess the situation, team up with Lucius while he is still under lockdown, and update him on the status of his allies. He considers himself one of the 10 great warriors and a speed player specializing in cloaking. In theory, they are a perfect pair, but there's one problem. They are both holding each other's hands and wondering how long they have to maintain this grip. The scene shifts before leaving the great forest of Elfin when a magical bird arrives and performs magic on both of their hands. Slyvistia announces that she's done and explains that the bracelets have been upgraded. Even if each of them takes one bracelet, as long as they hold hands, the cloaking effect will be as strong as if they were wearing both bracelets. She adds that this information was conveyed to her by the Tree of Life. Ned Stryer questions if they really have to do this, to which Ophelia responds that Princess Altair can act as the advance party by herself. However, Princess Altair points out that they had already discussed this at the meeting. They needed to be vigilant not only against all-out war, but also against powerful individuals infiltrating the temple. She mentions the Smiling Woman, for instance, and Ophelia, the only person who recognizes the Smiling Woman, must go right now to protect herself from invaders. She explains that the third parish is using magic items taken from the tomb of Eurytus and has installed traps everywhere, effectively turning the temple into a dungeon. She gestures towards Ned Stryer, who helped Lucius design the dungeon. He confirms he knows which items are installed and where they are. She responds exactly, that's why he needs to go as well, and wishes them both the best of luck, adding to have a safe trip to the third parish. She warns them that there's no telling what kind of hidden masters might be there. She advises them to hold each other's hands at least until they enter the temple, prompting both of them to wonder why they have to do this. The scene shifts to the great forest of Elfin, where Princess Altair states that she's stationing those from the Magic Tower and the territory of Danakil in the Great Forest. She wants the 5th healer team to remain in the forest and help with restoration as well. Milia asks about his letter of recommendation to the nobles in the capital, and Daisy grabs her shirt, insisting that this is a great opportunity. She explains that if she can get on good terms with the Elf Queen, she'll become a towering figure in academics, like a dean of the academy. Princess Altair mentions they will need all kinds of magic equipment for the Ice Dragon raid and asks if she can make them. Daisy responds affirmatively, saying she has a perfect idea for the occasion and asking if she would like to see the blueprints. Slyvastia suggests using their plant to produce the equipment more efficiently, while Daisy reflects that people in the magic tower made fun of her idea, calling it a colossal waste of money. But this is her chance to prove her genius. She believes that if she misses this opportunity, she won't have the right to call herself a sorceress, and she'll serve her for the rest of her life. She plans to make good use of Milia as well, since she needs all the help she can get. She envisions herself as a towering figure in academia. Princess Altair instructs everyone else to come with her to the third parish, and they all agree with her. The scene shifts to Lindel Fortress, where Erdios becomes frustrated while cutting onions. The system window notifies him about the Silver Lion Mithril Helmet training mode. This helmet, made by the White Dragon for a disciple, allows him to change its appearance by reciting a transformation spell with language enchantment. Its training mode also enables him to control the wearer's behavior with a control device. He reflects that he had believed he was finally done with training mode when his master passed away and wonders how he knows the spell to change modes. He questions why he is being made to chop up so many onions, as his eyes are burning. Lord Zephyr remarks that he's too slow and tells him to pick up the pace while showing him a drop of lion blood. The system window notifies him about the drop of lion blood, which is a gem embedded in the Silver Lion Mithril Helmet. In training mode, the gem is removed to be used as a control device, with functions including corporal punishment, giving orders, and location tracking. Lord Zephyr uses the gem's magic on Erdios, creating a circle around his head, and then walks away. Erdios relaxes momentarily, knowing that this allows Lord Zephyr to control his behavior so he doesn't have to worry about getting out of line. He reflects that Erdios is simply a fighting fanatic at heart, but that's not all there is to him. He likens Erdios to a baby animal that looks completely different when it grows up, anticipating that he'll discover another hidden talent in a few years. He acknowledges that most people ended up relying too heavily on Erdios because they didn't notice it, and as a result, they were doomed last time. He takes responsibility for this, realizing that he failed to take responsibility for anything. Lord Zephyr resolves not to let that happen again. If he sees that Erdios is going to screw everything up with his foolishness, he'll kill him before it's too late. He views this as his responsibility, given that he remembers everything that happened while cooking food. On another note, he imagines that the advance party has reached the third parish by now, and he'd better hurry to prepare everything as they are going to have a new guest soon. He considers that there's still one more problem to solve before he heads over to the third parish. When he was fighting Ramiel, the Black Moon, he wondered why he couldn't use the Sword of Light. If it's because his stats were too low, then he shouldn't have been able to use it when he encountered the head of the Tartarus worshippers. Plus, there was that voice that didn't allow this. He feels the need to know the reason and can't go to the Temple of Light until he knows why that happened, while he talks about his hammer and spear. Erdios admires the weapons, and Lord Zephyr asks if he knows how to use any other weapons. Erdios confirms that he does, and Lord Zephyr responds well in that case. Erdios wonders if the weapons are for him, but Lord Zephyr quickly hits his head with the hammer, causing him to fall down. Lord Zephyr believes that the axe is better and hands Erdios a toy hammer, saying it's for him to play with. He points to a tree and instructs Erdios to use the hammer to carve out a piece in the shape of a cute little squirrel. Erdios clarifies that Lord Zephyr wants him to carve a squirrel with a hammer. Lord Zephyr questions why not, mentioning that all the other party members can do it and wondering if Erdios can only carve things with a blade, finding it odd. Erdios responds that he never said he couldn't do it. Lord Zephyr asks if it's because Erdios lacks fine mana control, to which Erdios swears that he can do it. Lord Zephyr tells him to make a cute squirrel, warning that if it's not cute, Erdios is in trouble. He then instructs Erdios not to leave the fortress grounds or house. The system window notifies about the Silver Lion Mithril Helmet Training Mode command, which restricts the wearer to a special area. Erdios wonders how he can do that, but Lord Zephyr tells him to get to work immediately, and Erdios agrees. Lord Zephyr declares that it's time for him to leave as well and uses a silver key to disappear with the food. The scene shifts to the underground waterway beneath the third parish of the Temple of Light, where Ned Stryer and Ophelia arrive. Ned Stryer observes that, true to its name, the Great Temple in the third parish is indeed a massive structure. He notes that it's fitted with sturdy walls and sacred protective devices, and it's always well stocked with food, so it can easily hold out for a year under siege. He explains that in order to stop the invasion of the Tartarus worshippers, particularly the Smiling Woman, the temple is sealed off completely this time, and no one is allowed to enter or leave, including carrier pigeons. They approach the gate, and Ned Stryer realizes that if there's one place they can't close off entirely, it's the waterways carrying sewage from the temple. He inserts the key into the keyhole to open the gate, stating that it's the best way for intruders to gain entry. He opens it and declares that they can proceed, then places his hand in a magical circle. He explains that it's a magic tool called a labyrinth maker, which creates a force field distorting space. Unless someone enters it correctly, they will be thrown out. He adds that it's an artifact from Eurydice's tomb, so most magic users can't deactivate it. The installation location is also hidden, and to pass through it, they must follow the steps he explained earlier. Ophelia acknowledges that she understands, and they begin listening to the music and dancing. She questions who came up with these entry requirements, expressing frustration, and he responds that it was Lord Zephyr. Ophelia accepts this, stating that she won't kill him then. He promises to try to keep him under better control from now on. The system window notifies them about the entry requirements, dancing for satisfaction and moving forward in a specific pose for satisfaction. Ned Stryer swears as he grabs her, realizing that this idea is his. She warns him that if he doesn't stop him next time, she'll kill him. The system window again notifies them about the entry requirement, an even number of people needed for a social dance as she taps his foot with her heel. She asks what happened, and Ned Stryer explains that they are back at the entrance to the waterway because she stepped on his foot, and they have to start over again. She asks what he means by starting over from the beginning. On the other side, Claudia points a knife at Lucius's face and orders him not to move. Lucius acknowledges her impressive feat and asks how she managed to get past the gate, as he made it pretty airtight and many people have tried to infiltrate the temple, but she's the first one to make it this far. He asks her to tell him what she wants from the Holy One. Claudia declares that it's a robbery and demands that Lucius hand over everything he has. Lucius questions what she means by a robbery and remarks that it's unfortunate for her. He quickly turns and grabs her hand, explaining that he has given everything he has to his wife, and all that's left is his body. He asks if she will spare him if he gives her that, then kisses her cheek. She blushes and laughs, telling him to stop because it tickles. They both sit down to start dinner with their kids, and she wonders why he always arrives after the food has gotten cold. Perhaps the weather is just cold. She feeds their kid, and Lucius asks how long it has been since they spent this much time together without him having to go on business trips or deal with visitors. He comments that it feels like a vacation and that he can finally breathe again. She remarks that he has never been one to relax much anyway. He thinks they are extremely busy, and after purging the parish of Tartarus worshippers, they have lost half of the highest-ranking priests and many temple knights in the raid. So, their first task is to reappoint all those positions, he thinks, but still, he is happy simply to be able to spend time with his family. Another brutal battle will be starting soon, and they won't even have time to sit and eat together like this. He recalls a priest asking how this sounds. If he contributes to the temple by clearing the tomb of the fallen princess, he will remove the isolation designation on the woman he brought back from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, they will keep her in the third parish under his supervision. He further says not to forget that he's doing him a favor here, and according to the rules, she should have been locked away in the temple's underground prison for life. Lucius ponders how they can be certain if she is really human. She has been in there for 100 years, yet she hasn't aged at all because of that mysterious power of hers. He understands that those designated to be isolated must stay in one place under the supervision of the priest in charge. To be released, they need a referral letter from the same priest, as well as obtaining the majority in a vote of the temple court. He believes the Pope promised to give him his vote if he clears the tomb of the fallen princess, but he can't rely entirely on him. The temple won't set his wife free. As long as the Tartarus worshippers have infiltrated the upper ranks of the Temple of Light, he'll never get a majority vote. He almost wishes they would just vote against him. In fact, they could take her away and hold her hostage whenever they like. He believes that keeping her safe matters more than her freedom right now, as he comes back to the present and places his hand on his wife's hand, saying he's sorry and asking her to wait a little longer. Claudia. She becomes unconscious, and he quickly grabs her, thinking that smell is the sleeping mist and wondering if someone has broken in. He taps his magical locket and realizes he has his rosary with an inventory spell. He takes out his sword, thinking that harmful drugs don't work against the Holy One and wondering where he is. Fade arrives there and tells him to sit down while he himself sits in front of him and smokes. Lucius wonders how Fade got so close without him hearing a sound. He looks so relaxed, yet there's no opening to attack him, leading Lucius to think this guy is clearly no amateur. He notices the tattoo on Fade's arm and recognizes it as Persephone, the legendary assassins guild known for their snake tattoos, making him wonder if Fade is one of them. He thinks about who sent him, considering there are too many possibilities. Persephone is infamous for its deadly combat skills and poison. Though poison is ineffective against him, it is not against his wife and son. He wonders why Fade used sleeping mist, of all things. If Fade were here to assassinate or blackmail him, he wouldn't use sleeping mist. He'd use poison to take his wife and son hostage and hold the antidote for ransom. The poison would be too powerful even for him, the Holy One, to purify, and the timing seems strange as well. He wonders why this particular moment and if Fade feels confident that he can beat him anytime and anywhere. He pauses, realizing he can think of someone who likes testing him with riddles like this. He asks if his father sent Fade, and Fade replies that it took him a while to recognize him, which is good because it means he hasn't been brainwashed or mind-controlled by someone smarter. He thinks about Duke Cesare Giornetti, Lucius's father, who is the older brother to the Queen and the head of the Kingdom of Cayenne's Western Alliance. He acknowledges that the Duke is a high-ranking noble with enormous wealth and power. The Duke often says money is plentiful, but those with talent are always rare, and there are dozens, if not hundreds, of semi-permanent guests staying at his mansion. Rumor has it that royalty from fallen kingdoms and even assassins are hiding among them. Fade reveals that the Duke asked him to come and check on him because Lucius suddenly broke off all contact with him. Fade adds that the truth is he has already investigated more or less the whole temple since he broke in last week, so he is aware of the general situation. He further explains that the priests were very cooperative after he fed them a truth serum, and he also checked Lucius's belly for a marked bug while he was asleep. Lucius realizes he had no idea, then says that saves him some time and instructs Fade to tell his father they can make up for losing the dragon heart by investing in the princess. He emphasizes that the sooner his father acts, the more profitable it will be for him. Fade replies very well, stating he'll let him know, and assures Lucius that the sleeping mist will wear off in about 6 hours, so there's no need to use a purification skill. Fade mentions that he takes care of the errand he was sent for and now moves on to some personal business, asking where the scoundrel Zephyr is. Lucius questions where he heard that name, but Fade dismisses it, focusing on what matters, what will happen unless Lucius gives him a satisfactory answer. Fade reveals that at this moment, about 50 priests in the temple have consumed a slow-acting poison without realizing it, and no one has used a purification skill because there were no warning signs. He notes that with their sharpened senses, they'll chase after the scent of the poison he spread everywhere. He thinks they'll leave the temple through the underground waterway. The underground waterway is needed to discharge sewage from the temple, so there are no restrictions on leaving through there. If they leave and inform others of the situation in the temple, their testimony would provide a justification for the outsiders who were too afraid to strike the Holy One without any clear evidence or testimony to launch their long-awaited siege. Fade interjects, stating just so he knows, he can't neutralize the poison by killing him if he wants to neutralize it as soon as possible. He suggests that Lucius tell him everything he knows about that guy immediately and then get started. The system window notifies him that a spatial distortion force field has been created by the magic equipment, Labyrinth Maker, in the 3rd Parish's underground waterway. The force field's properties are asymmetrical. The system window also notifies him that he must satisfy the requirements in order to enter. Otherwise, the spatial distortion force field will fling him back to the entrance. Additionally, the system window notifies people that they are free to leave without any restrictions. If the flow from the inside to the outside were to be blocked off, there would be no way to discharge the sewage. There are some traps and guards in place, and aside from the force field, there are other security measures to keep people out. Lucius thinks one of the security measures is the use of rune stones hidden in secret places. These stones are connected by linear magic circles, and the magic circles have a simple function. He thinks the alarms activate when an unauthorized escape attempt is detected, and he hears some irritating sounds. Fade asks if he is starting to understand now and mentions he only has a few minutes left to give him the information he wants. Lucius asks if that is his big trap and points out that, apparently, he's unaware of the knights stationed in a waiting room next to the waterway. He adds that they can easily stop a few priests who have lost their senses from being drugged. Lucius notes that there's something odd about what Fade said. He claims the priests are going to leave the parish in just a few minutes. He further mentions that Fade offered to remove the poison from them as soon as Lucius told him what he wanted, which means there was a way to neutralize the poison remotely. Lucius concludes that defeating Fade may not neutralize it automatically, but he can force Fade to tell him how to remove this poison. He states that he'll ask something and inquires about who Fade is and why he's looking for his ally. Fade responds with the nerve to ask questions right now, questioning if he thinks the knights will buy him time, and adds that he hates to break it to him, but they're all fast asleep. Lucius realizes those are the knights' rosaries. The scene shifts to the knights' waiting room next to the waterway, where Fade comments on whether Lucius will fight or try to buy time, stating that he's only making things worse for himself. Fade takes out his dagger and warns Lucius not to mess with him, but then Ned Stryer arrives from behind and puts his hand on Fade's back, using a lightning pap attack. Fade cries out in pain, and Lucius wonders what happened, as he is fully aware of his surroundings. He questions if this is one of the Holy One's skills, but realizes it isn't him. Someone else is present. Lucius didn't notice it earlier, but there's an unfamiliar smell in the air, and Ned Stryer keeps attacking him repeatedly. The system window notifies that the Misty Bracelet is a powerful cloaking skill. When two bracelets are worn together, or when two people each wearing one bracelet hold hands, the wearer is barely detectable, only with a legend-grade detection skill. Fade considers that even one bracelet alone is powerful enough. He can't see Ned Stryer even when standing right in front of him. He perceives it as a close-range attack skill, and they are probably hiding a weapon, but they are barehanded right now. Fade can guess where they are based on the trajectory of the attack and runs to attack Ned Stryer, who also counterattacks. Ned Stryer thinks he'd better not get too close to the Poison Master's blade. He'll strike and then back off. He believes his items should be effective enough even from a distance. Meanwhile, Fade takes out his snake weapon and attacks Ned Stryer, who blocks his attack. Ned Stryer remembers Lord Zephyr saying that he feels a companion from his previous life will show up at the third parish soon. He asks if Fade wants him to go and persuade this person to join their party, but admits he's not sure if he can do that. Lord Zephyr asserts that no, he's the perfect man for the job. He doesn't listen to anyone weaker than him, just rough him up a bit and keep a hold of him. Princess Altair will persuade him. Regarding his abilities, Lord Zephyr explains that he's an assassin, so poison, hidden weapons, and cloaking are his specialities. But he uses poison for all kinds of things. He believes he's way better with poison than he is without it. One of the ways he uses poison is to boost his body. He's trained his body to be so receptive to poison that a dose of deadly poison temporarily gives him an explosive boost of power. He notes that although it depends on the type and amount of poison used, at his most powerful, he's strong enough to lead a Dragon Raid's advance guard. Ned Stryer sarcastically remarks about another impossible task he's getting him to do, while Lord Zephyr responds that he won't use any poison valuable enough for a Dragon Raid this time. The ingredients are too rare. Furthermore, he knows he can do this because he's the only human in the world right now. Fade considers deactivating Cloaking, who has received the Elf Queen's blessing. Lucius looks at him and thinks Lord Ned Stryer is back, which means the Blue Dragon Raid is over. Then he knows what he must do. Fade wonders why he deactivated his Cloaking. He'd have more of an advantage by staying invisible. He ponders if that technique could be the reason. Ophelia also attacks the guards and kills them quickly while Ned Stryer shouts at her. She thinks that after stepping on his feet for the 12th time during the social dance, they decided to go their separate ways, but she really didn't see this coming. She states it's not her fault his foot was there and believes it's a good thing she was waiting by the entrance. She notes that Lord Ned Stryer left an hour ago, and he's probably passed the force field and entered the temple by now. She concludes he'd better get ready to go inside as well. Ophelia reflects that she received these seeds from the elves. If she infuses them with mana and drops them in water, plants will come out of the soil, and the roots of the plants will capture some guards and kill them. She instructs to knock out anyone who tries to enter or leave, thinking this should stop anyone from escaping. However, she has a bad feeling about this and wonders what's going on in there. She decides she'd better hurry, as he might need her eyes. Meanwhile, Mercedes runs quickly and opens the door where Lord Zephyr sits with his spear. She acknowledges him as the master of the house and greets him for a long time, but she does not see him when he breaks everything in her room. She asks what he thinks he's doing and demands an explanation. He replies that if she can't tell, he doesn't like the interior design, so he decides to change it. He comments that this place is so big it doesn't have that warm, cozy feeling he likes. He breaks a sofa and adds that he's getting rid of this tacky sofa too, along with this one breaking another sofa as well. Mercedes shouts at him, asking what he thinks he's doing. She mentions that she chose only the best furniture for him and tells him to stop, as he has no idea how much all that costs. However, he continues to break things, questioning if it's expensive. He says he's going to smash all this and fill the room with even better stuff. Meanwhile, a turtle arrives there with an hourglass. Lord Zephyr looks at him and declares that it's time, throwing his spear. He recalls learning the recipe for this southern-style sauce from his maternal grandfather while uncovering it. He notes that ribs are usually too tough to cut even with a sword, but since the protein in the meat was broken down by Ramiel's poison, the ribs are perfectly tenderized. He plans to use Ramiel's mana stone to completely remove only the poison. If he uses telekinesis, it'll extract the gravy as well as the poison, so this is the perfect skill. The system window notifies him about the venom spear Ramiel's skill, which compresses deadly poison into the form of a spear. He decides that just before firing the skill, he'll deactivate it and turn the poison spear back into a liquid, and then he'll store it in a jar. He thinks after all that care and attention, the meat is ready. He considers trying a piece as a test and believes that after cooking it slowly with dragon breath on low heat, it will be to die for. Mercedes thinks that it smells so good, but then she realizes she almost fell for his trick. She clarifies that she came to check on him because she heard some noises, but she clearly doesn't need to worry about him. She states he seems to be making good use of the room she provided for him to do as he likes. She mentions he's free to cook or break whatever he wants in this room as long as he has the key. However, she doesn't think for a second that he'll get something every time he makes a fuss. She adds that now he can enjoy his futile struggle. He asks what she means by futile and comments that the marbling is exquisite as she eats meat, noting that she can't resist. He then asks how the dragon meat is, saying it's good, and he bets it tastes nice and stable. He questions if she can feel the trust and confidence in it while grabbing her face. He asks them why they can't trust other people and inquires about what happened to Stryer. He states that she said the sword of light was his and he tried to make himself stronger so that he could use the sword, but then he was told that he was not allowed to use it. He questions what kind of backstabbing this is. She asks what he means by backstabbing and explains that she thinks there's been a misunderstanding. She says they have no idea why it's not working. He tells her to shut up and throws her away, adding that it's his own fault for believing her lies. He states that if she thinks she can swindle him like this, then go ahead. He declares that he's going to do whatever he wants as well, changing tactics as of today and ending the fighting show. He announces that from now on, the gods are going to watch him stuff his face and lie around doing nothing in this room. He adds that if anyone wants to see some adult content, they should know it'll cost 5 times as much. He states that's all. If that is clear, now get out. She questions how he dares to speak in such an arrogant manner, stating that she will only tolerate so much insolence. She adds that it's time to teach him some manners while she uses her magic skill to attack him, and 2 letters arrive there, falling in between both of them. He asks what this is, and she thinks not again, saying she doesn't understand why the gods give in to his tantrums so easily. She congratulated him, saying he got what he wanted. He asks what she means, and she explains that these sealed letters are from the gods, containing an explanation and a reward. Both letters contain something he wants, but he can only open one of them. She mentions that as soon as he opens one letter, the other will disappear, and she asks which letter he would like to read. He thinks about the goddess of light and the god of the sky, trying to decide which one to choose as he looks at the letters. Ned Stryer runs to attack Fade, thinking he has used some kind of strange martial art that he has never seen before. Not only that, but he also put poison in a long eastern needle. He reflects that when Fade stabbed himself with it, his stats went through the roof. He acknowledges that, yes, his name is Lord Zephyr, and he doesn't know much else. The last time he saw him was when he went with the Holy One's raid party. He thinks he has worked so hard to build up all this trust, and now everything's ruined because of a truth serum. Meanwhile, Fade thinks the silver-haired one is Zephyr, and the red-haired one is Ned Stryer. Judging from the way he fights, there's no doubt he must be them. Fade runs to attack him while Ned Stryer blocks his attacks. Ned Stryer states that he didn't gain these skills in just a year or two, and he asks what Fade was doing 4 years ago. Meanwhile, Fade asks if he was working as an assassin while using Eastern martial arts back then as well, and he pushes him away. He mentions that he supposes he'll find that out once he beats him. Fade uses his poisonous spell to attack him while he pours some poison into his cigar, spreading poisonous smoke toward Ned Stryer. Ned Stryer uses his magical spell to block that poisonous smoke. Fade thinks he used the shock wave from clapping his hands to drive away the smoke. He ponders if the Holy One revealed himself so that the Holy One could get away. He's surprised at the Holy One as well, questioning why he didn't help his little friend, as it would have been the two of them against him. Ned Stryer thinks it's good thinking, acknowledging that Lucius may be strong, but his attack speed and the range of his healing skills wouldn't be of much use in a fight with this guy. He says staying out of the fight is the best way for him to help him, especially considering that his wife and son are also here. Ned Stryer thinks this guy is more powerful than he thought, and in order to make sure he finishes him off, he's going to have to use that. But it's not easy to activate it in a one-on-one fight. He thinks he needs to buy some time for reinforcements to get here and asks if revenge is what he's after. If it is it against anyone who knows the Dragon King-style martial art or Jinranag himself? He explains that 4 years ago, he was in isolated training, partly as a form of punishment, and he wasn't allowed to go anywhere. He says now he has been betrayed like a fool, so he sided with a former disciple and the Holy One. If they are after the same thing, why don't they exchange information instead of fighting? Fade asks if he really expects him to believe that. He mentions that even if they assume for a minute what he's saying is true, then he has also been duped by that man who currently goes by the name of Zephyr. He thinks he doesn't truly care about anything. That's why he could give it all up, including the status promised to him and the guild members who had been with him since birth. He reflects on that day 4 years ago when, as a result of his betrayal in siding with the Eastern warriors, the guild known as Persephone ceased to exist. He remembers that after that, he scoured the whole world in search of him, following rumors of poisons and the Eastern ones. Every time he heard any news about them, he searched desperately as though he were clutching at straws. He thinks he has finally found a hint about his whereabouts and won't let him get away. Ned Stryer says he was going to buy some time until reinforcements arrive, but it's no use. He'll just lock him up somewhere nice and quiet. He adds that then he'll torture him until he begs to die and get all the information he wants from him. Fade thinks about punishing the traitor, and that's his last mission as a member of Persephone. Ned Stryer wonders what's going on and realizes that the weapon, or rather, that strange energy hidden in his arm, is causing him to have a hard time breathing and making him dizzy. He recalls feeling something like this before, reminiscent of a Shoggoth, a beast that corrupts the mind and serves as a biological weapon used by the Tartarus worshippers. He thinks this is just like the fear of encountering one of those creatures. Meanwhile, Ophelia attacks Fade and pushes him away. Fade wonders if she was also using cloaking and realizes he can't move his left hand. In fact, the whole eroded left side of his body is paralyzed. He ponders what's going on and wonders if his body reacted to that voice, questioning if that woman is like him as well. Lucius attacks him using the skill stone paralysis and the skill chain prison. Lucius also joins the attack, saying he has always wanted to give that a try. One of his priests praises the shot as excellent, while another urges Lord Ned Stryer to finish him off, prompting Ned Stryer to launch an attack. Ned Stryer asks if he is sure he's worthy of his blessing and wonders how he could possibly accept such a great honor. Slyvischa explains that Lord Zephyr insisted that she blessed him as well and considers it a reward for protecting her. She further explains that in order to activate the blessing, he must remain in direct physical contact with the other person for at least 30 seconds, facing them directly. She emphasizes that this power is both peaceful and extremely dangerous, noting that humans came to the forest 60 years ago in search of this power but were not permitted to use it. She requests him to promise that he will not abuse this power as Lord Zephyr has stated, and to promise to use the power to persuade allies necessary for humanity's survival. The system window notifies him about the Elf Queen's blessing, which allows him to use mind control and the Queen's exclusive power on a single person. Anyone affected by the skill loses the will to fight the caster and feels unconditional trust toward them. The number of uses remaining is 1 out of 2. He reflects on 1 month ago when Zephyr and his group were preparing for the dragon raid, and this cabin is one of Olden's many contact points. These are places where Olden's bug-possessed henchmen send information to him or deliver orders from him to each other. He notes that Olden wasn't as powerful as the other 12 apostles, but he was extremely well informed thanks to these contact points throughout the country, and he had the acumen to use that information to serve his political goals. He acknowledges that's how Olden came to occupy a position of prominence within the Tartarus worshippers, but all that is in the past now. Meanwhile, a person falls on the floor, and some insects eat him. Lee arrives there, smashes his face, and declares that there are no survivors here either. She picks up a bug from the floor and mentions that the bugs must have gone wild when Olden died, indicating there's no need to check the other contact points either. She speculates that maybe this explains why several noblemen went into seclusion under the pretext of a sudden illness. She recalls sitting in front of Jinryong, who asks if she understands and affirms that she is the only one who can fix this. Jinryong advises her not to trust anyone outside of their order, emphasizing that all they want is to deceive them, including the Tartarus worshippers. He instructs her to investigate everything herself and execute the traitor who betrayed their order with her own 2 hands. He declares that, as of this moment, she is no longer a shadow disciple, but his direct disciple. He gives her his hairpin as a token, stating that the other disciples will obey her. She expresses that she doesn't deserve this honor, but promises to try her best to do justice to the hallowed name of the Dragon King. She declares that as his direct disciple, her first task will be to rescue him from his unjust imprisonment. He questions if she has no concern for his honor, as escaping from prison without proving his innocence would bring him even greater shame. He advises her to start by punishing the traitor and to make haste about it. He mentions that he has a gift for her, and by the time she returns after completing her mission, the other disciple who left in search of her lost younger brother should be back as well. He assures her that there will be good news awaiting her. Meanwhile, she reflects on how she lost her memories in an accident when she was a child, and all she had left was her name and this gift from her younger brother. She gazes at a chain mirror on which "Happy Birthday, Lee" is written. She acknowledges that he didn't forget his promise to give everything back to her. She instructs them to take whatever might be of use as they are moving on to the next spot in 2 hours, a sentiment her servant agrees with. She reflects that no one in the Tartarus worshippers could have anticipated a variable like this. She asserts that victory will favor whoever discovers and seizes the variable or eliminates it first, and this triumph will be directly tied to her master's status, honor, and survival itself. She resolves not to let anyone else claim it and vows to protect her master. After a while, Ned Stryer remarks that this is Jinryong's modus operandi, outwardly training 2 direct disciples and pitting them against each other, while also training several shadow disciples in case anything happens to one of the 2 direct disciples. Zephyr, he notes, was a shadow disciple, unlike him. He states that Zephyr claimed to have learned various deadly skills such as poisons and camouflage, or at least that's what he agreed to disclose to this person, hoping he doesn't see through him. He mentions being unsure about when Zephyr learned about poisons, only having heard that he studied them, but something is bothering him. He mentions that the first time he encountered a poison similar to the one he and Zephyr used was actually 8 years ago. He explains that the master caught one of the older disciples trying to use poison secretly, resulting in a month of confinement. He notes that his master doesn't openly acknowledge any techniques besides martial arts, so he hasn't heard anything specific about that poison. Fade inquires if this means he has been in contact with their guild for at least 8 years, and Ned Stryer considers that it may not have been that long. He reflects that everything Jinryong taught him originated from the East, including acupuncture, mana channels, and mana control, of course. He ponders how it is that Persephone also uses acupuncture, just like they do, and contemplates how deeply intertwined the two groups are. On another note, he remarks that the Elf Queen's blessing is a remarkable ability and considers that he struck him as a very cautious character. Yet they are discussing all these secrets, and he even agreed to help with the siege. He thinks, waiting, he has just realized something. That red scar on his face looks a bit bigger than when they started fighting each other, and he asks if he is imagining it. After a while, Ophelia stands at a pillar and looks at the troops while Lucius thinks. For the next several days, there is a standoff with the enemies outside the fortress, and Ophelia keeps an eye on them day and night. But there are no signs of siege weaponry or any imminent attacks outside the fortress walls. He thinks they continue with their dull monitoring and inspections, and there is nothing to do except train the troops. He thinks they have managed to attract the attention of the Blue Dragon, so they have to use this situation to their advantage and think the preparations have already begun for the Ice Dragon raid. He thinks, but in order to ensure that everything goes smoothly until the next raid, they are missing one last piece of the puzzle. He thinks the same is true for the enemies as well and believes they have no choice but to stand around and wait for the moment when both of their pots will start boiling. Finally, something will shatter the balance. A troop says, "Mr. Inspector, look over there," and he asks what in the world is happening and what he is doing there. Lucius also looks there and thinks no, this can't be happening. Matthias Grimmer arrives there and says that he is glad to find all of the dearly respected priests, noblemen, attorneys, and everyone else gathered here. He says his name is Matthias Grimmer, and he is an inquisitor for the Temple of Light's 3rd Parish and captain of the raid party's advance guard for the Holy One, as well as a friend of the latter for 20 years. Benjamin thinks Matthias Grimmer was one of the candidates for the Holy One's position as a child, but was unsuccessful. After that, he followed Lucius around like a lapdog. Gertrude thinks he was Lord Olden's most recent favorite, while Lucius asserts that he's an imposter and that Matthias Grimmer transformed into a demon in that dungeon, so he killed him himself. He says Matthias Grimmer was incinerated on the spot, and they couldn't even find his body. Ophelia agrees, saying he's right, he's an imposter. She explains that some villains are simply playing a little prank because they know that Matthias Grimmer's body will never be found. She notes they can fool everyone else, but she sees it clearly. She thinks that's the secret weapon trained by Jinryong, who didn't even tell the Tartarus worshippers about her. She mentions she's a master of camouflage, capable of disguising herself as anyone. She remembers they call her the Smiling Woman, Lee Testarasa, and she never expected her to show up here disguised as Matthias Grimmer. Matthias Grimmer mentions these priests here were members of the Holy One's raid party, but were abandoned. He states that as soon as the Holy One's sinister plans were exposed, he attacked them and left them trapped in the dungeon in an attempt to silence them. He asks if they know what his true intentions are and mentions that he wanted to steal the dragon heart, the dungeon's final reward, in order to embezzle the profits that should have returned to the pockets of investors. He explains that in the process of stealing the rewards, he teamed up with a Tartarus worshipper named Ned Stryer. He declares that as the senior inquisitor, Matthias Grimmer hereby charges the following people: Holy One Lucius Giornetti and the 3rd Parish that covered up his crimes, charging them with blasphemy. Ned Stryer is so confused that he looks just like Matthias Grimmer, yet it's really his older sister. He wonders how she can accuse him of being a Tartarus worshipper in front of all these people. He recalls that Lord Zephyr said she lost her memories in an accident when she was little, and she doesn't even remember his name, which he can't understand. Benjamin mentions he accuses the Holy One, the first son of light, of blasphemy, finding it amusing. He explains that inquisitors have the authority to detain, question, and punish heretics, but even as the senior inquisitor, he can't detain the Holy One as he vastly outranks him. He adds that, at most, he can only bring charges against him, and says that if at least 3 high-ranking priests were to approve his charges, then he could immediately detain and question him while removing his mask. He mentions that, as it so happens, there are 3 priests with that authority right here. But he warns that if his accusation is false, he will be executed immediately for insulting the Holy One. He uses his inventory ring, and the system window notifies him about hero-grade Holy Relic Themis' judgment. This is a tool used in trials during the time of the Sacred Kingdom, where anyone who gives false testimony is automatically struck with an arrow. This can be used 3 times per day. Meanwhile, he takes out that tool and mentions that the angel is watching, commanding everyone to bow down and give their testimony. He then asks Senior Inquisitor Matthias Grimmer if it is true that the Holy One is working with the Tartarus worshippers. Matthias Grimmer thinks the item originally belonged to the ancient Inquisitor Themis. In exchange for stabbing out her own eyes to ensure that her trials would be fair and unbiased by appearances, she conducted them with the most sensitive hearing. He believes that Themis' judgment detects sounds, including a person's heartbeat, the sound of their breathing, and the slightest tremble in their voice. If the item detects the pattern of anxiety resulting from lying, an arrow is fired. However, he specializes in controlling muscular movement and simulating emotions on a subconscious level. He believes that no one can tell if he's lying, not even a holy relic, and he confirms that it's true. Everyone looks at the arrow, but it disappears, prompting Cornwall to say that the arrow disappeared, indicating that it must be true. He comments on how unfortunate it is that corrupt holy ones have been known to appear occasionally throughout history, but he never expected to see one in their lifetime. Cornwall, a first-class inspector for the Temple of Light's Financial Evaluation Committee, hereby approves his accusation. Benjamin, a first-class member of the Vatican's Holy Relic Management Team, also approves his accusation. Lead thinks about what a farce this is. She wonders what better word could describe this situation. If it's blasphemous to accuse the Holy One, then what about surrounding and threatening him? Isn't that blasphemy as well? She reflects on how people have given up their piety and reverence for the Holy One in exchange for money. She considers them a bunch of shameful beasts waiting for someone else to throw open the temple doors for them. That's what they all are. She considers whether he's just glad she's here and thinks she'll tie the name Matthias Grimmer to a stake and burn it on a pyre known as the Holy One. She thinks about going ahead and incinerate everything. Matthias Grimmer asks Gertrude what his decision is, while Gertrude thinks, to be honest, he doesn't really care if anyone loses money because of the Holy One. All he wants to know is whether Lord Olden is alive. He tries to say something when a lightning blast occurs there. Ophelia interrupts, saying she has heard enough of this and questions how they can take this nonsense seriously. Gertrude looks at her and recognizes her as one of the 10 great warriors. Ophelia, one of the 10 great warriors. She wonders what the princess's bodyguard is doing there. Cornwall wonders who the man next to her is, finding him strangely familiar, while Ophelia asks Father Benjamin how accurate Themis' judgment is. He replies that it's 100% accurate, of course. She then questions what would happen if the person being interrogated believed in false information due to the influence of hypnosis or suggestion, asking if Themis' judgment could detect such cases with complete accuracy as well. She asserts that the person is telling the most outrageous lies, and she doesn't just mean the slander against the Holy One, as she points towards Ned Stryer. She asks if he sees Lord Ned Stryer here, as he's one of the reinforcements sent by Princess Altair to the Holy One, and he used to be a servant of hers. She questions if he can call him a Tartarus worshipper, a man who served her and slept side by side with her horses in a stable for 12 years. She states that she sees exactly what's going on here and that everyone should behold this person making these ridiculous claims. He doesn't appear to be Lord Matthias Grimmer at all. Matthias Grimmer realizes that his outer clothes are all burnt, and that's not all. The lightning strike broke his mana flow, so his disguise has worn off. She exclaims that it's a woman, and that's not Lord Matthias Grimmer. She can't believe it, asking who the hell that is, while he laughs and says she got him, very impressive. He adds that this is the second time she has ruined his plans and him as well, pointing to Ned Stryer. Ned Stryer asks if he recognizes his face, and he replies that, of course, he's the traitor. Before this day is done, if nothing else, he's taking his life. The system window notifies him about the Ocarina of Hypnos, an instrument that controls the Shoggoth. The Ocarina gives different commands depending on the combination of notes played and protects the user from the Shoggoth's mind corruption. Ned Stryer notes that it's a Shoggoth and wonders what's going on. He has learned the chords that control Shoggoths as well, but this one is different, and the chords aren't usually this long. He thinks something else is coming. That's the Shoggoth's evolved form, the Basilisk. Matthias Grimmer transforms into a girl and asks if they are all ready. She says it's time to play the Song of Swords and screams. Cornwall is scared and thinks that the basilisk's terrifying cry spreads far and wide, causing severe dizziness in those lacking magical defense, while a troop grabs him and says, "Sir, fear not. Their mercenaries will clear a retreat for him." He soon realizes that everyone has sensed the skill it used when they rush to attack, encountering some monsters. He declares it's a monster attack and the monster's commander. He believes the word basilisk means a small king, and its power is certainly worthy of its name. The troops run back and cry for help. Benjamin remarks that it's dangerous to spread out like that and thinks that whoever looks into those blazing eyes turns into stone. He commands them to cast out the darkness. Meanwhile, the system window notifies that a great holy relic, the Staff of Benevolence, creates a purifying magic circle when it's stuck in the ground. Activating several staff produces resonance among them, expanding the magic circle. It is announced that a purifying magic circle has been activated, with the purifying effect protecting anyone within the circle. The focus shifts to bringing down the basilisk first. The speaker claims to know how to defeat it and requests some time. Father Cornwall. Father Cornwall responds, "Very well, Father Benjamin. Leave the rest to them." He reflects on how they originally brought this item here to pierce the fortress gates in case of a siege battle. Meanwhile, the system window notifies him about a spear-wielding servant of the goddess, which the stone statue of a reversed crusader infuses with divine energy to make it move and attack enemies. Simultaneously, the troops attack the basilisk with a magical spear. He considers basilisks to be the evolved form of Shoggoths and acknowledges their extreme danger. He notes their common skills with Shoggoths, such as instilling terror through mind corruption, leading to hallucinations. He understands that when a person's mental corruption reaches 100%, they enter a frenzy, rampaging and killing their allies. They are immune to physical attacks, and damage can only be dealt with magic attacks or attributes. Cannibalism converts the vitality of devoured humans into mana. He acknowledges the evil eye of petrification as a unique basilisk skill. Firing a petrifying beam of light from its eye is effective only against living creatures. However, most of their skills can be neutralized with a priest's purifying power. He notes that their attacks are light-based, posing no problem, but his concern lies in the consistent record of basilisk attacks featuring a description of a second mouth on their tail. He considers that after casting a spell, which can take anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour, they use a deadly skill. He speculates that if the second mouth succeeds in activating the skill, 80% of his party will be wiped out. He notes that each basilisk uses a different skill, making it difficult to anticipate their actions, and emphasizes the importance of preventing them from activating their skills. Benjamin inquires about the status of the monsters, and his priest reports that the land monsters will arrive in less than 10 minutes, with the flying ones 2 minutes behind. Benjamin expresses urgency, stating that they'll be here any minute now, and instructs everyone to cover him for 3 minutes. He decides it's time to activate the Holy Family's Golden Mirror, a legend-grade holy relic. The scene transitions to the headquarters of the Holy Relic Management Team, where a person announces that they've received a signal indicating Father Benjamin has used the Golden Mirror. They remark that it's now their turn to contribute, Cardinals. The system window notifies about the legend-grade holy relic, the Holy Family's Dagger, which draws mana from anyone holding it, and the legend-grade holy relic, the Holy Family's Silver Mirror, which transmits mana drawn from the daggers to the Golden Mirror. Benjamin reflects that the Cardinals are sending him their power, which is much stronger than what he's accustomed to, and he can barely stand. He recalls that he initially brought this item with him for use in the siege. If he had paid to rent it, like the Stake of Faith, he could use it however he wanted. However, since the Golden Mirror was specifically taken out for a mission, he'd face severe punishment if he used it for any other unauthorized purpose. He expresses frustration, stating that it took him 40 years to reach this position, but now everything is ruined. He declares that punishment can be disregarded. Survival is currently the top priority. He acknowledges that Benjamin didn't factor in Gertrude's determination, who is also assisting in holding the mirror. Gertrude advises Father Benjamin not to break the rules, emphasizing that the mirror can only be fired at the fortress gates. Benjamin reflects that everything is being done for Lord Olden's sake, especially when they attempt to block the fire attack. Apostle Wilhelmina assures that everything is ready, even if things go slightly awry. She mentions the presence of plenty of Tartarus worshippers hidden among them and expresses confidence in Gertrude's devotion to Olden, believing that everything will proceed as planned. Apostle Othello expresses his preference for personally going there and destroying them rather than waiting. Benjamin acknowledges the situation but notes that an all-out war is a last resort. He asks if they know why and explains that they must have provided justification, declared war, attempted negotiations multiple times, and received orders from their superiors. He says that if their negotiations ultimately fail, and they have to declare all-out war after all that, their actions will be justified. He says justification means receiving the support of those in positions of power by respecting the etiquette of war, and ultimately, it means that they won't need to fear the golden dragon, the kingdom's guardian dragon. He replies, so he wants to suck the Holy One dry for everything he's worth, while still maintaining his own place in the sun. Apostle Wilhelmina says that's what life in high society is like. Othello says the apostles can't afford to ignore the rules, and they have risen too high within the Temple of Light to give up their positions now. He says, come, brothers and sisters, let them gather their power once more, and thinks second shot, while Cornwall says let go of him, and asks what are Benjamin and Gertrude doing. They use the third shot, then. After a while, in the forest near the third parish, where Gollum says it will be 30 minutes until they arrive at the third parish and the attack has begun, the barrier surrounding the great temple in the third parish is wavering, and they need to hurry. Elise says it must be the golden mirror using instantaneous firepower. It burns up divine energy or mana to create a temporary vortex of power if they don't get there soon. Princess Altair says then she supposes even the force field created by Eurydice's relic will be in danger as well. Dariel says he'll fire an arrow to give them some cover and asks Kiara to calculate the coordinates for him. She says to give her 15 seconds. He says everyone, jump on the count of 3 and count 1, 2, and 3. They all try to turn their horses to save them from arrows, but some troops get injured and fall down, and Princess Altair looks at them. Jinryong says wow, they survived that. They are a lucky bunch, although their luck appears to have run out now, and they get ready for the attack. He says his name is Jinryong, and he's the greatest disciple of the Dragon King-style martial art, and he's here to send them all straight to hell. Ned Stryer attacks Lee and says please try to remember, it's him, Ned Stryer, her younger brother, while she thinks no, that can't be him because this thing couldn't possibly be her brother. She attacks him, but he escapes her attack. She says she's not sure who told him that information, but if he's going to deceive someone, at least be convincing about it. Ned Stryer wonders why she is doing this when they see the gate break. They look at the gate, and Ophelia says the fortress gate has fallen. Lee uses electric acceleration and runs away, while Ophelia and Ned Stryer try to follow her. She says she's heading for the temple and stops right there while a guard says, protect her. He will take care of this side, and the other guard agrees with him and takes out his sword. The guard thinks their job is to help her accomplish her mission and believes this is the best thing he can do right now. The basilisk roars and attacks them, while he thinks that this code forces the second mouth to be activated. The skill isn't as powerful when he forces it like this before the spell is complete, but it should be strong enough to beat the priests of light. A magical circle appears there like a sky, and black drops fall from it. A priest asks what that black rain is, and they feel something weird. Another priest asks what's happening to him and orders him to kill them all. He thinks in a future report, this black rain will be referred to as cursed rain, and it immediately puts whoever it touches into a state of frenzy. Another priest comments that this mental attack is so powerful that it's hard to withstand even within the purifying circle. He replies to stay close to the staff, as the purifying energy is stronger there, while giant dragons arrive and attack these priests and capture them. Ned Stryer states that they have lost 3 of the 4 staff, and the purifying circle's range has decreased significantly. He urges them to hurry up and activate a purifying skill. He thinks that only a handful of people here are unaffected by mind corruption. The Tartarus worshippers, along with the Ocarina, himself, and Ophelia, are immune to mind corruption. He thinks this is going to cost a lot of lives and wonders if he should really just ignore that and go after his sister. He contemplates what Lord Zephyr would do. He recalls Lord Zephyr saying he has no hesitation in killing anyone who needs to die, but otherwise, he'd like to save as many lives as possible. He states that the more people they have fighting for them, the more options there are at their disposal, which is the general idea, at least. He adds further that he'll leave it up to him to decide in each specific case, and he respects his judgment. Ned Stryer returns to the present and tells Ophelia he needs her to deal with the smiling woman for him, explaining he can't recognize her if she has changed her appearance with camouflage. Ophelia agrees, and he assures her he will handle the monsters. He thinks about how part of him wants to go after his sister to stop her at all costs and use the Elf Queen's blessing to persuade her. He considers that she is a tough opponent to beat, so strategically, that might not be such a terrible idea. Ophelia attacks Lee, who counters while a priest whistles, summoning Basilisk to grab Ophelia. Ophelia realizes the smiling woman has disappeared and wonders where she is when Lee uses a lightning blast to attack her from behind. Fade intervenes and attacks Lee. Ned Stryer thinks he has strong allies fighting by his side and that he needs to trust them and set aside his personal feelings. He uses his magic spell on his dagger and thinks he didn't come here to throw a tantrum. What he needs to do is clear the way for Lord Zephyr while he attacks the dragons. He believes that someday she and the princess will be called heroes, and that's the only way to ensure she can achieve her dream. He refuses to let their enemies claim that they stood back and watched as the high priests were slaughtered. He is determined to end this fight with a perfect score for himself. Lucius announces the light to the young lambs while the system window notifies them that the temple item, Angelic Echo, significantly amplifies his voice. Lucius proclaims that the omniscient goddess Aria will brighten their path with her infinite light and deliver the enemies into their hands. He says that he, Lucius Giornetti, the first son of light, has prayed in silence for the last 50 days, and this is what the goddess told him. He then declares that the Holy One has appeared. He says to cast all doubt from their hearts and treat the goddess's son as they would treat the goddess herself, promising that those who believe will receive the protection of light. He proclaims that today they will witness a miracle. Lord Zephyr arrives and stabs Basilisk in the head with his giant sword. He thinks the almighty goddess has descended upon this dark land, letting there be light. At that moment, a beam of light appears and illuminates the world. The system window notifies that a letter from the goddess of light has opened. Benjamin thinks it is the Sword of Light, a ray of primeval light in the form of a weapon. He considers that not only does it boast tremendous attack power, but it is also a legendary divine item with the ultimate curse deactivation skill. He reflects that only one person may wield the sword, a special priest chosen by the gods once every few hundred years. Cornwall wonders who this man is in the world, noting that he wields the Sword of Light and has the appearance of a dragon. He thinks the man's aura even reminds him of the kingdom's guardian dragon. Lord Zephyr recalls that in his previous life, he went largely unnoticed for the next few years because the whole world was focused on Erdios, who seemed to appear out of nowhere like a comet in the night sky. He reflects that this situation actually worked to his advantage, as his enemies were so determined to defeat Erdios that they couldn't have cared less about him. As a result, he was able to slip by undetected and obtain various items that made him stronger. He planned on hiding in the shadows of Lucius or Dariel's fame until he grew strong enough in this life as well. However, it seems that won't be necessary anymore. In fact, this is the perfect time to reveal himself. He recalls the letter of the light goddess, swearing on the radiant sun that he is as innocent as freshly fallen snow. The scene shifts a few days ago, inside the Silver Key, where Mercedes explains that the voice that stopped him when he took hold of the Sword of Light was not Aria's. She mentions that since he's not a holy one, he can't directly hear the voices of the gods. He reflects that Mercedes is right, recalling the times she showed them something a little more entertaining. He remembers a guard laughing and saying this human is full of surprises, apologizing for underestimating him and not equipping him better. The guard adds that he'll give him some even better gear from his personal treasury. Mercedes then mentions that she was told to give him this message. He thinks the angel merely delivered the message for the gods. He didn't hear them himself and simply assumed that Aria was the only being who would interfere with the Sword of Light at that moment. He admits that he doesn't actually know what Aria's voice sounds like. Mercedes clarifies that the voice he heard belongs to the Sword of Light and that he has already met the requirements to use the sword, but it rejected him. She considers that Aria regrets the inconvenience he suffered, and, accordingly, besides presenting him with a reward as compensation, she wishes to make him a second request. The system window notifies about a request from the Goddess of Light, bodyguard mission to protect the assigned target for 10 months, with the reward being a catalog for the first floor of Area's armory, allowing him to select one item from the first floor of the goddess's armory. He understands that, basically, he's free to use the Sword of Light as he wishes for 10 months, and as if the reward weren't enough, the request itself is a kind of reward. He thinks that since the Sword of Light is obliged to obey him while he's carrying out the goddess's request, he considers that it might choose to stop obeying him again when the request is over 10 months from now. But he has already promised Eurydice to defeat 4 dragons in the next 4.5 months, and thinks 10 months is more than enough time. Meanwhile, he considers that all humans will fall to their knees and monsters will stop in their tracks. The system window notifies about the skill language enchantment, which is an exclusive dragon skill that imbues words with magical power. A limited amount of use is permitted due to the dragon heart. Lord Zephyr uses this skill to capture all the priests while one of them asks what's happening as his body moves by itself. Lord Zephyr attacks them and kills the dragons in an instant. Lee thinks everyone is wrong and realizes it wasn't the Holy One who took the dragon's heart, but this man. She considers that this isn't looking good. The Shoggoth is gone, and there are no brothers capable of demon transformations here. Therefore, she decides she'd better retreat for now. Thankfully, with all the distraction caused by that man, she manages to change her appearance and distance herself from Ophelia. Now, after she has regrouped, she can plan her next move. She wonders what's happening to her. Has she been poisoned? Fade remarks that stealing a man's cloak and quickly disguising oneself as another person is quite the talent he has, and he might not have recognized him if he were tracking him only with his eyes. He explains that he deliberately coated the weapon he used to fight him with a poison that has a very particular smell, and his skin, clothes, and hair are already covered in tiny poison droplets. He adds that in order to find him, all one needs to do is follow that scent, although they need a nose as sensitive as his, of course. Lee retorts that he'd say he's the one with the impressive talent when he falls down, and he thinks the Sword of Light is all his for at least 10 months. He recalls when he first asked Eurydice about transplanting the dragon heart into his body, and his stats were so low that she actually refused for his own safety. He considers that thanks to Yggdrasil completely rebuilding his body, his stats have increased significantly, and he can now hold 2 dragon hearts stably within him. The system window notifies about the Black Dragon Heart, which is the mana stone of the Black Dragon, reconfigured as the core of his body by Yggdrasil, and the current normal power is 24.5%. The system window also notifies with another notification about the Blue Dragon Heart, an additional mana stone of the Blue Dragon transplanted into the body, and the power coefficient of an auxiliary dragon heart is equal to that of the core heart. Lord Zephyr thinks at this point, there's no need to conceal his identity anymore, and in fact, the stage is set for him to show himself and obtain a piece of the puzzle that eluded him before. He reflects that in his previous life, no matter how strong he became, people were very resistant to obeying him. A guard questions what a former slave is, calling it nonsense and stating that as a nobleman, he refuses to obey someone of such low birth. He believes that someone else received the opportunities that should have come to him. Another guard interjects, mentioning that he's a disciple of that famous master, and advises letting him in. The first guard apologizes but prioritizes guilds with a long tradition, suggesting that Lord Zephyr should try again next time. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr reflects that one word sabotaged his official relations with Princess Altair's status. He finds it ridiculous and frustrating that he, the only person who could save them, is disregarded due to concepts like bloodline and titles. He thinks even people from humble backgrounds couldn't stand the thought of a fellow commoner rising above them. Despite the risk of everyone dying unless they work together, he is astonished at how many people would rather stake their lives on bringing down someone else simply out of pride. He decided that if those scoundrels didn't want him, he wouldn't have anything to do with them either. However, so many people still needed help. The enemies were powerful and numerous. A small group of elite warriors isn't enough to win this war, which is why someone with universally recognized power and authority needs to take control of all these potential human resources and steer them in the right direction. The Sword of Light is the key to raising his status instantly and is proof of being chosen by the goddess. Lucius bows down in front of him and welcomes him. He says he has been awaiting his return. Lord Zephyr says it took some time, but he completed the task as requested, Holy One, and says from now on, he will never need to worry about the contamination in Danikil again. Benjamin thinks so that's the head of the blue dragon, and remembers the prayer that Lucius said in the presence of all those priests and attorneys that day, which spread throughout the entire continent like wildfire. He believes that the goddess has sent this man to accomplish great deeds. He sees the ray of light in his hand and believes that in times of hardship, they will recognize this as the light given by the goddess. He believes that he has come to them to save countless lives from the depths of misery, and presenting a dragon heart to an emissary of the goddess is akin to presenting it to the goddess herself. He urges those willing to hear his words to listen closely. He wonders how material wealth can possibly take precedence over the goddess's will. He realizes that, legally speaking, it is embezzlement now that the Holy One has involved the goddess in the matter. This significantly complicates things, especially since several priests witnessed this miracle themselves. He believes that if he complains about the loss of the dragon heart by appealing to the law or investors, he will be labeled a heretic. He finds it very impressive that the son of Duke Giornetti has completely defeated them, and there is nothing their attorneys can do now. He congratulates him, thinking he will now be the star of this world, and everything occurs according to the goddess's will, which is mercy itself. He believes they should submit only to her will, prepare for hardships, and the light will show him the way. He asks Almighty Area to protect them with her eternal light. Jinryong believes he is the greatest among the disciples of the Dragon King style martial art, and, like his father, he possesses the warrior's innate gift. He believes he has a talent for quickly understanding the arcane secrets of martial arts. Even after swallowing the marked bug, he quickly raised it and obtained even greater power. He thinks Jin means dragon and Gang means great power, so could there be a more perfect name for him? He believes he is more powerful than anyone, and he is absolutely right. He thinks his father was a fool for always insisting he would return to the east and reclaim his throne someday. He thinks Ned Stryer, that numbskull from the west, stubbornly refused the marked bug's power. He thinks they are all wrong except him. He thinks the world is coming to an end soon anyway, so what point is there in reclaiming some silly human throne? Meanwhile, he ponders what the purpose of gaining power without using a marked bug is, as if that makes him better than everyone else. He runs to attack Ned Stryer and believes that once the age of Tartarus begins, what they will need is superhuman power. He believes they need a body and mind hardened with Tartarus's energy in order to overcome their feeble human limitations and adapt to the new world. He thinks that's why his father failed to become a dragon and was banished from the east. He thinks the same goes for Ned Stryer, that amateur is hopeless when he knocks out Ned Stryer. He believes he's the only one with the potential to become a dragon when he tries to attack again, but some roots and magical hands arrive there and capture him. He knows he's right and always has been, so how did this happen when he is stuck badly in his roots? He wonders why he is tied up like this. Princess Altair considers Jinryong to be one of Ned Stryer's fellow disciples, and he is certainly much stronger than Ned Stryer or the Smiling Woman. She also thinks that with those several dozen disciples of the Dragon King-style martial art hiding in the forest, she would have been in danger if she were alone. She asks if this is the best team he could come up with, and he should have at least brought a few healers or sorcerers with him. The system window notifies about Altair buffs, magic attacks, and Dark Hand, which absorbs an enemy's mana and health, while Ghost approaches an enemy and slows down their movement speed while confusing their senses. The system window notifies about Kiara's support that magic plants steal vines. The vines become even sturdier by absorbing mana from an enemy within their grasp. The system notifies about pollen charge forces poisonous pollen into an enemy's respiratory system, and the skill causes debilitating sneezing or swelling of the respiratory system in ordinary troops when they start coughing after falling down. The system window notifies about Elise's recovery and support, which includes the angelic trumpet call that increases attack power, attack speed, and movement speed, and can be used up to 3 times at once. Dariel also aims his bow and arrows at opponents. Princess Altair thinks that Dariel's bow is a dragon weapon capable of firing arrows over a distance of almost 1 mile in just 12 seconds. She also thinks that Dariel's reloading and aiming speed received a significant boost from Elise's supportive skill. Jinryong had already been slowed down with various other skills, so they had no trouble catching him. She asks what happened to all that bluffing and mentions she thought he wanted to test his power or something, adding that he should have attacked before they finished casting all their buffs, as this completely defeats the purpose of him ambushing them. She mentions that his own foolishness has led to his demise and scolds him when Doriel points an arrow at him, but he manages to evade the attack. Princess Altair thinks that, based on what she knows about the current situation within the Tartarus worshippers, this man is worthless as a hostage. She also thinks that she wouldn't want the smiling woman to gain control of such power, so it's better to kill him while they have the chance. On another note, she believes that Jinryong's son coming to them means the smiling woman must have gone after Lucius. She recalls seeing a light blazing through the sky earlier and bets that it was Lord Zephyr. In that case, she concludes there's no need to worry and expects to see him soon. She states that they have finished checking the area with their detection skill and found no enemies lying in the ambush. She then commands the priests to resume healing and announces that they are heading straight for the third parish after regrouping. After a while, following sunset, he observes Princess Altair and her group arriving at the third parish. A priest whispers, "Look, a real elf," and another adds that it's been centuries since any elves last left the great forest of Elfin, eyeing Dariel. Cornwall wonders what's going on, why Princess Altair is with that elf, and why she appears so close to the hero. He thinks this could be what he suspects. Fade asks if that's Lord Zephyr, noting that he's definitely not who he was searching for. Ned Stryer asks if the misunderstanding is all cleared up now and adds good, then lets him introduce him. Fade declines, saying no thanks, and remarks that it's only his first time seeing him, but he already dislikes him. Ophelia thinks if he had to dance to get in her good graces, too. Kiara quickly arrives there and calls Fade, who asks her to come again. She tries to approach him, but Ned Stryer blocks her way. Warriors who were hoping to challenge some of the 10 great warriors arrive there, and one warrior says they will probably burn Stryer at the stake if they try to attack the Holy One now. Another warrior remarks that the Holy One defeated the Twin Knights, meaning he's stronger than them anyway, and says what a waste of time this was, suggesting they just go home. The scene shifts to the hall of the Great Temple in the third parish, where Gertrude is tied up with a magical spell. She says this trap is no match for him, and that she should just wait for Lord Olden, as he's coming to rescue him. Some troops arrive there and say there's Gertrude, arrest her. The scene shifts to the 13th parish territory of Grand Duke Fraser, where Prince Polaris Albert Cayenne lies on his bed reading something. He laughs and asks what happened and adds that he certainly didn't expect this. He mentions that he'll have to go and introduce himself to Lord Zephyr soon, as Zephyr deserves a reward for amusing him like this. He then realizes that he was supposed to hang out with some other friends as well and asks what they plan to do for the second challenge, turning to Magnus for his opinion. Cornwall observes that the next day, the various groups surrounding the temple quickly depart from the third parish. He notes that the Holy Relic Management Team has retrieved the Stake of Faith, and the Financial Evaluation Committee has gained a new investment opportunity with Zephyr. Cornwall thinks about the possibility of Zephyr being a Dragon Lord and chuckles, seeing it as yet another opportunity for the Temple of Light. Another old man reflects that the legal team has left with various bits of news to report to their clients. He considers the impact of Zephyr being the Blue Dragon Slayer, noting that this completely changes the dynamics of the group preparing for the Ice Dragon raid. He decides that he should return as soon as possible and devise a new plan with his clients. He further notes that Gertrude and the Knights of the Fourth Parish, who came to investigate Olden's whereabouts, have been locked up indefinitely in the underground prison and await their inquisition. Leona comments after a while, saying it's frightening, isn't it? She mentions that she was racking her brain about how to explain and deal with the fact that Olden was a Tartarus worshipper, and they killed him. Leona notes that not only have the Fourth Parish and House Lasker not submitted any further complaints, but they even sent them wreaths to congratulate them for the appearance of a holy apostle. She questions if they have suddenly developed short-term memory loss. Arno laughs and responds, saying that if they kept provoking them until people discovered proof that Olden was a Tartarus worshipper, it would have made them look bad. He adds that there's also the risk of them deciding to exclude the Fourth Parish from future raids. Arno concludes that they'll likely back down and play it safe for the time being until they know exactly what their position is. She mentions that she hates this feeling of unresolved matters, where it seems like everything has been resolved, But in reality, nothing is. He agrees with her sentiment. Just then, Lucius arrives and expresses his perspective, saying that everything has turned out splendidly. He elaborates, mentioning that they managed to defend themselves, their honor, and their assets, emphasizing that achieving such a complete victory isn't easy. When Mercedes arrives, Lucius reflects on the unusual situation, noting the danger outside and the arrival of the smiling woman. He thinks about the revelation he received when an angel appeared, a rare occurrence. Mercedes hands Lucius a letter and reminds him that the goddess is watching over him every minute, urging him not to forget to offer her appreciation and praise. She then disappears into her portal, leaving them to laugh about the dragon ribs now in their possession. Lucius reflects that he initially thought he heard something strange from the angel, but he likely imagined it. Nevertheless, upon reading the letter from the angel, he quickly grasped the impending event. The letter mentions that the goddess's emissary will descend from the heavens with a divine item, which makes Lucius realize that the goddess herself sent the letter. He acknowledges that Zephyr is indeed a gift from the goddess, and that Zephyr is the vessel through which the goddess seeks to achieve her purpose. Lucius resolves to offer Zephyr all the help he can. After some time, Mercedes approaches Lord Zephyr and confirms the truth that Lucius is unaware of. She agrees to deliver his letter to Lucius's guardian angel, but warns him not to assume that he can bribe her with ribs whenever he pleases. As she writes the letter and places a box of dragon ribs as a bribe, she remarks on his poor writing skills. However, she humorously adds that if he gives her another 3 helpings, she'll fix his writing to make it sound more like a letter from the goddess. Princess Altair arrives and tells him to hurry up, and Lord Zephyr thinks that he probably has no idea that the angel's letter is a forgery. He apologizes, saying sorry to Lucius and promising to repay him for his loyalty. He believes that the most important thing now is to determine what happens next. Meanwhile, an eagle delivers a letter to Fade, who reads it and confirms that it's a reply from the Duke. He mentions that he will pay a visit to the 3rd parish soon. Lucius asks if his father said that, and Fade confirms it, adding that his father also asked if he could help with his mission. Lucius asks if he would mind, expressing that he would truly appreciate his help with the Ice Dragon raid. Fade clarifies that he doesn't work for the Duke and is only helping out of kindness. He firmly refuses to take orders from anyone. He states that his own objective comes first for him, and there's no reason for him to risk his life for this dangerous mission. Lord Zephyr arrives there and asks if he heard anything useful from the smiling woman. He doubts it. If he had found out anything about the Tarantuka he's looking for, he would have left early this morning without a word. Ned Stryer thinks Lord Zephyr is right. He realizes they ran into a problem as the Elf Queen's blessing didn't work for some reason, but he wasn't cursed or anything. He had to use a truth serum on his sister, but not even she knew where the tarantula was. All that Fade learned was the location of the Dragon King-style martial arts home base, and everything else was just information about the Dragon King-style martial art itself. He doesn't remember anything about the tarantula either. If he's another secret weapon like the Shadow Disciples, then he could be very difficult to track down. He considers that now that Jingang is dead, the only people with information about him might be Jinrang and Zephyr. Lord Zephyr suggests making a deal. If he helps with this raid, they'll help him hunt down his nemesis. He's sure he'd rather refuse, but he doesn't recommend that and tries to say something while Fade hugs him, surprising him. Erdios arrives there and says fine, let him hear what he has to say before they begin the meeting. He first introduces their newest raid party member. He explains that his name is Erdios, and he's a disciple of both Blade Master John Hao, the most powerful among the 10 great warriors, and the White Dragon Nemoshna. He further states that as proof, he has his master's sword Requiem, and before his master passed away, she told him to help Princess Altair with her great undertaking. He concludes by saying that he's here to fulfill his master's wishes and looks forward to working with them all as they all sit there. Princess Altair mentions that it's good to have him there, noting that they are both students of the same teacher, and asks everyone to welcome Erdios with a round of applause. She then addresses Lord Erdios, expressing that she imagines he must have a lot of questions since this is his first time working with them, and suggests that he can serve as Lord Zephyr's apprentice for the time being if that's all right with him. Erdios responds affirmatively, saying that it's certainly as she wishes. He privately reflects on the term apprentice and interprets it as her way of telling him to learn his place in the group. He wishes he had come there sooner and participated in the Blue Dragon raid, thinking that he could have made a grander entrance. He isn't sure how he'll build any influence within the raiding party at this rate, but he acknowledges that it might have been for the best if he had joined earlier, considering he might have had to slay the Blue Dragon himself. He recalls his master saying, "Listen carefully, Erdios. When Tartarus descends upon this world, all dragons will become his servants and destroy everything. He must slay every dragon before then and mark his words." He thinks these were his master's instructions, but that means he has to slay her main body that's sleeping somewhere out there. He doesn't want to. The main objective is to stop Tartarus from appearing, not to kill the dragons. He thinks that if Princess Altair's plan succeeds, maybe they can keep coexisting with the dragons. Besides, it would be way more effective to have the dragons on their side in this battle. He thinks the Tartarus worshippers wouldn't stand a chance against them and wonders why Princess Altair hasn't thought of that, given her time with their master. He thinks the reason is obvious: it's fear. All these humans here talk about killing the dragons and Tartarus worshippers and ultimately slaying the god of destruction himself. But they are too afraid to make rational decisions. He doesn't like the situation, but he'll just have to observe the raid party members for now to see if he can persuade any of them, while Lord Zephyr abuses him and looks at him. Elise uses her magic spell and concludes their checkup, affirming they are all in good health when the system window notifies them about the skill Angel's Embrace. This skill uses antennas on the back to carefully check a person's health and physical condition by embracing them. The antennas feel similar to those of a slug, which is why most people avoid this medical skill. Kiara asks why this is a part of the process for joining the raiding party. Elise responds that as a researcher, this job is so rewarding, and she feels lucky to have studied such rare specimens, from elves and dragon lords to warriors trained by dragons. She expresses how happy she is to have joined this party. Erdios comments that she's scaring him, and Elise thinks it's such a shame that she didn't get to inspect Fade. Fade tells her to get away from him, as he's not even an official raid party member, and he disappears 3 seconds later. Meanwhile, Princess Altair asks if the smiling woman was checked. Elise greets her as well and explains that, more or less, she'll need to perform further tests to learn more. She mentions that the skill received by Ned Stryer is called the Elf Queen's Blessing, which is a less powerful version of the mind control skill used by the Queen. Elise explains that the skill can be used on one person at a time and has the following activation conditions. First, Ned Stryer must remain in physical contact with the other person for at least 30 seconds, and the second condition is that he must be looking into their eyes. She notes that he satisfied both requirements, yet the skill didn't work against the smiling woman for some reason. Kiara adds that Ned Stryer's blessing didn't lose its power or degenerate in any way. She thought maybe the smiling woman had been blessed or cursed by someone else first, but that wasn't the case either. Elise mentions that her heart had already been taken away from her, so the only other possible explanation is that she has some kind of physical problem. She admits that, to be honest, she thinks there's something wrong with her brain while Princess Altair looks at her. Elise continues, explaining that if she uses a high-level recovery skill on someone, it's possible for them to completely recover from serious illnesses or injuries. For instance, if they lose a finger, she can reattach it right away. However, if the finger was severed years ago, then healing skills are of no use. She speculates that the smiling woman was in a ship accident when she was little, suggesting that maybe some part of her brain was damaged back then. Elise concludes that if she's been living with that injury this whole time, then she may have a completely different perception of the world from them. She suggests let's assume for a minute that her brain didn't even register Ned Stryer's eyes as he looked at her, and so the requirements for activating the blessing weren't met. If this hypothesis is true, she then mentions she might see people very differently from them. Perhaps they don't look human to her at all. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr goes to meet her in prison. Lee recounts that 13 years ago, when she first opened her eyes after being washed away by the waves, she couldn't see anything when their boat was destroyed. She describes how her whole body felt like it was on fire. The world around her was dark. Her ears wouldn't stop ringing, and she just kept screaming. She explains she didn't even know who she was. Her head was throbbing, and the pain was so excruciating that she just wanted to die. Then, one day, she suddenly smelled incense burning somewhere, and the ringing in her ears stopped. Jinryong arrives there and asks her to open her eyes, questioning if she can only see silhouettes and mentioning that her eyes will need some adjustment. He assures her not to worry and says he'll fix them for her when he bandages her wounds. She recalls that was when she first met her master. Every day, she smelled incense at the same time, and her master taught her to read his Eastern language. She spent her days meditating and reciting the verses that he taught her, feeling at peace when she meditated, at least. She explains that her vision gradually recovered, but everyone looked like dark, menacing monsters to her. She reflects that the only human figure she saw was her own image reflected in the mirror. She expresses her frustration, saying she's sick and tired of living among monsters. She misses her younger brother but can't remember his name or his face, though he probably looks like her. She speculates that if he does, then she bets he'll look human to her. She recalls one day when she thought she had told everything he had told her, and she dutifully recited all those verses. She wonders how this happened and why everything seems even stranger now, while Lord Zephyr asks if she would care to eat something. Meanwhile, Fate explains that it's a type of procedure that most young members of Persephone undergo. As he smokes, he mentions they destroy his mind using either poison or physical force. After burning poisonous incense, they make him recite verses that promote mana flow. He notes that 9 out of 10 people don't survive the process, and the one remaining survivor ends up developing a special sense because their brain is so warped. Lee notes that from the outside of the cheekbone to the inside, 2 inches in the 8 o'clock direction. Fade explains that the special sense he's referring to includes abnormally sensitive smell, taste, and dynamic visual perception, but it's not simply a boost to their basic senses. He adds that this new sense even changes the way their sensory organs receive information. While she places 2 fingers on her face, she mentions that those arrows are guides. If she manipulates her face and body according to those arrows, she can turn herself into someone else. When she turns her face to an old lady's face, she demonstrates this ability. She recalls how her master looked after her when she was lost in the darkness and told her she could still be useful even though she was broken. She appreciates that he didn't simply offer her empty words of encouragement. He also taught her real martial arts and promised to find her brother for her. She reflects that's why she has to repay him. Although the plan to retrieve the dragon's heart fails, she needs to think of some other way to rescue her master from his imprisonment. She believes he has to find a way out of this place at all costs, and there must be a way. While she asks Lord Zephyr if he is still there and questions if he isn't tired of just standing guard over her, she mentions that she'll be killed even if he lets her go, as he knows she gave away too much classified information. Since she'll be dead soon anyway, she asks if he could do her a favor and let her take just one bath, as she can't stand feeling so dirty. She promises that if he does that for her, she'll tell him anything he likes, and she'll do whatever he wants. She adds that if he can't untie her, then he can wash her himself, as she wouldn't mind. He opens the prison and goes inside, grabbing her face and telling her to stay still. She smiles, thinking she knew it. Men are so predictable. Lee reflects on how people behave when they suddenly acquire great power, noting that they often desire an attractive partner or partner. She licks his finger, thinking she'll be a trophy he'll never forget, but only for a very brief time until she escapes. She believes this is the only way to gain the upper hand over a powerful adversary who possesses both a dragon heart and the Sword of Light. She reasons that not even he can fight his instincts when he looks into her eyes and uses his language enchantment skill. She demands him to cut the nonsense and spit up the marked bug when the language enchantment skill starts its effect on her. She trembles and vomits blood, realizing she hasn't changed at all since his previous life. She recalls how, in his previous life, she also tried to come closer to him, saying they were almost done, and once this was over, they could be together. She promises he can trust her and do as she says while attempting to kiss him. He realizes all she wanted was to use him and then discard him, so he smashes her bug. Meanwhile, he states he'd like nothing more than to kill her right now, but he'll give her one more chance for the sake of her brother, Ned Stryer. Whether he kills her or not depends on what she does from now on. He performs some magic spell on her, instructing her to open her eyes, and then he walks out. At the stairs, Princess Altair asks if he is all done. He replies that he used language enchantment on her so that she'll return to normal gradually, explaining there's a risk of side effects if one changes a person's brain too suddenly. He mentions it'll take a while for her senses and memories to fully return. She replies that she didn't expect it to take so long. He explains that this is the best way to minimize the side effects. To be honest, he thought she'd oppose the idea of fixing the smiling woman. He remarks that she and Ophelia were so eager to get rid of her. She responds by saying, well, to be honest, part of her wants to torment her, but it wouldn't hurt to have someone as talented as her working for them. She asserts that she'll make her pay for all the trouble she caused them. He considers that she's Ned Stryer's long-lost family, and therefore they have to help her. He notes that she's contradicting herself and mentions that she's passed out at the moment. He explained that he had taken the opportunity to install a safety device before leaving her, just in case. He thinks that, for now, this ensures that he can move on to his next task without having to worry about her. He admits honestly that he really didn't want to see her. At first, he just wanted to kill her, but then he decided against it since she's Ned Stryer's older sister. However, he's afraid of what she might do if he doesn't kill her. He concludes that he would rather not have met her at all, as it's just as he expected. He reflects that after meeting her, he couldn't contain his rage and resentment. He realizes that even until the moment he died, and in fact, even after he died, he could never understand her. He wonders why she remained with the Tartarus worshippers despite knowing the truth and questions what he meant to her. He reflects that now he can't even ask her that because that future exists only in his memory. Suddenly, a shoe hits him, and he looks at it, wondering if this is a shoe and what is happening in the world. Princess Altair explains that the shoelace suddenly came undone, showing him her foot. He thinks there is something almost surreal about the scene as she sits on the stairs. She remarks that this one looks like it's totally snapped too, and she can't wear those anymore, proceeding to remove her other shoe as well. He notices the dark stairway, the slightly chilly air, and the way her skin almost glows in the dark when he grabs her and kisses her. He teasingly says she's so cute when she's jealous. She denies being jealous, calling it nonsense, and says she seduced him as he came closer to her again. He reflects on how he met a lot of people in his previous life, both good and bad. He was deceived, used, and wounded to the point of dying, and as a result, he vowed never to trust anyone again. Meanwhile, he reflects that he thought the whole world was full of lies, and in that dark world, Princess Altair was the only woman who showed him her true colors. He realizes that not even empty lies that blow away in the slightest breeze can compare to her actions, and that's the reason why. He thinks that no matter how many times he has to repeat this life, he will choose her again and again as he grabs her hand, and they walk together. After a while, Lord Zephyr reflects on how the great temple of the Third Parish has opened up again. They held a grand worship ceremony to officially proclaim the end of the tomb raid. Then, at the banquet that followed, Princess Altair announced the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. The treasure brought back from Eurydice's tomb created anticipation of future profits among the raid party members, including a dragon slayer, high elves, some of the 10 great warriors, and even the Holy One. This provided a sense of reassurance regarding the mission, and there was plenty to entice investors. He believes everything is going perfectly, and they shouldn't have any issues with gathering all the funds they need as they all cheer with drinks. Polaris Albercaen arrives there and claps, saying that's amazing Altair. He continues, stating that he can't believe a mere socialite like her managed to organize something like this. He adds that he's so proud of her and offers her his compliments. He emphasizes that, above all else, she is the star of today's event, the guest of honor, and then he gestures towards Lord Zephyr, urging him to take a look at him. Lord Zephyr looks at Polaris and thinks the head of the Tartarus worshippers. What's he doing here? He reflects that Polaris Albercaen is the first prince of the kingdom of Cayenne and the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light, unlike the second prince, who rarely appears in public due to illness. He notes that Polaris Alber has been universally loved for his attractive features and brilliant mind since he was a child. However, Lord Zephyr thinks that's just the persona the sneaky scoundrel pretends to be, at least, and wonders what the head of the Tartarus worshippers is doing here. Lucius welcomes Polaris Albercaen and thanks him for making time in his busy schedule to honor them with a visit. Lucius reflects that he doesn't know what Polaris Alber is up to, but he's sure it's nothing good. He believes he can't let Polaris Alber tear Lord Zephyr apart in front of everyone since he's the host and has to do something. Meanwhile, Polaris Alba reassures everyone that there's no need to be so wary around him because he's merely another priest. If they'd rather not look at him, he suggests an alternative. With a snap, the door opens, and some children happily enter. Ned Stryer wonders why he calls them children when Polaris Alba picks up a musical stick and says now, "Kids," just like they practiced. They all confirm and make a circle around Lord Zephyr, starting to sing. Lord Zephyr wonders what this is now when Polaris Alba comes closer to a little boy and mentions that the boy is a refugee from Danikil. He lost his family to the dragon's poison, and these sisters lost their home to undead monsters from the tomb of the fallen princess, pointing towards two little girls who were the only survivors. Polaris Alba further explains that all he could do was rescue these orphans and try to look after them as best as he could, but he couldn't stop the tragedy altogether. Therefore, on behalf of all these children, he would like to thank Lord Zephyr and bow down in front of him. The children also praise him and pray for him, saying Almighty Area and long live Lord Zephyr. Princess Altair thinks he's just a liar and wouldn't come here just to congratulate Zephyr. She wonders about the real meaning of all this. Polaris Alba explains that if they are aware of the dungeon bubble break that occurred 12 years ago, scams involving dungeons got out of control and ended up creating an economic crisis that shook the whole continent to its foundation. He mentions that in order to prevent the recurrence of such a crisis, numerous dungeon-related laws were enacted. Article 4, Paragraph 1 of the Dungeon Act states that all gear, items, and other valuables found during dungeon raids must be appraised by a nationally accredited expert and reported to investors. He adds that the results of the raid must be presented either to the king or a representative thereof. In Article 4, Paragraph 2, he explains that the appraised value must be calculated based on the current market value, and any false reports are punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or a fine of up to 5,000 gold. He notes, however, that the appraised amount reported for the Black Dragon Heart is 0. He explains that Article 4, Paragraph 3 states that no item obtained from a dungeon can be given away by the raiding party until the obligations of the first paragraph have been fulfilled. This includes the sale, transfer, and use of items. In the event that a recovery item or an item belonging to an individual is used unavoidably before being reported, he states that the value of said item must be deducted from the raid party's profits. Since the value of the Dragon Heart was reported as 0, the amount deducted for using the Dragon Heart is also 0. He concludes that this is clearly a false report. Lucius shouts at him, demanding an explanation. He replies that at least that's what someone might think, not him naturally, but other people might believe so, and laughs. He adds that those willing to hear should hark his words and question how material wealth can possibly take precedence over the goddess's will. He asserts that, of course, the Dragon Heart is worth 0 gold. He questions how they could measure the value of the Dragon Heart in human currency, when, after all, this is an item with a sacred destiny assigned by the goddess herself. He acknowledges that he's well aware of Lord Zephyr's noble intentions as an emissary of the goddess. Lucius wonders where he is going with this. He continues, stating that the value of such a priceless item can't be measured in worthless gold, especially when the goddess herself wished for Lord Zephyr to have the dragon's heart. Princess Altair starts to think that something isn't right. Polaris Alba asserts that he's already made clear his intention to rescue them from this chaos without accepting a single gold coin. He questions who would dare to suggest that he should pay for the dragon's heart while Lord Zephyr abuses him. He adds that he has never been so happy in his life to have been born as a cardinal of the Temple of Light and a royal prince. He explains that as soon as he heard the news of Lord Zephyr, he hurried over to the royal capital and appealed to his father, the king. He declares that this is a divine matter and is out of their control. He explains that he asked them to withhold any legal actions against Lord Zephyr. Then, he pays a visit to the bishops of each parish and snaps his fingers when a guard arrives there with a letter. He mentions that he obtained signatures from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th, and 14th parishes, as well as his own, the 13th parish, of course. He adds that he even got the cardinal vicar of the 4th parish to sign in place of the missing bishop, resulting in 10 signatures in total. He emphasizes that all 10 representatives acknowledge that his actions were a miracle approved by the goddess, and they recognize the legally exceptional nature of the situation. He concludes that it was extremely admirable of him to save them from this chaos without any expectation of reward whatsoever. He commends him on his tremendous sacrifice and devotion to humanity, Lord Zephyr. He states that the bishops promise to offer their full support to his noble cause and will gladly establish a humanitarian foundation to ensure that all the profits from the raid are used to help people in need. Lucius thinks they fell right into his trap. He knew he would interfere at some point, but he didn't expect him to do this. He acknowledges that he used various religious loopholes to avoid legal responsibility, but he didn't think that would come back and haunt him like this. He believes they will help people without accepting a single gold coin for their troubles. If they refuse to do so, then the issue of the dragon heart embezzlement will be raised again. However, if they go along with this, then they will lose all the profits they made from the raid. He considers that perhaps Princess Altair can find some way out of this with her gift for speaking. He considers that's hardly the biggest issue right now, and it's problematic that Polaris Albert is the one making these absurd claims. He notes that Polaris Albert is extremely close to the Golden Dragon, although he forfeited his right of succession to the throne and became a priest. Then, he became a bishop in the territory of Magnus Fraser, the Golden Dragon. He believes that as a result, Polaris Albert gained even greater power than before, and any opposition to him is the same as opposing the Golden Dragon who cares about him deeply. He thinks that once Polaris Albert sets his mind on something, no one can stand in his way, and they need to somehow make him back down voluntarily. One person wearing a hat suggests let's go. There's nothing more to gain here, while another friend asks what he's saying and tries to say something more. A person wearing glasses also chimes in. Come on, don't be naive. Cardinal Polaris Albert just said that he's taking all the profits from this raiding party to establish a humanitarian foundation, and there isn't a cent to be made from this investment. Polaris Albert laughs and asks if he's surprised. He states that he didn't come here for a rematch with him, but rather to completely crush him once and for all. He moves closer to Lord Zephyr. Lord Zephyr thinks he feels like he's going to burst out laughing and wonders if this guy is a total fool. He notes that it's a common pattern where temples, large guilds, and nobles use this tactic when they want to crush smaller guilds or individuals. Initially, they cut off the person's funding drastically and persuade them to subjugate themselves to their organization. A priest mentions that he'll take his application form for supplies and troops, while the guard thinks they promised him very generous support and the conditions aren't bad at all. Polaris Albert reflects that after the first couple of times, they stop keeping their promise, and he'll have to speak to the raid planning department, not the budget department. They only handle the actual planning of raids. He considers trying the budget department, but he knows he has exceeded his quarterly budget. He must wait for the next application period, and reflects on what he gets after being jerked around by bureaucratic nonsense for months, and their parish's financial situation has worsened. Thus, they can only provide him with part of the amount that he requested, which is a fraction of the original amount they promised him, along with a few sickly troops and saboteurs who will intentionally mess up the raid. To avoid losing his strongest raid party members to other parties, he has to give them a down payment of thousands of gold coins every year. Meanwhile, the cost of renting gear to use in difficult dungeons can run to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. He mentions that the price 13 years ago was 450,000 gold coins, and its recent bid at auction is 2 million gold coins. If someone drives up the price on purpose, like in the case of the Shining Lance, the auction price skyrockets. He thinks, in addition, he needs enchantments suited to the type of monsters in the dungeon. And then there's the cost of materials for special and custom-made gear. He considers personnel expenses and rations for dozens or even hundreds of ordinary party members, along with the cost of potions, horse feed, and other consumables. He reflects that on top of that, he will even have to buy the right to raid the dungeon, and the larger the raid, the greater the expenses when he recalls a notice board on which he sees authorized personnel only. This dungeon belongs to the Temple of Light. He contemplates that losing his profits and not having any support from the authorities is essentially a death sentence for a raid party. He wonders how long he thinks his group will last, or if he has another trick hidden up his sleeve. He says he hopes he realizes he needs to be careful about how he behaves now that he's a hero and not a slave. Whether he likes it or not, he has to follow the rules, and that's the only way to ensure people's support. He mentions that maybe this is news to him since he has never known what it's like to have a higher title before. He can't go around taking whatever he likes anymore. and there's nothing a lowly peasant like him can do about it. He points out that Princess Altair will be bankrupt and will be paying for everything on his behalf, which is sad, but she still has her pride as a princess. So, if he does take everything she owns, at least leave her with some underwear. He asks why the serious face, and he looks like he's going to hit him when he comes closer to Lord Zephyr. He notes that although the thought of him hitting him only makes him laugh when Lord Zephyr closes his eyes and says the southern gate will open, and when the bloody sandstorm blows in from the east, it will cover the whole world. This will be the signal, and at that time, the knights of the end times will descend upon the world, bringing plague, famine, war, and death. Lucius considers the meaning of those words as Lord Zephyr activates his silver key and says that when blood flows like a river, the evil of all evils will make its appearance and seize power. He mentions that he must obtain the 5 stars of the dragons. If he does so, he may stop this calamity. He recalls that when he obtained the Sword of Light, that's what the angel told him as he took out the sword. He explains that the 5 stars of the dragons refer to dragon hearts, and the goddess herself granted him the dragon hearts along with the Sword of Light. So, he's afraid he can't give them to anyone else. And another thing he mentions is that he's the only one who can decide who may receive the dragon hearts, as long as he keeps his word and shakes hands with him. He expresses that he will gratefully accept his help and thank him. After a while, Polaris Albert sits in his carriage and goes away, thinking he looks forward to receiving a contract regarding the donation to the foundation. He considers that he ended that quite gracefully for a commoner, so he won't let him have the dragon heart. He believes he's the only one who can decide who may receive the dragon hearts and wonders if he is going to give it to Princess Altair. He plans to strengthen his raid party in order to fight him, thinking what a fool he is, and wonders if he really went to all that trouble only to bring about his own demise. He reflects that the dragon hearts were originally 1, and he has to gather all 7 of them and combine them again. Otherwise, they are useless. He laughs and thinks that Lord Zephyr knows nothing about the true nature of this world, so there's no need to take him too seriously for the time being. He acknowledges that, of course, he does have a lot of questions about him and his relationship with Altair. He considers that those lines he said he heard from an angel were cobbled together from scripture. He wonders if he is really guided by the goddess's revelation and why the goddess would go to so much trouble. He thinks he could have easily found out whether he was lying if he used mana perception, but there were too many people watching. He reflects that it's unfortunate, but it doesn't matter, and he doesn't mind if there's a slight hitch now because he has taken every precaution to ensure that nothing will stop Tartarus from being summoned. He acknowledges that he just wants to enjoy himself for a bit longer during the brief time allotted to him, and he has prepared another gift for them as well. Erdios asks who he is while holding his hammer and asks if he knows his master. The scene shifts a few days ago after Lord Zephyr entered the Silver Key. Polaris Albert says that, of course, he is an old friend of Nemoshna's and mentions that he must really miss her. He suggests that he might know of a way for him to see her again and asks if he would like to hear it. Erdios thinks for a while and looks at a locket key. After a while, Lord Zephyr and Princess Altair walk together. She remarks that he handled that well, and it's too bad they lost the prophets, but he managed to keep the dragon's heart. She adds that she can't think of a better counterattack than that, but she wonders why he looks so happy for someone who just took a hit like that. She asks if this was part of his plan, too. He replies that no, he didn't see this coming, and that's why it's so funny. To be honest, he expected something even worse. Moreover, this finally explains some of Polaris's behavior that he couldn't understand in his previous life. He recalls that he wondered why he appeared at that time, and then he came up with his own theory after getting a hint from something that Princess Altair said. He remembers that the dragon heart says he is the one in possession of the dragon heart. He contemplates that John Hao, the white dragon, is the greatest source of concern for the head of the Tartarus worshippers. If anyone could foil his plans, it would be John Hao since Polaris Albert didn't see Olden's death coming. He wonders if he would want to check whether the white dragon was involved. If that's true, then why did it take him 2 years to pay a visit to Erdios, the white dragon's disciple, in his previous life? He remembers that Erdios asked if he is the new guy and said it's nice to meet him. His name is Erdios, but he can call him Erdi, and this is Marenia, the ice dragon, who is their party's guardian deity. Lord Zephyr thinks he'll never gather all the dragon hearts, and that's why Polaris Albert was relieved. He realizes that they won't be able to gather the power they need to win this long war. He mentions that he did a bit of acting on purpose and pretended not to know what the dragon heart was for, and that he had no intention of gathering all the dragon hearts. He laughs. He points out that then he screwed off and left them alone and asks if he really thinks he can beat them with politics or pressure them with money. He mentions that's how humans fight each other, and he must think he's still human. If Polaris Albert had revealed his true power and attacked him, he'd be dead now. He explains that once he really starts trying to get in their way, their party will be more concerned with staying alive than getting money. He reflects that in spite of all that, he let him go even though he's now aware of his existence. He didn't reveal who he is to the Tartarus worshippers after their little showdown because those are the rules of the game. He contemplates that even though he's now a hero of the Temple of Light, that doesn't mean anything to him because he thinks he could have him eliminated by the Golden Dragon for being a threat to the kingdom. He considers that he can thereby cause an internal conflict within the Temple of Light whenever he likes, and he thinks he isn't just looking down on him. He believes all that power he's been enjoying for so long has gone to his head, and based on the look on his face, he genuinely believes that he beat him. He reflects that he just couldn't contain his gleeful sneers, and this was the perfect chance for him to totally defeat him. He mentions that Polaris Albert won't realize the mistake he just made for a long time, and he's going to kick himself for missing this opportunity. He thinks they had to take a step backwards, but as a result, they can go much farther. Lord Zephyr cooks blue dragon bourguignon, a steamed dish made with wine, boneless blue dragon steak and water from the Lake of Vitality. He looks at the food and mentions that, unlike the blue dragon raid for the ice dragon raid, they'll all have to fight side by side and knee-deep in snow. So, their first order of business is to get stronger. He wipes his hands and says, "Eat up, everyone." They all start eating, and he mentions that dragon meat is extremely rich in nutrients. Kiara becomes emotional and says this is so good. He explains that not only does it enhance his mana endurance, strength, and senses, but it also improves his resistance to various elements. The water of vitality has excellent healing and purifying properties, and it slightly increases his mana and lifespan as well. Arno suggests Lucius have some of his food. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr mentions that they are going to be extremely busy again soon, so they should eat a lot, save their strength, and have a sip of water. Princess Altair asks when he learned to cook, and he replies that his maternal grandfather taught him when he was little. He ran a restaurant. Surprisingly, she asks questions about why he hid that he's such a good cook. Was he afraid she'd ask him to cook for her all the time? He asks if he is wrong, and she says probably not. She then asks, by the way, if he is sure this is a good idea. He asks what she means, and she explains that Erdios is the only person who isn't here today. She recalls Erdios saying that if he cooks dragon meat, then he'll pass, thanks, because his stomach hurts so much. She mentions that not only did they kill a dragon, but they were also eating it, and he tried to act nonchalant about it, but it must really bother him. She asks what would happen if he resents him for this, and he replies that he would not worry about that. He says he won't act out of line, and not only because of the restrictive spell on his helmet. Dariel thinks that if he asks him, it would be better to get rid of him now. After the dinner, they all sit together, and Lucius shows a list to Lord Zephyr about some weapons. He mentions that despite the interruption from the head of the Tartarus worshippers, the preparations for the dragon raid continued. He explains that, after all, time is a hard-earned resource and must be used wisely. He adds that this is the catalog for this month's Roran auction, and this is a preliminary list of auction items he obtained through his connections. Kiara asks what he means by a preliminary list. Arno explains that the Roran auction is the largest in the continent, and millions of gold coins change hands at every auction since legend-grade items are traded as well. He explains that even if she requests to submit an item, it isn't auctioned off right away in the same month. It takes 1 month to appraise the item and another month to assess whether it meets the standards of the Roran auction. He further adds that finally, in the 3rd month, after the item passes the assessment, he receives an auction date, and the item is printed in the catalog. He mentions that this official catalog is distributed for promotional purposes, and the preliminary list is a list of items that haven't been scheduled for auction yet. He reflects that usually, only employees of the auction house are allowed to see the list. He explains that since they have to promote the auction and there are so many items presented each time, it usually takes about 6 months from the application date for an item to appear at auction. She asks what he means by 6 months and mentions that it seems awfully long, considering they were thinking of embarking on the Ice Dragon raid much sooner than that. Lord Zephyr explains that it's in 2 months from now, to be precise, and that's why they need to make good use of the preliminary list. Once an item is scheduled for auction, she can't cancel the item's registration. He continues, saying that if she makes them a good offer before then, they'll cancel the registration and sell the item for her, and she understands that. He contemplates what they should buy and thinks about what was useful in the Ice Dragon raid in his previous life. If only he had memories like that to guide him. He looks at the list of auction items, but unfortunately, he's flying blind this time. He reflects that there never was an Ice Dragon. Erdios stopped by Lindel, and Princess Altair, like many other people, had left the fortress to go and look for Ned Stryer since he ran off with the dragon heart. Erdios jumps away while the princess is worried about the blue dragon and the ice dragon. She says very well that she doesn't feel like waiting, so she might as well go and pay those dragons a little visit when Baron Lisha and Nina Lisha try to stop her. He thinks that's what he said as he rushed out of Lindel Fortress, but the real reason he headed for the port was to see whether he could bargain with the dragon. He thinks he doesn't necessarily have to resort to violence as long as the dragon is willing to talk. And he thinks let him see if he can make contact with the dragon before Princess Altair does. He thinks the situation turned out to be very lucky for Erdios when the ice dragon asks him who he is and what he is doing here without her permission and calls him arrogant. He looks at her and thinks about who she is. He realizes, wait, those horns and that aura. When she comes closer to him, he says she's so fast. She remarks that he smells like Nemoshna, his sister, and asks if she went and took in another human. She adds that she keeps telling her not to waste her time on this nonsense. She asks anyway what he wants and if he is here to test his new power against her or if he wants to claim the title of Dragon Slayer. She introduces herself as the Ice Dragon Marenia and mentions that whatever he wants, he'll have to defeat her in order to obtain it. Lord Zephyr thinks Erdios couldn't have asked for a better stroke of luck. All he ever wanted was to defend his master and her fellow dragons, and at the same time, the thirst for battle was engraved on his soul. As it happens, the same was true for her as well. They both run to attack each other and push each other back. She laughs and says it's very impressive. She can't believe he survived 5 attacks. She explains that she has adjusted her strength just for him, so they'll see how much longer he can last, as a disciple of Nemoshna should be able to withstand this. She attacks him with her ice swords, but he blocks her attacks and wonders what the odds are. He thinks about how often she runs into someone so much like him and feels as if she's looking at herself in a mirror. He considers the chances of meeting someone like that even once in a lifetime as he attacks her, and they both continuously attack each other, trying to defeat one another. He reflects on the journey from the great port to this desert island, where there is nothing but a vast sea frozen by the ice dragon's breath. Outside, it is autumn. She laughs and asks if he really thinks he is strong enough to beat her with his pitiful skills. She questions why he came here if not to fight her, and then inquires about his name. He thinks that those two alone were about to begin a magical winter together, without knowing how tragically it would end, of course. The ice dragon warns Erdios not to get too cocky, reminding him that dragons are the apex of all living creatures. She questions if he truly believes she'd be weaker than some mere weapon. Erdios expresses frustration, to which she responds that he won't be able to fight her with his bare hands for another century at least. She then mentions having something to give him if he wants to spar with her, summoning a word from the ground. She explains that he'll need at least 7 magic blades and encourages him to attack her with all of them, even offering to let him use Requiem. He laughs at her question about making fun of her and agrees to the challenge. She reflects on their almost animal-like existence, where they would fight to their heart's content and then eat when they were almost dying of hunger. Erdios then burns a key and shows it to her. She asks what it is, noting that it looks like a key. He clarifies that it's flint, given to him by his father when he was little. Meanwhile, she states that humans once used cruder tools in the old days and have evolved a lot since then. They both sit together and eat fish. She thinks that when he is overcome by fatigue from fighting for several days in a row, he sleeps like a dog. She finds it strange that humans lose the desire to fight when a dragon reveals only a small part of their power, as most humans realize their own limits. She also thinks about Nemoshna's disciples, noting that they have all been unusual. One of them was an empty shell until the age of 12, and her guardian knight was almost like something inhuman pretending to be human. Even 20 years later, the thought of that child still makes her tense. She recognizes excellent physical build, a natural abundance of mana, flexibility, quick understanding, strong instincts, spatial perception, and the courage to fight fears as talents necessary for getting stronger. However, she believes that the most important thing of all is his love of fighting, as he grabs his sword again and attacks her, prompting her to block his attack. She punches her, thinking that she could have hit her if she were just a little closer. He wonders why he missed and considers what more he needs. He ponders whether he needs to adjust his center of gravity and the angle of his fingers. He contemplates the timing of his mana condensation and explosion, along with his opponent's habits. He feels like he's on the brink of a breakthrough, thinking that he's almost there with just a little longer. He acknowledges that she's too strong and he's simply no match for her, but that doesn't matter to him. He's having so much fun getting closer to someone stronger than him when he attacks her again. He mentions that he's exhausted and needs a break, falling down on the floor. He thinks about the full moon again, realizing it's already been 3 months, and notes that he has gotten much stronger in the meantime. He even mentions being able to hit Merenia once in a while when she's in her dragon form. He realizes that he just remembered what the butler at Lindell Fortress said. The butler mentioned coming back in about 2 months, and he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. He wonders if Princess Altair has returned yet. She calls out to Erdios, asking him to take a look at something. He inquires about what it is, and she responds that it's an aurora, questioning if he finds it pretty. She asks for his thoughts, and if this is his first time seeing such a phenomenon, inviting him to have a seat. He recalls a moment from long ago when his master mentioned seeing an aurora together and wanting to see it again. She explains that many years ago, a single dragon's heart was split into pieces, and 7 dragons were each born over several centuries, with a piece of the heart within him having a mix of white and blue. She reminisces about when she first awoke. She recalls that Nemoshna used to say hi as if waiting for her to be born, perhaps because they both had white fragments within them. The other dragons were simply different creatures, but Nemoshna and she had a special bond. She describes Nemoshna as being strong and warm-hearted. On a side note, even though they were both white, she didn't dare call herself the White Dragon since Nemoshna already held that title. Erdios remarks, so that's why she alone became known as the Ice Dragon. She mentions that Nemoshna went to sleep 1,000 years ago, and the other dragons became strange after Chrysaorus' death. She criticizes them for being preoccupied with silly notions of duty or mission, noting that aside from the Red Fool, it's been ages since she talked to someone like this, especially someone with whom she can share memories of Nemoshna. Erdios thinks to himself that he doesn't think he can do it, feeling sorry for his master and becoming irritated. She asks what's wrong while he wonders how they could possibly kill all the dragons. She recalls hugging Nemoshna, and he thinks that would mean killing not only his master, but also the younger sister she loved so dearly. He decides he won't do it. The system window notifies about the skill Cradle of the Earth, which belongs to the White Dragon, Lord of the Earth. This skill allows him to hide any item in an underground inventory, with a limited number of uses permitted due to the White Dragon's blessing. He takes out a basket of flowers. She asks what that is, and he apologizes for taking so long to show her this. He explains that his master possessed this little body when he was with her, pointing to a baby dragon in the basket. She senses Nemoshna's energy in the flowers she likes and becomes emotional. He tells Merenia that he needs to go see Princess Altair, another of his master's disciples. He mentions that the princess intends to slay all the dragons, and his master's last wish was for him to help Princess Altair do so. However, he doesn't want to do that. He explains that he thought of a way to stop the end of the world without killing any dragons and asks Merenia for her help, wondering if she will join him. He contemplates that when the last day arrives, the dragons and the Tree of Life will lose their own will and become servants of the God of Destruction when he invades this world. He believes that no one must know of this until the promised day, and death is the only escape from this fate. However, the White Dragon Nemoshna happened to possess the body of the lizard. As a result, she received a second chance at life. Erdios refers to that lizard as his master, and she replies that her body has reached its limit. She warns him not to be surprised because of the spell she cast on herself. She explains that after she dies, her body will continue moving briefly, conveying her final words to him. Through this, he will learn the truth that she had to keep from him because of the promise she made. She instructs him to listen carefully to her final words, then go and seek Princess Altair. He must join forces with her to stop the end of the world. Meanwhile, she contemplates the restrictions of her mission and acknowledges that all she could tell Princess Altair was to kill all the dragons. However, she believes Princess Altair can do it because she has a clear goal and a firm will. On the other hand, she thinks Erdios is too kind-hearted. If she doesn't tell him the whole truth, she believes he won't be able to kill all the dragons, or at the very least, Merenia and herself. She becomes emotional and pleads, "Please, Erdios, save this world and their kin. Above all else, stay alive." He calls out to her when the rain starts, reflecting on how his master withstood excruciating pain for several months by casting a spell on herself. He believes she wanted to ensure that he learned Stryer, the secret of the world. He is certain that she wants him to obey her final wish, but he questions if he really has to kill his master's main body, her younger sister, and all her fellow dragons. He contemplates how he can possibly do that, unable to decide what to do. Then, he recalls Nina Lisha saying it's already been 1 month, apologizing for keeping him at their fortress and suggesting he should go look for the princess as his teacher wanted. Erdios responds that it's okay, he'll do that later, and asks how he could just leave when there are so many monsters surrounding the fortress. She thinks Erdios is putting off making a decision under the pretext of helping people, while he thinks about the time he came upon something in a dungeon near Nina Lisha's territory. He realizes that it must be it. That's what his master told him about summoning the altar of the Tartarus worshippers. He believes that's the key. If he hunts down and destroys all the summoning altars, he can stop them from summoning the god of destruction, and this is a much better plan. This way, he doesn't have to kill any dragons as he hands over that basket to Merenia. She states that it's impossible, asking if he has any idea how long the Tartarus worshippers have been around. She points out that they have already created thousands of summoning altars and hidden them in places he will never find. She argues that any plan relying solely on his strength is a delusion, not a plan. If he truly wants to be of service and work together to prove his worthiness, it must involve both him and the princess. The scene shifts to Lindel Fortress in Altair's territory, where Erdios considers that the princess wants to get rid of Atralis somehow. This presents a perfect opportunity for him. Whether he kills Atralis or persuades her to prove that she's capable of handling the matter on her own, if he succeeds, she'll gladly consider working with him. Princess Altair introduces him as Lord Erdios, mentioning that he studied with her master, and gives him a warm welcome, along with everyone else. He thinks she's right. After all, he's a man. He realizes he can't rely solely on Merenia for everything, as his pride won't allow it. For 1 year after that, Erdios goes around clearing every dungeon he can find, gathering lots of useful items for the raid. He acknowledges that, unfortunately, he can't go and speak with the Blue Dragon in secret. As Merenia said, if the Blue Dragon has been contaminated by a powerful poison, she'll likely be extremely on edge. If he gets on her nerves and she goes on a rampage, the surrounding area will be devastated. He concludes that it's much safer to go there with the rest of the raiding party, just in case. Therefore, he'll pretend to help the princess with her raid for now. He thinks that once he persuades the Blue Dragon to join their cause, the princess will see that he's right and follow his plan instead. Princess Altair announces that they have received more investment for the Blue Dragon raid, and it's all thanks to him. He laughs and says he's just beating dungeons as usual. She insists there's no need to be so modest, acknowledging that she owes him for the significant increase in the number of volunteers to join the raiding party. Ralph arrives and introduces himself as a mercenary. He mentions that he heard about Erdios being a part of this raiding party and that he has come to help him as a penalty for losing a duel. He thinks he's taller than Erdios. Fade introduces himself as well, mentioning that he was sent by Duke Giornetti. He asks about the pay, while Erdios thinks that all the preparations are going smoothly. Erdios announces, it's him opening up as the dungeon door opens, inviting everyone to come in. He announces that the Blue Dragon raid is now beginning, instructing the advance guard to head over to the Lake of Vitality. Fade insists not to hold him back and declares that Erdios should speak for himself. Erdios thinks he'd rather fight alone and wonders why he has to be paired with Fade. However, he dismisses this concern, realizing that he'll be too distracted while fighting the dragon to keep an eye on Fade. He believes that right now, all he needs to do is get close enough to heal the blue dragon. Once he has healed her, then he can talk to her. The system window notifies him about a magic sacrificial blade, which is a magic blade made from the body of a winged demon. The blade heals the subject of one's choice at the expense of its own durability. Erdios acknowledges that reality isn't so simple, but he's grateful for the numerous healing items he has gathered. He attacks the dragon. He reflects that Artalis came back to her senses for a very brief instant, and in that moment, she remembered the divine blade. Requiem's true power can only be summoned by someone with a dragon heart within them. He considers this sword as both their tombstone and funeral march. The dragon says that if anyone ever comes bearing this sword in the distant future, they should fight them as hard as they can and teach them a lesson, addressing Artalis. He thinks about the White Queen. He and his master have already gone their separate ways, so there is no need for him to obey Artalis's command. The dragon thinks, however, that he can't grant his power to someone unworthy either. He challenges Erdios, who manages to escape from his attack. In the end, Erdios is unable to persuade the blue dragon, nor can he escape from her, even though she has decided to attack him with all her might. The only option left was to defeat her in order to survive when Dariel ran to attack him. Erdios cuts the dragon's horns and repeatedly apologizes as he stabs him. He considers that this may have been the moment when Erdios discovered another one of his hidden talents. He reflects on his own weakness, realizing that he can't even protect those he wants to save and that he must get stronger. He believes he needs to take control of the raiding party. Otherwise, these people will end up slaying Merenia next. He concludes that he needs to keep pretending for now. Gollum cheers that they did it, celebrating the defeat of the blue dragon. Erdios thinks to himself that he has to act as though he's genuinely helping this raiding party and pretend to be happy to be acknowledged for his abilities. Gollum congratulates them with a well done, while Erdios mentions that he's going to eat the dragon heart as they promised and asks if that's okay with Princess Altair. Gollum confirms that, of course, that's what they agreed on. Erdios resolves to hide his true feelings and continue serving the party as best as he can. He plans to make everyone like him and become an indispensable member of the party. He envisions a future where his influence within the party exceeds that of Princess Altair, and he'll seize control for himself. Additionally, he notes that it's a good thing they agreed in writing that he would get the dragon's heart. He can't allow it to end up in anyone else's hands. He decides to take his time and think about whether to use it right away or save it for later. First, he'll speak to Merenia and see what she thinks. At that moment, the demon Ramel, who had been hiding in the blue dragon's belly, burst forth from her body and touched the dragon's heart. As soon as he did so, his poison mixed with the dragon heart's power and caused an explosion that shook the entire forest. Not only did Erdios fail to save the blue dragon, but he also lost the dragon's heart. The raid was a complete failure for him. He grabs Fade's collar and demands to know why he did that and why he stopped him. He requests the dragon heart to give him his power, abusing Fade in the process. Fade tells him to run, and he replies that he could have killed that demon before he exploded. Fade asks, so what? What difference would it have made? He points out that the poison had already been exposed to the dragon's power and questions if Erdios is saying he could have somehow purified it. He sarcastically remarks that he didn't know Erdios was such a genius, suggesting that Erdios must be more of a poison expert than him. Fade also mentions that he's sure Erdios wouldn't be poisoned because of his fancy armor, but he questions what would happen if Erdios returned to the raiding party covered in all that poison. He questions how he can be completely sure that the poison isn't contagious or explosive, stating that running away was the best thing he could have done. He declares that he has done his part in the dragon raid and is leaving now. Princess Altair tells him to wait and mentions that he can send his payment to the Duke. However, he refuses to come back as long as that fool is in the raiding party. He gives a word of advice to Princess Altair, advising her not to give that person any power whatsoever. She wonders what he means by that, thinking that it doesn't sound like he's just saying that on the spur of the moment. After hearing what Fade said, Princess Altair keeps an eye on Erdios for a while. However, something else happens not too long afterwards that makes her forget all about it. An ice dragon arrives. Ice Dragon Merenia acknowledges what happened, telling Erdios not to be too hard on himself. She reassures him that he still has a friend in her and has proven that he's worthy of being her ally, so she'll help him. At that moment, the white dragon attacks them. He considers that the Great Forest and Danikil's breadbasket are frozen by Merenia's breath. Although this has ceased to function as farmland as a result of freezing the waterways, Merenia was able to stop the poison from spreading throughout the whole continent. He reflects that the ice dragon Merenia joined Altair's raid party and fought side by side with Erdios in battle. He believes that's how he ended up acquiring the title of Dragon Knight, and from that point on, the raiding party began veering off course. He reflects that eliminating the summoning altars became the primary goal of Princess Altair's raid party at some point. A nearly endless supply of manpower and money was poured into seeking out and destroying altars. He notes that they had already lost the head of the Philip Pilgrim caravan in the struggle for the Black Dragon's heart, and Fade left because he clashed with Erdios. Regarding Dariel and his sister Kiara, during the process of recruiting Merenia for the raid party, Dariel asks why they are recruiting the Ice Dragon as a raid party member. He questions if it is to make her let her guard down so that she'll be easier to kill, stating that dragons must be killed. After all, this leads to a disagreement between Dariel and Erdios. A troop remarks that Dariel sure doesn't behave like a queen's son. He mentions hearing that Dariel stood back and did nothing as their kingdom was about to fall. Another troop asks if he can really predict the future and questions how they can know if he's telling the truth or not. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr considers Dariel to aren't very good at speaking or inspiring confidence in others. As a result, people began siding with Erdios, who is much friendlier and always ready to help others. Erdios believes that the princess is already paying him, so he doesn't need any rewards. He considers that the most important thing is to earn people's trust. He reflects on how the elves ended up leaving the raiding party because of their conflict with Erdios. Eventually, the party consisted almost entirely of people who had become friends with Erdios while fighting him or people whom Erdios had helped. Therefore, it was filled with those who admired Erdios. Princess Altair feels anxious, questioning if this is really the right thing to do. She thinks about how her master would have told her to kill all the dragons for no reason. She wonders why her master told her to take the more difficult path and considers what will happen if they don't slay the dragons. Lord Zephyr reflects that, in some sense, because of the crack that Erdios created, there is now a way for her to get in. Fade points a sword at Zaper's neck and, upon seeing him up close, recognizes him. He asks if Zaper isn't that guard from the Third Parish and comments that it looks like Erdios has learned some martial arts since he last saw him. Fade asks Lord Zaper to tell him who taught him those martial arts skills. Lord Zephyr recalls that Princess Altair mentioned Erdios as Fade's new ally and the owner of the Blue Dragon Heart. He finds this surprising as he observes Princess Altair taking a shower. He thinks that just in case Erdios is wrong, he needs to create a powerful team of his own. When Princess Altair comes out of the shower, she tells Lord Zaper that she wants him to work with her. He mentions that they have some business to settle first. His raid party members take the prey that they caught and hand it over, referring to the body of that bloody Tartarus worshipper and his items. He assures Princess Altair that he won't charge her any interest for the delay. He reflects that there was a bit of trouble between them when they first met, but Princess Altair needed soldiers to fight for her and Fade, and he was having trouble getting revenge by themselves. Fade mentions that he's a loose cannon, but he knows what he's doing and can vouch for him. Princess Altair expresses that she's glad to hear it. She thinks they decided to team up since they all wanted the same thing and mentions that Dariel is still recovering. She thinks that Erdios wasn't happy about it. Of course, he didn't like that Fade, and Dariel had returned almost a year after they fought and parted ways, or that she appeared with the dragon heart that he missed out on, already inside her. Merenia captures Lord Zephyr and asks why he has the blue dragon heart in him, stating that he didn't even slay the dragon himself. He's a sneaky thief. Lord Zephyr thinks Erdios didn't only try to hold him back. Some troops look at them, and one of them comments that he's no match for her, even with a dragon heart. Another troop remarks that people don't stand a chance against dragons and expresses gratitude that the ice dragon is on their side. Lord Zephyr thinks Erdios even used him to manipulate public opinion. He reflects that Erdios seems innocent on the outside, but is very cunning and highly aware of what other people think of him. Lord Zephyr believes that Erdios instinctively seeks to justify himself because of his natural pride. He stands at the window and looks out while Erdios practices. He decides not to do anything too risky until the raid. In fact, he will probably do his best to help the raiding party so that he'll have more say at the meeting. His main goal is to achieve a moment of freedom. Erdios thinks that the Silver Lion helmet reduces his stats in training mode and forces him to obey commands. However, as long as they are desperate for warriors, he'll have to turn off training mode during the dragon raid. He decides to let things be until then. He believes that he is the only one with the right to decide whether or not to slay his master's family. After a while, Princess Altair announces that since they all have work to do, they should divide themselves into teams and get going. The auction team will head to the capital to bid on items needed for the raid. She instructs them to negotiate a deal with the owners of the items on the preliminary list of auction items. The farming team will slay monsters and gather the necessary items, taking Lindell's knights and the 3rd Parish's troops with them. Ned Stryer realizes that it's up to him to keep an eye on the mutt. The recruiting team will go and offer raid party membership to anyone who might be useful for the raid. Lord Zephyr reflects that this team brings back memories. Kiara wonders if Princess Altair means them and what they are supposed to do, perhaps beat people into joining the raiding party. Ophelia asks if the Duke isn't going to stop by for a visit, expressing uncertainty about so many people leaving like this. Lucius explains that his father has some business to attend to, so he will be late. It might be quicker for him simply to go and visit his father himself. He chuckles and mentions that he doesn't mind. Of course, he hasn't seen his firstborn and secondborn in ages. Ned Stryer looks at him, wondering what he means by firstborn and secondborn. Meanwhile, Princess Altair thinks there's something else they need to do in the capital as well. Slavascha asks her if she happens to know someone named Eugenio Vidal. She explains that he's a human scholar who visited the Great Forest 61 years ago. If he's still alive, she'd like to send her greetings to him, holding a letter. Princess Altair replies affirmatively, saying that he's alive and that Professor Eugenio Vidal is currently the dean of the academy. He was her teacher when she studied there as well. She thinks that the Elf Queen asked her to deliver this letter to him. Being from the great Vidal family, Dean Eugenio Vidal has taught countless students from noble families, making him tremendously influential among the nobility. She ponders that she wants to meet him and see if he might be able to help with the raid. She acknowledges that the dean didn't like her very much when she was a student because she was absent from class so often. She hopes that won't be a problem. However, Lucius is coming with her, and he is one of the dean's favorite students, so it should be all right as she walks away. Lord Zephyr asks Fade how they are getting there, on horseback or by carriage. Fade replies that it's quicker to run, so Lord Zephyr shouldn't come. Kiara adds that maybe it's for the best that he stays behind. Lord Zephyr thinks it's unfortunate they don't have much time. Recruiting party members is important, of course, but he also has some business of his own to take care of. A system window notifies about a request from the Goddess of Light for a bodyguard mission, protecting the assigned target for 10 months. The reward is a catalog for the first floor of Aria's armory, and he may select one item from the first floor of the goddess's armory. He contemplates that he still needs to fulfill that request from the goddess, and the rewards are great, but the best part is that he can freely use the Sword of Light while carrying out the request. He muses that, in other words, if the person he's protecting dies, the Sword of Light might reject him as well. The problem is that he doesn't know who he's supposed to protect. He was told that the sword would show him where they are. He realizes that he didn't find them in the 3rd Parish, so they must be somewhere far away. He'll have to get the recruiting part over with quickly so that he can go look for them, waving his light sword. He senses that the sword is showing him who he needs to protect. They are close, and in fact, they aren't just close. He perceives that they are coming this way. He notices Lucius's father, Duke Cesare Giornetti, and the dean of the academy, Eugenio Vidal, arriving there on sitting dragons. They all land their dragons there and come down. Philip Pilgrim runs towards them and says it's been a long time, everyone, and asks how they've all been. Lord Zephyr looks at him and thinks Philip Pilgrim is back from the Great Forest where they left him for safety. He recalls that Philip Pilgrim said he would send him a carrier pigeon once everything settled down and that he would wait there in the meantime. Philip Pilgrim asks what he is supposed to do in this dull old place. Princess Altair welcomes him back, and he replies that he heard she caught the smiling woman. He left the forest as soon as he received the letter, and it felt so good to be back. He adds that he heard the party was practically starving to death, so he stopped by the capital and brought some people with him. He introduces Duke Cesare Giornetti and Professor Eugenio Vidal, the dean of the academy, pointing towards them. Meanwhile, Ned Stryer thinks, so that's Duke Cesare Giornetti. Not only did he benefit from the dungeon bubble, but he's also one of the villains who made such a mess of the world. He thinks if it weren't for his evil investment schemes, the economic crisis wouldn't have grown to such monstrous proportions 12 years ago. He thinks although Olden's fraud was the direct cause of his family's downfall, this man created the dungeon bubble that allowed a con man like Olden to thrive. Naturally, he's not exactly fond of the Duke. Leaving aside his own personal feelings, he thinks the fact remains that Duke Cesare created one of the worst economic disasters in history. He thinks who could have possibly seen this coming, imagining a selfish villain like him, who cares only about his own family's interests, dropping everything to offer his support to the human resistance army. As Duke Cesare greets Princess Altair, he bows in front of her. She considers this development to be sudden, and she had been contemplating a visit to the Duke to seek his assistance at some point, but she did not anticipate his personal arrival here, for which they are not yet fully prepared. She believes, based on what Lord Zephyr has told her about his previous life, that Duke Giornetti's motivation for helping them stems from Lucius's brainwashing by Olden, who exploited Lucius as his most valuable business asset. However, Olden's actions led to the loss of his son and the taking of his beloved grandchildren as hostages. She thinks there is a straightforward reason why the Duke allowed Olden to assume control of the Third Parish without attempting to separate his son from Matthias, a close ally of Olden's. The Duke underestimated Olden's cunning. She believes the Duke failed to recognize that Olden was carefully concealing his true intentions, and after brainwashing the Holy One and successfully stealing the Black Dragon's heart, Olden received a powerful item from the leader of the Tartarus worshippers. She believes he utilized that item to subjugate Jinryong of the East, who had failed to maintain control over his disciples, and eventually, Olden became so powerful that not even the Duke could halt his ascendancy. She thinks they managed to avoid that sequence of events since Lord Zephyr thwarted him in this life. But the problem is that none of those events transpired this time. Lord Zephyr thinks the Duke is unaware of the immense favor they bestowed upon him by eliminating Olden, so it is unlikely that he will express gratitude. Instead, he thinks the Duke will probably exploit this opportunity to make an exorbitant demand. Meanwhile, Cesare Giornetti remarks that although he spoke with enthusiasm and made time in his busy schedule to visit, he must admit that he finds this so-called hero underwhelming and surprisingly ordinary in person. Philip Pilgrim laughs and asserts that Lord Zephyr, although young, will be astonished by his capabilities, and indeed, this remarkable knight single-handedly led the charge in the dragon raid. He states that in the Tomb of the Fallen Princess, he and Lord Ned Stryer successfully defeated the boss, just the two of them. Cesare Giornetti surmises that those two must have been the only ones to enter the boss room, where they likely discovered a clue about the phenomenon. He thinks he is tempted to interrogate Philip about it immediately but refrains, as doing so might reveal his true intentions. He remains uncertain whether Philip is a friend or foe and thinks it essential to determine what kind of person he is before proceeding, all while tapping his foot in contemplation. He suggests that they not waste any more time on these silly introductions, stating that it is time to get down to business. First of all, he has no intention of offering these people a single gold piece. Secondly, if anything, they owe him money if they desire his wisdom and connections in resolving this issue. Lucius calls his father and pleads with him not to act this way, emphasizing that this man saved his life and is the only person capable of successfully completing the Ice Dragon raid. His father tells him to be quiet, addressing him as the Holy One. Lucius thinks his father knows exactly how to push his buttons and feels irritated when his father calls him the only one. His father asserts that his life is his own responsibility, indicating that it is up to him to repay his debts, including the Ice Dragon raid. He mentions that the Guild Union has been preparing for the raid for the past 2 years and is ready to act at a moment's notice. He states that he has other options. Thirdly and finally, when Lord Zephyr apologizes for interrupting, but notes that it seems impertinent to make a third demand, Cesare Giornetti asks what he wants to say. Lord Zephyr responds that whatever Cesare is about to demand, the single benefit he can offer is far greater, and it would be greedy to ask for more. At that moment, a blast occurs. Drawing his sword of light, he says that while he may appear ordinary, he has been blessed by an evil spirit. Swearing on the sword of light, he declares that he was sent by the goddess of light herself. He admits he is unsure what she sees in vile scum like Cesare, but asserts that she commanded him to protect him. Therefore, if Cesare values his own life, he should shut his mouth and stay within 30 feet of him at all times. Then, he uses the language enchantment skill on him. After a while, Lord Zephyr rides at a dragon with Cesare Giornetti and says after the Duke joins them, they each carry out their own mission, and he mentions that Erdios and Ned Stryer are in the farming team. Master Harvey arrives there and greets Ned Stryer. He says he's Master Harvey from the Galliano Guild, which the princess is sponsoring, and he was told to meet him there. Ned Stryer shakes hands with him and says his name is Ned Stryer, and he's an official temple knight from the 3rd parish. It's nice to meet him. Lord Zephyr thinks the auction team is headed for the capital, together with Philip Pilgrim. And as for the recruiting team, Dariel and Kiara also leave. Kiara looks so upset and asks why Lord Zephyr suddenly left their team, and Dariel says he says they need to take care of this themselves. She says she's so worried and thinks why he is coming with them Eugenio Vidal, the man falsely rumored to be her real father. And he made her life so much harder for such a long time, and she always wanted to tell him off if she ever met him when looks at him. She thinks that now he is merely a hunchbacked little old man, and she no longer feels inclined to complain as Eugenio Vidal coughs. Fade halts his horse and surveys their surroundings, remarking that he sees their destination in the distance, and that they are almost there as they approach the blazing woods. Meanwhile, Lord Zephyr arrives at Mount Shilla, observing that Mount Shilla, though located in the continent's center and far from the great port, is a towering mountain perpetually covered in snow. Cesare Giornetti inquires as to why the two of them are traveling alone in such a hazardous place, to which Lord Zephyr responds that time is of the essence, and they have a specific objective in mind. Additionally, he thinks that traveling alone together allows them to more easily assess each other's intentions. He thinks the Duke is likely preoccupied with trying to understand him at present, and according to the sequence of events in his previous life, 3 years from now, they will end up utilizing the tomb of the fallen princess as a refuge. Cesare Giornetti remarks that fate is indeed strange, and he has always been eager to visit this place, though he never imagined it would be under such circumstances. He inquires whether Lord Zephyr is aware that he squandered millions of gold coins in the dungeon for over a decade. Furthermore, he even jeopardized his son's life to gain entry, driven by a desperate desire to discover what lies within the dungeon's boss room. He clarifies that he is not referring to the dragon heart, but rather something far more significant, although he supposes it is now irrelevant and pretends he never heard any of this. Lord Zephyr thinks that in his previous life, the Duke was a crucial ally, but also highly suspicious and secretive, which is why his true motives remained unknown to all. He thinks that would explain his previous reaction and recalls that Cesare Giornetti stated that he and Lord Ned Stryer had defeated the boss by themselves in the tomb of the fallen princess. He thinks that Cesare Giornetti has clearly not abandoned his original objective and that it must be connected to the boss room in the tomb in some way. If he assists Cesare Giornetti in achieving his goal, he is confident that he can make him a reliable ally. However, he thinks that if Cesare Giornetti's goal poses any threat to the raiding party, he will have to intervene and stop him. In any case, he is determined to discover what Cesare Giornetti's goal is. Apostle Pavel becomes enraged and exclaims that the situation is hilarious, really, and that an emissary of the goddess of light should be aware of the circumstances. He strikes the table with his fist and inquires how they could have allowed things to deteriorate to this point and how it is possible that none of them have heard anything about Lord Zephyr. Apostle Wilhelmine asks for his thoughts, as someone must have deliberately kept Lord Zephyr hidden, and although they have investigated him, there is surprisingly little information available about his past. Someone as powerful as him should have left some trace of himself somewhere. She asserts that one thing she knows for certain is the timing of Lord Zephyr's appearance in the 3rd parish, which coincided with Olden and Jinryong's planting of their subordinates there as slaves in order to steal the Black Dragon Heart. Apostle Othello asks if he is suggesting that Olden and Jinryong formed an alliance and sided with the Holy One, which is absurd, given that Olden is deceased and Jinryong's son was killed. She asks if any of them have seen the body and mentions she doesn't believe Jinryong's disciple was really captured either. She proposes the idea that they may have only pretended to fight the Holy One's subordinates and then defected to the other side by feigning being taken hostage, which would neatly explain everything. She speculates that perhaps even Olden and Jinryong had already been bought off by Princess Altair from the beginning. Apostle Othello dismisses this notion, stating that if that were the case, all the information they received from Olden's source would be false, complicating matters significantly. He suggests they simply consider that Olden was killed due to his incompetence, offering the simplest explanation. He concludes with a laugh, settling the matter. Apostle Pavel adds that they cannot allow any more dragon hearts to fall into Princess Altair's hands, both for the Eastern Union's prosperity and to proceed with their master's end-of-times plan. She affirms that the master ordered them not to kill any of the royal family, eliminating that option, but she does know of a weakness in Princess Altair's raid party. She promises to ensure they do not get anywhere near the ice dragon. The scene shifts to the royal capital of the Kingdom of Cayenne, where a person informs King Leo III that Her Majesty Altair, the first royal princess of the Kingdom of Cayenne and Grand Duchess of Lindell, has arrived alongside Lord Lucius Giornetti, the first son of light. Leo III inquires whether she successfully slew the Black Dragon and cleared the tomb of the fallen princess, and expresses his gratitude to both of them for their hard work. Queen Lucretia remarks that she cannot believe how much Princess Altair has grown since she last saw her and praises her for making her mother proud with such an impressive achievement. Princess Altair mentions that they have prepared a gift for both of them and hopes they will accept it, a horn from the Blue Dragon. Both Leo III and Queen Lucretia ask if it is indeed a dragon horn. Leo III commends Princess Altair, praising her most of all for saving the lives of countless people. Lucretia expresses that Princess Altair's safe return is the greatest gift she could have asked for as a mother. Princess Altair responds by acknowledging the flattery from Her Majesty, the King and Queen, noting that she believes she was born with a natural gift. She mentions her ability to discern friend from foe simply by the warmth or coldness of their touch. As she looks at her parents, she perceives their faces as demonic. Leo III remarks to Lucius that he has been quite busy over the last 10 years, addressing him as a holy one. He points out Lucius's accomplishment of completing 2 of the world's 8 hardest quests and suggests this merits a celebratory banquet and a medal. Lucius bows before the king, and Leo III assures them that if there's anything they desire, be it treasure or land, he will gladly grant their wishes. Princess Altair smiles and asks if he truly means that, in which case she has something to discuss. After a while, Leo III inquires if he heard correctly that the princess has finally grown up. Lucretia asks in surprise, remarking that she was always such a troublemaker. He responds that he guesses she came to her senses during the Blue Dragon raid. He mentions that she has been taking care of poisoned, starving children in Danakil and asks if she knows what she said when she arrived here. Princess Altair explains that the people are still suffering because the ice dragon has frozen the port. She emphasizes that, as a member of the royal family, she cannot stand by idly and allow this to continue. She requests that they delay the award ceremony until after the Ice Dragon raid and use the money allocated for the banquet to buy houses and food for the poor victims of the disaster. She adds one more thing regarding the Ice Dragon raid. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild Association headquarters in the royal capital, where the guild master of the best guild, Kevin Reuter, asks if she wants to come along to the Ice Dragon raid as part of a rescue team, which the king has allowed. Another knight with purple hair affirms that the king's order will be arriving shortly. Rex Perry, the top damage dealer of the Shooting Star Guild, explains that the Dungeon Act includes a clause guaranteeing the raid party's autonomy. As long as they respect the statutes of the law, no outsider can arbitrarily change the raid party's lineup. However, it's a different story for rescue teams. He elaborates that rescue teams act as volunteers, preparing for potential accidents that might befall the raiding party by waiting behind the scenes with supplies and extra healers. He adds that even if the dungeon raid succeeds, they are only compensated for their travel expenses, and they are not allowed to take part in battles as a rule. He says that if the attacking party finds itself in a serious crisis, If the attacking team fires a flare calling for reinforcements, or if more than 50% of their party members are killed and the rescue team is allowed to take part in combat for the sake of saving lives. Vice Guild Master of the Bandit Guild Kylie then asks what there is to worry about if 50% of the party is killed. With the kind of people they have in their attack party, the rescue party won't have anything to do but sit around sucking their thumbs. Even if they do have to get involved at some point, she says, that means they will have the Dragon Slayer at their disposal for next to nothing. She asks what's so bad about that. Kevin Reuter says no, that won't do, and asks if that guy Lord Zephyr isn't coming with them. He asks if she hasn't heard about Lord Zephyr and mentions that he doesn't even want any money and all he cares about is the dragon's heart. He wonders what would happen if he ended up fighting in the battle, and the Temple of Light would obviously demand that they be given the dragon's heart. He asks if she has pasta for brains or what. She responds what's his problem if he's scared, and adds there are plenty of other close-range damage dealers out there waiting for a chance to fight, so if he doesn't have what it takes, then he can screw off. The purple-haired knight thinks this is the real problem, that these two have such fiery tempers. Kylie and Kevin Reuter are both outstanding warriors, but they have zero patience. He believes this raiding party would fall apart completely if he weren't acting as a mediator between them. He says now calm down, both of them. Let's come up with a plan. He reminds them of their assignment and the work they have to do as they angrily look at each other. He asks if they have any idea how rare it is for young adventurers like them to seize control of a massive organization like the Guild Union. He reminds them not to forget why he gave them this opportunity and emphasizes that they can't stop the princess from taking part in the raid as part of a rescue team. It's a direct order from the king. He mentions that their sponsors certainly wouldn't want the princess to do anything more than stand by the sidelines and suggests taking action. Kylie. He informs her that he needs her to steal something from the princess's raid party's lodgings and asks if she is up to the task. After a while, Princess Altair sits in a carriage with Ophelia, thinking to herself that at least she has received permission to participate in the dragon raid itself, and hardly anyone knows the secret of the island where the ice dragon lives. She thinks that they will definitely need their help eventually, and there is only one problem that remains. She recalls that Leo III said she would be quite busy as, according to his sources, the Ice Dragon raid is only 2 years away from now. She ponders how she is going to make this happen within 2 months and thinks that the Guild Union does not have exclusive rights to the Ice Dragon raid yet, and they only have a provisional agreement with a port city. She thinks that her original plan was to use Lord Zephyr and Lucius to stir up interest among the investors and then buy the rights to the raid. She believes they would cancel the provisional agreement and side with them if they built up enough hype. She thinks she could have pulled it off if it weren't for her blasted brother. While tapping her forehead, Ophelia informs her that they have arrived at their destination, and she steps out of the carriage. She thinks, anyway, this is her only option right now. She recalls that before leaving the third parish, Cesare Giornetti hugged his kid and asked if he could give her some advice before she left, Princess. He stated that, as she knows, her primary weakness is that her royal title restricts the possibility of any involvement in foul play. He advised her not to stoop to their level and fight them in the mud. In fact, there was no need to do so. He wondered why she didn't join the Guild Union's rescue team and then go and waste some of the national budget at the auction. He believed everything else would sort itself out when she reached the Roran auction, which is the largest auction on the continent.